Chapter 1 Who is truly wronged? Fantastical and inspirational tales president in a village raso authentic cast take home. In the repository of thoughts. In the Great Xia Kingdom, during the 1980s, in the month of June. In Xinghua village, the Jian family. Jian Laoji, the head of the Jian family, was weaving baskets in the courtyard when suddenly dark clouds rolled in, grand and imposing, like our fierce etcher emerging from the forest, a bolt of lightning split the sky, resembling a silver dragon darting through clouds, flashing with dazzling brilliance. Jian Leo Kilokaju Pathaski, where fierce etcher and the silver dragon alternate in their display, reminiscent of a grand spectacle of a dragon fighting gaitager, Hikoln Thelpert muttered to himself, this battle of dragons and tigers is striking lies imilitarit I dreamed last night. Recalling the dream from the previous night sent Tashafaden his spine, he hard dreamed that this second daughter-in-law, Xiozhen, had given birth to a great white snake. After the white snake emerged, a black heart appeared in the house, fierce and malevolent, swallowing the white snake in one gulp. Looking Pathis and reflecting on his dream, he felt an unsettling connection. Farther, it's going to rain, start weaving and hurry inside, Xiozhen, her bella round and prominent, Corla due to she projectives. R. Jian Layer snappy back to reality. Seeing his daughter-in-law's belly filled him with genuine joy. His wife had said that Xiao Zhen's belly was large and round, indicating a likely set of twins, as for whether they would be boys or girls. His wife wasn't certain, but Shardare Medito and Shuria Boivnith the daughter-in-law was carrying a girl, drinking the herbal concoction cord supposedly turned it into bor. As Chen Laoji fantasies eat about cradling a pair of plump grandchildren, his daughter-in-law's mother-in-law, Aunt Laoji, came over with a bowl of herbal soup. With a smile, she coaxed, Xiozhen, it's no longer hot, drink up, after this bowl, you're guaranteed to have a boy. Peasant of the concoction made Susan feel nauseous, and she frowned, Mother, I really don't want to drink it. If eat her Kathy's medicine, it'll be nauseous for days. Aunt Leo's expression darkened. What are you saying, child? I've spent a hour saving some of the ceremonies, hoping for a grandson. If you refuse to drink, it will break my heart. At that moment, Jian Leoch's eldest daughter-in-law, Su Mei, entered the courtyard with a bowl of steam eggs. Beaming, she said, Sister-in-law, I've made some steam eggs, eat them while they're hot. Zaya's hands was lit up with hoy, Bubafari Shekel drank forth the bowl, Aunt Leoki blocked her. Irritated, she scolded Su Mei, ever written mesh about her drinks your bowl soup, you bring her this nonsense, what are you up to, are you deliberately trying to prevent the from Maven Gasson? Su Mei pointed at the bowl of her bowl soup, there's a meaty serumful, drinking the cold saltine minstress child, I've been to school, and know that the sex of the kilt isn't determined with you and but with them. What nonsense are you spouting? Aunt Leochis shouted, you can't have killed Renny yourself, and know you're trying to prevent your sister-in-law from Maven Gasson, even wishing the loop in her, how cold a tea and familiar so Cavanoma's daughter-in-law. Me, venomous, I can lie brought her steam eddergs, and you directly venomous, fine, from no one, I won't bring here anything delicious, you can't just wait for your monstrous child. With that, Su Mei co-opted a spoonful of the steam eddergs, opening her mouth to eat at herself, remembering that she had so quickly added something to the dish, she quickly closed her mouth and began feeding the newborn Hudoj instead. Aunt Leoki was furious, her face turning red with rage. She slammed the bowl down and slapped Su Mei across the face. You wicked woman, always talking about monsters, you never have the word, and no you waste food by feeding to animals. If you want to waste, go feed your little black dog, not my big yellow one. Clatter. Su Mei threw the bowl down, I won't feed it, if you don't want it, fine, your entire household, from P.O. please your dogs, I assume worthy of Misty Medderks. Oh dear, this is terrible, Aunt Leoka sat down heavily. Everyone, come and see, how some grateful daughter-in-law has left me no ate alive. She's mashed up the bowl in front of him, how will I get through the days to come? Jian Laoji furrowed his brow and shouted, eldest daughter-in-law, what are you doing this for, throwing bowls on fitting dogs, do you have no respect for your elders? Soon, neighbours gathered in response to the commission, and within moments, the tea in Family courtyard was filled with people. Jian Leoka's eldest son, Jian Haolai, and his second son, Jian Haojin, hurried back from the fields, asking what had happened. Before Samayan Zu's Henkel speak, Aunt Leokiris explain. I've exhausted all savings, enduring hardships to find the ceremonies, also bring a grandson to Jian family. Is it so difficult? This Venoma's eldest daughter-in-law not in life uses to let her skin daughter-in-law drink the Medes beautiful curse share with monstrous offspring. I couldn't pulled back and scolded her, and she's mashed up the bowl and fed peaks to the dog. Everyone, please juggle for yourself as hoy's right and hoy's wrong. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. It's only right for eldest doty at the Andrones, Su Mei, if any fiery angry, you should smash bells in front of your elders. Exactly. Those steam eddergs are precious show can your waste at the monodog, that's simply outrageous. Indeed, outrageous. Jian Haolai, you should discipline your wife properly. Jian Haolai, half convinced, asked Su Mei, is what mum say true, did you really feed the steam eddergs to the dog, and smash bowl? Su Mei replied, your mother hit me, I acted due to fanger. But he didn't curse at the sister-in-law wife monstrous offspring in merely headed that the ceremonies are harmful and can lead to normal children. Slap. Jian Haolai struck Su Mei hard across the face, angrily saying, go home now. You hit me too, Sue Mike overread her face, tears welling up. What did I do wrong? I can lamentable offex for my sister-in-law, and y'all treat me like this. Jen Howler replied, your mistake he's meddling in this matter. Go home meandrist. Sume, unwilling to back down, approached Shushan. Sister-in-law, you've been to school, you understand things. Speak you pan tell us. Hoist truly right or wrong in this situation. Think about thou I've treated you this past year. Ho has treated you better. Mayoria mother-in-law, speak honest light o' thinbers. Zayujan look at apologetic liat Sume, imsri, sister-in-law, you've been wronged. Aunt Leo Cassandra flared, so no and the villain. Zayujan quickly waved her hands. No, mother, you've been wondered too. Sume interjected, so hoisterly wronged, voice right and voice wrong, speak clearly. Zayujan glanced between her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, sighed, and said, you've both been wronged, neither of I was at full time, it's me fault for not drinking the herbal soup in time. With that, Zayujan picked up the bowl of herbal soup, furrowed her brow, and do down at it in ogulp. Wiping her mouth, she said, Mother, I've a drunk ever a medios at if a still can't be a boy, don't blame, regardless of the child's gender, they are still part of the teen family and deserve FA treatment. Shiojan, what nonsense are you talking about? Aunt Leok exclaimed, her ranger rising, your mother-in-law as bien so sincere toya don't learn from my sister-in-law and trade ratio animi. Sume gritted her teeth, I don't see her as an the might see how despises him for not bearing gas and trace milicon. With that, Sume stormy due to have the courtyard. Kathy swatched Werman, honor bless Barrison, and still has the audacity to complain. Aunt Leoke pointed at Sume's retreating figure, addressing Goldaston, how lie go home and teach her lesson. The gathered neighbour chimed in, yes, teach her a proper lesson. Then I'll head back, Jen Hale lays it sternly, leaving. Upon returning home, I immediately don't take careful demeanour. Dear wife, don't be angry in that situation, I had no quisithiel to serial about this, you understand, right? Sumia scoffed, doth he care about face? What about me? I can lay majesty medics for me sister-in-law wand enter dupe with twislaps for my trouble. Inno, and I'll repeat those slaps, double, Jen Hale eyes aid, presenting his face. Fine, as you say, Sumai did hold back, delivering slap stop at sight as off his fist. After delivering 4 slaps, she shook her hand, mockingly stating, your skin is to take me hand short from a tingyar. Jen Howley quickly grasped Sumai shand, you've worked hard, might let me massage it for you. In Jen Layaka's courtyard. The neighbours offered their consolation before dispersing. Aunt Laji, brushing herself off, sat on a stool and asked her second son, how Jean, have out of names for the twins. Jen Houja nodded, yes, if they were bears, ilna metham sure boboans yateo of girls, ilna metham sure darnan sure schwang. Aunt Larachi waved her hand dismissively, don't bother with those useless go name a wife can possibly girls, just wait o hold Diasons. It would be wonderful if they were twin bears. Jen Houjan grinned widely, by the way, mother, isn't it time for Zaya's hand to go to the hospital? When is her due date? Aunt Leo Kai replied, no hurry, June 8th, the day after tomorrow. No Juna heard she spoken than old black cat suddenly dashed into the house, leaping onto Zayu's hen's belly. Zayu Jen let two terrified scream and fell to the ground. Chapter 2 You must pretend to be mute. Shiojan. Jen Houjan and Aunt Leo Kairishet to helfer. Jen Lochi, seeing the wild black cat, couldn't help but think of his dream, feeling an ominous connection that is cat ways I harbinger of misfortune for his grandchild. He grabbed a broom and chased a toot, shouting, how dare you harm me family, I'll kill you, you wild beast. The wild black cat was swift, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Exhausted from the chase, Jen Lochi returned in frustration. At that moment, Zayu Jen sat sideways in her, clutching her belly in pain, it citria lie hurts. Aunt Leoka grasped Zu's head shand, comforting her, the brave, dear, ever a woman must endure thy sons if the kilt is born, the pain will subside. Is this it, is he about OGV birth? Jen Leoki asked, Ilga Gathemid with from the east end of the village. No need for on the Dwiflets got at the clinic, Zaya's hennish of twins, Aunt Leok insisted firmly. Meanwhile, Jen Houjan had already driven the tractor into the courtyard. Seeing this, Aunt Larachi quick iron in Toason's room, grabbing two thick blankets and laying them in the tractor's basket. Jen Lauji, bring a pillow, how Jean, hurry and lift Zu's hen onto the tractor. Formally efficiently prepared Talyaf, but us daced hay were about to set off, the skull rumbled with thunder, and heavy rain put on. Oh no, with this thunderstorm, why can't get out the clinic, Jen Layachi directed his wife and son, quick, bring Zayujan inside Etilidan Wemmis and Leather Kachachil, I'll go call them wife. With that, he dashed head into the rain, not having bothering to grab an umbrella. The thunderclap stalled Aunt Laji. Fearing for her unborn grandchild's safety, she opened her umbrella to shield Zaya's hen spell from the rain. Soaked by the downpour pour, Zayujan struggled to keep hers open, wanting to let her mother-in-law that the umbrella ways askew, but you would squirt in her throat. Jen Heojan carried Zayujan inside without stopping. Once inside, Aunt Lara Chirusha backed up the tractor to grab the blankets, but by then, the blankets were already soaked rough, bringing them back home would be futile. Frustrated, Aunt Lara just unpeed her feet in anger. remembering that their eldest son lived next door, she read over to his house. At Jin His home. There Maroverd wafted 30 rare. Sumaya Mediju knew Heil making pancakes in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jen Hao lays out cross-legged on Thestor mat in the living room playing cards with this Niemanthal daughter, Jen Xiaohua. With a flourish, Heshoff led the cards, making them sound crisp, then raised them high. Watch closely, daddy's going tough like the cards. Jen Xiaohua versus wider Ned and wonder, sparkling with excitement Teshka's Ejipathim. Fly. With a flick off his finger, the cards so read into the air. Jen Xiaohua watchati cards down in the air, here is glue a tough spectacle. For a fleeting moment, a strange image flashed in her mind. A girl in a flowing pink dress and sinky top features her face of a lotus bond, twirling asping petals swirled around her, much like the cards before her. Butintha blinko fani, the cards fell, and thin charn tinjamija vanished from her mind. Shalong it tozy that vision again. Fly cards daddy, fly cards. Jin's Iohorejali grabbed a fu cards, pleading for more. Oh me, Xiaohua stalking, shakalt me daddy, Sume come quickly, Xiaohua cantalk. Jen Howley exclaimed, lifting his daughter in excitement and rushing to the kitchen. Talking Sume, upon hearing this, did not show his joy instead, a hint of displeasure crossed her face. Don't you believe him? Jen Howley quickly at his daughter, say something for mommy. Jen's Iohua hesitated, unsure whether her to speak, when loud knocking Jacoid at the door. Howley, open the door quickly, your sister-in-law is in labour. Having just agreed with her mother-in-law, Sume was reluctant to open the door, but remembering Huron's quick matastotanto, she instructed Jen Howley, open the door and see if I can help. Hey, my wife is thoughtful, Jen Howley beamed, passing his daughter Turto Sume and Apple heading to the door. Upon hearing that the Jen brothers' blankets were soaked, he quickly retrieved were brand new blankets from the wardrobe, packed them in a bag, and followed his mother to his brother's house. After Jen Howley left, Sume ground her teeth, muttering, he slapped to me and stole to his Stockholm for blanket just species thicker than acity wall, wanting the grandson, I'll see you a kind of grandchild she can have after taking the medicine in the remedies. Jinzia Wahi was stared at Sume, here was white with disbelief. Thorhan 9 months old, she understood a very word her mother said. What are you looking at? Sume glared at Jinxiahua. I know you're as smart in the town to stand miftra, you could say mamart 7 months, but I warn you, live in Jinta's house, you must pretend to mute tenota word can't escape our lips. Jin's Iohosius himmed with unshed tears, confused about why her mother was like this. Sume's voice turned sharp, ignorantly unhappy, but what can you do? You're a girl, I've only a wear boy, they'd all full with overjoyed, ever since you were even, I haven't had a single good day. If I want to stay in this house, you must pretend to be deaf and mute, as a bled person, once the Aradise ability certificate is issued, I can apply for as Karen child. Warny I have a little brother, and a family situation improves, it'll take you out of the big city under the pretense of treating you. After a trip, you can start talking again. Do I understand? Jin's Iohua said nothing, looking at Sume with a sense of fine justice. Sume pointed angrily, don't look at me like that. Ignore you understand. If you don't cooperate, it'll be at you until you're really disabled, and you'll still get at your as far as gone child. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Jen Xiaohua, frightened, struggled desperately, wanting to escape her mother. Want to leave, ho? Sume sort of hurt how signed set Jen's Iohua on the fluer goon. If you can, just walk away. If you encounter beggars, they'll be at you wanders out over for food. At 9 months old, Jen's Iohua cold and work each share cold and lie stand unsteadily, knowing she is no match for Sume and hard to submit. Extending her small hands, tears brimming in heries, she pleaded for her mother to hold her. Sume asked, are you willing to bemutino? Jen's Iohua wondered vigorously. That's a good child, Sume sighed chiefly, picking up Jen's Iohua and offering her a piece of sweet pancake, blowing on it beforehand into tower. She grabbed a piece for herself, munching while saying, it's no vatum heartless, it's just that reality is so cruel. Remember, as long as you're obedient lilistentum, you can live in comfort in this family. At Jen Hagen's home. The midwife ways in Zeus hands rim diligently instructing her on how to give her birth. The bedroom door was closed, and everyone were heading sheerly outside. Jen Hagen least net to Zu Jen sheerter enking cries, unsure of what to do. Heppest back and forth, finally Silent Lavaring High's wife ways enduring to McToja Verma child he ward traither twice as well in the future. Aunt Leo kicknell tat hetheld, hands clasped to Jether, praying fervently, Heaven the Father, please protect Mitwingrin and Sant and Shuri their safe fearful. Jen Leoki and Jen Howley, a coster metal of festorms, equal a cigarette, calmly awaiting the outcome. With a loud clap of thunder, a piercing cry Joe Ed from within Therum. She's given birth, my grandson has arrived, Aunt Leok exclaimed, throwing open the door. Don't come in yet to raise another own. Wait until she's finished, the midwife's hearted. Aunt Leoki quickly shut the door, continuing Tony lap the entrance, her face filled with devotion as she prayed, Heavenly Father, please bless me seeking grandson with a fearful. Boom, crack, as eerie soft thunderclaps erupted, the skeeter can stormy, the wind howling. Zeus Hanley Turtle scream, summoning all her strength to deliver a transparent, soft egg before collapsing in time consciousness. What's going, cool did Beaminster? Themmy dwiffs is wider Ned in terror. Noticing gore height form writhing within the soft egg, she Meditobia baby and quickly grabbed a pyre off scissors to cut it open. Snip! A large Uhaita snake is lividute, extend its long forked tongue. A har snake, the secondinize a snake, oh me. Themidwiff burst through a door, stumbling into their rain. At that moment, a sharp mouse entered as the old black cat to teat into Zeus hen's room. Oh no, this kid is going to eat me grandchild, Chen Leokas shouted, seizing Gashel from the door and charging into Zayu Jen's room without hesitation. Chapter 3, indeed, a monstrosity was born in the bedroom. Xiuzhen lay in a deep slumber, while a baby wailed, a white snake flicked its tongue, and a black cat lurked with predatory intent. Upon seeing the serpent, Qian Lao Qi recalled the midwife's words and the dream he had, leading him to an unavoidable conclusion. His daughter-in-law, Xiuzhen, had indeed given birth to a great white snake. Qian Haojin and Aunt Lao Qi rushed into the room at once. Both were taken aback by the sight of the snake, letting out terrified screams. Fearing for the safety of his wife and child, Qian Haojin seized a broom from by the door, ready to defend himself. Meanwhile, Aunt Lao Qi, trembling with fear, fled outside. Mother, what is happening? Why are you both shouting? Qian Haolai asked, filled with curiosity. A snake, your brother's wife has given birth to a snake, Aunt Lao Qi stammered. How is that possible? You must be mistaken. Just as Qian Haolai was about to enter the room to ascertain the situation, the midwife called out to him, Haolai, quickly, help me up. She had fallen in the rain and was struggling to rise, pleading for Qian Haolai to assist her. Without hesitation, he dashed into the rain to help the midwife to her feet. He intended to support her back to his brother's home, but in a panic, the midwife shouted, I won't go to Haojin's house. Take me to your home. With no other option, Qian Haolai helped the midwife to his own house. Inside Xiuzhen's room, Qian Haojin, trembling with fear, asked Qian Lao Qi, Father, could this snake truly be born of Xiuzhen? Qian Lao Qi nodded, yes, it is identical to the dream I had. Qian Haojin's voice quivered, but Xiuzhen is human. How could she give birth to a snake? If this word gets out, our family will be. A Qian Lao Qi interjected, even if it is a snake, it is still my grandson. It belongs to the Qian family, we must protect our own. Listen to me, first eliminate that cat, it is the mortal enemy of my grandson. Understood. Qian Haojin raised the broom, ready to strike the cat. The wild cat sprang into the air, leaping over Qian Haojin's head to land on Xiuzhen's bed, swiftly sinking its teeth into the baby's right leg. In an instant, blood poured from the infant's wound. Attacking my grandson. I will kill you. Qian Lao Qi swung a shovel at the cat. In that very moment, the great white snake lunged forward, biting off the wild cat's neck. When Qian Lao Qi's shovel came down, it struck the head of the white snake squarely, rendering it unconscious. Panicking, Qian Lao Qi exclaimed, oh no, I have struck my own kin. Qian Haojin, equally alarmed, stammered, what have we done, will it die? Qian Lao Qi replied, I do not know. However, since it is not human, we cannot allow it to remain in the Qian family. To avoid being ridiculed in the future, it is best to bury it right away. Qian Haojin questioned, bury it. Did you not just say that the snake is also your grandson? Qian Lao Qi retorted, so what, it is not human. If this situation is not handled properly, your wife will be branded a snake demon, and our family will be seen as freaks. Then what are we waiting for? Let us bury it quickly. Qian Haojin wrapped the great white snake in a swaddling cloth, grasped the shovel, and rushed into the backyard, braving the rain. Is it dead? Aunt Lao Qi stumbled upon the sight of the white snake's pale body and nearly fell. Dead. Qian Haojin confirmed. This wild cat must also be buried. Qian Lao Qi declared, lifting the wild cat's corpse. As they entered the main room, they found Aunt Lao Qi still in a state of shock. He reassured her, do not fear, both the snake and the wild cat are dead. Your grandson has been injured, quickly tend to his wounds, and we shall return after disposing of the bodies. Oh. Aunt Lao Qi hurried into the room. After bandaging the infant's wounds, she unexpectedly discovered that the child bore deformities in both hands and feet. Except for the thumbs and little fingers, all other fingers were missing, and both feet had no toes at all. What is happening? She frantically checked the baby's gender. It does not have, how could this be? The infant wailed, but Aunt Lao Chi had no heart to comfort him. Once adoring Xiuzhen, her feelings had now turned to disdain. Unable to contain her anger, she scolded, "Useless thing, you are worse than Sumei." True, Sumei also bore a girl, but that child had all her fingers and toes intact, and look at you, what have you brought forth? A snake or a monstrosity? Had I known it would come to this, I would have never allowed you into the Qian family. Meanwhile, Xiuzhen remained in a deep sleep, oblivious to Aunt Lao Chi's tirade. Witnessing this, a malevolent thought crossed Aunt Lao Chi's mind. Since the snake's spawn cannot be kept, then this monstrosity cannot remain either. With this resolution, she seized a pillow and ruthlessly pressed it against the baby's face. Just as the infant was on the verge of suffocation, Xiuzhen suddenly awoke. "Mother, what are you doing?" Aunt Lao Chi gasped and released the pillow. Startled, Xiuzhen sat up, removed the pillow, and saw the baby's face was turning blue. She quickly pulled the child into her embrace, indignantly demanding, "You were trying to smother my child, why?" Aunt Lao Chi pointed at the infant. She is a monstrosity, just look for yourself." Xiuzhen examined the baby closely, her heart aching. "My poor daughter, how could this happen?" Remembering Sumei's words when she had delivered the steamed egg, she erupted in anger. "It is all those folk remedies that caused this. Those remedies turned my child into this. You are the true culprit, and yet you dare to despise her." Searching frantically around the bed for a second child and finding none, she grew even more furious. "Where is the second one? Why is it not here? Did you hide it?" Aunt Lao Chi chuckled mockingly. "You are unaware, are you? The second child you bore was a great white snake, and it has already been killed and buried behind the house." "What? I gave birth to a snake?" Xiuzhen could scarcely believe it, clutching the infant and preparing to leap from the bed. Realizing her disheveled state, she quickly set the child down to dress. Seizing the opportunity, Aunt Lao Chi took an umbrella and left. Under the pomegranate tree, Qian Haojin had dug a rectangular pit and was carefully placing the great white snake inside, tenderly covering it with a small blanket. Noticing his father's grip on the wild cat's corpse, he inquired, "Shall we bury it together?" Qian Lao Chi wiped the rain from his face. "That, it does not deserve it. The white snake is at least a member of our Qian family." "What is that wild cat? Dig another hole for it." Qian Haojin found this reasoning sound, and so he dug another pit beside the peach tree. By the time Aunt Lao Chi arrived, father and son had already filled the pits. "Both the snake and the wild cat have been buried?" Aunt Lao Chi asked. "All buried," Qian Lao Chi affirmed. Incredulously, she asked, "What brings you here? Xiuzhen has just given birth. She should not be alone. You must stay by her side to care for her during her confinement." Aunt Lao Chi scoffed. "A monstrous child was born, and you expect me to tend to her confinement? Not a chance." Qian Lao Chi was taken aback. "What do you mean, a monstrosity?" "Indeed." Aunt Lao Chi's face was filled with resentment. "Xiuzhen's pregnancy was most disappointing. I provided her with the finest care for months, spending all my savings, and yet she has given birth to two shameful offspring. The first is a girl with deformed limbs, the second is a snake. If this ever gets out, our family's reputation will be tarnished beyond repair." Upon hearing this, Qian Haojin threw down his shovel and rushed into the house. Xiuzhen, now dressed, prepared to step outside when she spotted the drenched Qian Haojin, her eyes welling with tears. "Haojin, please tell me, did our second child truly turn out to be a snake?" she implored. Qian Haojin nodded. "Yes, it has already been buried." "How can it be a snake? I refuse to believe it. I must see it for myself." Xiuzhen exclaimed, attempting to rush outside. Qian Haojin spread his arms to block her. "Do not go. It is pouring rain outside, and you have just given birth. You cannot get wet." Xiuzhen insisted. "I do not believe I bore a snake. I cannot rest until I see it with my own eyes." "Believe it or not, you must. I am your husband, and I would not deceive you." Qian Haojin lifted Xiuzhen and placed her back onto the bed. "You must rest, even if you wish to see it. Wait until the rain has stopped." Remembering his mother's words about the eldest being a monstrosity, Jian Haojin scrutinized the infant in bed. After examining the child, he was filled with disappointment and sorrow. How could this be? Why has it come to this? I, Jian Haojin, have always treated others kindly and have never committed any wrongdoing. Why, then, has my wife given birth to a child that is either a snake or a monstrosity? Heaven, why have you been unjust to me? I believe it is all due to those folk remedies. Xiuzhen spoke carefully. Jian Haojin eyed her suspiciously. Are you suggesting that the soups and medicines my mother gave you were to blame? Without a doubt. Xiuzhen's voice was filled with indignation. Your sister-in-law warned me long ago that the remedies your mother sought would harm the child, leading to deformities. Regrettably, I did not heed her advice, and now I deeply regret drinking those concoctions. The state of the child is all due to those folk remedies. Just then, Aunt Laochi entered the room and overheard this remark, launching into a tirade. You cannot blame others for your own shortcomings. Those folk remedies were procured at great expense, and each ingredient was meant to nourish and support a healthy pregnancy. It is impossible for them to have caused such deformities. Ultimately, it is your own fault. Before Xiuzhen could respond, Aunt Laochi pointed an accusatory finger at her. You better confess. Besides my son, who else have you been with? Chapter 4. We are a married couple, and should care for each other. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Xiuzhen was nearly overcome with fury. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether before or after marriage, I have always maintained my integrity. I can swear to the heavens that aside from Jian Haojin, I have never had any contact with other men. Aunt Chichi retorted sarcastically, then why did you give birth to a monstrosity? Why did you produce a snake? Are you perhaps a serpent spirit? I am not a demon. The child's condition is due to the remedies you forced upon me. Xiuzhen protested indignantly. Aunt Chichi crossed her arms defiantly. Fine, since you insist on shifting all the blame onto me, our bond ends here. Do not expect me to care for you during your confinement. Seek your maternal family for assistance instead. I have no intentions of relying on you for support in the future. From now on, we shall each live our own lives. Xiuzhen shook her head in disbelief. Mother, I truly did not expect you to be such a pragmatic person. When I was pregnant, you visited our home frequently, proclaiming that you would treat me as your own daughter. Yet now, upon discovering I did not give birth to a son, you flip your allegiance faster than turning a page. Aunt Chichi pointed an accusatory finger at Xiuzhen. I devoted myself to serving you solely for the sake of having a grandson. Not only did you fail to deliver a boy, but you also brought forth a freak and a snake. Do you have any shame in saying such things? Xiuzhen, with tears in her eyes, defended herself, but this is not my fault. It was your insistence on those remedies that caused this. Aunt Chichi shouted in anger. Silence. Lack of ability is simply lack of ability. What right do you have to shift the responsibility onto your elders? If it weren't for the fact that you just gave birth, I would surely give you a proper lesson. You ungrateful wretch, look at your conduct, lacking education, lacking money, lacking power, and you produced a monstrosity. What right do you have to shout at me? Xiuzhen was at a loss against her mother-in-law's tirade and broke down in tears. Jian Haojin, unable to bear it any longer, snapped at his mother. Enough? Mother, if you wish to leave, do so quickly. Do not provoke anyone further. I will take care of Xiuzhen during her confinement. How dare you speak to me like that? Aunt Chichi was furious. Have you truly forgotten your mother after marrying? Jian Haojin, let me tell you, your wife has spent all my savings during these months of pregnancy. I have poured every last cent into those remedies. Since you are so devoted to your wife, you must pay me back every single penny. Mother, you know that is not what I mean. I just sigh. Jian Haojin wanted to appease both his wife and his mother, but he felt that no amount of soothing would suffice at this moment. Frustrated, he slapped himself and said, Mother, as children, we owe our parents a debt that can never be repaid. I have no words to say. Just tell me how much you have spent on Xiuzhen, and when I have saved enough, I will repay you without fail. Oh, so you really do care for your wife. You want me to state a sum, do you? Very well. Aunt Chichi shouted, 10,000. Jian Haojin was instantly taken aback. He never expected his mother to demand such an exorbitant amount. Xiuzhen was so frightened that she ceased to cry. Qian Laoji, both astonished and angry, exclaimed, "Old woman, what nonsense are you talking? Our combined savings amount to only a few hundred. How could you possibly have spent 10,000? The total savings of everyone in our village wouldn't amount to that. How can you demand that sum from your own son? Speak reasonably, do not frighten the children." Aunt Chichi pointed at Qian Haojin in anger. "He was the one who asked me to state a sum. Isn't he the one who wants to protect his wife? Isn't he the one who wants to show his capabilities? If he is so competent, let him give me 10,000. Qian Haojin gritted his teeth, feeling heartbroken. "Mother, I truly did not foresee you treating me this way today. Yes, you and father raised me, and it was indeed no small feat for you to arrange my marriage, but I have no job, the harvest is scant, and even if I were to abstain from eating or drinking, it would take me over 100 years to save 10,000. Xiuzhen did not give birth to a boy. This is not her fault, it is fate's design. We are mere mortals, who can alter the course of destiny. The child being born with a disability pains both Xiuzhen and me. Why must you pour salt into our wounds at this moment?" At this point, Qian Haojin's voice trembled. "If you believe that giving you 10,000 will appease you, I will do it. However, I cannot produce that amount now, even selling our house would not yield it. If you insist on that sum, I can only wait until Xiuzhen completes her confinement, then leave home to find work, and once I have saved enough, I will repay you." Hearing these words, Xiuzhen wept bitterly. "Then I will go out to work with you. We will not return until we have earned 10,000. Qian Haojin shook his head. "You cannot go out, you must stay home to care for the child. What will happen to the baby if we both leave?" Xiuzhen cried, "Take the baby with us. Regardless of the situation, I must go with you. How long will it take for you alone to earn 10,000? Do you intend for me to remain at home, living like a widow for decades?" Qian Haojin's eyes brimmed with tears. "Indeed, let us go together then, but this poor child, born with a flaw, must accompany us in our struggles. Why does fate seem so cruel to this child?" The infant on the bed, as if understanding her parents' plight, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. Qian Haojin and Xiuzhen, already distressed, could not help but join in their child's cries. The three of them wept inconsolably. Qian Laoji wiped his tears and shouted at his wife, "Aren't you going to comfort the children? Look how heart-wrenching their cries are. Are you really that cold-hearted?" Aunt Chichi's eyes were already moist, but having grown accustomed to being domineering, it was not easy for her to lower her head. She stubbornly held back her tears and, with a stern face, said, "If I truly cannot produce that amount of money, I can forego it. However, I have one condition: you must give me a healthy grandson within 3 years. As long as you can have a boy for your second child, I will not demand the 10,000. Qian Haojin's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as he looked expectantly at Xiuzhen. Xiuzhen, tearful, replied, "Isn't this still putting us in a difficult position? Haojin is not an only child, we have no conditions for having a second child." Originally, there were no such conditions, but now there are. Aunt Chichi pointed at the infant on the bed. "The policy states that if the first child is disabled, a second child can be born. This child has incomplete limbs. If you can obtain a disability certificate for her, you will be eligible for a second child." "Indeed." Qian Haojin looked gratefully at the infant. "So this child is our lucky star. She has given us the opportunity for a second child. Can we really have a second child?" Xiuzhen gently caressed the infant. "But what if the second child is still a girl? What then?" Aunt Chichi's expression hardened. "If it is still a girl, you will owe me 10,000. This matter is non-negotiable." With that, she opened her umbrella and left Qian Haojin's home. "Hey, you old woman!" Qian Laoji was both angry and frustrated, yet he could do nothing. He could only comfort Qian Haojin and his wife. "Do not take the 10,000 seriously. She is just upset because she hasn't seen a grandson. In a few days, things will settle down." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets, found a 5 yuan note, and handed it to Xiuzhen. "Take this money, and let Haojin buy you some nutritious food to recuperate. As for your confinement, I will go to your maternal family tomorrow and invite your mother over to take care of you. Would that be acceptable?" Xiuzhen returned the money. "Father, your money is mother's money. We cannot accept it, lest we owe even more in the future. As for my maternal family, I hope you do not go. My father has a violent temper. If he learns of this, it could cause a scene. Even if they come to see the baby in a few days, please do not mention these matters to avoid straining relations between our families. Qian Laoji nodded. You have a point. How about I call your sister over to help you for a few days? Xiuzhen still shook her head. Sister also has a child to care for. I cannot trouble her. Never mind, I will not observe confinement. I am fine, my health can withstand it. Qian Haojin grasped Xiuzhen's hand. How can you not observe confinement? You will suffer health issues in the future. From now on, I will take care of you during your confinement. After all, the fields have been cleared, and there is no farm work left to do. Xiuzhen looked touched. Then I will trouble you. Qian Haojin replied, what trouble? We are a married couple. It is only right that we care for one another. Qian Laoji was moved to tears by the young couple's affection, forcibly pressed the 5 yuan into Qian Haojin's hand. Take it. Buy something delicious for your wife. Do not tell your mother. This is my private stash. Before Qian Haojin could respond, he dashed out into the pouring rain. Qian Haojin returned home. Upon hearing that Xiuzhen had given birth to a monstrosity and a snake, Su Mei was overjoyed inwardly but feigned concern on the surface. Oh, my poor sister-in-law. Sigh, she has truly suffered greatly. If only she hadn't consumed those remedies, the child would surely have been fine, the midwife pondered. I truly believe this matter is not closely related to those remedies. Even if they were harmful, they could not turn a fetus into a snake. There must be some other special reason, or what do you think that reason might be? Su Mei asked with an odd expression. Chapter 5. A man must be properly trained. I have my doubts. Never mind, I dare not speak. The midwife began, only to rise from her seat. Now that the child has been born, my task is complete, and I must take my leave. Wait, Aunt Zhang. Qian Haolai called out as he emerged from the house, presenting her with 2 coins and a jar of canned fruit. Aunt Zhang, it is truly commendable of you to assist my sister-in-law in such torrential rain. This is a token of gratitude from the Qian family. Please accept it. Aunt Zhang's face lit up with joy, but as she reached for the coins, she noticed Su Mei's troubled expression and hesitated. Well, even if it is a token of appreciation, it should come from Qianhao himself, not from your family. Qian Haolai replied, indeed, it should be from them, but my sister-in-law has given birth to a snake, and the couple is feeling quite distressed. They may not think of this matter for a while, so I will cover it for now. They will repay me later, so do not hesitate to accept it. Although Su Mei was reluctant, she recognized her husband's determination to assist his brother and could not undermine his dignity in front of others. Take it, Aunt Zhang. This token of gratitude will surely be returned to us by Qianhao and his wife. Then I shall accept it. The midwife took the coins. She wanted to reach for the jar but felt shy, as such luxuries were not something most people could afford. The canned peaches were succulent and golden, glistening with syrup that made them appear delectable. Aunt Zhang could not help but swallow hard. Qian Haolai insisted, Aunt Zhang, this jar is a personal gesture of mine. You must accept it. I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Aunt Zhang, beaming with delight, patted her chest and declared, speak freely, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly help. Qian Haolai's expression turned serious. Regarding the matter of the snake child, I hope you will not disclose anything to outsiders. If anyone inquires, simply state that my sister-in-law has given birth to one child. The midwife lowered her voice. I understand, you may rest assured. Thank you for the canned fruit. I shall take my leave now. After the midwife departed, Qian Haolai took Su Mei's hand. Come, let us go visit my sister-in-law. How can we visit her empty-handed? Su Mei replied, pulling her hand away to retrieve 2 coins and another jar of canned fruit from under the bedding in their bedroom. She then opened an umbrella, smiling as she said, you carry the baby, and I shall hold the umbrella. Let us go. My wife is truly considerate. Qian Haolai exclaimed, kissing Su Mei in excitement. With beauty and kindness, there is no one else like you in the entire village. Just know this. Never strike me in front of others. I, too, have my pride, Su Mei remarked. Qian Haolai made a solemn vow. Rest assured, Su Mei, I shall never strike you in front of others again, even if it is entirely your fault. I hope you keep your word. If you do strike me again, when we return home, I will repay you tenfold. Sumai warned, clearing her throat. Now, when we arrive at your brother's house, you shall comfort him, while I console your sister-in-law. Let us not interfere with one another. Agreed, we shall do as you say. As Qian Haolai looked at his wife with growing satisfaction, he added, Sumai, you are truly wonderful. The proudest achievement of my life is having married you. Upon entering the house, Qian Haolai immediately ushered his brother to sit in the main room for a heart-to-heart. Sumai, cradling little Hoa in one arm and the jar of canned fruit in the other, entered Xiuzhen's bedroom and deliberately closed the door. Before even examining the infant closely, she began to shower praises. Oh, so this is the new baby of the Qian family. Truly beautiful and adorable, as the saying goes, one does not enter the same door without being family. After all, they share blood ties as cousins. This little one resembles our little Hoa remarkably. Xiuzhen smiled bitterly. My baby has physical defects. She cannot be compared to little Hoa. Sumai scrutinized the infant, unable to suppress a smile. Not wanting Xiuzhen to notice, she quickly lowered her head and reassured her, no one is perfect, dear sister-in-law. Please do not set your expectations too high for the child. The fact that she was born from you is already a miracle. Indeed, it is not easy, and I hope she will not suffer from ridicule. Xiuzhen sighed, feeling sorrowful at the thought of her daughter's congenital disabilities. Sumai placed a comforting hand on her heart. Worry not, with me as your sister-in-law, no one will dare to bully this child. Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. You are the best person I have ever encountered in my life, Xiuzhen said, her words sincere. Hee, the villagers say the same about me. I am simply a naturally warm-hearted person, what can I say? Sumai smiled sweetly. By the way, have you chosen a name for the child? If not, I would be happy to help. Xiuzhen replied, we have named her Qianxiaodan. So my little niece is called Qianxiaodan. What a lovely name. Sumai exclaimed, handing over the jar of canned fruit. Xiuzhen, giving birth is no small feat, so I brought you this jar of canned fruit. Make sure Haojin heats it up before eating. Do not consume it cold, as it is not good for your stomach. Xiuzhen's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. Sister-in-law, you have been so kind to me. Since I became pregnant, you have brought me stewed eggs every few days, and now you bring me canned fruit. I truly do not know how to repay you. Sumai waved her hand dismissively. Oh, we are family, there is no need for such formalities. By the way, what nutritional supplements have your in-laws sent you? They have saved money for decades and should be quite generous. They, as Xiuzhen hesitated, wanting to mention the 5 coins her father-in-law had given her, but remembering his words that it was his private stash, she fell silent. Sumai, not having heard what she wished, peeked through the window towards the kitchen but saw no sign of her in-laws. She inquired, are they not in the kitchen preparing soup for you? They have gone back, Xiuzhen replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Mother-in-law despises that I have given birth to a monster and refuses to care for me, even demanding we give her 10,000 yuan. That is utterly outrageous. Sumai whispered angrily. That old hag only cares about her grandchildren and money. She treated me decently during my pregnancy, but since little Hoa was born, she has treated me with disdain, constantly making snide remarks and trying to goad Qian Haolai into hitting me, as if she wishes to see me harmed. Xiuzhen's eyes widened in shock. Our mother-in-law is such a person. Yes. But I am no pushover. When her son strikes me in public, I shall return the favor in private. If he strikes me once, I will repay him 4 times. She thinks her son can intimidate me, but he has long been tamed by me. Xiuzhen remained speechless. Sumai leaned in conspiratorially. By the way, how does Qian Haogan treat you? He treats me well. Just today, he even argued with mother-in-law on my behalf. She was furious and demanded 10,000 yuan from us. At this point, Xiuzhen sighed, feeling a mixture of emotions. I see. Sumai recalled how Qian Haolai had struck her to appease his mother and felt a pang of jealousy. Despite having retaliated against him later, compared to how Qian Haogan defended his wife, Qian Haolai's actions seemed lacking, which stirred her envy. Listen, you are his wife, and he should stand by you. If he does not, then he must be properly trained. Let me tell you, men must be trained well. If trained properly, you will enjoy a lifetime of happiness. If not, you will endure suffering forever. I do not understand such things. As long as he treats me well, that is enough, Xiaojun responded. It is too early to say he treats you well. You have just given birth to his child, and his kindness is expected. However, this kindness is merely temporary. If in the future, you face gossip from the entire village, will he still protect you? That is what true kindness entails. Gossip from the entire village. Xiaojun felt a wave of anxiety. Does everyone know about the snake I gave birth to? At that moment, little Hoa noticed the bandages wrapped around her sister's legs and longed to see what kind of injury she had sustained. However, she was too far from the bed to reach her sister. Do you want to see your sister? Sumai removed little Hoa's shoes and placed her beside the infant. Go ahead and take a look. She then turned back to Xiaojun. For now, not many people know, but paper cannot contain fire forever. Regardless of whether that midwife spills the beans, your mother-in-law cannot keep her mouth shut. Just think about it, she has patiently cared for you for months, and you not only failed to give her a grandchild but instead delivered a snake and a monster. How could she possibly feel good about that? If she feels distressed, she will undoubtedly air her grievances everywhere. By that time, not just our village, but people from neighboring villages will know about it. Sumai grasped Xiaojun's hand with a sympathetic expression, sighing, my poor sister-in-law, you must prepare yourself mentally. Does that mean I will be drowned in everyone's spittle? Xiaojun's mind raced with various worries about her future. Unbeknownst to her, little Hoa was already unraveling the bandages from her sister's legs. Sumai noticed this but turned her head away, pretending not to see. She hesitated before pulling 2 coins from her pocket and handing them to Xiaojun. Sister-in-law, take these 2 coins. When the rain stops, let Haojin go to the market and buy you some good food to replenish your strength. Chapter 6, Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Xiaojun hastily returned the money, saying, Sister-in-law, please don't be like this. You have already given me canned goods, how can I possibly accept your money again? Sumai insisted, take it, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Xiaojun replied, no, I cannot accept it. Xiao Hoa is still young, and there will be many expenses in the future, you shouldn't spend so extravagantly. Sumai pressed the money into her hands, saying, take it, we are not short of this little amount. Unable to refuse any longer, Xiaojun accepted the money and placed it by the bedside, planning to inform Qian Haojin later. She felt an immense gratitude towards her sister-in-law, Sumai. Unexpectedly, Sumai quietly interjected, by the way, there is something I need to tell you. When calling the midwife to the house, it is customary to offer a red envelope as a gesture of goodwill. You were so busy that you forgot, but your elder brother did not forget and has already given 2 coins along with a jar of canned goods. We truly forgot in the rush. Brother and sister-in-law, thank you for your thoughtfulness. I will have Haojin return the money to brother right away, Xiaojun said as she prepared to call for him. Sumai quickly said, no need to call. Let the 2 brothers have a good chat. Besides, if you insist on returning the money, there's no need to involve Haojin, there are already 2 coins right here. Is that really okay? Xiaojun asked, momentarily taken aback. Of course it is, Sumai replied. Your brother gave you 2 coins, and here are 2 coins in return. All right, then I shall use this money to repay you, Xiaojun said, picking up the money by the bedside to return it to Sumai. This time, Sumai did not refuse and decisively accepted it. Since this is repayment for your brother, I shall not stand on ceremony. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, wouldn't you agree? You are right, sister-in-law, Xiaojun replied with an awkward smile, glancing at the canned goods by the bed. Please take the can back with you, sister-in-law. Sumai waved her hand, that can is a token of my goodwill. You must keep it. Xiaojun insisted, since it is meant for me, then this jar of canned goods is now mine, correct? Sumai responded, well, yes, that is correct. Xiaojun continued, a brother has given the midwife a jar of canned goods on my behalf, which I must return. Since this jar now belongs to me, I shall use it to repay brother. Since you put it that way, Sumai chuckled and reached for the can. It was only then that she noticed the production date and recalled that this canned peach was nearing its expiration. It was particularly cheap because it was close to the date, which is why she had allowed herself to purchase a few jars to try. Now, she had grown weary of the peach flavor and had long wanted to switch to a different taste but had not been willing to spend the money. With a sly glint in her eye, she withdrew her hand. Sister-in-law, this can was a gift from me to help you recover. How could I possibly take it back? If you truly wish to repay your brother, wait until the rain stops and let Hao Jin go to the market to buy a different flavor to return to me. Xiaojun paused, feeling helpless, and replied, since sister-in-law has said so, I shall listen to you. At that moment, Jian Xiaohua had already removed the bandage from the baby's leg. Upon discovering that her sister's wound had turned dark and rotten, her small brows instinctively furrowed. She thought to herself, a viral infection, I must suck out the poison. Thus, she opened her small mouth and began to suck on her sister's wound. At this point, Sumai could no longer feign ignorance. She hurriedly scooped up Jian Xiaohua, exclaiming, oh dear, what are you doing? Jian Xiaohua pointed at the bloody hole on her sister's leg, wanting to explain that she was saving her sister. However, remembering her mother's instruction to remain silent, she could only close her mouth tightly. Xiaojun, seeing the blood on Jian Xiaohua's lips, was both worried and anxious. Xiaohua, how can you drink your sister's blood? She is already injured. If you drink her blood, it could harm her. At Xiaojun's shout, Jian Haojin and Jian Haolai rushed over. What is going on? What happened? Xiaojun pointed to Jian Xiaohua, saying, Xiaohua, she drank her sister's blood. The two brothers were understandably alarmed, quickly glancing at their daughter. Jian Haojin was concerned that his daughter Jian Xiaodan might have lost too much blood. After carefully inspecting her, he found no serious issues and quickly disinfected the area with alcohol, then wrapped it in clean gauze. Jian Haolai, on the other hand, worried that his daughter Jian Xiaohua might become infected after sucking her sister's blood, especially since Jian Xiaodan's wound had been caused by a wild black cat. Holding Jian Xiaohua in one arm and patting her back with the other, he urged, Xiaohua, quickly spit out the blood. You must spit it out. Your sister's blood may contain a virus. Don't swallow it. Upon hearing this, Jian Haojin and Xiaojun felt uneasy. However, what the elder brother said was indeed true. Jian Xiaodan's wound had been inflicted by a wildcat, thus posing a risk of viral infection. While having the virus on the leg might not be critical, ingesting it could lead to severe consequences. Consequently, both of them urged Jian Xiaohua to spit out the blood. Jian Xiaohua had intended to spit it out after sucking it, but upon being startled by her mother, she had inadvertently swallowed it. Now, she struggled to cough it up, her throat growing hoarse, yet she could not manage to expel it. Jian Haolai was beside himself with worry. Xiaohua, can you still speak? Quickly say something to Daddy. Jian Haojin interjected, brother, are you out of your mind? Xiaohua is only 9 months old. She can't speak. Jian Haolai, feeling frustrated, retorted, I am not out of my mind. Xiaohua can talk. Just today, she called me Daddy and even asked me to throw the flying disc. She can say many words. Jian Haojin and Xiaojun exchanged doubtful glances at Sumai. Jian Haolai insisted, don't look at her. She didn't hear Xiaohua speaking. However, Sumai interjected, I heard her. Xiaohua called for me and said that the pancakes I made were delicious. Jian Xiaohua stared incredulously at her mother. Didn't she want her to remain silent? What did this mean now? See, I told you my little flower can speak. She is quite clever, Jian Haolai said excitedly, coaxing his daughter. Xiaohua, quickly say a few words for your uncles and aunties to hear. Jian Xiaohua nervously gazed at Sumai, uncertain if she could speak. Sumai subtly shook her head, signaling her not to say anything. Jian Xiaohua could only point to her throat and wave her hand. Jian Haolai panicked. Are you saying you can't speak anymore? My poor child. Has she turned mute? Sumai immediately hugged Jian Xiaohua and began to cry uncontrollably. Her face contorted with despair. After a couple of cries, she adopted an expression of disappointment. Xiaohua, Mommy knows you are smart and kind, and that you tried to suck out the poison to prevent your sister's wound from getting infected. But did you forget that you are a child too? Now that the poison has entered your body, it has turned you into a mute. How sad it will be for you to never speak again. Qian Xiaohua pointed at Sumai, wanting to say something, but upon seeing her mother's warning gaze, she ultimately kept silent. Sumai, holding Qian Xiaohua, cried to Qian Haolai, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry back home to get some money and take the child to the clinic. We cannot let Xiaohua truly become mute for the rest of her life." "Oh, right." Qian Haolai quickly grabbed an umbrella, ready to leave. Qian Haojin and Xiuzhen, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow. Out of guilt, Xiuzhen asked, "Sister-in-law, do you have enough money for Xiaohua's treatment? If not, let Haojin take some." Sumai's eyes darted. It seems that Xiaohua's virus is quite serious. "If your family has any money, please lend it to us. Once Xiaohua is no longer mute, I will personally earn money to repay you." Qian Haojin opened the drawer and took out the only 7 coins they had at home, 5 of which were given by their father. "Brother and sister-in-law, this is all we have. Please take it to treat the child." Qian Haolai was just about to say that they had some money left at home and that there was no need to borrow. However, Sumai snatched the 7 coins from his hands, cradled Qian Xiaohua, and decisively stated, "Thank you. Haolai, let us hurry. Xiaohua's condition is serious, and we cannot delay." "Okay." Qian Haolai, fearing that his daughter would truly become mute, rushed off with Sumai without a second thought. Xiuzhen watched the 3 of them leave, her heart aching. How could this happen? Haojin, do you think Xiaohua will really become mute? Chapter 7, A snake was truly born. Qian Haojin sighed, "I do not know. I can only hope she is all right." Suddenly, Xiuzhen's eyes brimmed with tears. "Our daughter, Xiaodan, was bitten by a black cat. Should we take her to the clinic? Xiaohua took a sip of Xiaodan's blood and has been rendered mute due to the virus. If Xiaodan was bitten so severely by the black cat, how can she possibly be fine? Surely, she ought to receive treatment at the clinic." An electrifying realization struck Qian Haojin. Indeed, our Xiaodan needs to be taken to the clinic. Glancing at the frail Xiuzhen, he added, "You should lie still in bed and not move about. I will take the child to the clinic." With a heavy heart, Xiuzhen lamented, "But we have already lent all our money to your elder brother and sister-in-law. We have nothing left to pay for Xiaodan's treatment." Qian Haojin paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Your elder brother and sister-in-law have not gone far. I will chase after them." With that, he securely wrapped the child in a swaddle, fastening it to himself with a cloth strap, and donned a raincoat. He instructed Xiuzhen, "Stay at home and rest. Do not go anywhere. I shall return shortly." Struggling to sit up, Xiuzhen insisted, "Promise me, while you are there, to also check the child's hands and feet, ask the doctor what has caused the loss of her limbs, and have him thoroughly examine whether there are any deficiencies within her body, such as in her heart, liver, or brain." All right, Qian Haojin reassured her, "I will ensure the child receives a full examination. Now, please lie down and rest well." With a heart full of trepidation, Xiuzhen complied and lay back down. Qian Haojin changed into rain boots, tightened his raincoat, grabbed a bamboo stick, and swiftly exited the house. No sooner had he left than Xiuzhen sat up once more. Everyone claimed that her second child was a snake, yet she had never seen it with her own eyes. How could she believe such a thing? Forcing her weary body out of bed, she yearned to glimpse the snake she had supposedly given birth to. However, after searching, she found no spare raincoat or umbrella in the house. Having just given birth, she could not afford to be caught in the rain. In desperation, she clasped her hands in prayer at the door. "Heavenly Father, we have no rain gear left. Could you kindly pause the rain for a moment, allowing me to see my second child, until I see it with my own eyes? I cannot accept that it is a snake." Strangely enough, shortly after her plea, the rain indeed ceased. Overjoyed, Xiuzhen picked up a shovel and, using it for support, made her way to the back of the house. The freshly dug pit bore traces of rain, easily discernible. However, there was a pit beneath the pomegranate tree and another beneath the peach tree, and Xiuzhen did not know which held the great white snake. So, she opted to dig the pit under the peach tree first. To her astonishment, she uncovered the lifeless body of a wild black cat, and with a twinge of regret, she murmured, "I did not mean to. I hope you are reborn into a better life." She then refilled the pit. Just as she laid the final shovelful of dirt, a vibrant green orb appeared at her feet, about the size of a tangyuan, sparkling and beautiful. "What is this?" Xiuzhen wondered aloud as she picked it up, her mind drifting to childhood tales her grandmother had shared. It is said that some animals can grow a core within them, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate into a spirit and transform into human form. Could this orb be the inner core of that wild black cat? With that thought, Xiuzhen decisively tucked the orb into her pocket and proceeded to dig beneath the pomegranate tree. After just 3 shovelfuls of dirt, a white head suddenly emerged from the pit, resembling a large mushroom. Xiuzhen's legs went weak with fear. Under normal circumstances, she would have crawled back home, but having just given birth and feeling utterly exhausted, she could not muster the strength. Furthermore, a persistent thought lingered in her mind. This great white snake was her offspring. She should not be afraid. Thus, summoning her courage, she fixated her gaze upon the white head. In a soft voice, she asked, "Child, is that you? Are you still alive?" The white head nudged upwards, revealing part of a snake's body. Now, Xiuzhen could see it clearly and collapsed onto the ground in shock. "It truly is a snake. I have really given birth to a snake." With a hiss, the great white snake flicked its tongue. After a slight struggle, its entire body wriggled free from the earth, swimming towards Xiuzhen before coming to a halt. Xiuzhen extended her hand, longing to touch it, yet ultimately hesitated. Trembling, she said, "Child, I am your mother. You wouldn't bite your mother, would you?" The great white snake nodded its head. "You understand?" Xiuzhen exclaimed, exhilarated. She had not anticipated that the snake, born just a day ago, could comprehend human speech. She quickly retrieved the green orb from her pocket and presented it before the great white snake. "Child, this may be the inner core of that black cat. If you do not mind, take it to cultivate your spirit. If the legends hold true, one day you will transform into human form. When you do, the Qian family will always welcome you back." With a series of hisses, the great white snake neither nodded nor advanced. Unknown to Xiuzhen, it was communicating in the language of snakes. "Mother, I was never a snake. I am a princess of the dragon clan, punished to descend into the mortal realm for violating heavenly laws. Thank you for giving me life. That inner core is a treasure. It can cure ailments and prolong life. Keep it for yourself." Xiuzhen could not comprehend the snake language and placed the green orb on a patch of grass. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, "A child, you are not in human form now. I cannot take you back to the Qian family. Otherwise, they might knock you unconscious and bury you again. Listen to your mother, accept the orb, cultivate diligently, and return to find me once you have transformed into human form." The great white snake replied, hiss, in snake language. It conveyed, "Then I shall respectfully follow your wishes." It then opened its mouth and swallowed the inner core whole. "That's right." Xiuzhen smiled with relief, though her joy quickly turned to tears. Wiping her eyes, she continued, "A child, your name shall be Qian Xiaoshuang, and your sister will be Qian Xiaodan. Every year on this day, you both will celebrate your birthdays. If possible, return home on this day each year." "I shall celebrate with you and your sister." The great white snake nodded in agreement, indicating it understood completely. Concerned, Xiuzhen warned, "When you return, be sure to be cautious. Do not let anyone see you, or they will surely knock you unconscious and bury you alive again." The great white snake responded, hiss. Hiss, in snake language. It conveyed, "Mother, Qian Xiaodan is not truly my sister. She is the inner core I cultivated for 100,000 years. However, in this lifetime, she has her own existence, and I can no longer use her for my cultivation. I can only protect her in secret. Rest assured, Mother, I will be exceedingly cautious when I return." The great white snake believed its words were understood by Xiuzhen, though in reality, she could only interpret the hissing sounds. At that moment, a thunderous clap resonated, signaling the impending rain. Xiuzhen quickly straightened up, propping herself with the shovel. She wished to hurry back home but was reluctant to part with the great white snake, gazing at it with tear-filled eyes. "Child, I am so sorry," the great white snake replied, hiss, in snake language. It conveyed, "My dear mother, stop fretting. It is going to rain, hurry back." With tears in her eyes, Xiuzhen pleaded, Xie, you must remember to come home on your birthday each year. The great white snake affirmed, hiss, in snake language. It replied, I will remember. Now you must return. Yet, Xiuzhen still lingered. The great white snake thought to itself, fine, I shall take my leave first. With several quick hisses, the great white snake swiftly twisted its body and swam towards the nearby river. At the riverbank, the great white snake nodded its head towards Xiuzhen 3 times before vanishing beneath the water, completely disappearing from sight. Xie Wu, Xiuzhen wept uncontrollably. You must cultivate diligently. Your mother and sister await your return. Chapter 8. How did she suddenly become so stingy? With a resounding clap of thunder, Xiuzhen realized that rain was imminent and promptly leaned on her shovel to return home. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than a torrential downpour began to drench the earth. That was a close call. I almost got caught in the rain, she murmured, as she changed out of her muddy shoes and lay down on her bed, a look of contentment gracing her features. Before long, she drifted into a deep slumber and found herself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In her dream, she ventured to the back room and unearthed a large white snake beneath the pomegranate tree. Mirroring her experience in reality, she presented the wild cat's inner essence to the great white serpent, hoping it would cultivate its powers diligently. She even urged the serpent to return every year on this day to celebrate her birthday with her sister. The sole divergence from reality was that in her dream, the great white snake spoke in a melodious, feminine voice. It assured her, rest easy, mother, I shall cultivate diligently and return every year on this day. In the town clinic, Qian Haolai and Su Mei brought Qian Xiaohua in for a comprehensive examination. The diagnosis revealed that the child was remarkably healthy. Regarding Qian Xiaohua's inability to speak, the doctor speculated that the child might have been frightened, resulting in a psychological barrier. He suggested that they consider admitting Qian Xiaohua for further observation and study. Su Mei, however, feared that a prolonged hospital stay would reveal the true reason behind her daughter's silence, and she was reluctant to incur the substantial expenses. Thus, she advised Qian Haolai, since Xiaohua is healthy, let's return home. Perhaps with time, she will feel better and find her voice. Qian Haolai concurred with her reasoning and agreed to her proposal. Before they departed, however, he approached Qian Haojin and slipped him 10 yuan. 7 yuan is what I owe you, and 3 yuan is a small token of affection from your uncle to my niece. Qian Haojin, overwhelmed with gratitude, took the money into his pocket. At that moment, the doctor brought forth Qian Xiaodan's diagnosis report. Qian Xiaodan is in good health, with no issues at all. Qian Haojin, incredulous, pointed out, Doctor, have you examined her closely? The child has missing limbs, and her right leg bears a significant bite mark from a wild cat. How can that be considered healthy? The doctor responded, the diagnosis report is right here. Feel free to read it for yourself. Qian Haojin scrutinized the report, but remained skeptical. But she has missing limbs, surely that indicates a problem. What about her brain, is that also fine? The doctor's patience wore thin as he retorted, what is wrong with you? Others are overjoyed to hear their child is fine, yet you seem to wish for issues. Qian Haojin's heart ached as he implored, Doctor, how could you say that? I am the child's father. How could I wish for anything amiss? I merely worry that something might have gone undetected. The doctor clarified, everything that needed to be examined has been. As it stands, aside from her missing limbs, there are no other issues. Then please tell me, how did my daughter end up this way? Why do other children emerge whole and healthy, while she was born with such defects? The doctor replied, if you ask me, who should I ask? Perhaps it is simply fate that she is destined to live as a disabled person. Slamming his hand on the table, Qian Haojin exclaimed, how can you speak like that? The doctor, equally irritated, slammed his palm down. What? Do you intend to cause a scene? Qian Haolai quickly intervened, Doctor, please do not take offense. My brother is not adept with words, he merely wishes to inquire about the potential causes that might lead to a mother giving birth to an unhealthy child. After sipping his chrysanthemum tea, the doctor explained earnestly, if we are to discuss this, the causes are numerous. It could be genetic, or perhaps a viral infection during pregnancy. Exposure to chemicals or improper medication used during gestation can also result in fetal harm. Moreover, unhealthy lifestyle choices during pregnancy, such as smoking or drinking, can contribute to such outcomes. Frankly, I cannot determine which of these factors applies to your daughter, Qian Xiaodan. Qian Haolai thanked the doctor and then advised Qian Haojin, brother, since the child is well, let us return home swiftly. Sister-in-law is alone at home. Qian Haojin cradled the child, still unwilling to accept the situation. Missing toes is one thing once she wears shoes. How will she accomplish anything? Can she transplant rice? Can she use chopsticks? Can she hold a pen to write? The doctor remained silent. Qian Haolai added, Doctor, surely the missing fingers. The doctor scoffed, replace fingers and toes, what a ludicrous notion. Qian Haojin quickly corrected himself, I misspoke, not replace, but transplant. I read in the news about a patient abroad who successfully underwent a kidney transplant. If internal organs can be transplanted, surely fingers and toes can be as well, right? The doctor dismissed him, as you noted, that is. However, since the reform and opening up, medical advancements in our nation have been remarkable. Perhaps in the near future, such transplant procedures could become viable, but have you considered what would be used for the transplant? Qian Haojin glanced at him. That way, you can secure a quota for a second child. Who knows, you might even have. The word boy lingered unspoken, yet understood by all present, some inquisitive doctors and patients. Upon Qian Haolai, wishing to spare his brother any embarrassment, forcibly pulled him away. On the way home, the rain had ceased, but the rural dirt road was thoroughly soaked, making it. Qian Haolai and Qian Haojin each cradled a child as they struggled through the mud. Su Mei, unaccompanied and leaning on a stick, appeared less fatigued. Observing her father's toil, Qian Xiaohe felt compelled to speak several times, yearning to reveal the truth behind her silence. However, the terrifying look in her mother's eyes ultimately silenced her. Bored during their journey, Su Mei began to inquire about the events surrounding Xiuzhen's childbirth. Qian Haojin, unwilling to conceal the truth from his brother and sister-in-law, recounted everything in detail, including the locations of the wild black cat's burial and the great white snake south resting place. That evening at Qian Haolai's home, Su Mei felt a sense of accomplishment at having swindled all of Xiuzhen's money, humming a tune as she prepared dinner. The evening meal was quite lavish, featuring sesame sugar pancakes, pan-fried dumplings, stewed eggs, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and corn porridge. Qian Haolai placed Qian Xiaohe in a child-sized chair, his eyes alight with joy as he exclaimed, such a sumptuous feast tonight, I shall call for Haojin to join us. Su Mei immediately interjected, no calling. I made all this, purely to celebrate our daughter's good health. Indeed, our daughter's good fortune merits celebration, Qian Haolai replied cheerfully. So, this stewed egg is for my sister-in-law, right? I'll take it over to her. Su Mei swiftly blocked him, no, that is for Xiaohe to eat. Qian Haolai, taken aback, there is more than enough food for the three of us. Besides, didn't you say the stewed eggs were for my sister-in-law, who needs nourishment after giving birth? Why deny her now? Su Mei, with a reluctance, all the eggs were purchased from the market, and we have very few left. Qian Haojin chimed in, it's fine. I'll buy more tomorrow. Tonight's stewed eggs should go to my sister-in-law. With that, he carried the stewed eggs to his brother's home. Su Mei, both furious and frustrated, found herself powerless to intervene. Irritated, she directed her anger at Qian Xiaohe, saying, you won't get any stewed eggs now, your father took them away to give to others. If you're upset, blame your father. Qian Xiaohe timidly spoke, Xiaohe won't eat, second aunt should eat, for she has worked hard giving birth. With a resounding slap, Su Mei struck Qian Xiaohe across the face, fuming, didn't you promise me you wouldn't speak anymore? Who permitted you to utter a word and to string together so many sentences? This is outrageous. Chapter 9. A transparent black cat. Qian Xiaohe covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly aggrieved. Crying. How dare you shed tears? If you so much as make a sound, I will cripple you on the spot. Su Mei, with a menacing glare, pointed at Qian Xiaohe. Qian Xiaohe desperately stifled herself, determined not to utter a single sound. Yet, in her gaze directed at Su Mei, there lurked not only fear but also a flicker of hatred. She could not comprehend why her mother was such a person. With a derisive snort, Sumai continued, "What gives you the right to look at me with such disdain? I am your own mother. After carrying you for 10 months, what right do you have to resent me? Do you think of me as the villain? Let me enlighten you, I'm indeed the villain. Do you know why your cousin is crippled? It was my doing. I laced her mother's egg custard with poison. Any pregnant woman who consumes it will inevitably give birth to a monster. Your second aunt is such a fool, she thinks the monster child is the result of your grandmother's misdeeds. Little does she know, that so-called monster is merely a case of Seal syndrome. By the way, are you familiar with Seal syndrome?" Qian Xiaohua, trembling with fear, shook her head, unable to speak. "Of course you don't understand. What can a child of your age possibly know? Just because you spoke a bit earlier than others, you think yourself a prodigy." After a pause, she added, "Do you know why your second aunt's second child turned out to be a white snake?" Qian Xiaohua shook her head again, curiosity. Sumai sneered, "It's all her fault. When she was 5 months pregnant, she went to the market and stumbled upon a dead snake, as thick as a carrying pole and pure white. I urged her to move along, but she insisted on giving the snake a water burial. I have long heard a tale, a pregnant woman must not come into contact with any corpse, lest the spirit of the deceased seeks rebirth through her womb. Thus, the true culprit is your second aunt herself. Had she not touched that snake, she would not have borne a snake fetus." Qian Xiaohua was unsure if her mother's words held truth, yet she found herself captivated by the story, listening intently, becoming increasingly engrossed. Sumai took a bite of her bread and continued, "However, even if a snake spirit enters a human womb, the offspring will still be born as a human child. Do you know why your second aunt gave birth to a snake-shaped baby?" Qian Xiaohua shook her head, eager for Sumai to elaborate. Sumai laughed heartily, "It was still my doing. I added 2 types of drugs to your second aunt's egg custard. One causes underdevelopment in the fetus, while the other, Realgar, reveals the snake's true form. Thus, your second aunt's twins were born, one deformed and the other transformed into a snake." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaohua's face contorted with anger. She could hardly fathom that her mother had committed such heinous acts. "Don't glare at me. I am your mother." Sumai advanced menacingly toward Qian Xiaohua. "Are you particularly curious about why I targeted your second aunt?" Qian Xiaohua shook her head, then nodded slightly. Sumai continued, "Because your second aunt is utterly ungrateful. She arrived and won everyone's affection. It's one thing for your uncle to treat her well, as they are husband and wife, but even your grandparents, your father, and the neighbors dote on her excessively. If I don't take action, wouldn't it be a joke for me to live in the old Qian household?" Qian Xiaohua stared blankly at her mother, her expression a tangle of emotions. Sumai scolded, "Do not feign profundity. You are merely 9 months old, Qian Xiaohua. I tell you, as your own mother, you must stand unequivocally by my side. You must not harbor even a shred of sympathy or affection for your second aunt. She is the enemy of your mother, and you must assist me in dealing with her. Do you hear me?" Qian Xiaohua neither nodded nor shook her head. Her eyes filled with dread. Sumai glanced toward the door and said, "Your father has yet to return with the egg custard. He must be deep in conversation with his brother. In that case, let us venture to the back room." Without regard for Qian Xiaohua's willingness, she slung her daughter onto her back, grabbed a shovel, and opened the back door. Once outside, she deliberately shut the door behind them. In the backyard, beneath the peach tree, Sumai dug a few times before unearthing the corpse of a wild black cat. A sinister smile crept across her lips. "They say black cats are transformed spirits. May you become a vengeful spirit after death, seeking retribution against those who wronged you. If you cannot exact your revenge, then be reborn in my family as my son, and I shall aid you in your vengeance." As her words fell, a dark light suddenly emanated from the black cat's corpse and dove straight into Sumai's abdomen. She distinctly felt a warm current surge within her, joyfully exclaiming, "Xiaohua, did you see that dark light? This cat has agreed to my wish. You will soon have a brother. Once your brother is born, you will be able to speak. Aren't you happy?" Jian Xiaohua, clinging tightly to her mother's neck in terror, perceived not a dark light entering her mother's belly, but rather a transparent black cat floating inside. In her panic, she gripped her mother tighter. Su Mai, misinterpreting Jian Xiaohua's fear as joy, patted her daughter's small hand, and in no time, buried the black cat's corpse. She then moved to the pomegranate tree to continue digging. However, after a prolonged search, she found no sign of the white snake. Perplexed, she pondered, could that snake have revived and slithered away? Unwilling to accept defeat, she dug a couple more shovels of dirt. Suddenly, a long snake skin appeared, startling Su Mai to the brink of a scream. The dimming light of the evening, combined with her reluctance to inspect closely, led her to believe this skin belonged to the white snake. Covering her mouth, she whispered, "Xiaohua, do you see? This is the second child your second aunt bore." Jian Xiaohua craned her neck and, upon seeing only a snake skin lying in the pit, inexplicably felt relieved. Regaining her composure, Su Mai addressed the snake skin. "It is said that snakes possess a spirit, distinguishing clearly between friend and foe. I shall now tell you who your enemies are." Bending slightly, she whispered, "The one who killed you was my father-in-law, Jian Buyan, known in the village as Old Seven Jian, and the one who buried you is your biological father, Jian Haolai. If you feel wronged, after becoming a vengeful spirit, seek them out for revenge. Moreover, the reason you were not born as a human infant and why your twin sister was born with deformities is due to your grandmother forcing your mother to consume medicinal soup. Your grandmother is Guoshengyan, referred to as Old Seven Aunt by the villagers. Be sure not to mistake the wrong person when seeking revenge." Upon hearing her mother speak thus, Jian Xiaohua felt a surge of indignation, her small fists clenching involuntarily. At that moment, Jian Haolai's voice called from the main room. "Su Mai, where have you gone? Su Mai, Xiaohua, where are you?" Finding no one in sight, Jian Haolai grew anxious and went next door to search. He could not fathom that Su Mai would be digging in the backyard through the back door at this late hour. In a hurry, Su Mai filled the hole, grabbed the shovel, and stealthily slipped back into the house through the back door. When Jian Haolai returned, he found Su Mai and Jian Xiaohua sitting at the table, eating, unable to believe his eyes. "Where did you just go? I searched everywhere for you." "Where could we possibly go at this hour?" Su Mai replied tersely. "I had a stomach ache and went to the outhouse." Jian Haolai, half convinced, asked, "You took Xiaohua with you to the outhouse?" Su Mai replied, "What else could I do? Leave Xiaohua home alone. Rest assured, I was concerned for her." "That makes sense." Jian Haolai said apologetically, "What a foolish thought. How could I not have considered you went to the outhouse, only to run next door in search of you both?" Jian Xiaohua longed to reveal to her father that her mother was a terrible person and that all her words were lies, but upon seeing Su Mai's warning glance, she dared not act impulsively. After the family finished dinner, Jian Laoqi arrived with 2 fish. "Su Mai, Haolai, I caught 2 fish this afternoon, one for each of you brothers." Su Mai nonchalantly replied, "Our family doesn't care for fish. You may give them to the second family." Instantly, Jian Laoqi's face fell with embarrassment. Jian Haolai took the fish and hung them on a hook behind the kitchen door, pulling Jian Laoqi into the house. "Father, sit down. Since you're here so late, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jian Laoqi awkwardly scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed as he began, "Well, your mother refuses to help your second sister-in-law during her confinement, and I wanted to ask Su Mai if she would be willing to." Before he could finish, Su Mai leaped up in indignation. "Why on earth should I care for her confinement? What is she to me? Has she fed me, or given me money?" Chapter 10. Even if she is a snake spirit, she is still a good spirit. Jian Laoqi was taken aback by Su Mai's sudden action, his aged eyes widening in shock. "Su Mai, why are you so agitated?" "I merely came to inquire. I did not compel you. Besides, haven't you always treated her well? You often bring her steamed eggs, and now that she has just given birth, you adopt this attitude. Was your kindness merely a fad?" Su Mai retorted, I did not feign kindness. I simply do not wish to be kind to her anymore. I had thought she would bear twin sons and bring glory to the Qian family, yet she gave birth to a snake and an abnormal creature. How could a normal person give birth to a snake unless, at this juncture, she intentionally fell silent? Qian Laoqi, anxious, pressed, unless what? Sumai rolled her eyes, unless she herself is a snake. I suspect she is a snake spirit. At that moment, a faint black mist enveloped Sumai's abdomen, visible only to Qian Xiaohua, who was unable to articulate her fear of the ominous presence. She desperately wanted to inform everyone of the dark mist, but recalling that Sumai forbade her from speaking, she remained silent. Sumai, what nonsense are you spouting? Qian Laoqi scolded angrily, what era are we in? How can you still believe in such things? Xiuzhen is virtuous and kind, respecting the elderly and loving the young. She cannot possibly be a snake spirit. Sumai leaped up like a cat, petulantly exclaiming, then why was she able to give birth to a snake? Tell me, how could a decent person give birth to a snake? Qian Laoqi pointed at his son, his face filled with rage. Listen to what your wife is saying. She is slandering your sister-in-law, and you do nothing. Qian Aolai frowned deeply. Sumai, you have gone too far. Your sister-in-law is so kind, how could she possibly be a snake spirit? Stop speaking such absurdities, it would be ill-advised for outsiders to hear. Why does everyone side with her? Are you all bewitched by this enchantress? Sumai exclaimed once more, I say she is a snake spirit. What will you do about it? What has become of you? Qian Aolai raised his hand, ready to strike. Sumai pointed at her own face, go ahead and hit me, if you do, our days together will be over. Qian Aolai, do not forget what you promised me, you vowed never to lay your hand on me in front of others, even if I were 100% at fault. Qian Aolai's hand froze in midair, uncertain of what to do. Sumai, hands on her hips, triumphantly addressed Qian Laoqi, old man, did you see that? Your son dares not strike me. I declare your second daughter-in-law is a snake spirit. She is indeed a snake spirit. What did you call me? Old man. Qian Laoqi was infuriated, turning to his son, Qian Aolai, how can you allow your wife to treat me with such disrespect? Qian Aolai raised his hand once more. Sumai defiantly shouted, Qian Aolai, dare you strike me? If you touch me, I will harm the child in my womb. Qian Aolai, alarmed, withdrew his hand. What did you say? You are pregnant again. Of course, and I guarantee this time it will be a boy. Sumai proudly caressed her belly. Really? Qian Aolai exclaimed, squatting down to listen to her belly. Sumai playfully pressed a finger to his forehead. Are you foolish? It is far too early to hear anything. Having heard nothing, Qian Aolai straightened up. You are not deceiving me, are you? I will take you to the clinic tomorrow for a checkup. Go ahead and check. I am not lying. Sumai replied confidently. Initially, Qian Laoqi was extremely angered, but upon hearing that his eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant and assured it would be a boy, a smile crept upon his face. Softly, he asked, Sumai, are you truly expecting? Sumai patted her belly. Not only am I pregnant, but I will also guarantee a boy. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. I believe you. Qian Laoqi chuckled. You, my child, did not inform me of your pregnancy. Had I known sooner, I would never have let you care for Xiuzhen during her confinement. Sumai's attitude softened slightly. Father, I was merely frustrated and spoke out of turn. Please do not be angry with me. A woman during pregnancy experiences emotional instability. I hope you can understand. I understand, I empathize. Qian Laoqi replied jovially, Sumai, is there anything special you wish to eat? I will personally go to the market tomorrow and have your mother prepare it for you. If your mother learns of your pregnancy, she will be overjoyed. Sumai, feeling bold, responded, since you insist, I will place my order. I wish to have braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, 4 happiness meatballs, fried spring rolls, and lotus root cakes. This so much? Qian Laoqi was astonished. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? When Xiuzhen was pregnant, you and mother prepared lavish meals for her every few days, even moving into her courtyard to take better care of her. Why, when it comes to me, are you hesitant? Qian Laoqi's expression turned serious. Sumai, even though you are with child, do not speak in such a sarcastic manner. Your mother and I will treat you equally. Tomorrow, let Aolai take you to the clinic for a checkup, and if it is confirmed that you are pregnant, your mother and I will move into your courtyard to care for you. Your allowances will be no less than Xiuzhen's. Sumai smirked. Now that sounds more reasonable. However, I heard from Xiaojun that because she did not give birth to a boy, mother demanded a compensation of 10,000 yuan. Is there any truth to that? Qian Laoji admitted, there is some truth to it, but it is not significant. Do not worry, I will not allow your mother to act recklessly, that would be unfair. Sumai scoffed, to be honest, mother is not at fault. She spent all her savings and devoted herself to caring for Xiaojun, and in return, Xiaojun did not provide her with a grandson but instead bore a snake and an abnormal creature. Anyone would find that unacceptable. Initially opposed to his wife's actions, Qian Laoqi found himself agreeing with Sumai's perspective. Sumai continued, however, I believe that rewards and penalties must be balanced. Since Xiaojun failed to give birth to a son and instead brought forth an abnormal child, she should be held accountable. But if I manage to give birth to a grandson for the Qian family, father, do you not? You want a reward of 10,000 yuan, you are bearing your own child and yet demand a reward from us. Sumai replied, why are you in such a rush? I said if it is a boy, then you give me 10,000 yuan as a reward. If it is a girl, you need not give me anything. Sumai, I'm a reasonable person, I assure you, if the second child is not a boy, I will not ask for a single cent. Qian Laoji clasped his hands behind his back, let us discuss this once the child is born. I shall take my leave for now. Sumai inquired, you are leaving just like that, aren't you going to check on your second daughter-in-law next door? Qian Laoji replied, I will visit tomorrow. Sumai suggested, I advise you to bring along some realgar when you visit her tomorrow. If she truly is a snake spirit, she will undoubtedly reveal her true form. Qian Laoji frowned, even if she is a snake spirit, she is still a good spirit, do not worry so much. Sumai remained silent. Jian Hao entered the house. Xiaojun awoke from her slumber, only to find it was already midnight. By the light of the moon streaming through the window, she noticed Qian Hao sleeping at the edge, with their daughter, Qian Xiaodan, nestled between them. Unable to resist, she sat up and placed a kiss on the cheeks of both father and daughter. As she prepared to lie back down, she suddenly noticed a beam of silvery moonlight piercing through the window, directly illuminating Qian Xiaodan's brow. Filled with curiosity, she stared intently. Chapter 11. I possess the essence of 10,000 years of sun and moon. After a minute of the moonlight illuminating the center of Qian Xiaodan's brow, it suddenly vanished, as if it had completed its task. Xiaojun, feeling uneasy, hurriedly turned on the light to check on her daughter. At that moment, Qian Xiaodan's face was flushed, her skin as smooth as cream, and her eyes sparkling with vitality. My daughter is truly beautiful, as Xiaojun mused to herself. Is this my earthly mother? How gentle she is, Qian Xiaodan reflected inwardly. Remarkably, Xiaojun heard this thought. He was speaking. Xiaojun wondered in disbelief, scanning her surroundings in terror. Qian Haojin, startled awake by the blinding light, quickly asked Xiaojun, why are you awake? Xiaojun, trembling with fear, replied, I think I heard someone talking. Is there someone else in the house? A sense of unease washed over Qian Haojin. Xiaojun, please don't frighten me, there is no one else here, and no one is speaking. The corners of Qian Xiaodan's mouth curled into a slight smile as she thought, it seems mother can hear my innermost thoughts. If only this were true, I could assist her in many ways. Once again hearing the voice, Xiaojun gazed at her daughter in disbelief and murmured, could it be that you are the one speaking? Qian Haojin chuckled, Xiaojun, don't be silly. This child has just been born, how could she possibly speak? Perhaps you were dreaming just now. Dreaming? Xiaojun recalled her dream in detail, where she had given birth to a second child, a talking white serpent. She quickly informed Qian Haojin, I indeed had a dream, where our second child, Qian Xiaoshuang, could speak. Second child, Xiaoshuang. Qian Haojin's anxiety deepened. Wasn't the second child a serpent? After being killed by father, I buried it. How could you dream of it speaking? Could it be, it visited you in a dream? Xiaojun shook her head. It was not a visitation, Xiaoshuang is not dead. It has wandered off. Qian Haojin grasped his wife's hand tightly. Xiaojun, you must have been dreaming. Our second daughter, Xiaoshuang, is not human, she is a serpent, buried behind the house, promise me. do not dwell on this matter any longer, all right? Xiaozhen insisted, even if I saw it with my own eyes, Qian Haojin replied. Xiaozhen, stop speaking nonsense, you have been at home since giving birth, you have not been to the back room, how could you possibly have seen it wandering off? I went to the back room. I even took a shovel and dug, unearthing a wild cat and a serpent. Xiaozhen spoke each word with conviction, yet Qian Haojin remained skeptical. He embraced his wife, his expression filled with concern. Xiaozhen, I know you are hurting. I am hurting too. Father, mother, and my siblings all believed you were carrying twin boys, and they have cared for us during your pregnancy, yet we not only failed to have a son, but also gave birth to a creature and a serpent. Perhaps this is fate, let us accept our destiny. I am not lying, everything I say is true, Xiaozhen fervently explained. All right, I believe you, Qian Haojin replied dismissively. Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, Mother, father does not truly believe you. He is merely placating you. This time, Xiaozhen heard clearly, the voice was that of Qian Xiaodan, emanating from the bed. She quickly cradled Qian Xiaodan in her arms and asked, the voice just now, it came from you, didn't it? Qian Xiaodan's inner voice responded, so, Mother can truly hear my thoughts. Mother, my thoughts are celestial secrets, please keep them close to your heart. If you reveal these secrets to outsiders, both of your daughters will face calamity. Just as Xiaozhen intended to share her newfound ability to hear Qian Xiaodan's thoughts with Qian Haojin, she hesitated after hearing her daughter's warning. Fortunately, Qian Haojin did not take Xiaozhen's words seriously, he merely thought she was missing their second child, Qian Xishuang, too much and had dreamt of it speaking. He comforted her, Xiaozhen, do not be confused. It was just a dream. Go to sleep, when you awaken, it will all be forgotten. Xiaozhen complied and lay down, yet unease lingered in her heart. Her eldest daughter, Qian Xiaodan, had just been born. Even if she possessed thoughts, could they truly be so coherent? Could it be that she had not consumed the Mengpo soup before her reincarnation? Was she reborn with memories from her past life? At that moment, a wave of lochia flowed forth, and Xiaozhan felt an excruciating pain in her abdomen. Involuntarily letting out a groan, Qian Xiaodan's inner voice urged, a mother, are you in pain? Within me lies the essence of 10,000 years of sun and moon, my blood can heal. If you feel unwell, simply prick my finger and drink a bit of my blood. The essence of 10,000 years of sun and moon. Could it be that my daughter was a celestial being in her past life? Xiaozhen turned her head in disbelief, just as she was about to gaze upon her daughter. Smack. Qian Haojin turned off the light. Is your stomach hurting? Qian Haojin, reaching over Qian Xiaodan, placed his hand gently on Xiaozhen's abdomen, massaging it lightly. This brought Xiaozhen considerable relief, and she soon fell asleep. The following morning, Qian Haojin left early to buy groceries. Seizing the opportunity, Sumai entered Xiaozhen's room with a bowl of fish soup. Sister-in-law, are you awake? This is fish soup I prepared, it will help with lactation, drink it while it's hot. Xiaozhen, groggily opening her eyes, was overwhelmed by the rich aroma of the fish soup, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Sister, you are so kind to me, Sumai smiled warmly, isn't this only natural? We are family after all, since mother doesn't want to take care of you, it falls to me as your sister-in-law to check on you occasionally. Sister, you have worked hard, Xiaozhen expressed, her voice thick with emotion. Sumai touched her own belly and said, originally, I intended to take care of you for the entire month, but unfortunately, I experienced pregnancy symptoms last night, and I feel quite unwell, so I cannot assist you any longer. My elder brother will take me to the hospital for checkup. Xiaozhen's eyes widened in surprise. Really, sister, you are truly pregnant? Sumai nodded. Yes, 100% pregnant, and I have a strong feeling this child will certainly be a boy. Xiaozhen exclaimed, then I shall congratulate you in advance. If father and mother find out you are pregnant, they will be overjoyed. Sumai replied, father visited last night, he was the one who persuaded your brother to take me to the clinic for a checkup. Once it is confirmed that I am indeed pregnant, they will move in with us to take care of me. They even promised that if I give birth to a boy, I will receive 10,000 yuan as a reward. Xiaozhen gasped, 10,000. Do they have that much money? Su Mei replied, if they don't have it, they will earn it. Besides, you owe them 10,000, right? Since they owe me 10,000, and you owe them 10,000, I believe you can simply pay us back directly. Xiaozhen found herself speechless. At first glance, her sister-in-law's reasoning seemed sound. However, upon deeper reflection, she felt something was amiss. At that moment, Qian Xiaodan had also awakened. She urgently conveyed to Xiaozhen, Mother, your sister-in-law is not a good person. Do not listen to her. Su Mei pointed at the fish soup. Sister-in-law, please drink it while it's hot. It will help with milk production. Xiaozhen had initially harbored doubts about her sister-in-law's intentions, but upon catching sight of the rich fish soup, her suspicions faded. Ever since her pregnancy began, Su Mei had been caring for her, frequently bringing her steamed egg dishes, so how could she not be a good person? She lifted the bowl, ready to drink. Qian Xiaodan's voice cut in urgently, Mother, do not drink, this soup has been drugged by your sister-in-law. Once you drink it, your milk supply will be completely gone, and I will never be able to drink your milk again. Xiaozhen furrowed her brows. How could this little one harbor such thoughts? Her sister-in-law was such a good person, how could she possibly harm her? Though she thought this, just as the soup was about to touch her lips, she set the bowl down. It's too early. I have no appetite and do not wish to drink for now. Su Mei grew anxious. The fish soup is so fresh, how could you possibly have no appetite? Hurry and drink it while it's hot, or it will lose its flavor. Xiaozhen smiled faintly. It's fine. If it cools down, it can be reheated. When Haojin returns, I will have him heat it for me. Qian Xiaodan's inner voice warned, Mother, I just read your sister-in-law's thoughts. She is extremely envious of you. She has drugged you more than once, and every time you consumed those steamed egg dishes, they were laced with poison. The reason I was born a strange being, and my sister was born a serpent, is all because of her treachery. This woman is too malevolent. You must keep your distance from her in the future. Chapter 12, Tears are forbidden. During the confinement period. Upon hearing these heartfelt words, Xiaozhen suddenly shivered. If what her daughter claimed was indeed true, then her sister-in-law was exceptionally dark and frightening. Striving to maintain her composure, she tentatively remarked, Sister-in-law, let me speak frankly, it is not that I lack an appetite due to rising early, but rather because I am troubled at heart. There is something I have long pondered, how can a human give birth to a snake? This defies all logic. Subtle amusement flickered at the corners of Su Mei's mouth, only to fade back to normality. She offered consolation, saying, in this vast world, there are countless wonders. If you ask me, the fault lies with you. Do you not recall that during your 5th month of pregnancy, you placed the corpse of a snake in the river for a water burial? I have heard the elders in the village say that a pregnant woman must not touch any corpse, otherwise, the spirit of that corpse may be reborn within her. Xiaozhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? But you were standing right beside me at that time. Since you were aware of this, why did you not warn me? Su Mei replied, Sister-in-law, how can you place the blame on me for your own mistake? I am a learned woman and have never believed in superstitions. I chose not to remind you because I thought you were kind-hearted. You would have anticipated that this would turn out to be true. Moreover, you have received an education as well. Even if I had mentioned this to you, would you have believed me? Surely you would not have. You might have even laughed at me. I deliberated extensively before deciding against warning you, so you should not hold it against me. Xiaozhen was taken aback by her sister-in-law's response, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. Though she had received an education, she held great respect for the wisdom of the elders. Whether true or not, believing in such matters brought no harm. Had her sister-in-law given her a warning back then, she was certain she would never have touched that dead snake. In her heart, Qian Xiaodan mused, Mother, do not be disheartened, that snake is not merely a snake, it is a princess of the dragon clan, punished for violating heavenly decrees and cast down to earth in serpent form. Whoever saves her will receive her as their child. A dragon princess as your daughter will only bring you fortune, not harm. Originally, the dragon princess was destined to be born as a human infant, but your sister-in-law added numerous herbs to your steamed egg, one of which was Realgar. This prevented the snake fetus from assuming human form, compelling it to be born in serpentine shape. Xiuzhen stared at Sumei in shock, unable to fathom such malice and horror from her sister-in-law. Sumei, feeling somewhat guilty, questioned, "Sister-in-law, why do you look at me like that? I have already said that I did not believe in such things back then. Had I believed, I would have certainly warned you." Just as Xiuzhen was about to unleash her anger, Qian Xiaodan interjected in her mind, "Mother, do not succumb to fury. Exercise restraint. She possesses a spiritual fetus guarding her. That spirit, which has bitten my right leg, is the wild black cat." Upon hearing her daughter's reminder, Xiuzhen suppressed her rage and sighed, "Very well, this is the fate of the second child. However, I still cannot comprehend why my eldest child was born with such deformities. She is not a reincarnation of a snake." Sumei, recalling that all these misfortunes stemmed from her own actions, could not help but smirk. Fearing that Xiuzhen might notice, she quickly turned away, exhaling a sigh. "Alas, sister-in-law, you truly are a woman of misfortune." After cultivating a sense of sorrow, she turned back and stated, "If you ask me, it is all the fault of your second child. Surely, the second child is envious of the first, which is why it bit the first child several times while in your womb, preventing it from being born whole." As she spoke, she seized Qian Xiaodan's hand. "Look, 3 fingers are missing from the left hand, and 3 from the right. Both feet are devoid of toes. What else could this be but a bite? Your second child is so malicious, even before birth, that being buried is well deserved." Xiuzhen trembled with indignation upon hearing these words. In her heart, Qian Xiaodan insisted, "Mother, do not heed her words. She is attempting to sow discord between you and my sister. To speak frankly, I am the inner essence of the Dragon Princess and was once one with my sister. It was her administration of the herbs that caused my essence to separate from her body, forming a singular entity. As for my deformities, they were not caused by my sister's bites, but rather by a certain Western medicine that your sister-in-law added to the steamed egg. When a pregnant woman consumes it, the child may develop incompletely. If it were an ordinary fetus, not only would it suffer from limb deformities, but it could also lack arms and legs, and even internal organs and intellect could be affected. Fortunately, I am not an ordinary fetus. I am the inner essence of a dragon princess, possessing the essence of 10,000 years of celestial energy, which is why I have not sustained excessive harm." "Is that so?" Xiuzhen trembled, angered by Sumei's actions. Sumei, believing that Xiuzhen was merely upset by her second child, feigned concern. "Do not be angry, sister-in-law, that wicked snake has already been buried and will no longer harm your eldest child. From now on, simply refrain from aiding such beings, for animals do not understand gratitude." She lifted a bowl of fish soup and presented it to Xiuzhen. "Drink the soup. If you do not, it will grow cold." Xiuzhen, stifling her anger, replied, "I feel unwell and cannot drink. I will wait until Huijin returns." Sumei reluctantly set the soup down. "Very well then." At that moment, her brother, Qian Haolai, entered the courtyard, calling out, "Sumei, why are you still not home?" "We must head to the hospital." Sumei quickly rose. Coming. Qian Haolai stepped into Xiuzhen's room and inquired, "Sister-in-law, is there anything in particular you wish to eat? I can have your sister-in-law bring it back." What might she bring back? Who knows what kind of herbs she would add? Xiuzhen did not even raise her head. "I have no appetite. I do not wish to eat anything." Qian Haolai expressed his concern. "How can you not eat? The child is waiting for your milk. Even if you do not want to eat, you must force yourself to do so." Sumei gently interjected, "Haolai, your sister-in-law is heartbroken at the thought of her eldest being a deformity and her second being a snake. How can she possibly find the heart to eat? I am trying to console her." "You are so considerate," Qian Haolai said affectionately. "However, we must go to the hospital and cannot linger here for long. Let us depart and discuss this later." He added as a reminder to Xiuzhen, "Sister-in-law, please rest well. Once your sister-in-law finishes her examination, I will take her to the department store to buy you some delicious snacks." Xiaozhen's expression darkened. There is no need for your concern. Wu Jin will buy for me, you may go about your business. Jian Haolai frowned, taken aback by his sister-in-law's lack of appreciation. He felt pity for his wife, who had risen early to prepare fish soup for Xiaozhen. Su Mei feigned a look of grievance, reassuring Jian Haolai, do not think too much, your sister-in-law does not mean to give you the cold shoulder, she is merely distressed, and you must be understanding. Jian Haolai sighed, sister-in-law, how can you put my mind at ease like this? That snake is dead and buried, although this child is born with limb deformities, at least she is physically healthy. I worry that you will overthink things. I have already arranged for a midwife, and she will not speak of it. As family, we will keep this secret. So please, do not worry. Xiaozhen retorted, are you done talking? If you are, please leave, I need to rest. Jian Haolai felt anger bubbling within him. Why was his sister-in-law so obstinate? Su Mei suggested, Haolai, you should return to fetch the cart. I will talk with sister-in-law a little longer and then return. Very well, do your best to console her, Jian Haolai replied before taking his leave. Su Mei resumed her seat by the bedside. Sister-in-law, you are not upset with me, are you? When you performed the water burial for that snake, I failed to remind you that was indeed my fault. However, what is done, regretting now serves no purpose. If you let it weigh on your heart, you only torment yourself. I have heard from the elders that shedding tears during the confinement period is forbidden, for it may leave lingering ailments. In the future, on rainy days, your vision may falter. Xiaozhen maintained a cold demeanor. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Su Mei rolled her eyes. Indeed, I do. These matters were originally not meant to be spoken of, for to do so would be to betray the Qian family. Yet now, it seems I cannot remain silent. Initially, Xiaozhen wished to expel Su Mei, but upon hearing this, she reconsidered. She was eager to learn what Su Mei wished to divulge, and why speaking of it would constitute a betrayal of the Qian family. Chapter 13, the entire family united to deceive into marriage. Su Mei glanced at the doorway, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, I must share a secret with you. Your in-laws suspect you are a serpent demon and intend to test you. They plan to mix realgar into your meals, compelling you to reveal your true form. Xiaozhen exclaimed, what are you saying? They suspect I am a serpent demon. Su Mei replied, indeed, they will act either at noon today or this evening, so be cautious while dining. After bearing children for the Lao Qian family, they dare to cast such suspicions upon me. Xiaozhen's lips trembled with indignation. In her heart, Qian Xiaodan reassured, Mother, do not be angry. Your sister-in-law is sowing discord. If you lose your temper, you will fall into her trap. Xiaozhen took a moment to compose herself, stating, let them test me if they wish, after all, I am not a serpent demon, and I fear no trials. Su Mei was taken aback by Xiaozhen's resilience. Her eyes gleamed with a new idea. Do you know how you came to possess the 3 large tiled houses you live in? Xiaozhen surveyed her surroundings, puzzled. Is sister-in-law, what do you mean? Did not our father build this house for us? Where would he find the means? Su Mei scoffed. Consider this, our in-laws hail from a rural background, without stable employment, and their only skill is weaving baskets. How much could they possibly earn from that? How could they afford to construct such grand houses? The 3 tiled houses belonging to me and your brother were indeed built by him, while the 2 dilapidated rooms they inhabit were inherited from our grandparents. As for your 3 tiled houses, Su Mei paused deliberately, clearing her throat before declaring, they were borrowed. Xiaozhen felt a surge of anger. What did you say? Borrowed? From whom? Su Mei explained, from 4th uncle's family. 4th uncle purchased a house in the city and had no interest in the rural property, which he had long wished to sell. Upon learning this, our father expressed his desire to buy it. 4th uncle stated that if it were sold to someone else, it would cost at least 7,000 or 8,000. However, since it was for his brother, he would sell it for 5,000. Xiaojun grasped the implication, so this house is actually bought from fourth uncle's family. Sumai chuckled, if only it were a purchase. Father scraped together 5,000 with great difficulty, but when it came time to pay, fourth uncle said he would not accept any money, stating that he wished to keep the house for his old age, so he would allow you to live there temporarily. Fourth uncle also remarked that young people cannot remain in the countryside forever. They will eventually seek work and buy a new house in the city. Whenever you two manage to purchase a new home, you will return this tiled house to them. Xiaojun's heart sank. So, does this mean that my husband and I do not truly own this house? We are merely residing here temporarily. Reflecting on the promises made during their courtship, where Qian Haojin insisted that this house was specially constructed by his parents for them, Xiaojun felt an array of emotions swirling within her. No house was no house, but why had he told her it was newly built? Was this not a deception in marriage? Gripping Sumai's hand, she demanded, "Sister-in-law, tell me, what else is the Qian family deceiving me about?" Sumai patted Xiaojun's hand. "Sister-in-law, do not be agitated. I will reveal everything to you." Casting another glance at the doorway, she lowered her voice. "Do you know the exact year your husband, Qian Haojin, was born? How many years older he is than you?" Xiaojun replied, "He is 2 years older than me. His birth date is on our marriage certificate." Sumai chuckled, "But do you know why Qian family's second uncle insisted on accompanying you the day you obtained your marriage certificate? The reason the second uncle accompanied you was not to spare you from queuing, but to commit fraud." "Fraud? What kind of fraud?" Xiaojun was puzzled. "Of course, it was a forgery. Your husband, Qian Haojin, is actually 8 years older than you. He has previously courted 3 girls, but each time the relationship fell apart due to the lack of a house and bride price. When it came to you, you stated you did not want a bride price, which made them feel you were easy to manipulate, so they concealed the truth about the missing house and Qian Haojin's actual age. On your marriage certificate, that was a deliberate error made by the staff who accepted a bribe from the second uncle, intending to mislead you into believing he was merely 2 years your senior, when in fact, he is not. If you don't believe me, you can check the household registration book of the Qian family. However, it is likely that your in-laws have hidden it, so you might not be able to retrieve it. 8 years older than me. Why would they deceive me in such a manner?" Xiaojun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Sumai chuckled, "Your family lives in town, with such favorable conditions and a striking appearance. If you had known earlier that he was 8 years your senior, would you have pursued this marriage? Without the deception, how would they have enticed you into the Qian family? You all conspired together to deceive me into marriage." Xiaojun felt panic rising within her. Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, "Mother, do not be angry. This is a fated union between you and father, one that cannot be avoided. Remember how well father treats you. He may have erred, but he truly loves you. As the saying goes, age is but a number, and distance is not an obstacle. Do not speak." Xiaojun interrupted abruptly. Sumai was about to speak when Xiaojun's words led her to believe they were directed at her. She immediately darkened her expression. "Sister-in-law, I have shared the truth with you out of goodwill. Do not turn against me. It is the Lao Qian family that has deceived you, not I. I have only treated you kindly. You have treated me kindly." Xiaojun, unable to contain her anger, blurted out, "If you truly cared for me, would you have drugged the steamed eggs? Would you have poisoned the fish soup?" "Sumai, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions." Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, "Oh no, how could you reveal that? After becoming mortal, the only power I retained is the ability to read minds. If the heavenly Tao learns that I have leaked secrets, it may revoke my mind-reading ability. Oh, I apologize, daughter. I couldn't help myself." Xiaojun felt an overwhelming sense of shame, but now that the words had slipped out, what could she do? Sumai stood up in alarm. "How do you know about this?" "No, I have done nothing. I have not drugged anyone." Qian Xiaodan, in her thoughts, urged, "Mother, quickly say it was merely a guess or a dream, otherwise, the heavenly Tao will become suspicious of me." "I dreamed it." Xiaojun quickly asserted, "I dreamed that my eldest child became disabled and my second child took on a serpent form because of you. It was all your doing, all because of your poison. Sister-in-law, have you lost your mind? Can the events of a dream be taken seriously?" Sumai sighed in relief. Xiuzhen challenged, then dared to swear to the heavens that you have not done any of these things. If you can swear, I will believe in your innocence. Sumai was terrified to swear. She took several steps back, nearly stumbling to the ground. Just then, Qian Haojin returned home, riding his bicycle. He entered carrying groceries, greeting cheerfully, "Sister-in-law, you are here." Sumai, spotting her savior, immediately began to cry, "Haojin, please take a look at your wife, she seems to have lost her mind. Once I gather evidence, I will ensure you face justice." Sumai wailed, look, she has gone mad, spewing nonsense, claiming she dreamed that I poisoned her. She accused me of being a villain, saying that the entire Lao Qian family are deceivers, all plotting against her. You are not good people. You are all liars. Xiuzhen was on the verge of collapsing from fury. Qian Haojin, deeply concerned, stepped forward. "Xiuzhen, what has happened to you? You seemed fine just yesterday." At that moment, Qian Haolai entered the room, noticing the tense atmosphere, his expression filled with worry. "What is wrong with my sister-in-law?" Sumai, now more aggrieved, wept, "My sister-in-law has suffered too much trauma. Her mind is no longer sound. She even suspects me of being a bad person, claiming that I poisoned her in the steamed eggs and fish soup, asserting that the conditions of her 2 children are my doing. She also stated that not a single person in the Lao Qian family is trustworthy, that they are all deceived. Woe is me, how could my sister-in-law misunderstand me this way? I have always treated her well, and you all have seen it." Qian Haojin looked apologetically at Xiuzhen. "Sister-in-law, please do not cry. I apologize on her behalf. Do not cry, we all know you are a good person." Qian Haolai quickly embraced his wife, soothing her. "Sumai, you are so kind-hearted, always making steamed eggs for your sister-in-law, and this morning you prepared fish soup for her again. I have witnessed it all." Xiuzhen retorted, "You have all been deceived. She is not a good person. She poisoned the fish soup, intending for me to drink it." On the verge of divulging that drinking the fish soup would deprive her of milk, Qian Xiaodan urgently reminded, "Mother, do not say any more. This is a heavenly secret." Upon hearing this, Xiuzhen immediately fell silent, tightly covering her mouth. Qian Haojin inquired, "Xiuzhen, who told you all of this?" Xiuzhen released her grip, confidently stating, "I dreamed it." Is that not valid? Chapter 14, Can you please stop the nonsense? Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, "Mother, this explanation is rather far-fetched. Father won't believe you. It would be wiser to feign madness for now, and when the opportune moment arises, seek revenge. Furthermore, I dreamt that our second child was a great white snake, which crawled out from the pit behind our house, called Mimother, and swam away. Before plunging into the water, it even bowed to me 3 times. The expression on Xiuzhen's face resembled that of a mental patient. Qian Haojin, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Xiuzhen, are you all right? That was merely a dream. How can you take it seriously?" Qian Haolai interjected, "Brother, my sister-in-law's behavior is indeed peculiar. You must guide her properly." He then turned to Sumai, "My sister-in-law isn't intentionally targeting you. She is merely speaking nonsense due to the shock. What she recounted were her dreams. Please do not hold it against her." Sumai wiped away non-existent tears. How could I possibly hold a grudge against someone suffering from illness? Besides, she is family. She rolled her eyes, suddenly adopting a worried expression. "By the way, I read in a newspaper that some women develop postpartum depression after giving birth. Do you think my sister-in-law might be suffering from it?" What is depression? Both Qian Haojin and Qian Haolai were bewildered. Sumai lowered her voice and explained, "Depression is a mental disorder. To put it bluntly, it is akin to insanity. Those afflicted are psychologically fragile and highly sensitive. We must take good care of her and avoid provoking her." However, Sumai's tone shifted. "There are also some I am uncertain which category my sister-in-law falls into. Regardless, we must care for her, especially since she has given birth to a snake and a peculiar child. She must be feeling quite distressed." Upon hearing Sumai's words, Xiuzhen could not help but scoff. How venomous. One moment you say I am ill, and the next you claim I am faking it. Sumai smirked slightly. "Sister-in-law, your words compel me to suspect that you are indeed fabricating this illness to stir trouble. You are the one causing trouble. Stop the commotion." Jian Haojin suddenly lost his temper. Sister-in-law has been nothing but kind to you. Can you not see that? Must you utter such hurtful words? Jian Haolai maintained a stern expression. Sister-in-law, you truly must cease this behavior. If the neighbors overhear, the fact that you gave birth to a snake will not remain a secret. You can see how good your sister-in-law has been to you. Everyone has a heart, and she has shown you such kindness. How can you bear to harm her? Kindness, very well, if you all say she is kind, then she must be. Tears brimmed in Xiaozhen's eyes. She wiped her tears away and pointed at Jian Haolai. Eldest brother, do you dare tell me how many years older your brother is than I? Did our parents truly build these 3 thatched houses? How many secrets does your family still hide from me? Jian Haolai was taken aback, not expecting his sister-in-law to uncover the truth so swiftly. Jian Haojin felt a pang of guilt. Xiaozhen, I am sorry, our family has indeed wronged you regarding the marriage. Jian Haolai added, Xiaozhen, our family has made mistakes, but your sister-in-law is innocent. You may blame us, but you cannot blame her. Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, Mother, do not be angry or impulsive. They all believe your sister-in-law is a good person, and it is futile to argue further. As the saying goes, the distance reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. It would be better to wait until your sister-in-law reveals her flaws before addressing her properly. I cannot wait. I must vent my anger now. Xiaozhen replied inwardly. She then pointed at Sumai. Do you know why I am so agitated? It is because of her. She told me that everyone in the Qian family are liars. Not only did they deceive me about having a house, but Jian Haojin is actually 8 years older than me, yet you all claim he is only 2 years older. This means the birth date you provided for him is entirely fabricated. Sumai, so it was you who provoked her. Jian Haolai's face twisted in anger as he raised his hand. Sumai nervously stepped back, placing her hand over her belly. Upon seeing his wife's condition, Jian Haolai ultimately could not bring himself to strike her. Xiaozhen confronted Jian Haojin. Haojin, we met through an arranged marriage and had no feelings for each other. My mother matched our birth dates, believing we were compatible, which is why I consented to this union. But the birth dates your family provided were false. We have no way of knowing if we are truly compatible. Jian Haojin, your family is truly despicable, even falsifying birth dates. What else is genuine? Jian Haojin apologized. Our family could not afford to build a new house, and I am 8 years older than you. I worried you would not accept me, and thus resorted to this subterfuge. Xiaozhen, our family indeed concealed the truth about marrying you, but my feelings for you are 100% genuine. There is not a shred of deceit. If you doubt me, I can swear an oath. As he spoke, Jian Haojin raised his hand. Jian Haojin, swear to the heavens that my feelings for Xiaozhen is shut up. I don't want to hear it. Xiaozhen shouted, covering her ears. Sister-in-law, this behavior is senseless. Jian Haolai frowned deeply. Sumai clasped her hands together. As sister-in-law, I sincerely beg you, please stop the commotion. Haojin truly cares for you. Who is causing the ruckus here? Are you all blind? Xiaozhen pointed at Sumai. You are the one who came here early to provoke me, revealing everything about the Qian family's deceitful marriage. You all conspire to deceive me, and when I merely speak up for myself, you label me as the troublemaker. Do you truly have no sense of right and wrong? Sumai replied, a sister-in-law, I revealed the truth. You should be grateful to me, not resentful. Moreover, the Qian family has kept you deceived for over a year. Even if you regret it now, it is too late. If you cannot accept this deception, then divorce. No one will stop you. Slap. Jian Haolai could no longer restrain himself and delivered a sharp slap to Sumai's face. What nonsense are you spouting? My sister-in-law just gave birth. Why must you provoke her? Slap. Slap, slap, slap. Sumai retaliated with 4 swift slaps. Angrily, she declared, you promised not to hit me, and now you do. Do you truly think I, Sumai, am easy to bully? Qian Haolai, your family deceived her, and now you won't allow me to speak the truth. I am not in the wrong unless you apologize sincerely. I will terminate this pregnancy immediately, and we will part ways. Qian Haojin was horrified, hurriedly trying to mediate. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, please do not escalate this. Do not let our quarrel create rifts. Qian Haolai grasped Sumai's hand, speaking softly. All right, I was wrong. You have returned my 4 slaps, so it is fair. Let us hurry to the hospital. From now on, we will focus on our own lives and not interfere in others' matters. Now that sounds reasonable. Sumai glanced back at Xiuzhen with an air of superiority as she walked out the door. As soon as they left, Qian Haojin closed the door and knelt down on the ground. Xiuzhen, our family has wronged you. I apologize, but I genuinely love you. Since our marriage, I have treated you well. You have seen it for yourself. Enough said. It is ultimately my fault. I will accept any punishment as long as you can calm down, all right? Xiuzhen turned away, refusing to acknowledge him, laying her child down on the bed and turning her back. Qian Haojin understood that Xiuzhen would not be placated easily, so he placed the vegetables he had brought beside him and knelt down to sort them. Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, Mother, I just read Father's thoughts. He did not intend to deceive you, but he is older and our family's circumstances are poor. He struggled to find a wife, and upon seeing you during the matchmaker's visit, he feared he would not be able to marry you, so he agreed to the family's ruse. Xiuzhen gently patted Qian Xiaodan. Sleep now. Qian Xiaodan mused, Mother, I sense that Grandpa and Grandma are on their way here. Shouldn't you wake Dad? Lest you end up suffering the consequences. Xiuzhen turned over and noticed Qian Haojin kneeling on the ground sorting vegetables. Her heart softened. Go outside to sort them. All right. Qian Haojin exclaimed joyfully. Just as he was about to rise, the door was suddenly kicked open with force. Chapter 15. Hurry and present the evidence. Upon witnessing her son kneeling on the ground, Aunt Chisher immediately pulled him up and pointed an accusation. How dare you make my son kneel before you? Xiuzhen claimed you were feigning madness and causing trouble at home, and I didn't believe it until now. Have you swallowed the audacity of a leopard? How dare you torment my son in such a manner? Qian Haojin quickly interjected, Mother, do not blame Xiuzhen. It was I who chose to kneel. If you must assign blame, let it be upon my sister-in-law. She came over while I was away and disclosed our family's marriage scheme, which angered Xiuzhen, leading to her outburst. Aunt Chisher calmed down slightly. Even so, you should not kneel before her. Do you not know that a man's knees are worth gold? What is there to fear from a woman who cannot bear children? Not only can she not produce a son, but she has also given birth to a snake and a monstrosity. Frankly, such a woman should be discarded. Divorce her. Qian Haojin could not contain his anger. A mother, how can you speak like that? Xiuzhen has just given birth and is still weak. It is one thing for my sister-in-law to provoke her, but must you join in as well? Do you not wish for us to live harmoniously? Qian Laoji replied, What my son says holds merit. Xiuzhen has only just delivered and should not be subjected to repeated provocations. Moreover, if they were to divorce, Haojin would be left without a wife. Do you have the means to find him another? Aunt Chisher was left speechless and could only leave in a huff. Qian Laoji placed a basket on the bedside table and said, Xiuzhen, do not take to heart your mother's sharp tongue. She is all bark and no bite. Last night, she stayed up late to make these steamed buns for you, enriched with malt extract. They are quite fragrant. When you feel hungry, have Haojin steam them for you. Xiuzhen inquired, aside from Realgar. What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Laoji's face darkened in displeasure. Qian Xiaodan quietly reminded her, Mother, grandfather is not a bad person. Do not provoke him. There is no Realgar in the buns. You can eat without worry. Just shift the blame onto your sister-in-law. Taking a deep breath, Xiuzhen apologized. Father, I did not mean to anger you. It was my sister-in-law who suggested you suspected I was a serpent spirit and advised me to be wary of Realgar in my food. Upon hearing this, Qian Laoji became furious. Xiuzhen is truly a troublemaker. Last night, it was she who suggested I give you Realgar to test if you were a serpent spirit. How could my sister-in-law do such a thing? Jian Haojin was equally incensed. Farther, you did not actually buy Realgar, did you? Of course not. Tian Laoqi exclaimed. I made it clear to her last night that Xiuzhen is virtuous and kind, respecting the elderly and loving the young. She cannot possibly be a serpent spirit. Even if she were, she would be a good spirit. Xiuzhen felt a surge of emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes. How reasonable her father-in-law was. Jian Haojin remarked, I had never noticed before how much my sister-in-law enjoys stirring trouble. Xiuzhen, from now on, pay no heed to her words and keep your distance. Xiuzhen smiled gently. All right. Then her expression turned serious. Jian Haojin, let me be clear. I can overlook the deception from before, considering we have a child now. However, should you deceive me again, especially if the whole family conspires against me, I will tear the roof off your house. Do you possess such? You would tear off my roof. Jian Haojin grinned, baring his teeth, yet, upon noticing the grave look on Xiuzhen's face, he immediately sobered, responding with utmost seriousness, I swear, from this day forth, I shall never deceive my wife again. Should I do so, may the roof of our home collapse upon us. You child, how can you make such oaths? Truly, Tian Laoqi found himself both exasperated and powerless over his second son's vow. At the Huaji Town Health Center, Jian Haolai took Xiuxium for a urine test, and upon confirming her pregnancy, he joyfully lifted her into the air, spinning around with glee. Oh, we are to have a son. Do not get ahead of yourself. Put me down at once. Once on the ground, Xiuxium firmly pressed her palm against Jian Haolai's forehead, quietly admonishing, Are you foolish? We do not qualify for a second child, we cannot go around boasting. Indeed, we lack the qualification for a second child. The thought of this made Jian Haolai's head ache. If the authorities discover you are pregnant, they will surely force you to abort. What shall we do? There is a solution, though it may not be straightforward. Xiuxium's eyes darted as she whispered conspiratorially, the authorities have policies in place for families not eligible for a second child, as long as the first is not healthy. Obtaining a disability certificate allows for a second child. Just like your brother's family, if they secure a disability certificate for Jian Xiaodan, the authorities will approve a second child. Jian Haolai replied, I am aware of this policy, but the issue is that our Xiaohua is a healthy child. How can we obtain a disability certificate? Are you really that dim? Xiuxium glanced around before leaning in closer to whisper, Xiaohua has already lost her speech, she is no different from a mute. Jian Haolai exclaimed, is that even possible? She was just examined yesterday, and the doctor stated she had no issues. As for her silence, it could be psychological, as Xiuxium insisted, irregardless of the cause, as long as she does not speak, she qualifies as a mute. You must visit the relevant department tomorrow and find a way to secure that disability certificate for Xiaohua. While the two were deep in discussion, a woman rushed into the hospital, cradling a pale child and wailing, Doctor, help us. Please save my child, hurry. A doctor hurried over, asking, what is the child's condition? The woman sobbed, hot oil, my mother-in-law made her drink boiling hot oil, please, you must save her. After examining the child, the doctor shook his head, sighing, how could your mother-in-law be so careless? The child has already lost her breath. Offer your condolences. Lost her breath, the woman collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. A crowd gathered, whispering among themselves, casting judgment upon the woman. Xiuxium, ever the busybody, pushed to the front to witness the commotion. Before long, the woman's husband arrived at the hospital. Upon learning that their daughter had passed, he erupted in rage, you useless wretch. You cannot even care for a child. I toil away at the brickyard to support our family, and this is how you repay me. You treat my mother poorly, and now you have killed my daughter. How can you live with yourself? What right do you have to blame me? The woman shouted in despair, I have treated your mother better than my own, she has constantly criticized me for not bearing a son. Pointing to the lifeless child, she cried, the reason Xingxing is like this is because your mother made her drink boiling oil. She is the one who killed your daughter, how can you blame me? The man looked shocked, impossible, my mother is always meticulous, how could she give Xingxing hot oil? The woman pleaded, "Your mother has longed for a grandson, yet your family is ineligible for a second child, so she resorted to this heinous act to eliminate Xingxing, giving you the chance to have another child." The man shook his head vehemently, "No way. My mother could never be that cruel." Suddenly, he pointed at the woman, "Haven't you always wanted a son? I am certain you are the one responsible. After committing such an act, you want to shift the blame onto my mother. How can you say such a thing? How could I harm my own daughter?" The man coldly replied, "Do not think I am unaware. When I am not home, you mistreat my mother, refusing to share your food, making her do all the dirty work. A woman as malicious as you is capable of anything." "Malicious? If I am malicious, then there would not be a single good person left in this world." The woman gritted her teeth, "Since entering your household, I have done all the chores by myself, never buying a single piece of clothing or enjoying a proper meal. Since giving birth to Xingxing, I have faced all manner of abuse and slander. If not for her, I would have ended my life long ago." The man did not believe her, cradling his daughter's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. "My mother is right. Not only are you malicious, but you also play the victim. If you no longer wish to live, why not take your own life instead of harming our Xingxing? She was only 2 years old. How could you bear to take such a young life?" The woman screamed in anguish, "I have told you, it was not me. Your mother forced the child to drink hot oil. Why will you not believe me?" At that moment, the woman's mother-in-law arrived and upon seeing her, scolded, "Vile woman, how dare you take advantage of my absence to give Xingxing boiling oil? You are unworthy to be my daughter-in-law. Leave, and do not set foot in my home again." The man, clutching his daughter's body, said with red eyes, "Mother, a woman as vile as she should not be allowed to go free. It is one thing to mistreat you at home, but now she has used hot oil to kill your own granddaughter. This cannot be overlooked. We must go to the authorities and report her for murder." The woman's mother-in-law, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Yes, for murder, she must pay. Everyone, keep an eye on her. We are going to report this at once." Soon, several concerned onlookers surrounded the woman, preventing her from escaping. Despair washed over her as she lamented, "Heaven, is there no justice left in this world? My cruel mother-in-law pretends to be a paragon of virtue, while I, the abused daughter-in-law, am branded a murderer. How am I to live? Oh, heaven, are you truly forcing me to my end?" Susum could no longer bear to watch and said to the woman, "If what you say is true, you must have evidence of the abuse you endured. Hurry and present the evidence to prove your innocence." Chapter 16, Standing Up Against Injustice. "You're right, I possess evidence. I can prove my innocence." The woman suddenly tore open her garment, revealing dozens of scars. Addressing the crowd, she declared, "Since my mother-in-law has slandered me, my husband refuses to believe me, and my daughter has already passed away, I no longer care for my dignity. Behold, every wound upon my body is inflicted by that wicked mother-in-law." Upon her arms were numerous burn marks, while her legs bore bloody holes that appeared to be caused by some hard object rather than burns. Her back was riddled with whip scars, and a large gash marred her collarbone. The onlookers gasped in shock. How tragic! How could one sustain such injuries, with such evident wounds? Does her husband not see them at night? The woman replied, "You may find it hard to believe, but since the few days after our wedding, my husband has never slept beside me again. My father-in-law passed away early, and my mother-in-law constantly claims to fear the dark, requiring my husband to soothe her to sleep each night. In the midst of this, he would eventually fall asleep in her room." The crowd was astounded. "Wait, what? A married son sleeping with his mother instead of his wife? How is this possible? Indeed, this is utterly chaotic." The woman's husband, who had been cradling their daughter's lifeless body at the hospital entrance, "Who has harmed you so?" The woman named Chunlan let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe what I say, Wang Daqiang? After over 3 years of marriage, you have always chosen to believe your mother over me. Now, as I stand before you, covered in scars, it is apparent to any discerning eye what has transpired, yet you feign ignorance." Wen Daqiang cast a suspicious glance at his mother, asking, "Mother, did you inflict these injuries upon Chunlan? How could I possibly do such a thing?" The elderly woman began to weep in distress. "Since she entered our home, I have treated her like my own daughter, ensuring she received the best food and drink. Only after she was satisfied did I dare eat, Chunlan interrupted furiously. Old hag, even now, you seek to slander me. From the moment I stepped into your home, you have never regarded me as family, but rather as a free servant, relegating all the dirty, laborious tasks to me. Any delicacies were first reserved for you, and only after you were satiated could I finally pick up my chopsticks. To speak candidly, during my more than 3 years in your household, I have never enjoyed a full meal. After Xingxing was born, I endured even greater torment, all because I bore no son. You constantly sought fault with me, using your so-called family rules to berate me. Silence. The old woman seethed, pointing a finger at Chunlan. You unrefined vixen, do you truly believe I discipline you for no reason? Were it not for your illicit affairs with other men while my son was away, would I have had to resort to such measures? Turning to the crowd, she continued, open your eyes and see clearly. This woman, unashamedly stripping in public, is a blatant display of her lack of decorum. What else might she be capable of? Then she faced Wang Daqiang. Son, let me be frank, Chunlan is an unfaithful harlot. Whenever you toil away at the brick kiln, she remains at home, consorting with others. Had I not discovered it early, she would have fled with another man by now. Chunlan, infuriated, pointed at the It is you who engages in infidelity. Slap. The elderly woman struck Chunlan across the face, silencing her. The force of the blow sent Chunlan sprawling to the ground, humiliated. Sumai, relishing the spectacle. I once caught her in the act, and fearing I would inform her son, she conspired with her lover to beat me. Every night, she insists on sharing a bed with her son, leaving me no opportunity to speak to him. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, Oh dear heavens, this wicked daughter-in-law dares to defame me in the absence of a man to support her. How shall I live from this day forth? I cannot go on. Slap. Wang Daqiang pointed a finger menacingly at Chunlan. You, who lack proper conduct, dare accuse my mother. I command you to apologize to her immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Seeing the elderly woman throwing a tantrum on the ground, Sumai was reminded of her own mother-in-law's similar behavior. Empathy flooded her, and she struck Wang Daqiang across the face in anger. How dare you strike her when the matter remains unresolved? You, who do you think you are to hit me? Wang Daqiang clutched his face, bewildered. Sumai replied, I am merely a passerby. I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. Wang Daqiang raised his hand, intending to retaliate against Sumai, but was stopped by Jian Haolai, who coldly grasped his wrist, saying, My wife is pregnant. Should you dare lay a finger on her, the repercussions will be unimaginable. Wang Daqiang found himself unable to act, seething with rage. Regardless of who you are, my family's affairs are none of your concern. You have no right to interfere. Sumai retorted, Do you think we wish to meddle in your family's issues? We merely came to the hospital for treatment. Yet, since you've brought your domestic strife into a public setting, affecting us so gravely, stand up for her. Yes, I intend to defend her. I have relatives in the law enforcement agency. Chunlan, please tell everyone how you sustained those injuries. Thank you, sister, for standing up for me. Chunlan bowed in gratitude. Addressing the crowd, she wept. My mother-in-law appears outwardly meek, yet she harbors a multitude of vices: smoking, drinking, gambling, and infidelity. The wounds on my arms are from her burning me with cigarettes. Those on my legs are from her stabbing me with fire tongs. The scars on my back are from her lover whipping me, and the burns on my neck are from her pouring hot oil on me. Cease your lies. It is you who is unfaithful. You abuse me. You are the one who poured hot oil on the child. You are a murderer, the elderly woman shouted, stomping her foot in anger. Chunlan retorted, You are the one who is lying. It is you who engages in infidelity. You abuse me. You are the one who poured hot oil on the child. The elderly woman trembled with rage. You did it. How dare you deny it? Chunlan declared, It is you who did this, so how do you dare deny it? At that moment, law enforcement personnel arrived, inquiring about the commotion. Just as Chunlan began to speak, the elderly woman interjected, At this point, I have nothing left to hide. Listen closely, I will reveal the truth. My daughter-in-law despises my granddaughter for being a girl and plotted to pour hot oil down her throat to render her mute, intending to obtain a disability certificate to secure a quota for a second child. However, she inadvertently poured too much oil and killed the child. fearing my son's wrath upon returning home, she took the child to the hospital, causing a scene in public to shift the blame onto me. Tell me, is there a more malicious daughter-in-law than this? Law enforcement, you are just and impartial, and I trust you will uncover the truth and bring justice for my deceased granddaughter. Chapter 17, If you do not mind, I shall consider you family. The elderly woman spoke through tears, as if she had indeed endured countless grievances at home. The law enforcement officers, feeling pity for her, assisted her to a bench where she recounted the harrowing details of how her grandchild had been scalded to death by a malicious daughter-in-law using hot oil. As a result, the onlookers began to point fingers at Chunlan, believing the old woman's words to be true. Chunlan, fearing she would be sentenced, shook her head in despair, exclaiming, "How absurd." People would rather believe the tears of a wicked mother-in-law than the scars that mar my body. Now that my daughter is dead, and since there is no justice in this world, I see no reason to continue living. With that, she dashed towards a pillar in the corridor. Stop! She intends to take her own life. Quickly intervene. Sumai shouted urgently. Just then, Jian Haolai, who happened to be standing beside the pillar, swiftly stepped forward and shielded Chunlan's head with his sturdy chest. Sister, do not act rashly. The law enforcement team is investigating the matter. They will provide you with justice, he reassured her. Chunlan glanced up at Jian Haolai, and in that fleeting moment, she was overwhelmed with emotion. If only my husband were as handsome and considerate as he is. Alas, he is not only plain in appearance but also quite unreasonable. This world is truly unfair. Reflecting on her own reality, Chunlan felt an immense sadness wash over her as she cried, "My husband does not believe me. How could strangers possibly trust my words? Everyone chooses to believe the duplicitous tears of my mother-in-law, while no one cares about the wounds I have suffered. Sir, please do not stop me. Let me die, it would be my liberation." Jian Haolai desperately held her back, urging, "Do not act impulsively, stay calm. I believe you, and my wife and I both stand by you." Chunlan looked up once more, meeting Jian Haolai's sincere and warm gaze, and for a brief instant, she felt as though he were a savior, radiating light. If only she were not married, and if this man were not already wed, she would surely pledge to follow him to the ends of the earth. Yet reality. Chunlan cast a glance at Sumai and, noticing her refined demeanor and striking beauty, she instantly dismissed her chaotic thoughts. Sumai quickly approached to offer comfort. "Sister, do not do anything foolish. Regardless of whether others believe you, my husband and I do, your family will surely believe you too." For a moment, Chunlan felt touched, but soon despair settled in again. "I have no family. I am an orphan. What use is it for the two of you to believe in me when everyone else believes the wicked mother-in-law? They are many, and we are few. We cannot fight against them. Forget it, I will not resist anymore. I concede, if there is a next life, I will never be a person again." With that, she forcefully broke free from Jian Haolai's grasp and rushed towards another pillar. Fortunately, a vigilant law enforcement officer swiftly intercepted her. "How can a young person act so recklessly? We do not entirely believe your mother-in-law. We are merely starting our investigation with her due to her age. Once she has spoken, we will listen to your side," he stated firmly, tears streaming down her face. Chunlan lamented, "My husband does not believe me. Will you truly believe me?" The officer replied, "We believe in justice, in our nation, in the law. We are servants of the people, dedicated to serving them. We will not let a villain escape punishment, nor will we unjustly accuse an innocent person." Chunlan asked, "Will you genuinely ensure fairness and justice?" The officer affirmed, "Absolutely. If we, the law enforcement team, cannot uphold fairness and justice, then who will address the grievances of the common people?" He gently guided Chunlan to sit on the bench, reassuring her, "Please take a seat. As long as your conscience is clear, do not act rashly. Be patient and wait for our investigation. The truth will eventually emerge, and lies will be exposed in due time. Would you not agree?" Chunlan nodded, though her eyes were filled with anxiety. She longed for companionship, yet as an orphan, apart from her husband, mother-in-law, and deceased daughter, she had no kin. Discovering her daughter's lifeless body cradled in her husband's arms, she cried out to the law enforcement officers, "Can you help me take my daughter back? My mother-in-law despises girls, she scolded my daughter to death, she is a murderer, and her family has no right to bury my child." Wang Daqiang, upon hearing Chunlan's words, was filled with rage. "At this point, are you still acting? You are the one who scolded our daughter to death, and yet you dare to accuse my mother. Stop the charade. The law enforcement team is not easily deceived, they will uncover the truth." Chunlan, indignant, stood up and shouted through her tears, "Wang Daqiang, I am your wife. I have never lied to you. Why do you never believe me? Why did we not agree to remain calm? Do not act impulsively. Sit down." The law enforcement officer glanced around. "Have your family arrived? Let them sit with you for a while." "I have no family. I am an orphan." Chunlan's face fell in disappointment. "I am her family, I will stay with her." Sumai volunteered, sitting beside Chunlan. Chunlan gazed at Sumai in disbelief. "Why would you say that, sister? I do not even know you." Sumai replied, "Hello, Chunlan, I am Sumai. Now that you know me, since you are an orphan and I have no siblings, why don't we become sisters?" Chunlan felt a flicker of emotion, mixed with resistance. "Sumai. Sister, I have no relatives, no friends, no power, no influence. I do not possess the charm to win people over, nor any remarkable skills. Associating with me would bring you no benefit and might even cause you trouble." Sumai smiled gently, grasping Chunlan's hand. "Sister, do you think I am someone who fears trouble? To be honest, I too hold no power or influence, yet I fear nothing. As long as you do not mind, from this day forth, I, Sumai, shall be your family, your elder sister." "Elder sister." Chunlan pondered for a moment before embracing Sumai, sobbing, "Sister Sumai, as long as you do not disdain my inadequacies, I shall be your true sister from now on." Before long, the law enforcement team approached Chunlan for questioning. She recounted in detail how her mother-in-law had ambushed her child with hot oil, as well as the abuse she had endured at the hands of the cruel matriarch. While the officers took notes, a portion of them had already been dispatched to Chunlan's home to investigate the scene and bring forth crucial witnesses. Among them was none other than the elderly woman's secret lover, old Zhao. He and Wang Daqiang's mother had known each other since childhood, and shortly after the death of Wang Daqiang's father, they had begun their clandestine affair, managing to keep it hidden for many years. Wang Daqiang, oblivious to this truth, had no inkling of their relationship. Had it not been for Chunlan stumbling upon their disgraceful affair while holding her child, no one would have been the wiser. The law enforcement officer inquired of Wang Daqiang, "What was the cause of your father's death?" Wang Daqiang hesitated, "I do not know, I was still in school at that time, only my mother knows the truth." Yet the elderly woman, with a dazed expression, remarked, "It has been so long, and I am quite old now. I cannot recall the cause of death, all I remember is that he passed away suddenly." Old Zhao interjected, "He died from drinking hot pig fat. Have you forgotten, that day you rendered a pot of pig fat and another of mung bean soup?" He intended to drink the mung bean soup, but accidentally consumed the hot pig fat instead, collapsing immediately. I was the one who took him to the hospital, but he passed away before we even arrived. Old Zhao's detailed account caused the officer in charge to suspect that Wang Daqiang's father's death was no accident. As the officer contemplated the case, he inadvertently spotted Sumai and called out, "Old classmate, what brings you here?" Sumai pointed at Chunlan, stating, "My sister's daughter was killed by a wicked mother-in-law. I am here to support her." "You are here to support her?" The officer regarded her with some skepticism. Sumai patted her chest confidently, "Do not let my lack of power fool you. I can help you solve this case. Do you believe me?" Chapter 18, Yet another Phoenix Twin. The captain of the enforcement team inquired, "Oh, what have you discovered?" Sumai cast a sidelong glance at the old man Zhao, noting his evasive gaze that shunned the eyes of the law enforcement. With an instinctive sense of foreboding, she concluded that Zhao had spoken falsehoods. Thus, she proclaimed loudly, "This old man is not telling the truth. The death of Wang Daqiang's father was no accident." It was a conspiracy orchestrated by Wang Daqiang's mother and old Zhao. Zhao's face turned pale with panic. Why you? How do you know? Wang Daqiang's mother hastily covered Zhao's mouth, pointing an accusatory finger at Sumai. You vile woman, cease your nonsensical babble. You were not even present at the scene, how could you possibly know the truth? I possess the gift of foresight, everyone calls me my Banzian. Sumai declared, exuding confidence. She pointed at the elderly woman, asserting, the reason you two conspire to murder Wang Daqiang's father is that he stumbled upon your illicit affair. The reason Chunlan's daughter was scalded with hot oil was also due to her witnessing your disgraceful deeds. You have always harbored disdain for girls, fearing that this child, with her loose tongue, would eventually reveal your sordid secrets, hence you resorted to silencing her. As for Chunlan, you initially intended to kill her too, but upon realizing she had no family to protect her, you found her easy to manipulate. She could cook and do your laundry, so you spared her life, using violence to control her for your own ends. Am I not correct? How do you know all this? Both Zhao and Wang Daqiang's mother were taken aback, their eyes brimming with fear. The crowd, upon hearing Sumai's words, recognized the truth in her claims. The enforcement captain, intrigued, asked, old classmate, how could you possibly know this? You didn't truly calculate it, did you? Sumai clapped her hands together. In truth, I know nothing and cannot predict. Everything I just stated was mere conjecture, designed to elicit their reactions. Their responses have sufficiently proven that they are indeed murderers. Conjecture. Wang Daqiang's mother and old Zhao were nearly driven to madness by Sumai's words. Sumai, hands on her hips, addressed the enforcement captain, old classmate, I have unraveled the case for you, apprehend them. The enforcement captain gave a thumbs up and promptly ordered his team to restrain Wang Daqiang's mother and old Zhao, whisking them away in a police vehicle at lightning speed. Wang Daqiang could scarcely fathom that his devoted mother was, in fact, a remorseless fiend. She had not only murdered his father but also his own daughter and mistreated his wife. Overcome with regret, he knelt before Chunlan, confessing, Wife, I am so sorry, I was wrong not to believe you. Let us return home together and arrange for our daughter's funeral. Chunlan cradled her daughter's lifeless body, whispering, All right. Sumai interjected softly, Sister, this man does not care for you. You must carefully consider whether you wish to continue your life with him. Chunlan replied quietly, I understand, I have seen through him. Once we handle our child's affairs, I shall divorce him. A wave of satisfaction washed over Sumai. Splendid, once Chunlan is divorced, I shall devise a plan to separate Qian Haojin and Xiuzhen, allowing Chunlan to become my sister-in-law. She is an orphan, with no family to shield her, weak and easily influenced. Having aided her today, she will undoubtedly submit to me henceforth, and no one in the Qian household will ever overshadow me again. Where will you go after the divorce? Do you have a plan? Qian Haolai inquired of Chunlan. She cast a sorrowful glance at him and shook her head, Not yet, we shall see then. I might even seek work elsewhere. Sumai suggested, If you are not in a hurry to find a job, you could stay at my house for a while, treating it as a respite. I happen to have a spare room and can assure you of food and shelter. She mused inwardly, after all, a single woman consumes little. If she comes to my home, it adds another set of hands for farm work and provides a free housekeeper for domestic chores, an advantageous arrangement indeed. Qian Haolai, recalling that his sister-in-law would be postpartum without care, suddenly had an idea. Chunlan, if you truly wish to work, I have a lead. My sister-in-law has just given birth and lacks someone to care for her during her confinement. If you agree to take care of her, I will ask my brother to pay you. However, my brother does not have a stable job, so the salary may not be very high. Can you accept that? Absolutely. Chunlan's eye sparkled with hope. As long as food and lodging are provided, I do not mind how much the pay is. She had initially intended for Chunlan to return with her to serve her directly, yet Qian Haolai had arranged for her to tend to his sister-in-law without consulting her, however, a thought struck her, since I already planned to separate Xiuzhen and Qian Haojin, having Chunlan reside directly with Xiuzhen would facilitate that endeavor, which is not altogether unfavorable. With a bright smile, she turned to Chunlan, saying, Since you are willing to go, I shall write down the address for you. Their home is right next to mine. Once you move in, we shall be neighbors. Afterward, Sumai requested pen and paper from the enforcement captain, wrote down the address, and handed it to Chunlan. As she prepared to leave, she took a careful look at Chunlan's daughter. Though devoid of color, her features were symmetrical, clearly inheriting her mother's admirable traits. Unable to resist, she gently touched the child, exclaiming, "What a lovely little girl," but then she recalled an old saying. Touching the corpse of a pregnant woman could lead to the spirit of the deceased reincarnating within her womb. Sumai quickly withdrew her hand. The cat had already reincarnated within her, soon to become her son. If this girl were also to reincarnate within her, would she not find herself with an additional daughter? With one child already, how could she manage 2 more? Have you finished your conversation? We must be on our way. When Daqiang urged, Chunlan tearfully bid farewell, saying, "Sister, I am truly grateful to you today. I will certainly repay your kindness in the future." On the return journey, Sumai sat on the car. The thought of soon having a son filled Qianhaolai with joy, prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. However, Sumai was troubled by the prospect of another daughter, fearing the added financial burden. With a worried tone, she asked, "Haolai, if I were to be carrying twins, would you be able to accept that?" Qianhaolai halted his humming, astonished. "Is it true? Are you expecting a pair of twin sons?" Sumai replied, "Not twin sons, but a pair of phoenix twins, 1 boy and 1 girl." "Phoenix twins?" Qianhaolai exclaimed, halting the cart in excitement. He touched Sumai's belly, his face alight with joy. "If it truly is phoenix twins, what immense fortune we would possess." Sumai cautioned, "But that would mean we would have 3 children in total. Can you support that?" Qianhaolai resolutely replied, "Even if I cannot afford it, I must find a way to provide. Regardless, I will ensure our children do not go hungry." Sumai reassured him, "Since you feel that way, I can rest easy. However, could you explain why you decided to have Chunlan care for your sister-in-law?" As Qianhaolai continued pushing the cart, he explained, "My sister-in-law has no one to care for her. Chunlan has just lost her daughter and is in need of support. Having her care for my sister-in-law will help her heal from her sorrow." Sumai retorted, "If you are truly looking out for Chun, do not forget, I am carrying twins. She should come to my home to attend to me." Qianhaolai responded, "You have only just conceived. There are several months until you give birth. Let her tend to my sister-in-law first. Once the confinement period is over, we can bring her to our house." Sumai argued, "Caring for someone in confinement is essential, but I need support during my pregnancy as well." Qianhaolai reassured her, "Do not worry. Someone will be there to look after you. Our parents have said that as soon as you confirm your pregnancy, they will move in to assist." Sumai remained unconvinced. "Your mother does not like. I fear she may neglect me in my time of need. How about we have Chunlan split her time between the 2 households? This way, we can share the financial burden." Qianhaolai protested, "That may not be ideal. Chunlan would be very fatigued. You are helping her, not just out of kindness. How can you expect her to tend to you when her child has yet to be laid to rest?" Sumai found herself at a loss for words. In Xinghua village, the Qian household, upon learning that Sumai was indeed pregnant, and with phoenix twins no less, Qian Laoqi and his wife could hardly contain their joy. Aunt Laoqi, eager for grandchildren, immediately moved her bedding to her eldest son's home, insisting that Qian Laoqi retrieve the bamboo left at their second son's house to ensure they could wholeheartedly care for their daughter-in-law. Xiuzhen, upon hearing this news, felt a pang of discontent. Her daughter, Qian Xiudan, offered comforting words, "A mother, do not be disheartened. The spirits of those phoenix twins are a fierce black cat and a frail, short-lived wretch. Both are unfortunate souls, destined for misfortune. Their arrival at your sister-in-law's home will not bring them good fortune, but rather a string of calamities. Let her enjoy her fleeting pride for a few months." Chapter 19. "I apologize, my wife, for only preparing 1 dish." That being said, Xiuzhen's voice was barely a whisper. "Once the twins in Da Soa's belly are born, their family will begin to suffer misfortune." Qian Xiudan's thoughts echoed, "Mother, my innermost thoughts are celestial secrets. What you hear must remain locked within your heart and never spoken aloud. If the heavens were to catch wind of it, they would undoubtedly seal my ability to read minds, and then you would never hear my thoughts again. Xiuzhen quickly covered her mouth, anxiously glancing out the window at the sky. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual in the heavens above. Noon, the inept cook Qian Haojin had been bustling about in the kitchen all morning, managing to prepare only a single dish, braised cabbage with pork and tofu. Upon tasting it, he realized he had added too much salt, rendering it unbearably salty. Suddenly, a burnt aroma filled the air, distracting him from serving the dish. He immediately lifted the lid of the pot. In an instant, the acrid smell of charred food assaulted his senses, and Qian Haojin furrowed his brow in distress. The rice was incomprehensibly half-cooked on top while burnt at the bottom. The fire crackled and popped in the stove, and he realized that the flames were too fierce. Without hesitation, he scooped a ladle of water and extinguished the fire. The kitchen filled with smoke and ash, choking him and leaving his face flushed. Inside, Xiuzhen caught a whiff of the burnt odor and called out towards the window, "Haojin, the rice is burnt, hurry and put out the fire." I've done it, Qian Haojin replied. Staring at the extinguished stove and his own sliced finger, he squatted on the floor, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. He had thought that living was difficult, but he never imagined that cooking would prove equally challenging. Logically, for someone from the countryside like him, cooking should have been second nature. However, he had an understanding older brother who had taken care of him since they were young. From the time he began school, his brother had shielded him from all the hard labor, insisting on handling the firewood and chopping while Qian Haojin focused solely on his studies. The Qian family was not affluent, and in order to ensure Qian Haojin's academic success, his brother Qian Haolai had given up his own education after primary school to learn bicycle repair from a master. Due to his intelligence and eagerness to learn, he caught the attention of the manager at the agricultural machinery repair factory and became an employee there. Although the family's hopes rested entirely on Qian Haojin, he ultimately failed to attend university, not due to poor academic performance, but rather bad luck. Just as he was filled with confidence to take the college entrance examination, the country abruptly changed its policies, eliminating the need for exams and implementing a recommendation system instead. Consequently, Qian Haojin, who had devoted himself entirely to his studies, found himself without social connections and, thus, no one to recommend him. One of his classmates, despite being the poorest performer academically, was quickly recommended. This realization left Qian Haojin bitterly discontented, wallowing in despair for a considerable time, until his parents arranged for him to marry Xiuzhen, infusing his dreary life with a glimmer of hope. Little did he know, however, that the good days would be fleeting. Because Xiuzhen had given birth not to a boy but to a deformity and a snake, his mother refused to care for Xiuzhen during her confinement and promptly moved to his elder brother's home. Qian Haojin felt both heartbroken and aggrieved. How could he care for a postpartum woman when he couldn't even manage a simple meal? Had he foreseen such a day, he would have made an effort to balance his focus between studying and learning how to cook, sparing his wife from such indignities. He vowed to visit the Xinhua bookstore in the city that afternoon to purchase a cookbook on how to prepare dishes. Wiping his tears, he stood up, took a large bowl, scooped half a bowl of the dish from the pot, poured boiling water over it, and tasted it again. It was no longer overly salty. He then fished out some edible grains from the rice pot, added a pair of chopsticks, and carried it to Xiuzhen's room. With a face full of remorse, he said, "I apologize, my wife, for only preparing one dish. It may not be very palatable, and I truly feel I have wronged you." Xiuzhen looked at Qian Haojin, whose face was smeared with soot, and couldn't help but laugh. Yet, upon seeing his bandaged fingers, tears of gratitude filled her eyes. "You've worked hard." "Thank you." Qian Haojin swallowed back his impending tears and replied, "It's no hardship, you bore our child, and it is my duty to care for you. Unfortunately, my culinary skills are lacking, and I cannot replicate my mother's flavors." Please bear with this for now, and I will buy a cookbook this afternoon and learn from it. I promise that by tomorrow, you shall enjoy delectable meals. Xiuzhen nodded, her voice hoarse as she replied, all right. At Qian Haolai's home, Qian Laoqi was weaving a basket in the yard. Su Mai lounged on a chair, munching on sunflower seeds, while Aunt Laoqi bustled about in the kitchen, preparing a feast. By the time Qian Haolai returned from the agricultural machinery repair factory, Aunt Laoqi had already set 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a soup, and rice on the table. Upon seeing the spread, Su Mai frowned in dissatisfaction. Why are there only 4 dishes and a soup? When my sister-in-law was pregnant, you always made 5 dishes and a soup. Aunt Laoqi's brow furrowed. Normally, she would have scolded Su Mai for such a comment. However, considering that Su Mai was carrying twins, she restrained her anger and replied with a smile, today has been tight for time. I haven't had the chance to prepare a fish. Rest assured, Mother will surely cook it for dinner. This calmed Su Mai somewhat, and she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Aunt Laoqi, witnessing Su Mai's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. This old family cannot be compared to the second family standards. When Xiuzhen eats, she waits for everyone to be seated before touching her chopsticks. She would never eat before the elders. Su Mai, however, is only concerned with herself. I have been busy tending to her needs, yet she hasn't even offered a word of thanks, complaining instead about the number of dishes I prepared. She called out into the yard, dinner is served, hurry and come. If you're late, there will be none left. Qian Haojin and Qian Laoqi promptly washed their hands and sat down to eat, while Su Mai shot a resentful glare at Aunt Laoqi. At the dining table, Qian Haolai picked up his chopsticks, then set them down again, asking, Mother, did you bring any dishes for my sister-in-law? My brother cannot cook, and I wonder what they had for lunch today. Before Aunt Laoqi could respond, Su Mai interjected, you certainly care for your brother. When your sister-in-law was pregnant, your parents stayed with them, serving 5 dishes and a soup every day, but when it came time for us, they didn't think of us at all. Qian Haolai frowned slightly. Who says they didn't think of us? Didn't your sister-in-law often invite you over for meals? It's you who refused to go. Su Mai scoffed, it's not that I didn't want to go, I just didn't want to see your mother's face. She looked down on me, believing I was unworthy of her cooking since I hadn't given her a grandson. Aunt Laoqi was straining to hold back her temper. Qian Laoqi remained silent, going to the kitchen to fetch an empty bowl and a ladle. He scooped a little of each dish into the bowl. Su Mai immediately stood up. Where do you think you're taking my family's food? The grains and vegetables belong to my family, and without my permission, you are not to give them to anyone else. Qian Laoqi snorted coldly, the grains were grown by me, the meat and vegetables were bought by me, the rice was cooked by my wife, and the dishes were prepared by her. The 2 pots in your kitchen were provided by me, and the 3 large tile-roofed rooms you live in were built by me. As the head of this family, am I not allowed to take charge of a few dishes? Chapter 20. Another slip of the tongue. Su Mai was brimming with a multitude of retorts, yet at that moment, she found herself utterly speechless. The urge to hurl her chopsticks and declare her refusal to eat was strong, but the thought of the delectable spread before her, barely touched, made her reconsider. It would be a shame to waste such a feast. Thus, she lifted her bowl, gathering all the exquisite dishes into it, and retreated to her room to savor the meal. As Qian Laoqi prepared to leave, Aunt Laoqi called out, wait. Qian Laoqi, somewhat irked, responded, what is it? Are you also against my bringing this food to Xiuzhen? Not at all, just hold on a moment. Aunt Laoqi hurried into the kitchen, returning with the largest bowl. She handed it to Qian Laoqi, saying, I just caught a whiff of something burnt. It seems that Haojin has cooked the rice too long. Give this to him and tell him to always add more water when cooking. A woman in confinement shouldn't eat overly hard rice. Also, remind him not to use too much firewood when cooking in a clay pot. A strong flame will easily scorch the rice. Qian Laoqi chuckled with satisfaction. You, my dear, have a sharp tongue but a heart of gold. Upon entering the house, Qian Haojin found himself alone in the kitchen, struggling to swallow the unappetizing meal he had prepared. Upon seeing his father enter with a bounty of food, he hastily concealed himself behind the stove. Haojin. Why are you hiding from me? Jian Lao Qi approached the kitchen, only to find that the rice was burnt beyond recognition, the pot containing but a single, lackluster dish. His heart ached, and tears welled up in his eyes. In a trembling voice, he said, "Hao Jin, your mother has brought you some food, soft, fluffy white rice, along with ribs and braised pork. Quickly, take it to your wife." As Qian Haojin rose and beheld the sumptuous spread alongside the pristine rice, his eyes brimmed with tears. However, as he approached the door, memories of his mother's harsh words flooded his mind. What a monstrous child I have given birth to, and now I am expected to care for her during her confinement. Not a chance. Such an uncultured wretch, look at your disgraceful state, no education, no money, no power, and you have produced an abomination. Doesn't he want to protect his wife? Doesn't he wish to prove his worth? If he's capable, let him hand over 10,000 yuan. Recalling these hurtful remarks, Qian Haojin returned the bowl to Jian Lao Qi. "Father, let us just take it back. My Xiaojun hasn't he given birth to a son, doesn't he deserve to eat the food made by my mother?" Jian Lao Qi chided, "My son, why are you holding a grudge against your mother? In truth, her heart isn't he malicious, she simply lacks the gift of eloquence." Jian Haojin remained resolute. "Father, I know you genuinely care for us, but we possess our own dignity. Since mother has insulted my wife so harshly, to consume her food would strip us of all self-respect. I implore you, return the meal. I will prepare whatever Xiaojun desires myself." Jian Lao Qi, unable to contain, "Can you even cook? Look at what you've made, a single dish, poorly executed, and the rice burnt to a crisp." Jian Haojin turned away. "I may not have done well, but if Xiaojun is willing to eat it, please take it back." Jian Lao Qi glared, "It's already here. How can it be taken back? Furthermore, Xiaojun has endured much to bear your child. Can you bear to let her eat that abysmal fare?" Considering this, Jian Haojin relented and once more took up the bowl, making his way to Xiaojun's room. In a gentle voice, he said, "Xiaojun, this meal is from your father-in-law. The food is good, so do not eat what I made. It's too burnt. Have this instead." Xiaojun, recalling the insults from her mother-in-law and the incident with the medicinal ingredients in the eggs and fish soup, felt a chill at the thought of consuming such food. She immediately hardened her expression. "I will not eat food prepared by others. Take it back." Jian Haojin, disheartened, turned back. "Father, she refuses to eat. Please take it away." Jian Lao Qi, undeterred, carried the bowl into Xiaojun's room. "Xiaojun, do not hold a grudge against your mother-in-law. She merely spoke hastily and said some unkind things, but her heart is not so bad. Father, I know you mean well, but I truly cannot bring myself to eat the food they prepare. Please, take it back." Xiaojun pointed to the basket on the bedside table, "And take this basket of steamed buns with you." "What is this? Do you intend to sever?" Xiaojun replied, "I have not given birth to a son. I lack the authority to make such decisions, but I can certainly guard my own dignity." Jian Lao Qi exclaimed, "Why must you speak such hurtful words? Those buns were made specially for you by your mother-in-law. While she has not directly apologized, she toiled through the night to prepare these buns, adding the malted milk essence she has always cherished. Does that not signify her intentions?" Tears welled in Xiaojun's eyes. "I know the buns contain malted milk essence, and that is precisely why I refuse them. As someone who has not borne a son, I have no right to indulge in such luxuries." My sister-in-law is the one who has borne twins. She is the true benefactor of the Qian family, deserving of such treats. Since you reside in her household, please take the buns to her. It would elevate her pride." Jian Lao Qi was greatly vexed. "Xiaojun, you are being utterly unreasonable. Who are you rebelling against? Your mother has already conceded to you, and your sister-in-law has neither wronged you nor provoked you. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Must you turn the Qian family upside down for your own satisfaction?" Xiaojun, overcome with emotion, burst into tears. "Am I the one causing turmoil? Who deceived me into marriage, dragging me into the Qian household, who administered drugs to me, compromising my daughter's development, and who has rubbed salt into my wounds, demanding 10,000 yuan from me for not bearing a son?" Father, I always believed you to be the most just person, yet why do you indiscriminately place all the blame upon me? Qian Laoqi was taken aback. What drugs, what developmental issues? Xiaojun, are you dreaming? Who has poisoned you? In her heart, Qian Xiaodan thought, Mother, you promised not to reveal secrets, now you've let something slip. Xiaojun anxiously covered her mouth, inwardly lamenting, oh no, not again. I am so sorry, my daughter, I hope the heavens haven't sealed your ability to read minds. Qian Xiaodan reassured her thoughts, as long as you can navigate this situation smoothly, all will be well. Since Grandpa claims you are merely dreaming, why not use that to your advantage? Admit it was a dream, and shift the blame onto your sister-in-law, let them fight amongst themselves. That makes perfect sense. Xiaojun took a deep breath. If father, I truly apologize. I spoke out of turn just now. It was merely that my sister-in-law said some provoking things, which unsettled my emotions and led me to have a nightmare about being poisoned. What did your sister-in-law say? You must tell me everything. Qian Laoqi demanded, filled with righteous indignation. Xiaojun cleared her throat. My sister-in-law said that as long as she bore a son, you would reward her with 10,000 yuan, implying that you now owe her that sum. Meanwhile, since I have not given birth to a son, I owe my mother 10,000 yuan, since you owe her this amount, and I owe my mother this amount. My sister-in-law stated that we need not repay you. We can simply give it directly to her in the future. At this point, Xiaojun began to weep. I initially thought that my mother merely wanted us to give her 10,000 yuan as a passing remark, but now it has transformed into a debt owed to my sister-in-law. Father, I have been in the Qian household for barely a year, and I find myself inexplicably burdened with a debt of 10,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be distressed by such a situation? She actually said that. Qian Laoqi was furious. That woman is truly something else. Who agreed to reward her with 10,000 yuan for bearing a son? She made that request herself. We certainly did not agree. Qian Haojin was equally infuriated. I never expected my sister-in-law to be such a troublemaker. I will go warn her to stop provoking my wife. Wait, hold on. Qian Laoqi stopped Qian Haojin, handing the meal to Xiaojun. This food was prepared by your mother-in-law. It is perfectly safe, so you may eat it without worry. Furthermore, the matter of the 10,000 yuan was merely a fleeting remark from your mother and holds no weight. You do not owe us, nor do you owe your sister-in-law anything. Focus on your recovery during your confinement, and do not concern yourself with the issue of money. Should anyone dare to demand anything from you, inform me, and I shall ensure justice is served. Chapter 21. 50 is beyond reach. A wave of emotion surged within Xiaojun as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, father. Qian Laoqi smiled reassuringly. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, then consume this meal, nurture your health, and take good care of Xiaodan. Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. In her heart, Qian Xiaodan thought, Mother, grandfather is actually quite kind. You should hurry and eat, lest he feel disheartened. Xiaojun obediently picked up her chopsticks and began. Qian Haojin, contemplating the need to admonish his sister-in-law, stormed out of the house. However, at the entrance, he was halted by Qian Laoqi, who whispered, Haojin, your sister-in-law has I will reprimand her thoroughly, but you need not intervene. If you do, it will irreparably strain your brotherly bond. Qian Haojin, unwilling to relent, replied, yet she constantly bullies Xiaojun, causing her to suffer nightmares daily. I cannot simply endure this. I understand, I will handle it, Qian Laoqi reassured him, patting Haojin on the shoulder. Take good care of Xiaojun, leave this matter to me. Returning to the kitchen, alas, the burnt flavor was overwhelming, leaving him devoid of any appetite. Remembering that there were steamed buns in the bedroom, he went there, picked one up, and sat beside Xiaojun to munch on it. Having only taken a few bites, Xiaojun passed her bowl to Qian Haojin, saying, Stop nibbling on the bun, eat this instead. Qian Haojin waved his hand, this is for you from father. You should eat. Xiaojun insisted, I am full, you eat. A grown man should not go without meat. Hurry and finish, so you can go to the bookstore and learn how to cook well. I am looking forward to a delicious meal tomorrow. All right, I will eat quickly. Qian Haojin declared, lifting his bowl and devouring the food. He had to admit, his mother's cooking was indeed delectable, rich in flavor and aroma. Xiaojun remarked, Hao Jin, if you truly wish to learn how to cook, merely reading from books is insufficient. You must observe others in action. There are many small restaurants in the city. You could seize the opportunity to watch the chefs at work and learn their methods. Qian Haojin nodded eagerly, yes, indeed. In her heart, Qian Xiaodan mused, Mother, you could ask father to visit the department store in the city. They have many advanced appliances, such as televisions, rice cookers, and electric fans. With a television, you could learn cooking by following along with cooking shows, and with a rice cooker, you would no longer need to chop wood and start a fire for cooking. A rice cooker can prepare rice, porridge, and even soups. Xiaojun thought to herself, my daughter is so knowledgeable, but these electrical appliances must be quite expensive, I presume. Qian Xiaodan continued her silence. If we are short on money, you could ask father to check the medicinal herb market for scarce resources. I could guide him on which herbs to collect for profit. Xiaojun's eyes brightened as she said to Qian Haojin, when you take some time to explore the department store and broaden your horizons, then visit the medicinal herb market to see what is in short supply. We could collect herbs to sell when we are in need of money. Qian Haojin agreed, you are without a job, relying solely on the income from the fields is insufficient. I must seek out ways to earn money. In the afternoon, at the Xinhua bookstore, Qian Haojin wandered for over an hour with 10 yuan in his pocket. The abundance of good books left him feeling dazzled. However, due to his limited funds, he was hesitant to purchase too much. After much deliberation, he settled on a book about home cooking and another on how to succeed through side businesses, spending a total of 1 yuan. And next, he proceeded to the department store. The variety of items was overwhelming. He spotted a particularly fashionable garment adorned with pearl buttons and pearl embellishments at the collar and cuffs, which he believed would look splendid on Xiaojun. He decided to buy it but was taken aback when he learned it cost 50 yuan, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. It seemed he needed to earn money diligently. Otherwise, he would not even have funds to purchase clothes for his wife. In the appliance section, Qian Haojin was captivated by a sales representative's pitch. This rice cooker is from a renowned brand and is exceptionally easy to use. It can prepare various types of rice, whether it be vegetable rice, meat rice, pumpkin rice, or rice with assorted beans. Just place the rice and water in the pot, plug it in, and press the switch. Once cooked, it automatically switches to a warming mode, ensuring that the rice remains hot regardless of when you choose to eat. This pot can not only cook rice but also prepare porridge, soups, braised chicken, and stews. Anything that can be placed in the pot can be transformed into a delicious dish. Even if you lack cooking skills, no worries. Purchasing our pot comes with a recipe book. Just follow the recipes, and you will be fine. There is also a steaming basket on top, allowing you to steam sausages, buns, dumplings, or even eggs. You can steam whatever you desire. Additionally, there are matching spatulas, spoons, and measuring cups. Qian Haojin grew increasingly excited and exclaimed, I want one. How much does it cost? Seeing a potential buyer, the sales representative eagerly approached him. This is a top brand, priced at 150 yuan. Are you certain you want it? How much? Qian Haojin asked, stunned. The sales representative, noticing his lack of funds, pointed to a smaller rice cooker nearby. That one is 50 yuan, but it only has a cooking function without a warming feature. Moreover, it tends to overflow when preparing porridge, and most importantly, its capacity is small, sufficient for only 2 servings. 50 yuan was still beyond his means. Qian Haojin's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. The sales representative advised, if your financial situation allows, I would still recommend the larger capacity model from the renowned brand. I didn't bring enough money. I'll come back in a few days to buy it, Qian Haojin stammered as he hurriedly left the store. After walking a short distance, he found himself drawn to a television display, unable to resist. This model is black and white, receiving wireless television signals via an antenna, allowing you to watch news, dramas, movies, and many other programs. However, the signal can sometimes be unstable, leading to snow and ghosting effects, necessitating manual adjustments to the outdoor antenna's direction and angle to improve signal quality. This model is color, functioning the same as the black and white television but providing a more vibrant and lifelike picture. making it more enjoyable to watch. The best part is its high status. Friends and relatives will surely compliment us on our grand color television. This model integrates television, radio, and tape recorder functionalities, but just as he was about to suggest purchasing a television, he recalled the earlier embarrassment regarding the rice cooker and quickly asked, "How much is this television?" The sales representative responded, "The black and white 12-inch is $300, 14-inch is $500, the color 14-inch is $700, the 18-inch is $3,000, and the integrated model are." No need to go on. Chen Haojin quickly waved his hand, feeling embarrassed as he said, I didn't bring enough money. I will come back in a few days. The sales representative urged, "Where do you live? We can arrange for home delivery, and you can pay upon receipt." Chapter 22. I am a living medicinal herb. Chen Haojin was in a state of utter panic. No, this is a substantial sum of money. I must discuss it with my wife. Before he could finish his words, he had already fled 3 jong away. The marketplace was filled with many excellent items, but Chen Haojin dared not look any longer. His pockets were empty, rendering everything superfluous. Remembering Xiuzhen's admonition, he inquired around the medicinal herb market before returning home. He informed Xiuzhen, currently, the herbs in short supply include Banksia, Zhongluo, Baiji, and Lingji. Among these, aside from Lingji, I am unfamiliar with the others. Xiuzhen asked, "Did you inquire about the price?" It is particularly scarce in our region. However, Yumacao is quite common, though it is not worth much, with a purchase price of only a few cents per jin. Xiuzhen wanted to mention that their daughter, Qian Xiaodan, could find Lingji but feared that saying so might tempt fate. Instead, she said, "Where there is a will, there is a way. Don't worry, once I recover from my confinement, we can go up the mountain together to search for Lingji." Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, "Mother, you need not undergo confinement. I am the inner elixir of a dragon princess, possessing the essence of the sun and moon for 100,000 years. Any mortal who comes into contact with me for a day will be free from ailments and disasters, retaining eternal youth. Besides, I've been with you for several months." Xiuzhen's face lit up with joy as she reflected inwardly. "Are you implying that my current state is not weak and is akin to that of a normal person? I need not rest for a month." Qian Xiaodan affirmed silently, "Yes, mother, your body is now many times stronger than that of an ordinary person. You can go out at any time. Even if you are exposed to wind and rain, there will be no issues. Should you sustain an injury, my blood can heal you." Xiuzhen inquired, "So, does that mean I can accompany your father to the mountains to gather herbs? Right? I can guide you in foraging for herbs." Xiuzhen expressed her concern. "I have no issue with it. But what about you? You have only just been born. Can you truly accompany us to the mountains?" Qian Xiaodan reassured her, "Of course, I am the inner elixir of the dragon princess. My blood can cure all ailments, healing both others and myself. Bringing me along means you have a living medicinal herb, which is harmless and beneficial." Xiuzhen pondered, "Then you are akin to the flesh of Tang Seng. With such powerful effects, 1T demons and monsters covered you." Qian Xiaodan comforted her, "Do not worry, mother. We are in a peaceful era. There are no demons or monsters. Even if there were, they would not be my match, as I possess telepathy and can easily subdue them." Xiuzhen recalled her lingering postpartum discharge and asked inwardly, "If I need not undergo confinement, why do I still have this discharge?" Qian Xiaodan explained, "That is a normal physiological reaction. All women experience it after childbirth. If you wish to recover more quickly, just drink a drop of my blood, and you will be able to conceive again immediately." "Really?" Xiuzhen exclaimed in delight. Qian Xiaodan assured her, "Absolutely. However, you must not let the heavens perceive that you are intentionally taking my blood. You must pretend it was an accident, or else the heavens will determine that I have revealed a secret. Understood?" Xiuzhen said, taking a nail clipper with the intention of trimming Qian Xiaodan's nails. By feigning an accidental cut, she could collect her daughter's blood. Yet, as she was about to proceed, she hesitated, feeling a pang of sorrow at her daughter's imperfect little hands. Qian Xiaodan had only 4 fingers in total, and to ask her to bleed felt excessively cruel. No, she could not bring herself to do it. She thought, "My dear daughter, no matter how powerful you were in your past life, in this one, you are my Xiuzhen's child. You are so good to me, how could I harm you? I cannot drink your blood, absolutely not." Qian Xiaodan countered, "It is merely a drop of blood, it will not harm anyone. Mother, please drink it. After you do, the discharge will cease, and you will be able to conceive again." Xiuzhen insisted. "No, I cannot. That would be too inhumane." Qian Xiaodan sighed inwardly. "Very well, do as you wish, mother. I'm tired. I shall take a nap." "Sleep well, dear." Xiuzhen gently patted Qian Xiaodan, who soon drifted off into slumber. Seeing her child asleep, Xiuzhen closed her eyes as well, intending to rest well so she would have the energy to accompany Qian Haojin to gather herbs the next day. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Qian Haojin took up a sickle, loaded it onto a cart, and ventured into the fields to harvest Yimakao. He was unaware of Xiuzhen's intention to accompany him in foraging for herbs. He simply thought that although Yimakao was not particularly valuable, it grew abundantly in Xinghua village. By harvesting more, he could earn a bit more money. With the weather being favorable these past few days, he intended to harvest early, dry it, and sell it sooner to buy an electric rice cooker. As Qian Haojin rose so early for the first time, he made an astonishing discovery in the fields. It turned out that the wild grasslands were filled with treasures. Wild rabbits, wild chickens, and partridges, all rare delicacies, were plentiful. Even the river teemed with field frogs, wild ducks, and fish, alongside a bounty of watercress. Though he lacked the skills to catch wild game, he gathered a dozen wild chicken and duck eggs and some watercress. Not spending a single penny to acquire so many eggs and tender, delicious watercress invigorated Qian Haojin even more. By the time the sun rose, Qian Haojin had filled his cart to the brim and carefully spread everything out. When Xiuzhen awoke and saw this scene, she felt deeply moved. Qian Haojin worked so diligently for their family, she could not lag behind. Just as she was about to help, she noticed her father, Old Man Qian, having come to visit early in the morning, was quite surprised to see Qian Haojin drying so much Yimakao. "Haojin, why are you harvesting so much Yimakao?" Qian Haojin replied, "To sell for money." Old Man Qian, hands behind his back, remarked, "Once dried, this stuff is only worth a few cents per jin. It's not worth the effort. I can make more money weaving a basket. Why bother with this?" Qian Haojin stood up. "Really? Then could you lend me a few hundred yuan? Once Xiuzhen finishes her confinement, I will earn money to repay you." "How much?" Old Man Qian's eyes widened. "Do you think I'm a money-printing machine? I toil for a meager 9 mao for a basket, and you casually ask for hundreds. Do you want to kill me?" Qian Haojin lowered his voice. "Father, I'm merely borrowing. I'm not asking for it for free. If you don't have it, that's fine. No need to shout. If Xiuzhen hears, she'll start to worry." Old Man Qian suppressed his anger. "Just be honest with me. What do you need several hundred yuan for?" Qian Haojin didn't hide it, scratching his head. "I want to buy They are not only expensive but also waste electricity." Old Man Qian couldn't help but scold. "We are farmers, we should simply focus on tilling the land. Why the need for an electric rice cooker and a television? This ramshackle house with its shabby wooden doors can barely keep out such valuable items. If they were stolen, you'd regret it." Qian Haojin answered, all right, I won't buy them. Just don't shout, it's not good if Xiuzhen hears." Old Man Qian asked, "Have you made breakfast? If not, go to your elder brother's house to eat and take a bowl back for Xiuzhen." Qian Haojin waved his hand. "No need. Xiuzhen only eats the meals I prepare." Old Man Qian asked, "Why, is she angry with us?" Qian Haojin replied, "No, she genuinely won't eat others' cooking. The food you brought yesterday, she only had a few bites before giving it back to me." Alas! Old Man Qian sighed deeply. "At most, I can sell 5 baskets at the market, and if they are 3 or 5 yuan each, I can manage, but 300 or 500, I'm at my wit's end." Qian Haojin sighed as well. "Well, if that's the case, so be it. I was just asking casually." Old Man Qian softened. "Aside from money, I can help with other matters." "Haojin, do you need assistance with anything else?" "Actually, I do. I shall prosper through the knowledge found in books." Qian Laoqi was quite astonished. "You wish to learn to fish and catch shrimp like others. Are you truly suited for such endeavors?" It was not that he held his son in low regard. In his mind, this second son was a scholar, Undoubtedly not cut out for farming, what a pity. With such commendable academic performance, he ultimately failed to gain the community's recommendation and thus missed the opportunity to attend university. Chen Haojin's teacher had assured him that his grades were the best in the school, and he would surely be nominated by both faculty and students, yet, in the end, Chen Haojin received not a single vote. Meanwhile, his classmate Wu Zun, who frequently skipped classes and harassed girls, had the poorest grades in the class, yet due to his father being the village secretary, he garnered the votes of both the school and the village, successfully entering the gates of higher education. This situation left Chen Haojin in a state of despondency for quite some time. He lamented that there was no fairness in this world, that teachers lacked integrity, and that no matter how well one studied, it was of little use without connections. Some villagers, eager to curry favor with the village leaders, often compared Chen Haojin with Wu Zun, claiming that good grades were useless and that being well connected was what truly mattered, even labeling Chen Haojin a bookworm, asserting that he would never achieve great success. Such comparisons drove Chen Haojin to the brink of despair. He tortured himself repeatedly, and during one particularly dark episode, consumed half a bottle of pesticide. Had it not been diluted with water and for timely medical intervention, Chen Haojin might have lost his life. The mere thought of this filled Chen Laoqi with indignation on behalf of his son, yet the reality remained, lacking connections rendered one powerless. The elderly couple, unsure how to console their son, resorted to seeking a matchmaker to find a wife for Chen Haojin. To speak of it, the wife Chen Haojin married, Xiaojun, was indeed a commendable choice. Shortly after entering their home, she managed to brighten Chen Haojin's disposition. Regrettably, Xiaojun was unable to bear a son. Instead, she gave birth to a daughter with disabilities and a snake. Chen Laoqi did not despise his granddaughter's condition, rather, he worried about Chen Haojin's emotional state, fearing he would revert to his former melancholic self. After all, Wu Zun, the son of the village secretary, had graduated from university and married the daughter of a wealthy city businessman, producing a pair of twin sons. In no time, this couple would return to the village to host a banquet. Chen Laoqi was deeply concerned that Chen Haojin would be further distressed by Wu Zun's accomplishments. Thus, while the elderly couple outwardly resided at their eldest son's home, they remained preoccupied with their second son. Each day, Chen Laoqi would visit Chen Haojin's home to assess his well-being. Today, he found his son in relatively good spirits, but the request for a fish basket was genuinely worrying. The wild river was known to harbor venomous snakes, posing considerable danger. Just last year, a villager had been bitten and killed while fishing there. Anyone capable of making a living would never resort to such perilous work. Contemplating this, Chen Laoqi resolved to earnestly advise his son against this pursuit. Before he could voice his concerns, Chen Haojin interjected, "Whether I am suited for this depends on the quality of the fish basket you weave for me. After 10 years of diligent study, it is time to demonstrate my true worth farther. If you craft me a fine fish basket, I will prove to you that my education was not in vain." Chen Laoqi hesitated. Must you really pursue fishing and shrimp catching? Is there not another livelihood you could consider? The wild river is fraught with venomous snakes. It is exceedingly dangerous. Chen Haojin replied, "The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The motherwort I am currently harvesting poses no risk, yet it is of little value. Rare medicinal herbs are valuable, but I cannot find them. The fish, shrimp, and crabs are all present in that wild river, right before my eyes. Why not catch them? If one is unwilling to take any risks, how can one amass wealth?" Chen Laoqi could not refute this logic. Chen Haojin sighed. "Father, do you know that Wu Zun has returned? He has married a city woman and fathered a pair of twin sons. I suspect it will not be long before the villagers compare me to him once again." Chen Laoqi grew anxious. "Haojin, please do not dwell on such thoughts. You are now a husband and father, bearing the responsibilities of a family. Though your daughter may have some disabilities, it does not mean she lacks intelligence. With proper nurturing, she will achieve great things." Chen Haojin responded, "I understand. Do not worry, father. I will not let myself be consumed by despair, nor will I torment myself or my wife and child based on others' opinions. That would be foolish, and it would mean completely conceding to Wu Zun." I may not have triumphed over him in attending university or in marrying and having children, but I refuse to let my life be overshadowed by his. Regardless of my wife and I want everyone in the village to know that I, Qian Haojin, am not merely a bookworm. My education has not been in vain. I shall prosper through the knowledge found in books, ensuring my wife and child enjoy a good life and that the Qian family holds its head high. With a shift in tone, Qian Haojin continued, Father, I genuinely wish to change my fate. Please, weave me a fish basket. I promise you, regardless of how many fish or shrimp I catch each day, you shall receive your share. Upon hearing these words, Qian Laoji felt deeply moved. I shall go weave a fish basket right now, and I will make you 10. Just wait. In Xiaozhen's room, mother and daughter exchanged thoughts. Qian Xiaodan mused, Mom, I just read the heartfelt sentiments of Dad and Grandpa. The Qian family has endured much injustice, suffering greatly due to their lack of power and influence. Let us assist Dad in his endeavors, so that the Qian family can rise to prominence starting from his generation. Xiaozhen replied, Indeed, but your father wishes to fish, and there are many venomous snakes in the wild river. This line of work is too perilous. We should rather persuade him to venture into the mountains to seek ginseng. Qian Xiaodan countered, Do not worry, Mom, when Dad goes fishing, I will accompany him. What are mere venomous snakes to me? All waters belong to the dragon clan. I am the inner essence of the dragon clan princess. Those snakes will not dare to bite me. They will flee in fear. Xiaozhen cautioned, Your father will not agree to take you along. Qian Xiaodan suggested, Then let him go alone at first. You can quietly follow me to protect him. Xiaozhen hesitated, But can we do that? No, you are too small. I cannot take you out. Qian Xiaodan pouted, Mom, do not treat me like a child. I am the inner essence of the Dragon Clan princess, having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for 100,000. I am actually 100,000 years old, and my thoughts are more mature than yours. Xiaozhen relented, Very well, I will follow your lead. Starting tomorrow, I will wrap you in a cloth. With her abilities, she should have become a leader in some water domain by now. Xiaozhen thought of the large white snake, her eyes filled with tenderness. If only we could see her. Xiao Shuang, in the kitchen, Qian Haojin followed a purchased recipe to prepare delicious and nutritious dried fruit pancakes. He also cooked red date and peanut porridge, fried 2 wild duck eggs, and stir-fried a plate of dried radish with lard. When he brought it all into Xiaozhen's room, she was pleasantly surprised. Wow, this is quite a feast. Did you make all of this? Qian Haojin nodded and recounted everything he had seen and experienced while harvesting motherwort that morning. After hearing his account, Xiaozhen felt an urge to visit the wild fields. Remembering that she did not need to observe the postnatal confinement period, she proposed, Haojin, may I accompany you to harvest motherwort? Qian Haojin replied, How can that be? You have just given birth. You must rest. Xiaozhen insisted, I am in excellent health, I do not need to rest. Qian Haojin admonished, Do not speak nonsense. No matter how well you feel, you must still observe the confinement period. Which woman does not rest after childbirth? Stay in bed and do not think about anything else. Xiaozhen realized she could not persuade him otherwise, so she ceased her objections. After all, she had already made a decision with her daughter. Starting tomorrow, they would secretly follow Qian Haojin to protect him. As Qian Haojin had breakfast, he felt that Xiaozhen's nutrition was insufficient. Thinking of the wild chickens and rabbits in the fields, he could not contain himself. After washing the dishes, he quickly fashioned a net bag from bamboo and iron wire, loaded it onto the cart, took a sickle, and set off for the wild fields. Xiaozhen noticed Qian Haojin's departure and hurriedly found a large cloth bag, placing Qian Xiaodan inside, intending to follow him. Just as they were about to leave the room, visitors from her family arrived. Xiaozhen's parents rushed into the house, carrying a large bag of supplies for the new mother and baby. Xiaozhen, dear, mother has come to see you. Chapter 24. United in prosperity and adversity. As soon as Xiaozhen's mother entered the room, she was taken aback by the sight of Xiaozhen cradling her newborn child against her body. Xiaozhen, how can you possibly take care of the baby by yourself? You have just given birth, where is your mother-in-law? She continued, moreover, this child has just been born, how can you carry such a tiny being like that? What is going on in the Qian household? You have just delivered, and yet no one is here to assist you. Quickly lie down, do not stand, your body is still weak. A barrage of questions left Xiaozhen at a loss as to where to begin her responses. She could not confess to her mother that she felt perfectly healthy, as that would be tantamount to revealing an unwelcome truth, so she reluctantly laid the child aside and complied with her mother's insistence to lie down. Mom, Dad, please do not be angry, the Qian family has not neglected me, they cared for me after breakfast, and then they all went about their duties. My father-in-law is weaving baskets, and my mother-in-law is preparing the meal for Uncle Jin. Before Xiaozhen could finish her explanation, her father, having recognized that Uncle Jin lived next door, stormed off in a fit of rage to confront them. Quickly, mother, persuade father to return. Do not let him go to Uncle Jin's house, they truly have not wronged me. All right, you stay put, I will go talk to him. Xiaozhen's mother understood her husband's temperament and hurried after him. However, she did not attempt to dissuade him but instead stealthily followed him towards Uncle Jin's yard. At that moment, Uncle Jin was away at work in the machinery repair shop. In the yard, Qian Laoqi was diligently splitting bamboo, while Aunt Laoqi was kneading dough on the stone table in preparation for making dumplings for lunch. Su Mai was reclining in a rocking chair, munching on sunflower seeds and muttering to herself, put more salt in the dumpling filling. It is too bland to eat. The bone broth this morning was underseasoned, lacked any flavor. Even for the dumplings at noon, I expect 5 dishes. When Xiaozhen was pregnant, you all provided 5 dishes and a soup every day. Aunt Laoqi felt a surge of anger but suppressed it, knowing that Su Mai was pregnant with twins. She tried to remain calm, saying, when I prepared meals for Xiaozhen, it was not always 5 dishes and a soup. Occasionally, when making dumplings or noodles, I would simply serve some pickled vegetables. She never complained. What is she compared to me? Can she even be mentioned in the same breath? Su Mai retorted, her temper flaring. She patted her belly and declared, my belly is precious, carrying twins, a boy and a girl. What is she carrying? Does she have any right to compare herself with me? Outside, Xiaozhen's father overheard this conversation and was about to storm in, but Xiaozhen's mother held him back, signaling for him to listen a while longer. Be quiet, roared Qian Laoqi, dropping the bamboo he was holding. Do not think that just because you are pregnant with twins, you are somehow superior. While my son is away, you treat us like slaves. Xiaozhen was also pregnant with twins, yet she never flaunted herself like you do. Aunt Laoqi ceased her kneading and placed her hands on her hips, saying, Su Mai, listen carefully. If it weren't for the sake of the children, I would not even wish to engage with you. Xiaozhen was never picky when she was pregnant. Even when starving, she waited for us elders to sit down before starting to eat. Unlike you, who, while others toil to serve you, you do not even utter a word of thanks, diving straight into the best portions. Not being picky is foolish. Su Mai exclaimed, throwing down her sunflower seeds, standing up in anger. What do you two mean? Are you conspiring to bully me while my husband is away? Do not compare me to Xiaozhen, she and I are not on the same level. Xiaozhen's father was about to question how they weren't on the same level when he heard Qian Laoqi say, what level are you? What makes you so noble? Su Mai held her head high, declaring, need I explain, I can bear children, I ensure the family line continues. My first child was a beautiful daughter, and my second pregnancy brought twins. What about her? She can only give birth to oddities and snakes, unable to produce a normal child. With such a background, what right does she have to compare herself to me? Xiaozhen's father stood there in shock, quietly asking Xiaozhen's mother, what do you mean by oddities and snakes? Is it true that our daughter cannot give birth to a normal child? Xiaozhen's mother replied, let us go home and see for ourselves. Just as they were about to leave, Qian Laoqi's voice thundered from the yard, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Lao Qian family? If this word gets out, do you think it will reflect well on you? Do not forget that you are also a member of the Qian family. He lowered his voice and warned, regardless of what Xiaozhen gives birth to, she is part of my family. I, Qian Laoqi, will never deny her, and no matter how much you look down upon her, you cannot deny the fact that your niece is akin to a snake. In the Qian family, we rise and fall together. Xiaozhen's father and mother exchanged glances, aghast at the implication that their daughter had indeed given birth to a snake. I in the yard, Sumai's voice softened slightly but remained defiant, muttering, "She is simply not on my level." HMPH, do not rejoice too soon, Qian Laoqi retorted harshly. Your twins have yet to fully develop, who knows what they will be like once born. Do not be surprised if they turn out to be less than a snake. Qian Laoqi, do not curse my children. Sumai fumed, her face flushed with rage as she pointed at Qian Laoqi. Let me tell you, my children are perfectly healthy. As long as I do not take any strange medications, there is no way anything would go wrong. Qian Laoqi was taken aback by how Sumai addressed him, clutching his chest in indignation. What? Is your heart aching? Aunt Laoqi quickly attempted to soothe him. It is just anger, he replied. Sumai quickly stepped back. What do you two intend? Do not think to extort me. I have neither hit you nor cursed you. I simply stated that as long as I do not ingest any bizarre medicines, my child will not be disabled. Aunt Laoqi believed Sumai's words were aimed directly at her, responding angrily, I know what you mean. You are insinuating that Xiaozhen's child is like that because of the broth I made. Let me assure you, there is nothing wrong with that medicine. In fact, I was planning to gather some money to buy you some supplements as well, so do not be ungrateful. Sumai suddenly jumped up. I have no intention of taking those folk remedies. If you truly care for this child, give me that money so I can buy what I want to eat. Give you money? Why should I give you my hard-earned cash? Aunt Laoqi rolled her eyes dramatically. I have already consulted the clinic. The herbs in that folk remedy are all meant to support the pregnancy and will not affect fetal development at all. If you wish for the folk remedy that guarantees a boy, I will buy it for you. If you do not want it, I will not purchase it. Do not think about my money all the time, that is out of the question. He was thinking about your money, you are clearly biased. Sumai shouted in frustration, stomping her foot. I do not care how much you spent on Xiaozhen. You must spend the same amount on me, otherwise, I will refuse to bear children for your family, I will go to the clinic for an abortion, and you will not have a grandchild. You are being unreasonable. Aunt Laoqi trembled with anger. Qian Laoqi found himself at a loss for words. After all, what Sumai carried was still a descendant of the Lao Qian family, and he could not firmly reject her request. Sumai, recognizing the couple's predicament, crossed her arms and declared, I have made my stance clear, you give me money, and I will give birth. If you do not provide me with money, I will terminate the pregnancy. And I want that money now. If you do not give it, I will head to the clinic for an abortion. With that, she pushed her bicycle into the middle of the yard, as if ready to leave for the clinic at any moment. Qian Laoqi, fearing that Sumai might actually make such a rash decision, hastily instructed his wife, just give it to her. After all, you plan to spend that money on her. Aunt Laoqi hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a handkerchief rolled into a tube shape from her pocket. Unwrapping it revealed a collection of 5 and 10 yuan bills. Trembling, she handed the entire sum to Sumai. Take this, do not ever say we are biased. We have treated you both equally from the beginning. However, after counting it carefully, her expression darkened. Why is it only 400 yuan? Aunt Laoqi widened her eyes in disbelief. 400 yuan is not enough, do you think I have more? Chapter 25. The in-laws are forced to write an IOU. Sumai, filled with both anger and frustration, exclaimed with reddened eyes, wasn't it supposed to be 10,000? How did it turn into 400? Auntie Qi retorted, who said that folk remedy was worth 10,000. I only spent 400 on it. Sumai scoffed, then why did you tell Xiaojun that you spent 10,000 on her and demanded she repay you that amount? Isn't that deceitful? Auntie Qi stammered, I was just provoked by her. After all, she couldn't bear a son. At the entrance, Xiaojun's father and mother finally grasped the situation. No wonder this mother-in-law refused to help Xiaojun during her confinement. It was because she resented Xiaojun for not giving birth to a boy. Qian Laoqi interjected, regarding this matter, Sumai, I must warn you that 10,000 does not exist. Your mother said that out of anger. We cannot truly demand 10,000 from Xiaojun, nor can you. She owes us nothing, and even less to you. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Why? Sumai, infuriated, struck her abdomen, and a barely noticeable dark glow emanated from her midsection. Like a cat, Sumai jumped and stubbornly declared, you both promised me that if I bore a son, I would be rewarded 10,000. Since Xiaojun has failed to produce a son, she owes you 10,000. If you do not give me the 10,000, I will demand it from Xiaojun. What nonsense are you spouting? Auntie Qi angrily admonished Sumai, you've truly gone mad over money. When did we ever agree to give you 10,000 as a reward? Even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't come up with that much. Sumai held her head high, I don't care. When I brought it up, neither of you objected. Silence implies consent, and once consented, you cannot retract. I shall state this clearly, the day my son is born will be the day you owe me money. If you fulfill your promise of 10,000, I will keep my son. If you renege on your word, I will leave with my son, and then you will also be deprived of your grandchild. You are utterly unreasonable. Qian Laoqi, if you desire him, then provide me with an IOU for 10,000. If not, I will terminate the pregnancy immediately. The choice between an IOU and an abortion is yours to make. You are pushing us to the brink. I cannot go on like this. Auntie Qi collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Qian Laoqi hastily scolded, what are you wailing about? Be quiet. If anyone comes to witness this spectacle, we cannot. After finishing, he angrily threw it at Sumai. Are you satisfied now? He had no intention of actually giving it, as he could not muster such funds. He merely sought to placate his. Regardless of whether they had money or not, once the child was born, she could not simply return it. As long as it was of the Qian lineage, no matter where she took the child, it would remain part of the Qian family. Sumai seemed to understand this point and extended the paper once more, stating, please add a clause, if you two cannot produce 10,000 when the time comes, then let Qian Haojin and Xiaojun take on the responsibility. How can you demand such a thing? Why should they bear this financial burden? Qian Laoqi's face flushed with anger. If you refuse to write it, it implies favoritism. Sumai declared haughtily, your family is so intent on having a grandson. Since I am carrying a son, I deserve the reward of 10,000. Xiaojun, who has not given birth to a son and instead produced a deformity and a snake, has brought shame upon your family and should therefore incur a fine of 10,000. Qian Laoqi coldly rejected, I will not sign that. I advise you to cease this nonsense, it is becoming absurd. Sumai, unwilling to concede, plopped down onto the floor in imitation of her mother-in-law. If you do not sign, I will certainly forego this pair of twins. Furthermore, I will no longer live with Qian Haojin, I will divorce him. At this, Qian Laoqi was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Auntie Qi, fearing for the loss of her grandchild, swiftly stood up, took the IOU, and with trembling, if you do not only will we lose the grandchild, but also the daughter-in-law. When Haojin comes home, he will undoubtedly blame us. With a deep sigh, Qian Laoqi reluctantly picked up the pen. Xiaojun's father could no longer bear the sight and stormed into the courtyard in a fury. In-law, if you truly write that down, I will ensure my daughter divorces your second son. How is it fair that your eldest daughter-in-law enjoys all comforts while my daughter, after giving birth, has no one to care for her? Is your second son not your own flesh and blood? Xiaojun's mother added, what era are we in, still favoring sons over daughters? Even if my daughter did not produce a son, she remains a daughter-in-law of the Qian family. Why should she pay her sister-in-law 10,000? In my long life, this is the first time I have encountered such a bizarre situation. Qian Laoji quickly pulled Xiuzhen's father aside and whispered, "This is merely a stalling tactic. Rest assured, I will not truly ask Xiuzhen and Hao Jin to pay this 10,000. Let us first ensure she gives birth." Sumai stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Laoji. "Do you take me for deaf or foolish? Away with your stalling tactics. I have changed my mind. I not only want you to write this down, but I also require Xiuzhen's signature. Only with her consent will this IOU hold validity." "On what basis?" Xiuzhen's parents exclaimed in unison. Qian Laoji, equally enraged, tore the paper to shreds, shouting, "I refuse to write this IOU. No one in the Qian family owes you this much money. Do as you wish." Auntie Qi also stood her ground. "You brought this upon yourself by being so. The twins are unwanted, and I, your eldest daughter-in-law, am entirely discarded." Auntie Qi dared not declare them unwanted, nudging Qian Laoji to speak. Qian Laoji replied, "It is not that we do not want them. It is that you do not appreciate what you have. We have treated you well enough. If you insist on causing a ruckus, we are left with no choice." Sumai scoffed, "If I leave, not only will this pair of twins vanish, but I will also take away. You cannot take her. Even if a divorce occurs, the child will be awarded to her father, who has a stable job. What do you have to offer?" Sumai, unable to contain her anger, gritted her teeth and made a fierce declaration. "She is a part of me, and I will take her with me, come what may. If I cannot provide for her, I shall end her life. I might as well die alongside her." Qian Laoji was taken aback by Sumai's words, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, his face turning ghostly pale. "Laoji, do not be agitated. Please sit down." Auntie Qi hurriedly assisted Qian Laoji in taking a seat. Xiuzhen's parents, witnessing the scene, were filled with concern and urged Qian Laoji to rest. He held his chest with one hand and his forehead with the other, tears streaming down his face. Overwhelmed with a mix of anger, confusion, and resentment, he murmured, "I cannot fathom what has come over Sumai. She was so kind to Xiuzhen before, frequently bringing her stewed eggs to eat, and even prepared fish soup shortly after Xiuzhen gave birth. Now, she seems intent on making Xiuzhen's life miserable. I truly cannot comprehend why." Sumai coldly snorted, "Is it not because Xiuzhen has shattered my heart? I went out of my way to prepare fish soup for her, and not only did she refuse to eat it, but she also accused me of drugging it. I treated her with sincerity, yet she regards me as an enemy. Anyone in my position would be enraged." Auntie Qi sighed. "Xiuzhen too is at fault, when her sister-in-law kindly—" "Truth be told, before the birth, our families were harmonious, with no conflicts whatsoever. Since she gave birth, everything has changed." At this point, Auntie Qi suddenly had a revelation and turned to Qian Laoji. Could it be that the child with disabilities is a harbinger of misfortune? The cunning little glance upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Sumai's spirits soared. She seized upon her mother-in-law's sentiment, stating, "Mother is quite right. I was not like this before. I was purely driven to it by Xiuzhen's provocations. In my opinion, not only is that child a harbinger of misfortune, but so too is her mother. Otherwise, how could a decent person give birth to a monstrous child and a snake?" Xiuzhen's father, incensed, nearly raised his hand to strike, only to be restrained by Xiuzhen's mother. With a hint of reluctance, Xiuzhen's mother inquired of Qian Laoji, "In-law, please enlighten us about what transpired during our daughter's delivery. We just visited Xiuzhen's room, and that child was charming and well-behaved, exhibiting no issues." "Why do you insist on claiming she birthed a monster and a snake?" Qian Laoji sighed deeply. "She bore twins. The first was a girl, albeit with physical deformities, while the second was a large white snake, which I witnessed with my—" "How could that possibly be?" Xiuzhen's mother could hardly fathom it. Xiuzhen's father too struggled to accept the notion. "I could believe the child had deformities, but it's utterly absurd." Xiuzhen's mother retorted, "Could it be that you simply wish to shirk your duties in caring for my daughter during her confinement, fabricating such a ludicrous excuse?" Aunt Lao Chi raised her voice. Shortly after its birth, a black cat leapt onto the bed and bit the child's leg fiercely. The child, already lacking in limbs, now has a bite wound on her leg. Who knows if she will ever walk again? What, could such a thing have happened? I must inquire Xiaozhen to discern the truth, Xiaozhen's mother declared, preparing to leave. Yet, Xiaozhen's father demanded, where is that snake now? I wish to see it. Qian Lao Qi lamented, alas, it has perished, it was buried. However, do not harbor hatred for that snake, it was quite spirited. After the wild black cat injured its sister, it avenged her by killing the cat. Xiaozhen's father inquired, then how did the snake meet its demise? Qian Lao Qi, somewhat ashamed, confessed, I intended to swat the black cat, but it rushed forward to bite the cat, and alas, it died unjustly. Xiaozhen's father said, I remain skeptical of your claims. Very well, where is the snake buried? Allow me to see. Right behind the house, I shall take you there now, replied Qian Lao Qi, fetching a shovel and leading the way from Qian Haolai's back door. Once the four elders had departed, Sumai let out a derisive snort. Returning to her room to retrieve a piece of paper, meticulously drafting an IOU, she then took out an ink pad, placing the pen, paper, and ink pad on the table. Speaking to herself, she mused, Xiaozhen's parents live in town, engaged in business, they can certainly produce 10,000 yuan. This IOU shall be signed by them, and should they dare to refuse, I will spread the word about their daughter birthing a monster and a snake. At that moment, on the bed, Qian Xiaohua had awake. Noticing her daughter was awake, Sumai erupted in anger. What are you looking at? Don't act as if you understand everything. Qian Xiaohua, intimidated, turned away, pretending to play with her fingers. Sumai shook her head. After all, she is merely a 9-month-old child. What could she possibly comprehend? I am being overly sensitive. Remembering that she still had some of the harmful medicine, she whispered, I must quickly hide the remaining pills. If they discover them, it would serve as evidence of my drugging Xiaozhen. With that thought, she promptly rummaged through the drawer, taking out the pillbox and placing it under her pillow. However, after a moment's reflection, she deemed the pillow unsafe, so she removed the box and placed it beneath the mat. After a brief pause, she reconsidered and thought that even under the mat was not secure enough, so she moved the box to beneath the bed. Just a few seconds later, fearing it might be discovered by wild cats or mice, she concluded that even under the bed was insufficiently safe. Thus, she retrieved a match and a porcelain vase. From the back of the house, the voices of the elderly could be faintly heard. Qian Lao Qi exclaimed, how could it be missing? It was clearly buried here. Xiaozhen's father responded, are you certain? It is not supposed to be in this location. Qian Lao Qi insisted, impossible, it is indeed here. Aunt Lao Qi interjected, is it possible that the snake was not dead but merely unconscious? Perhaps it awakened and wriggled its way out of the soil. Qian Lao Qi replied, that is improbable, even if it was merely unconscious, I buried it deep, devoid of nourishment and it would not survive, unless what? The three inquired. Qian Lao Qi stated, unless someone has dug up the grave. I wondered why it was so easy to dig. The soil is clearly disturbed inside the house. Upon hearing this, Sumai's heart. She was unaware that the large white snake had been freed by Xiaozhen, believing instead that it had resurrected and slithered away while she was digging. Striking a match, she failed to ignite it, then struck another, yet it too did not catch fire, causing her greater alarm. She hurried to the kitchen cupboard to fetch a new box of matches. Outside, Xiaozhen's father remarked, as it stands, without seeing the snake, I truly do not know if your family speaks the truth or lies. However, I can sense that your family does not have affection for my daughter. If you cannot accept her, I shall take her back to her mother's home today. Qian Lao Qi reassured, no, dear-in-law, you misunderstand. I have conveyed to my son and daughter-in-law that even if Xiao Shuang is a large white snake, she is still of the Qian family, and though Xiao Dan has physical disabilities, she must be nurtured properly. I will not allow anyone to discriminate against Xiaozhen's two children. Xiaozhen's father replied, I cannot discern which of your words are true and which are false. I shall go see my daughter now. She has just given birth and lacks anyone to care for her. Aunt Lao Chi, her cheeks flushed, said, We were mainly concerned about disturbing her, so we chose to work in the yard of the eldest, and once she awakens, we will immediately attend to her. Xiaozhen's mother, half convinced, recalled that her son-in-law was absent, asking, Why has it taken so long? Why haven't we seen Qian Haojin? What is he up to? Qian Laoqi replied, He has gone to harvest motherwort. Now that he is a father, he is eager to earn more money to provide for Xiaozhen and the child. Poor fellow. Xiaozhen's father sighed. Let us go to Xiaozhen's room. Sumai found a new box of matches and was about to strike one when she heard footsteps approaching the back door. Her hand trembled, causing her to drop the match. With no time to light it, she could only push the porcelain basin under the bed, planning to destroy the evidence once they had left. This entire scene was clearly observed by the 9-month-old Qian Xiaohua, who was leaning against the bed. Upon straightening up, Sumai caught sight of her daughter's cunning little gaze, instantly igniting her fury. She bellowed, What are you staring at? Are you spying on me? Be careful, or I shall gouge out your eyes. Qian Xiaohua longed to speak, but her mother forbade her, with a heart full of grievances that could not be expressed. At that moment, Xiaozhen's mother approached the bedroom door. Hearing Qian Xiaohua's cries, she knocked gently. Is that you, sister-in-law? Has the child awakened? Yes, she hasn't slept well and is quite mischievous. Sumai quickly opened the door. Xiaozhen's mother pulled out 5 yuan from her pocket and placed it in Qian Xiaohua's hand. Such a good baby, this is a little gift from your grandmother. This grandmother is truly kind. Even kinder than my own grandmother, she is my sister's maternal grandmother, and I must be good to my sister in the future, Qian Xiaohua thought to herself. Sumai, originally disliking Xiaozhen's mother, felt compelled to We are all family. However, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. Sumai's expression immediately soured. What is it? Are you intending to reprimand me? Xiaozhen's mother smiled gently, I am not your elder. I have no authority to scold you. I simply wish to say that my Xiaozhen is somewhat naive and has been spoiled at home. If she falters in any way, I hope you, as her sister-in-law, can show her some understanding. Pretending to be magnanimous, she remarked, as the eldest daughter-in-law, I shall naturally be accommodating. However, you all ought to counsel her more often, urging her not to live in suspicion, constantly doubting that others are plotting against. It is my generous spirit that has prevented me from holding her accountable. Had it been someone else, they would have severed ties with her long ago. Auntie Lao Chi echoed, Indeed, harmony in the family fosters prosperity. Later, be sure to enlighten Xiaozhen. She must not continue to harbor grievances against her sister-in-law. Had she not previously accused her sister-in-law of poisoning her, there would have been no cause for such anger today. To be frank, before Xiaozhen entered our family, we were all quite peaceful. No one had ever clashed with anyone else. Ever since Xiaozhen, before she could finish her thought, Qian Laoqi jabbed her sharply in the ribs, exclaiming, What are you talking about? If you can't articulate your thoughts properly, then remain silent. Xiaozhen's father, with a stern expression, interjected, I find your family quite peculiar. It is the eldest daughter-in-law who instigated this conflict, yet somehow, the blame has fallen upon the innocent second daughter-in-law. Do you think my daughter is an easy target? Qian Laoqi hastily apologized. No, my wife simply speaks without thinking. You needn't take her words to heart. Xiaozhen and the child, let us go see them. As they were about to leave, Sumai produced a death note she had written. Father, hold on a moment, please sign this. Qian Laoqi glanced at the note and was infuriated. Why are you still fixated on this matter? Sumai replied, the issue Naturally, I must continue to think about it. That previous death note you tore up has been rewritten. Do not tear it again. If you do, I shall enlist Qian Haojin and Xiaozhen to write it. Qian Laoqi, not wishing to, I cannot read, do you not know that? Sumai, unperturbed, retrieved an ink pad. Surely you can leave a thumbprint. Auntie Laoqi found herself at a loss for words and reluctantly pressed her thumb onto the ink pad. In her heart, she thought that it mattered little, as she did not possess such a sum of money. A mere thumbprint would not change anything. Xiaojun's parents observed the scene, shaking their heads with sighs. The in-laws were completely under the thumb of the eldest daughter. Lore.as the group prepared to leave once more. Sumai declared, "A sister-in-law's parents, you must also sign an imprint." What did you say? Xiaojun's father was momentarily taken aback. Xiaojun's mother exclaimed, "You elder sister-in-law, have you lost your mind? What does your family's affairs have to do with us? Why should we be compelled to sign an imprint? To serve as witnesses?" Sumai asserted confidently, "Moreover, your biological daughter Xiaojun is my sister-in-law. Does this not concern you? Not only must you both sign, but Xiaojun and Qian Haojin must as well." "Nonsense, you two brothers have long since separated. What financial obligations do you have with the elders? Why should it involve my daughter and son-in-law?" Xiaojun's father retorted sharply. Qian Laoqi prepared to chastise them, but Sumai interjected first. "I have no desire to involve her, but if blame must be assigned, let it be for her failure to bear a son. Uncle, you may not know, but our family has always been clear on rewards and punishments. It is one thing that Xiaojun failed to produce a son, but she also gave birth to a deformed child and a snake, bringing shame to the Qian family. The matriarch has demanded a compensation of 10,000. She herself agreed to this. And I have conceived a son for the Qian family. I informed my in-laws that upon the birth of my son, I would be awarded 10,000. They did not object at the time, which implies their tacit approval. Thus, your daughter owes my in-laws 10,000, and my in-laws owe me 10,000. Given this, the debt of 10,000 on this note must ultimately be repaid. As her parents, you bear the responsibility to settle this debt on her behalf. Thus, you must sign." Xiaojun's father, brimming with rage, raised his hand. "If you continue with your nonsense, do you believe I won't strike you?" Sumai showed no fear. "I am with child, expecting twins. If you are unafraid of imprisonment, then strike away." Xiaojun's father clenched his fists, but was held back by Xiaojun's mother. Xiaojun's mother admonished, "Elder sister-in-law, how can you be so unreasonable? I just gave your daughter $5, and you calculate it like this." Xiaojun's father growled, "Precisely because you gave her $5, she thinks we are wealthy and seeks to exploit us." Sumai scoffed, "I did not plan this due to the $5 you offered. I had long since prepared for this, which is why I wrote the debt note in advance, waiting for your return to sign." Xiaojun's mother lamented, "Had I known you were such a person, I would never—" She waved her hand, "Forget it, that $5 was for the child, not for you. I shan't hold it against you, but we absolutely cannot sign this debt note for 10,000. Sumai snatched the $5 from Qian Xiaohua's hand and stuffed it into her pocket, disdainfully saying, "Then you shall see for yourselves. If you refuse to sign, will your daughter be able to live peacefully in the Qian household?" Xiaojun's mother immediately darkened her expression. "What do you intend to do? Will you bring harm to my daughter?" Upon hearing this, Sumai burst into laughter. She understood full well that the harm had already been done. However, she feared that her subsequent actions would be even more severe. "What are you laughing at?" Xiaojun's mother anxiously glanced at Auntie Laoqi. "What is she laughing at? Is this eldest daughter-in-law of yours ill in the head?" Auntie Laoqi replied, I am not certain. How could she be so unreasonable? It seems as though she has fallen into the clutches of greed." Xiaojun's father fumed, "Do not waste your breath on them. They are all of a mind. We must go to Xiaojun's room and bring our daughter home immediately. Let her divorce Qian Haojin." At the mention of divorce, Qian Laoqi panicked, hastily grasping Xiaojun's father. "In-laws, we cannot act rashly. The two children have a good relationship, and they must not divorce. Haojin is working tirelessly in the fields to ensure Xiaojun has a good life, even in this sweltering heat." Xiaojun's father shrugged off his grip. "What good is it to cut herbs? When my daughter needed help, he was not by her side. She is still in confinement, enduring such humiliation. What use is he as a husband?" Xiaojun's mother, "We are leaving. Even if we leave, we must eat first." Qian Laoqi, anxious that Xiaojun might truly be taken home by her in-laws, promptly instructed his wife, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry to Xiaozhen's yard and prepare a meal for our in-laws. Let us properly entertain them. We can address any issues once Haojin returns. Alas! Auntie Lao Chi rushed into the kitchen, searching for a ceramic bowl to carry the dough. Sumai, concerned that Auntie Lao Chi might enter her room, quickly took Qian Xiaohua into her room, placed her on the bed, and pushed the red ceramic bowl hidden under the bed further in. In a hushed tone, she admonished Qian Xiaohua, "Sleep well, no crying or fussing." She then exited the room, closing the door behind her. Coldly, she stated, "Xiaohua is sleeping, do not disturb her." Auntie Lao Chi was puzzled. Did she not just? How can she be sleeping again? Sumai insisted, "I said she is sleeping. She is indeed sleeping, just do not disturb her." Auntie Lao Chi searched the courtyard, unable to find the bowl, her suspicious gaze landing on Sumai's room. Could it be in there? Just as she was about, "I told you not to disturb her." Auntie Lao Chi frowned. "I am merely looking for a bowl. I have no intention of waking her." "The bowl is not inside." Sumai swiftly blocked the doorway, resolutely preventing the elderly woman from entering. The more she forbade entry, the more Auntie Lao Chi was determined to go in. "If you do not allow me to search, it indicates that the bowl is indeed inside," Auntie Lao Chi insisted, now resolute in her decision to see for herself. Chapter 28, Leave. The old Qian family no longer wants you. Sumai recognized that this time she could not hold back any longer and decided to take a bold step. "Yes, that's correct, it's inside, but I've turned it into a chamber pot, and it cannot be used for anything." "A chamber pot? When did this happen? I was still using it to wash vegetables this morning." Sumai replied, "Well, just a moment ago, when you were digging a hole behind the house, I was in urgent need, so I used the porcelain bowl first. You know how the toilet cover at our place is poorly fitted, it's easy to expose oneself, and when there are many people around, I feel embarrassed to go." Aunt Shi was furious. "Are you out of your mind? No matter how urgent you are, you can't use the bowl meant for washing vegetables. Don't you have a spittoon in your room? Why didn't you use that?" Sumai retorted, "It was full, I hadn't emptied it all night, it was about to overflow." "What do you want me to do?" You really are truly." Aunt Shi was at a loss for words in her rage. Xiaozhen's father could no longer tolerate this family and waved to his wife, "Let's go, let's take our daughter and leave. Staying here for even a moment more is torture. Sign the document before you leave." Sumai held the IOU in front of Xiaozhen's parents, unable to contain himself. Xiaozhen's father rolled up his sleeves and said, "If you continue to act so unreasonable, don't blame me for being merciless." Sumai pointed, "As long as you dare to lay a hand on me, I will definitely sue you into bankruptcy. By then, your daughter Xiaozhen won't have a good life either." Xiaozhen's father was so furious his head throbbed. He turned his anger towards Qian Laoqi. "Qian Laoqi, hurry up and resolve this IOU issue with this woman, or I will immediately take my daughter back and bring my granddaughter too. Our two families will sever all ties." Qian Laoqi was so enraged his heart ached. Clutching his chest, he shouted at Sumai, "Old girl, what exactly do you want? Are you trying to drive everyone mad?" Sumai raised the paper high. "My demands are quite simple. All of you just need to sign the paper and leave your fingerprints. It's a straightforward matter. Why won't you agree? Is there any fun in dragging this out? This is extortion, do you even realize that?" Xiaozhen's father shouted in anger, "If this continues, I will report you to the authorities, and when word gets out, everyone will laugh at you." "Laugh at me?" "Har har har," Sumai laughed heartily. "Uncle, you truly have a sense of humor. It's your daughter who gave birth to a freak, and it's also your daughter who birthed a snake. If word gets out, your daughter will never be able to hold her head up high again. Don't say I didn't warn you." Xiaozhen's father retorted, "Are you threatening me? If I report this, it will be an additional crime." Sumai was utterly unconcerned. "Then go ahead and report me. I haven't truly extorted you, I merely want you to be a guarantor, to sign and leave a fingerprint. By the way, don't think that I don't have backing. You can't do as you please. If I want, I can also create a formidable backing." Clearing her throat, she continued, let us name a few. The captain of the town's law enforcement team, he is my classmate, his brother is in the city's law enforcement team, his uncle is with the law enforcement in the capital, his aunt is a leader in the provincial court, and as long as he is willing to help me, it won't matter even if you report me to the capital. And even if you win the case, then what? I haven't taken a single thread from your family. At most, I'll just apologize. Your daughter is different. The fact that she gave birth to a freak and a snake will become notorious, and she might even be taken away by relevant authorities for research. By then, your family's business will surely be affected, and the losses will far exceed 10,000. If it were just that, it would be fine. You are a businessman, and you can afford losses. What I fear is that rumors will spread, claiming your daughter is a snake demon or has connections with snakes. Otherwise, how could a normal person give birth to a snake? At that time, your entire family will be unable to hold their heads up high. You won't be able to hide anywhere. Sumai finally finished her tirade, hands on her hips, gasping for breath. You venomous woman. Today, I will risk my life to rid the world of you. Xiaozhen's father, unable to bear it any longer, picked up a nearby bench, ready to strike Sumai. In-laws. Don't act impulsively. Qianlaoji struggled desperately to seize the bench. Xiaozhen's father's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Qianlaoji, you have seen how poisonous this woman is, how dark her heart is. She wants to destroy my entire family. If you dare to protect her, I will not let you off. Qianlaoji said, rest assured, I will not protect her, but if you bring that bench down, you will truly be finished. The punishment should come from me, as she is my daughter-in-law. Xiaozhen's father let go. Fine, I will watch you punish her. Qianlaoji tightly gripped the bench, glaring at Sumai, I give you one last chance. Tear up the IOU and properly apologize to your sister-in-law's parents, and I will let this matter go. Sumai shrugged, that can be arranged, but only if you and your mother give me 10,000 right now. Qianlaoji's grip on the bench tightened, veins bulging on his forehead. Have you fallen into a mud? Do you really think we can come up with 10,000? Are you only happy when you push people to their limits? Sumai pointed at Xiaozhen's father. He is a businessman. He can afford it. You can borrow from him or write him an IOU. Qianlaoji, he gritted his teeth, if we firmly refuse to give this money, and they also refuse to sign and leave their fingerprints, what? As long as I don't get that money, the old Qian family will never hold a grandchild. Clatter. Qianlaoji slammed the bench heavily on the ground, yelling, get lost, the old Qian. Even if we want a grandchild, we do not want the one in your belly. With your character, you won't raise a good child. Indeed, we do not want a child born of someone like you. If you want an abortion, then go ahead, we will not accommodate you. Aunt Chi sighed deeply, having come to a realization. You all conspire to bully me. I can't go on living. Woo-woo. As Sumai plopped down on the ground, her wailing drew the attention of the neighboring villagers, who gathered to watch the spectacle with great interest. At this moment, Xiaozhen entered the courtyard, cradling her child. Xiaozhen's mother, deeply worried, exclaimed, oh my dear daughter, who told you to get out of bed? Quickly return and lie down. Xiaozhen replied, Mom, there is no need to worry. I am quite robust, and it's a calm day today. A little movement is good for me. Glancing at Sumai on the ground, Xiaozhen asked, Sister-in-law, why are you sick? Are you repenting? Sumai instantly sprang to her feet. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I repent? It's you who should be resting after your confinement. Why are you out and about with that disabled child? Don't you know people might think you're begging? Xiaozhen's parents were worried their daughter might become ill from anger during her confinement and wanted to stand up for her. However, they saw Xiaozhen leisurely move a chair and sit down. She said to the crowd, my daughter may have some disabilities, but they are merely superficial, unlike some, whose hearts are truly disabled. Sister-in-law, are you one of those people? Sumai spat, how could I be that kind of person? Ask everyone here how good I've been to you, who in the village doesn't he know? I've been cooking chicken eggs for you regularly, and when you gave birth, I made fish soup for you. Is there another sister-in-law in the entire village as good as I am? Villagers nodded in agreement. That's true, ever since Xiaojun. Eggs are expensive, but Sumai wouldn't eat them herself, always cooking them for her sister-in-law. Absolutely, her kindness to her sister-in-law is undeniable. If you ask me, they shouldn't be short of money, right? Since they've come to the Qian family, they should bring some gifts to thank your sister-in-law. Exactly, why did they come empty-handed? Isn't that a bit? Business people are. It's normal, no business is without deceit. Hearing these words, Xiaojun's parents were nearly infuriated. They never expected that the venomous Sumai would have such good relations in the village. Qian Xiaodan thought to herself, Mom, everyone likes your sister-in-law now. If you say something bad about her, no one will believe you. It's better to find a way to get into your sister-in-law's room and gather evidence first, Xiaojun thought. Qian Xiaodan's inner voice reflected, I have just read my sister-in-law's thoughts. She placed the harmful medicine and the medicine box in a porcelain basin, originally intending to burn them but never found the opportunity, so she left the basin under the bed. Just now, your mother-in-law sought the basin, but she did not allow her to enter, fearing the secret would be unveiled. Xiaojun's inner voice replied, all right, I understand, thank you, my daughter. After exchanging thoughts with her daughter, my sister-in-law has treated me so well, and I ought to repay her kindness. Once I have completed my confinement, I shall personally venture into the market to procure gifts for her as a token of my gratitude. Xiaojun's mother interjected brusquely, Xiaojun, there is no need for you to purchase gifts. I have already repaid this favor on your behalf. I just gave your niece 5 yuan as a greeting gift, which your sister-in-law promptly pocketed. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. TSK, what a generous businesswoman. For such a small child, she gives 5 yuan without hesitation. Indeed, 5 yuan is quite a sum. It could sustain our family's food expenses for a month. Xiaojun's parents are truly affluent and their dealings beyond reproach. Couldn't she wait until the guests departed to collect the money? To take it in front of everyone is rather inappropriate. Sumai felt her cheeks flush from the remarks and fervently defended herself. Little Hauer is still very young and cannot manage such a large sum. If I do not safeguard it for her, it could easily be lost, and that would be a waste. My sister-in-law speaks with great wisdom, Xiaojun remarked with a blank expression. Reflecting on her daughter's thoughts, she deliberately asked, Sister-in-law, when I arrived earlier, you were sitting on the ground weeping. Initially, I thought it was an act of contrition, but since you claim it is not, what could be the reason? Have you perhaps been wronged? Sumai glanced around, her countenance somewhat awkward. The neighbors, relishing the spectacle, chimed in with enthusiasm. Sumai, you are truly the great benefactor of our village. Who would dare to mistreat you? Please, share your story, and we shall come to your aid. Yes, we, the residents of Xinghua village, are not to be trifled with. Whoever wrongs you shall face our collective wrath. Xiaojun's mother could no longer contain her ire, exclaiming, You claim to be the great benefactor of Xinghua village, yet you behave. I have no ties to your village. I came here out of goodwill to see the child and offered 5 yuan as a greeting gift, yet she insists on keeping us here, demanding we sign a 10,000 yuan IOU. What kind of nonsense is this? The crowd looked at Sumai in confusion. She clarified, I did not ask for an IOU from you, I requested one from my in-laws, merely seeking your signatures and fingerprints as a guarantee. The villagers responded, so it was merely a guarantee. What is wrong with that? Exactly, just a signature and a fingerprint, there is no loss in that. Xiaojun's parents, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in dismay. They explained at length, yet no one sought fairness. Sumai merely uttered a few words, and everyone rallied to her side. It was utterly baffling. Xiaojun recognized the villagers' fondness for Sumai and echoed their sentiments. You are right. It is merely a guarantee, nothing to be concerned about. She then shifted her tone, but have you all considered why my sister-in-law insists on having my in-laws sign an IOU for 10,000 yuan? The villagers pondered, yes, why is that? Xiaojun continued, to my knowledge, my brother works at the agricultural machinery repair shop, earning only 21 yuan a month. My sister-in-law does not have a job, meaning even if they refrained from eating and drinking for a year, they could only save 252 yuan. 252 a year, 2,520 over 10 years. To accumulate 10,000 yuan would require a full 40 years. My brother has only worked for a few years. How could they possibly save such a sum? The villagers murmured, indeed, how peculiar. Since Sumai is not employed, where would she procure 10,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan is a staggering amount. An ordinary family might not earn that in a lifetime. Xiaozhen's parents and in-laws were taken aback, secretly admiring their daughter's eloquence. Facing Sumai, Xiaozhen inquired, Sister-in-law, in these times, money is hard to come by. Your family can acquire 10,000 yuan so easily. It is truly enviable. Perhaps you could enlighten us on how you managed to earn such a fortune so we might learn from you. We are but simple folk here. What is there to conceal? The villagers have always admired your character, praising you as a great benefactor. You must not forget us now that you have come into wealth. We shall be forever grateful. Why not share? Surely you do not wish for us to remain in poverty. HMPH, mere individual wealth counts for little. True skill lies in leading others to prosperity. Sumai sensed the tide of public opinion turning against her and felt compelled to reveal the truth. In truth, the 10,000 yuan is not of my own earning. It is a reward promised by my in-laws because I am expecting a pair of twins. As she spoke, she proudly caressed her belly. If one must speak of fortune, it is merely that I am blessed with twins. My in-laws have longed for grandchildren. Upon learning I carry a boy, they were overjoyed and rewarded me with 10,000 yuan. The villagers responded, so that is the case, it makes sense now. Jianhao is the only one working. How could he possibly earn 10,000 yuan? Jian Laoqi, do you truly possess 10,000 yuan? Is basket weaving so lucrative? From tomorrow onward, we shall all learn basket weaving from you. Jian Lao, I might sell 4 or 5 in a market day. You do the math. Could I possibly earn 10,000 yuan? The villagers replied, that is true. A basket sells for only 90 cents. Even if I sold 100, that would only amount to 90 yuan. How many baskets would I need to weave to earn 10,000? Sumai, your in-laws do not possess 10,000 yuan. How could they reward you? Why do you speak such nonsense? Your mother-in-law has diligently cared for you for 10 months, yet you have not given her a grandson. How can you justify that? She demands you compensate her with 10,000 yuan, which you and Hao Jin both agreed to. Since you owe your mother-in-law 10,000 yuan, and she owes me the same, it amounts to you owing me 10,000 yuan. If you cannot repay this debt, your parents must. What is wrong with having your parents sign? The villagers murmured, her reasoning does seem to hold some merit. Indeed, a reward of 10,000 for a son, a penalty of 10,000 for not having one. If the mother-in-law owes the eldest daughter-in-law 10,000, and the second daughter-in-law owes the mother-in-law 10,000, does that not equate to the second daughter-in-law owing the eldest daughter-in-law 10,000? Xiaozhen's parents exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that the mindset of these people was troubling. If their daughter stayed here for too long, she would inevitably become abnormal. Xiaozhen's mother urged, Xiaozhen, come back with us, do not remain here. Xiaozhen's father added, yes, let us leave immediately. Jian Laoqi quickly interjected, in-laws, why do you speak thus? I have already said that this matter will not involve Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen's father retorted, even if she does not take it, we shall not remain here, it is utterly exhausting. Jian Laoqi insisted, please wait. I will resolve this matter. Father, parents, please do not argue, I have something to say. Xiaozhen signaled for silence, then she turned to Sumai and asked, sister-in-law, are you truly certain you are expecting a pair of twins? Sumai patted her chest, of course. Absolutely certain. Xiaozhen inquired, oh, may I ask when you became pregnant, how far along are you, and how did you determine the gender of the fetuses? Chapter 30, Let's talk after you have a son. Sumai spoke arrogantly. This matter is none of your business. I assure you, I am carrying twins, and I guarantee I will give birth to a son. Xiaojun replied, Is that so? Then let me tell you, I am also pregnant, and I too am expecting a son. Sumai scoffed, How is that even possible? Are you making an international joke? Just a few days ago, you gave birth to a daughter, and your lochia hasn't even dried up yet. Xiaojun retorted, The world is vast and full of wonders. Just like you, sister-in-law, who had your period the day before I gave birth and even borrowed sanitary pads from my home, how is it that just 2 or 3 days later, you are already pregnant with a pair of twins? Sumai stammered, That was implantation bleeding. As you said, the world is indeed full of wonders. Some women can have their periods while pregnant. Surely you have heard of such cases. Xiaojun replied, I have never heard of that, but I am willing to believe you. By the way, when is your due date? Sumai said, I'm sorry, I don't know, as my periods were normal during my pregnancy. Xiaojun continued, Didn't the doctor tell you when you went for your checkup? He can determine the sex and number of the babies. Surely he could tell you how far along you are. Sumai snapped, I just don't want to tell you. Is that too much to ask? Realizing Xiaojun had her firmly in a corner, she felt a surge of anger and decided to turn the tables. Pointing at Xiaojun's belly, she declared, Didn't you say you were also pregnant? Why don't you tell me how many months along you are? When is that so-called son of yours due? Xiaojun answered, I don't know, as I haven't been to the hospital for a checkup. However, I had a dream yesterday where I gave birth to a son. Dreaming, can dreams be taken seriously? Sumai laughed heartily. The villagers watching shared in her amusement, shaking their heads in disbelief. Xiaojun silently asked her daughter, Jian Xiaodan, Daughter, if Sumai can let a wild black cat reincarnate into her son, can't I do the same? Jian Xiaodan replied, Yes, but the black cat has too much negative. It is not suitable for a mother. Tomorrow, we should go to the place where Dad cuts grass. There's a wild river there with a century-old koi. If you and Dad eat it, you will conceive a koi son. Xiaojun mused, A koi son. Jian Xiaodan confirmed, Yes, this koi son will be my future brother, a child of fortune who will bring you good luck, unlike that wild black cat, which will only bring misfortune to your elder brother and sister-in-law. Xiaojun smiled slightly, Whether it's true or not, we will know in a few months. 1 Tiwi. She then turned to Qian Laoqi and Aunt Laoqi, Father, Mother, sister-in-law can assure you that she will have a son, and I can assure you as well. Moreover, I guarantee my son will achieve great things and bring honor to the Qian family. Aunt Laoqi exclaimed, Really, that would be wonderful. However, Qian Laoqi seemed wary, You're not also expecting a reward of 10,000 yuan from us, are you? Of course not. Xiaojun replied, facing Sumai. Sister-in-law, you just asked my in-laws for a promissory note, wanting them to sign. Fine, I agree. Sumai, incredulous, asked, Are you serious? Xiaojun affirmed, Absolutely, but I have a condition. If I also give birth to a son, you must give me 10,000 yuan. After all, it's only fair. Sumai looked disdainful. Are you really capable of having a son? Xiaojun replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I have a strong premonition that I will bear a son. I ask, do you dare to agree? What is there to fear? I agree. Sumai declared, pulling out the promissory note. Here, sign and leave your thumbprint. Xiaojun's parents were worried and tried to stop her from signing. Xiaojun reassured them, if there are no funds at that time, other signatories shall repay on their behalf, as per this document. Xiaojun added a line, the above debt is not a loan but stems from a wager. If other signatories give birth to a son before me, this amount need not be repaid. She then confidently signed her name and handed the note to Sumai, sister-in-law. It states nothing but the truth. If you're unhappy, I will tear it up. Wait, I'm satisfied. Sumai folded the paper, about to put it in her pocket, but then took it back out. No, your parents must sign too. Xiaojun's father said, I won't sign. Xiaojun's mother declared, not a chance. Xiaojun insisted, please sign, it's fine. Dad, Mom, I assure you I won't let you bear the burden of this money, trust me. Xiaozhen's father looked at the note with suspicion but eventually signed. Xiaozhen's mother, nearly, she couldn't help but acknowledge her daughter's cleverness. The line, "If other signatories give birth to a son first, this amount need not be repaid," completely eliminated their worries. After all, Xiaozhen had 4 older brothers. If Xiaozhen's parents had already had a son, why worry? Qian Laoji noticed the wording on the paper and couldn't help but admire Xiaozhen's cleverness. However, he pondered that since Xiaozhen was also a signatory, if she failed to give birth to a son, wouldn't she be responsible for repaying the 10,000 yuan? With that thought, Qian Laoji sighed and told Aunt Laoji, if Xiaozhen cannot give birth to a son, she will have to repay this money. Aunt Laoji, illiterate, didn't understand the contents of the paper. Yet, Qian Laoji's words filled her with concern. Although Xiaozhen hadn't given him a grandson yet, compared to Sumai, Xiaozhen was far kinder, and she couldn't bear to let the child take the blame. Unable to hold back, she said to the onlooking villagers, "To be honest, we never promised Sumai a 10,000 yuan reward." She felt proud of being pregnant with a son and pressured us into offering that amount. Xiaozhen's mother added, "Yes, I can attest to that. Just a moment ago, this was the cause of the commotion. Our in-laws couldn't produce 10,000 yuan, and Sumai forced them to write a promissory note and insisted that we also sign it. When we refused, she sat down and cried." The villagers exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of behavior is this, Sumai? This is quite unprincipled. Indeed, what is so impressive about having a son that you demand a 10,000 yuan reward? Even if a reward is in order, that is unreasonable." Sumai scoffed, "The signatures are already on the paper, what is the point of saying all this?" Xiaozhen retorted, "Do you think just because we signed, you will definitely receive this money? If I give birth to a son, you won't see a single cent." Sumai warned, "Let us wait until you have a son. However, I must state this upfront, according to what is written on the note, your son must be born before my son for you to save that 10,000 yuan. If he is born after mine, you must pay me the full amount." Xiaozhen feigned panic, "Is that really how it's written on the note?" Sumai beamed with delight, "Of course. You added that yourself. If other signatories give birth to a son first, this amount need not be repaid." That word first truly dug a grave for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhen's mother grew anxious for her daughter. Initially, when she saw the word first, she thought her daughter was considering their interests, which pleased her. Now, however, realizing the implications of a first, she understood her daughter was indeed digging her own grave. Sumai was already pregnant with her second child, while Xiaozhen hadn't even completed her confinement from the first. How could Xiaozhen's second child possibly be born before Sumai's? "Xiaozhen, you shouldn't have signed this." Chapter 31. The heir of the true dragon. Xiaozhen gently patted her mother's hand, saying, "There's nothing to worry about, Mom. I have a way to handle it." Sumai immediately became wary, retorting, "Your so-called method isn't going to involve shirking responsibility, is it?" To prevent such an occurrence, Sumai warned, "If you dare to evade your debts, I will reveal your family scandals, leaving you with nowhere to stand in this world." Xiaozhen smirked slightly, "What scandals could our family possibly have? I had no idea until now. Since sister-in-law is aware, why not unveil them now instead of waiting for months?" "Very well, since you put it that way, I shall not hold back." Sumai pointed at Xiaozhen and addressed the crowd, "Let me tell you, my sister-in-law Xiaozhen is no ordinary person. She is a serpent demon. On the day she gave birth, fearing her secret would be exposed, she did not go to the hospital but called for a midwife instead. The midwife witnessed her giving birth to a monstrous child, along with a snake." The onlookers gasped, "What? A serpent demon? How is that possible? And where is the snake? Where is the monstrous child? We haven't seen anything." Among the crowd stood the midwife. Upon hearing Sumai's claim and recalling the large white snake she had seen, she felt an urge to flee. Sumai seized the midwife, declaring to the crowd, "Aunt Zhang is the midwife who assisted my sister-in-law to conceal the secret of her giving birth to a monstrous child and a snake. Our family specifically gave Aunt Zhang a $2 red envelope and a bottle of canned goods. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang glanced at Qian Laoji, then at Xiaozhen, looking quite distressed. Qian Laoqi urged, Aunt Zhang, think carefully before you speak. My eldest daughter-in-law has lost her senses, you cannot follow suit. However, Xiuzhen reassured, it's all right, Aunt Zhang, just tell the truth, speak of what you saw. Aunt Zhang lowered her head, stammering, I'm too old to remember. Su Mai was furious. How could you possibly forget? The child was born just 2 days ago. Think carefully about what you saw during the delivery. Recalling the sight of the large white snake, Aunt Zhang let out a piercing scream. A snake. A huge white snake. I won't assist with deliveries anymore. I will never do it again. With that, she stumbled away. Su Mai gleefully proclaimed, Did you hear that? Aunt Zhang herself said she saw a large white snake. The crowd murmured, it seems to be true. Xiuzhen really gave birth to a snake. But Xiuzhen looks so ordinary, doesn't he resemble a serpent demon at all? Su Mai pointed at Xiuzhen, she is indeed a serpent demon. If she weren't, how could she give birth to a snake? You all ought to stay far away from her, lest she devour you. Xiuzhen smiled faintly, sister-in-law, I clearly gave birth to just one child. When did I ever give birth to a snake? Perhaps you dreamt that I transformed into one. To be honest, I had a dream last night too. I dreamt you drugged a steamed egg and gave it to me, secretly wishing for me to bear a monstrous child. Su Mai was speechless. Xiuzhen did not allow her the chance to respond and continued, however, such matters are mere fabrications, and I would never spread them to avoid being ridiculed. Sister-in-law, why did you choose to disclose it? Isn't he that merely inviting others to mock you? Who hasn't he experienced bizarre dreams? With that, Xiuzhen turned to her parents and in-laws, asking, have you ever had such strange dreams? Xiuzhen's father replied, of course. After living for decades, what kind of dreams haven't he? I had, just the other day, I dreamt I was a great general from ancient times. Her mother added, I have had countless strange dreams. Sometimes I dream of flying in the sky, other times swimming in water, and occasionally that I can drive a train, chugging along. She then turned to Aunt Laoqi, what strange dreams have you had? Aunt Laoqi blushed slightly. Once, I dreamt I was Panginian, and I killed Shaman Qing. The villagers erupted in laughter. Qian Laoqi chimed in, speaking of dreams, on the very day before Xiuzhen gave birth, I too had a peculiar dream. I dreamt of a silver dragon soaring through the sky. It was a magnificent sight. I thought to myself, could it be that the child my second daughter-in-law is giving birth to is the reincarnation of a silver dragon? He then cast a meaningful glance at Xiuzhen. Xiuzhen was startled. Indeed, her daughter was the reincarnation of a dragon princess. Hadn't he anticipated her father-in-law would dream of such a scene? In her heart, she silently asked her daughter, does this count as revealing a heavenly secret? Qian Xiaodan replied, not really, as it was his dream. However, I can sense that Grandpa mentioned this to assist you. Mamar, you should seize the opportunity, I understand. Xiuzhen feigned surprise. Father, you too had that dream. To be honest, I had a similar dream before giving birth. However, I dreamt of a pure white dragon swimming in the water. The rolling waves were stunning. After waking, I pondered whether my child could be the reincarnation of the white dragon. Xiuzhen merely fabricated a dream, yet Qian Laoqi took it seriously. Is that true? Since you also had such a dream, it indicates your daughter is indeed the reincarnation of a true dragon. This is wonderful. This child will surely achieve great things in the future. You and your husband must nurture her well. Su Mai scoffed disdainfully, don't indulge in this back and forth banter. What true dragon reincarnation? It is evidently a monstrous child and a snake. Aunt Zhang witnessed it with her own eyes. Did you see it with your own eyes? Qian Laoqi retorted, as far as I know, on the day Xiuzhen gave birth, you and Hao Lai were at home making pancakes. Su Mai was instantly rendered speechless. Xiuzhen added, sister-in-law, in the future, refrain from spreading tales about things you have not seen with your own eyes. Aunt Zhang is elderly and may have misjudged. Su Mai angrily replied, impossible. Aunt Zhang is terrified of snakes. She was so frightened she could hardly walk. It was Hao Lai who helped her into our home. She described the size and color of the snake, saying it was as thick as a carrying pole and as long as one, entirely snow white. It was terrifying. Xiuzhen smiled nonchalantly. I fainted after giving birth, so I did not see anything myself. thus I do not dispute it. However, the fact that both my father and I had the same dream suggests that my child is very likely the reincarnation of a true dragon. Aunt Zhang, having not shared the same dream as us, naturally does not know what a dragon looks like. Perhaps the large white snake she saw was actually the great white dragon we dreamt of. Sumai spat dismissively, mocking, "You truly know how to embellish your own tale. By your logic, you gave birth to a dragon." Xiaozhen replied, "I never claimed that. After all, I saw nothing, and I do not believe in things I have not witnessed, unlike you, sister-in-law, who believes every rumor. If I were you, I would showcase the large white snake for everyone to see before spinning these fantastical tales. You have no evidence, merely fabricating stories in thin air. Who would believe that?" The villagers chimed in, "Indeed, Sumai, if what you say is true, then bring the large white snake for us to see. Even if it is buried, at least tell us where the body is buried so we can take a look." Sumai was at a loss for words. The large white snake was no longer in that pit, and indeed, she had no evidence. Thus, the matter of the snake being buried no longer needed to be discussed. However, while the Sumai smirked, pointing at the child in Xiaozhen's arms, "Qian Xiaodan, I may have no evidence regarding the snake, so I shall refrain from discussing it, but this monstrous child remains. She has no hands or feet and is inherently disabled. If anyone doubts it, come and see for yourselves." Chapter 32, This is not a freak, it is a deformity. As the crowd began to gather and peer at the child, Xiaozhen instinctively tightened her grip around the infant. Sumai, observing the scene, burst into laughter. "What is the matter? Afraid to let people see her? If you have the courage, showcase the child's imperfections for all to see." Xiaozhen silently inquired of her daughter, "Little Dan, do you wish to let them see your hands and feet?" "If you do not want to, I shall certainly prevent them from laying eyes on you," Qian Xiaodan responded inwardly. "Why not? It's just a few missing fingers and toes." "I don't mind, let them see." With that reassurance, Xiaozhen felt a weight lifted from her heart. Unwrapping the swaddling cloth, she addressed the onlookers, "Indeed, my child was born with certain imperfections. However, this does not provide a justification for others to mock her. Just as gold is never entirely pure, no individual is without flaws. Pray tell, who amongst us is devoid of defects?" The villagers took turns examining the child's hands and feet. After observing, they began to murmur among themselves. "She is indeed a freak, with only 2 fingers on one hand and not a single toe on her feet. This is not a freak. This is a deformity. The child did not develop properly in her mother's womb. Look at this child, so beautiful in appearance, yet her hands and feet, alas, what a pity. Who knows if she will even be able to plant rice in the future? If she cannot plant rice, then what of it? With such a condition, she may not even be able to hold a pen. If she cannot hold a pen, how will she ever attend school? If she cannot go to school, so be it. With merely 2 fingers on her hands, how can she use chopsticks? Without chopsticks, she cannot eat. Oh dear, this is truly a troublesome predicament. If she cannot even eat, what use is it to raise this child? Is she not akin to a burden? If she is a burden, then perhaps it is best to abandon her, allowing her to drown in the gutter. Indeed, there is a woman from the neighboring village who also bore a freak. She tossed her into the gutter to drown on the very same day. Xiaozhen, why not do the same? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaozhen wrapped the child tightly and retorted sharply, "She is a living being. To suggest I drown her is tantamount to murder." The villagers replied, "Xiaozhen, you speak too harshly. She has only just been born. She is hardly more than an animal. If she is healthy, we keep her. If not, there is no need to retain her. Indeed, it is like farming. We keep the good seedlings and discard the bad ones. Our village has always done so. You need not worry. If you cast her into the gutter, no one will criticize you, and the authorities will remain uninvolved." "What are you saying?" Xiaozhen clenched her fists in frustration. Xiaozhen's parents had been eager to see the child's hand. Now, with others having finished their viewing, they finally had the opportunity to examine the child closely. Upon seeing the extent of her deformities, their hearts sank. Xiaozhen's father sighed heavily. Alas, alas, her mother, how could she have come to be this way? And she, who had never favored girls, had intended to smother the child on the very day Qian Xiaodan was born. Hearing the villagers' remarks reignited that thought, she hurriedly joined the others in urging Xiuzhen. Xiuzhen, they speak with reason, this child is disabled in both hands and feet, who knows what other issues she may possess. If not in her organs, then perhaps in her mind. It is indeed unwise to raise her. What if you raise her only to discover she is mentally impaired or has internal issues? How much effort and money would you spend on her care? It would be better to drown her now and have a second child. Perhaps the next one will be a boy. Silence. Xiuzhen held the child tightly and declared to her mother-in-law, my daughter was, aside from her limb deficiencies, she has no other issues. Even if there were, I would still choose to raise her. If anyone dares suggest I abandon my child, I shall ensure their family suffers. Aunt Shi, knowing Xiuzhen's temperament, refrained from further comment. However, Sumai chuckled and remarked, I say, why do you concern yourself with such trivial matters? Some people are born cold-blooded. You could help them, and they would not only fail to appreciate it but might even retaliate. Take me, for instance. I sent my sister-in-law stewed eggs multiple times, and after eating, she wiped her mouth and accused me of poisoning them. It infuriated me. Xiuzhen nearly retorted that she had indeed poisoned the eggs, but recalling that she had yet to gather evidence, she held her tongue. The surrounding villagers chimed in to support Sumai. Sumai, you truly have it hard, your kindness goes unreturned, and it is most unjust. Indeed, your sister-in-law is utterly ungrateful. Since she is such a person, we shall ignore her from now on. Xiuzhen, unconcerned, replied, if you choose not to associate with me, I too shall not engage with you. Our paths diverge, however. There is one truth I must ensure every villager knows. My child's deformity is not a result of natural disaster, but rather human malice. She glared sharply at Sumai. Sumai, feeling a twinge of anxiety, averted her gaze, yet, upon reflecting that the evidence lay hidden beneath her own bed, Xiuzhen possessed no proof to fear. In a fit of anger, Sumai pointed an accusing finger at Xiuzhen. What are you staring at? Anyone unaware might think I coerced the child to be this way. Xiuzhen scoffed, do you not know in your heart whether or not you are responsible? I certainly know, whatever the case, it was not I who coerced this. I stand upright and fear no shadows. Sumai declared defiantly. Xiuzhen laughed coldly, in truth, I have already found the evidence implicating the one who harmed my child. It will not be long before she pays the price she deserves. What nonsense are you spouting? Sumai erupted, pointing at Xiuzhen, where is your evidence? Your child's deformities are clearly congenital. Who would harm her? Do not slander the villagers. This incited the crowd's anger. Indeed, the people of Xinghua village are all kind-hearted and would never commit such immoral acts. If you cannot bear healthy children, do not shift the blame onto us villagers. That is truly malicious. A deformed freak and a girl at that, yet you coddle her as if she were a treasure. You will regret it in time. Xiuzhen stepped into the center of the crowd, boldly countering their accusations. Thus far, I have not spoken ill of a single villager from Xinghua village or shifted blame onto anyone. Yet, you have chosen to listen solely to my sister-in-law's side of the story and, in my husband's absence, conspired to bully us, a mother and her orphan child. That is hardly the behavior of kind-hearted folk. The villagers, confronted by Xiuzhen's words, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Seeing this, Sumai quickly interjected, if speaking the truth is not considered kind-hearted, then what is? Must the entire village lie and falsely praise your child's beauty and perfection to be deemed kind-hearted? At this, more voices rose from the crowd. That's right, an elderly man with a limp pointed at the swaddled Qian Xiaodan, scoffing, missing fingers, missing toes, and those unsightly scars on her legs. She is as ugly as can be. This child will grow up unable to plant rice or write. She may even struggle to find a husband. Raising such a child is nothing but a waste of resources. It would be better to drown her now and save the money for a second child. Xiuzhen retorted without hesitation. You, who are also disabled, what right do you have to look down upon my daughter? Do you not realize how much food your parents wasted raising you? If they knew you lived to such an old age without ever marrying, they might truly regret not having thrown you into the gutter to drown. After all, your family line ends with you. You are the sinner of your clan. You, the old bachelor, seethed with indignation, rendered speechless, and pushed a plump woman beside him. You are eloquent. You must defeat her. Chapter 33. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. Aunt Fat stood with her hands on her hips and raised her voice, saying, Xiuzhen, it is not for me to criticize you, but how dare you mock others when you cannot even bear a child? You brought forth a monster instead. Your child is already physically floored. What old Yang said is undeniably true. Raising such a child is nothing but a waste of food. Better to toss them into the gutter to drown. As she spoke, Aunt Fat pushed the hunchbacked Granny Zhao forward. You are articulate. Do enlighten us. Is she not right? Hunched Granny Zhao nodded. Aunt Fat speaks the truth. It is not advisable to raise a child with congenital defects. Even if they grow up, they will suffer immensely. They will be ridiculed and tormented for their shortcomings, living a life worse than death. Xiuzhen, knowing this child is flawed, to raise her is to deliberately subject her to torment. She then gestured towards the frail old Zhang beside her. What do you say? Old Zhang, Phil, this child lacks even normal limbs. Keeping her alive is not only a torment for her but also for her family. What purpose is served in raising such a child? Though our Xinghua village is impoverished, we have not seen a deformed child in over a century, nor have we been ridiculed by neighboring villages for it. Xiuzhen, if you insist on raising this child, you must leave our village and return to your maternal home. To do so, our Xinghua village cannot afford such disgrace. Upon rubbing his balding head, he addressed Xiuzhen. I believe what everyone has said carries weight. Xiuzhen, this child truly cannot be kept. Her presence will tarnish our village's reputation. Our great Xia nation is implementing family planning and advocating for healthy births. Your child, with such physical irregularities, does not qualify as a healthy birth. If you truly wish to raise her, take her back to your family. Xiuzhen's parents, infuriated, they were ready to take their daughter back to her maternal home. Xiuzhen stated, I will not return. If I must go back, it must be under clear terms. Confronting old Zhang and Wu Jianren, she defiantly replied, Old Zhang, look at yourself. What have you become? Your face is a mass of wrinkles. Your forehead could trap a fly. You appear a decade older than your peers, lacking even a semblance of vitality. What gives you the audacity to speak such words? Rather than meddling in others' affairs, you should tend to your own health. Perhaps that would allow you to live a few more years. If you wish for me to leave Xinghua village, you must first consider if you have the authority to demand it. Old Zhang was left feeling both enraged and humiliated, grappling with a sense of inferiority as he covered his furrowed brow, uncertainly stating, I do not have that authority, but the village secretary does. Did he not just say for you to take your child back to your family? Secretary of the village, Xiuzhen scoffed. Wu secretary, do not presume that your position grants you the power to expel me at will. I am lawfully married to a son of this village, with a marriage certificate recognized by the state, and my household registration has been transferred here. Should I commit a grave transgression that harms the interests of the village, you may expel me without question. However, if it is solely because my child is born with a disability that you seek to cast me out, I will not accept it. If pushed to extremes, I shall go to the capital and demand to hear from the sovereign of Great Xia himself whether my child may remain in Xinghua village. As far as I am aware, the new family planning policy in Great Xia permits a second child if the first is disabled. Moreover, the government is actively assisting disabled individuals in finding employment and encouraging entrepreneurship, providing numerous conveniences for them. What does this policy signify? It signifies that the state recognizes the existence of disabled children, allowing them the same rights as able-bodied children. To attend school, work, marry, and have children. If Xinghua village cannot accommodate disabled children, it stands in opposition to the state. Wu secretary, do you truly dare to defy the government? Is this a sign that you no longer wish to hold your position? Wu Jianren was utterly taken aback, realizing how well-informed Xiuzhen was regarding national policy, and he felt the weight of his predicament. Considering that Xiuzhen was educated, he understood that educated women should not be underestimated. Well, there is a meeting to attend in the village, so I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished from sight. His departure clearly indicated that Xiuzhen was indeed in the right. Observing that even the village secretary could not best Xiuzhen in argument, Granny Zhao and Aunt Fat felt embarrassed and chose to slip away. However, Xiuzhen did not let them off easily. She stood at the doorway with her child, resolutely stating, "Granny Zhao, I have heard that your hunchback is also congenital. When you were born, and your back was already so deformed, why did your parents not toss you into the gutter to drown? You have managed to stand tall all your life, have you not? With such an unsteady frame, you have lived for decades. My daughter will fare even better. Henceforth, do not meddle in my daughter's life." Aunt Fat, I do not mean to offend, but your waist is thicker than a barrel, your neck broader than your face, your head round and your body flabby. No matter what you wear, you look the same. Your son is ungrateful. How much more of a failure can one be? You cannot even manage your own figure, yet you have the audacity to mock others. Do you not feel any shame? Granny Zhao and Aunt Fat were left speechless with anger. Xiuzhen's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. If anyone else has objections regarding my daughter, now is the time to voice them. I am more than willing to engage in a discussion. Others had initially intended to speak, but hesitated, fearing they could not match Xiuzhen's retorts and would only humiliate themselves. They fell silent instead. Witnessing this, Xiuzhen's parents sighed in relief. Old Qianshi was concerned that his daughter-in-law might truly be taken back by her in-laws, and hurriedly said, "Xiuzhen, regardless of what anyone says, Qian Xiaodan we shall never discriminate against her. You and your daughter can live here without worry. Do not return to your maternal home." Xiuzhen had initially considered staying at her maternal home for a while, but given how matters had escalated, she felt compelled to remain. To leave now would be to act against her principles. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I return to my maternal home? I am a daughter-in-law of the Qian family, and having borne a child for them, I should be allowed to recuperate here. My household registration is here, and no one has the right to expel me. By the way, it is true that my Xiaodan has a congenital defect, but she has just been born and cannot even walk or speak. She has never harmed anyone in Xinghua village, therefore no one in this village has the right to harm her. I, Xiuzhen, hereby vow, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall retaliate. Furthermore, to the instigator of my child's developmental issues, do not be arrogant or complacent. It will not be long before you receive your just punishment." With that, she fixed a murderous glare on Sumai. The gathered villagers followed Xiuzhen's gaze and noticed Sumai's flustered demeanor. A collective realization dawned upon them. It seemed that Sumai had indeed engaged in some nefarious act, and Xiuzhen had caught her in the act. Sumai, confident that Xiuzhen had no proof, brazenly stated, "Do not look at me just because you mention this. I had nothing to do with it. In my opinion, your child's condition is purely the result of your own negligence, eating things you should not have, leading to her developmental issues. Immediately, did you consume anything unusual during your pregnancy, or food given by outsiders?" Xiuzhen, her fierce gaze still fixed on Sumai, replied, "Throughout my pregnancy, I never consumed anything given by outsiders. I only ate the meals and herbal soups prepared by my mother-in-law and the eggs stewed by my sister-in-law." Old Qian's wife, worried that the issue might implicate her, quickly defended herself. "The herbal soup I made is absolutely safe. I have already shown the residue to the doctor, who confirmed that the remedy only serves to preserve the pregnancy and would not cause harm. As for the meals, I personally washed and prepared them, so there can be no issues. Then it must be the chicken eggs that are the problem." Chapter 34, The Strategy of Luring the Tiger from its Mountain. Sumai felt increasingly flustered under the intense scrutiny. Stumbling back several steps, Mother Xiuzhen grew more convinced that this woman was indeed up to no good. If she could demand 10,000 yuan from an innocent person, what heinous act could she not commit? Mother Xiuzhen took several deliberate steps forward, pressing Sumai, "Confess honestly, did you administer any drugs to my daughter?" With her back against the wall, Sumai could retreat no further. Bracing herself against the wall, she feigned calmness and declared, "No, how could I possibly commit such a monstrous act?" Mother Xiuzhen retorted, "If that is the case, why are you so frightened? Speak plainly, what exactly did you put in the stewed egg? Father Xiaojun, convinced of Sumai's guilt, shouted, speak up quickly, confession brings leniency, while resistance invites severity. I did not, I have never done such a thing. Sumai insisted, attempting to retreat into her room. Yet, the thought of the incriminating evidence lurking beneath her bed filled her with dread. If Father and Mother Xiaojun stormed in to search for evidence, she would be utterly powerless. With this realization, she immediately planted her hands on her hips and raised her voice, I did not put any drugs in the stewed egg. I will never admit to something I did not do. Didn't Xiaojun claim to have evidence? Let her present it. Once everyone sees the evidence, it will be clear who the real culprit is. The villagers, initially intent on leaving, found the unfolding drama too captivating to miss and lingered on to witness the spectacle. Xiaojun knew the evidence was hidden beneath Sumai's bed, but with Sumai blocking the doorway, entry was impossible. Forcibly barging in could lead to chaos. Instead, she devised a clever ruse to divert Sumai's attention. After some contemplation, she said, actually, the evidence I speak of is our family's dog, Da Huang. Da Huang. Har har har, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Everyone in the village was aware. What sort of evidence could a dog provide? Hearing this, Sumai laughed uncontrollably. I say, sister-in-law, are you not a bit out of your mind? Da Huang is merely a dog, how could it possibly serve as evidence? Cradling her child, Xiaojun sat back down, unhurriedly stating, you all know that Da Huang is a female dog, but what you may not know is that Da Huang has been pregnant for 2 months. The puppies in her belly are the evidence of this villainous act. The villagers burst into laughter once more. This is getting more absurd by the minute. First, a dog as evidence, now the puppies in the dog's belly as evidence. Har har har, how is that even possible? Indeed, this is utterly ridiculous. I have never heard of such a preposterous notion. Da Huang cannot even speak. How could her puppies testify? If they cannot speak, how can they provide evidence? This Xiaojun must truly be out of her wits. Despite the villagers' ridicule, Xiaojun remained unfazed, confidently asserting, sister-in-law, have you forgotten? On the day I was about to give birth, you brought me a bowl of stewed egg, but my mother-in-law did not allow me to eat it, and you fed it to Da Huang instead. Upon hearing this, Sumai's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. What do you mean? Xiaojun replied, you are clever enough to understand my implication, are you not? If my little Dan is indeed underdeveloped, it would be due to the drugs you added to the stewed egg. Since Da Huang also consumed your stewed egg, the puppies she gives birth to will exhibit the same symptoms as my little Dan. This, Sumai's face drained of color. All eyes turned towards her, their expressions laden with suspicion. Could it be that she was indeed the perpetrator? At this moment, regret flooded Sumai's heart. Had she known Da Huang was pregnant, she would never have allowed her to eat the stewed egg. A dark impulse stirred within her, a desire to eliminate Da Huang. If she could do so before Da Huang gave birth, the puppies would never see the light of day, and thus the evidence would vanish. Qian Xiaodan's inner voice echoed, Mom, I just heard my sister-in-law's thoughts. She wants to kill Da Huang to prevent her from having puppies. Fearing for Da Huang's safety, Xiaojun continued, actually, when I left just now, Da Huang, she had 3 puppies in total, and I observed closely, each puppy was severely deformed, the worst of which had no hind legs at all, mirroring the symptoms of my little Dan. If anyone doubts this, they can go see for themselves. At these words, Sumai was the first to dash out of the house. Several villagers, eager for excitement, followed suit. Just as Qian Laoqi and Aunt Laoqi prepared to leave, Xiaojun called out to them. Father, mother, do not go. The true evidence is right here. Qian Laoqi and Aunt Laoqi exchanged confused glances, bewildered by Xiaojun's insistence. Xiaojun explained, Mother, were you not? The basin is in sister-in-law's room, hurry and fetch it. Aunt Lao Chi promptly pushed open the door and began searching the room. Qian Xiaohua, who had not been Aunt Lao Chi lifted the bedspread and immediately spotted the porcelain basin. Without hesitation, she dragged it out and angrily carried it to the yard. This Sumai actually deceived me. She said the basin was being used as a chamber pot, but it turns out it was not. And she inexplicably concealed the basin under the bed. Upon discovering several medicine boxes inside the basin, Aunt Lao Chi, who could not read, grabbed a box and was about to toss it into the kitchen stove. Xiaozhen quickly interjected, "Mother, do not throw it away, those medicine boxes are the evidence of my sister-in-law's wrongdoing." With this statement, Qian Lao Chi and Xiaozhen's parents rushed to snatch the medicine. They were stunned to see the numerous side effects listed, clearly stating that it could affect fetal development and warning pregnant women to avoid it. All three felt a wave of shock wash over them. Qian Lao Chi trembled as he spoke. Could it be that Sumai truly did put drugs in the stewed egg? Is there any doubt? It is indeed this very medication. Mother Xiaozhen seethed, her teeth. She must be arrested and imprisoned. A vile woman like her is a ticking time bomb in society. As they spoke, Sumai had already returned to her own home, pointing an accusing finger at Xiaozhen. "You liar. Die Huang is not pregnant, nor has she had any puppies." Xiaozhen smiled calmly and replied, "If I had not said that, how could I have drawn you away, without diverting you? How could I have obtained the true evidence?" Only then did Sumai grasp the situation. Observing, she collapsed onto the ground in despair. Qian Lao Chi hurled the medicine boxes at Sumai's face, shouting, "You heartless wretch, how could you administer drugs to your sister-in-law? That is your own niece. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing?" Father Xiaozhen struck Sumai across the face, exclaiming, "Poisoner." "What offense has my daughter committed against you that you would poison her child? As a mother yourself, how could you engage in such a wicked act?" Aunt Lao Chi slapped Sumai twice, declaring, "Malicious daughter-in-law, you are not welcome in the Qian family." "Go back to your parents' home." Father Xiaozhen insisted, sending her back to her family would only be letting her off easy. "Anyone who dares to harm my descendants must face the legal." Just as he finished the call, Qian Lao Chi grabbed the phone again, dialing Qian Haolai, who was working at the factory, urging him to return quickly. Chapter 35. This woman truly knows how to act. The villagers, having caught sight of the medicine box, began to whisper, "She is so stingy, how could she possibly afford to stew so many eggs for her sister-in-law?" Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Sumai felt utterly humiliated by the villagers' scorn, wishing desperately for a hole to hide. At that moment, Qian Haojin returned home, exhausted from harvesting a full cart of motherwort. "Xiaozhen, I'm back." "Xiaozhen, where is everyone?" Unable to find Xiaozhen, he noticed a crowd gathered by his elder brother's house and hurried over, curious. "What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Sister-in-law, why are you sitting on the ground? Xiaozhen, why are you not resting in bed and instead here?" Xiaozhen pointed to the medicine box on the ground beside Sumai. "We found evidence that your sister-in-law has been poisoning the eggs she stewed. Those very drugs have caused Xiaodan's stunted growth, and my father has already reported this to the authorities. Evidence of poisoning." Qian Haojin, skeptical, bent down to pick up the medicine box. However, Sumai was quick, snatching the box up before anyone else could react. Seizing the opportunity, she darted into the kitchen, stuffing both the box and the pills into the stove, then striking a match to set them ablaze. Qian Haojin chased her into the kitchen. "Don't burn it, show it to me." Sumai grasped a kitchen knife, pressing it against her own neck. "Leave me alone, or I will end my life before your eyes." Qian Haojin pleaded, "Sister-in-law, please don't be so agitated. I merely wish to see those boxes. You have my word, I won't harm you." But Sumai was not convinced. With a slight pressure, a crimson line appeared on her neck. The onlookers were taken aback, Urging Chen Haojin to step back, fearing for her life, he reluctantly retreated. Once everyone was at a safe distance, Su Mai dropped the knife and struck a match, incinerating the evidence in mere moments. Xiaojun felt a pang of frustration in her chest. Shortly thereafter, Chen Haojin returned home and inquired fervently about what had transpired. Qian Laoqi recounted the events of Su Mai poisoning the eggs, but Chen Haojin remained skeptical. He approached Su Mai in the kitchen. Is what my father said true? Did you really poison your sister-in-law? Seeing that the medicine box had turned to ashes, Su Mai felt emboldened. It was Xiaojun. She had another episode and falsely accused me of poisoning her eggs. Just as her parents arrived to visit, thinking she had been wronged, they came to confront me. Your parents, in an effort to appease them, joined in the bullying and forced me to admit to something that never happened, nearly driving me to suicide. Upon seeing the knife on the counter and the mark on Su Mai's neck, Chen Haojin's heart ached, and he immediately embraced his wife. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Xiaojun's father, fuming, pointed at Su Mai. This woman is truly skilled at acting. She was so arrogant just moments ago, and now she pretends to be pitiful. Haojin, I urge you to open your eyes and see your wife's true nature. Enough. Chen Haojin shouted angrily, Uncle, must you push her to the brink of death to feel satisfied? I didn't intend to drive her to death. I merely wanted to inform you that she is malicious, quite the actress, Xiaojun's father stammered, his rage rendering him almost incoherent. She suspects everyone of poisoning her, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. If you truly care for her, take her to the hospital for proper treatment instead of stoking the flames of discord. Su Mai really did poison Xiaojun. We witnessed the drugs ourselves, and she threatened us with the knife to destroy the evidence. And where is the evidence? Show it to me. Chen Haojin demanded furiously. Qian Laoqi pointed toward the kitchen. She burned it in the stove, with the knife against her neck. We had no way to stop her. Chen Haojin scrutinized Su Mai with skepticism. Su Mai shook her head, tears streaming down her face. That's not how it happened. I was cooking in the kitchen when they forced me to confess to poisoning her. I had no choice but to threaten myself with the knife. Aunt Laoqi interjected. What? This is ridiculous. Ever since you became pregnant, you haven't even stepped into the kitchen. I've prepared all the meals. Let us not even discuss the cooking. Haojin, check her pockets. There's a promissory note for £10. Just look at what she has done. As Chen Haojin reached for Su Mai's pocket, she swiftly dodged away, filled with grievance. You can't possibly believe what your mother says. She and father have always held a grudge against me, having instigated you to hit me more than once. Have you forgotten? Chen Haojin's hand froze in midair, uncertain of whom to trust. In that moment of distraction, Su Mai slipped her hand into her pocket and concealed the note in her sleeve. Then she pulled out 2 from her pants pockets and another 2 from her shirt pockets, exclaiming, See, my pockets are empty, I have nothing. Now do you believe in my innocence? Chen Haojin quickly embraced Su Mai. I'm sorry, I should not have doubted your character. You are so kind. How could you possibly do such a thing? I'm glad you believe me. Su Mai wiped her tears and addressed Aunt Laoqi. Mother, I know you have grievances against me. Ever since I gave birth to Xiao Hua, you have nitpicked and made things difficult for me, scolding me incessantly, wishing Haojin would beat me daily. Mother, I understand that you speak these words not out of malice, but to please Xiaojun's parents. However, Haojin is not a fool. He possesses the ability to discern right from wrong and will not believe your fabricated lies. You truly are a skilled actress. Aunt Laoqi, her heart racing in anger, pointed at the gathered villagers. Everyone witnessed what transpired. Haojin, if you do not trust your parents, you may ask these villagers if what your parents say is true. Chen Haojin turned to Chen Haojin. You are my younger brother, I trust you. Please, tell me what happened just now. Chen Haojin replied, I just returned from harvesting motherwort. I am completely in the dark about what happened. Chen Haojin had no choice but to ask the other villagers, then I must trouble you to tell me what exactly occurred. The onlooking villagers chimed in. Haojin, your wife, how should I put this? She truly knows how to act. She did poison your sister-in-law. Yes, we saw the medicine box, but she burned it in the stove, and the matter of the 10,000 yuan promissory note is also true. We all saw it, and both Xiaojun and her parents signed it. Indeed, we witnessed your wife slip the note into her pocket, but we are puzzled as to why it has since disappeared. With tears in her eyes, Sumai implored. My pockets were clearly empty. Why are you accusing me? Is it simply because Xiujin's parents are wealthy business people? Hao Jin, it seems this village cannot accommodate me any longer. I wish to end my life. With that, she dashed back into the kitchen, brandishing a knife. Qian Haojin rushed to disarm her, shouting, "Don't do anything foolish." Sumai sobbed, "Do you believe me?" Qian Haojin affirmed, "I do. Even if the entire world does not believe in you, I will always believe in you." Chapter 36. The elderly couple moves again. Qian Haolai, leading Sumai by the hand, stepped into the courtyard and addressed everyone. Though I, Qian Haolai, lack power and influence, I have always been the first to extend a helping hand. I have never owed anyone anything. I never anticipated that during my absence, the community would treat my wife in such a cruel manner, pushing her to the brink of despair. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers understood that there was no hope left for Qian Haolai. They shook their heads in lamentation and sought excuses to depart. At that moment, the enforcement team arrived at Qian Haolai's residence, inquiring who had filed the complaint and what had transpired. Sumai, mistakenly believing that the team leader had come to her aid, craned her neck in search of her old classmate, only to be met with disappointment at not finding him. As the complainant, Xiujin's father intended to recount the entire saga from beginning to end, but realizing that the evidence had been destroyed and that Sumai was an adept actress, he deemed it futile. He informed the enforcement team that it was merely a conflict between two brothers that had since been resolved. Upon hearing that the matter had been settled, the enforcement team made a brief record and prepared to leave. Seeing that Xiujin's parents had refrained from exposing her misdeeds, Sumai internally mused, "At least you know your place." To prevent any future bullying from Xiujin's parents, she resolved to cultivate a good relationship. Thus, she hurried to the doorway and inquired loudly, "Why hasn't he, your team leader, come today?" A tall, slender team member, recognizing Sumai, responded with surprise, "Oh, isn't he this our team leader's old classmate, Sumai?" "Sumai, I didn't realize your home was here. Our team leader is handling another case today." Another team member chimed in, "This woman is the team leader's old classmate." The tall member affirmed, "Indeed. She is quite remarkable. With just a few words, she helped our enforcement team solve a major case and even cracked an unsolved murder from years ago. Not only is she adept at solving cases, but she is also extraordinarily just and kind-hearted." The previous case's victim, Chunlan, is now Sumai's godsister. Another team member promptly extended a handshake to Sumai, saying, "Sumai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your heroic deeds have spread throughout our enforcement team. Our leader has even ordered a banner in your honor, which will soon be delivered to your home." Sumai glanced back at the individuals in the courtyard and deliberately exclaimed, "What? Your team leader actually commissioned a banner for me?" The tall team member replied, "Absolutely. After all, it was you who assisted in solving a major case. Our leader holds you in high esteem, and so does everyone on our enforcement team. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply inform us. Everyone on our enforcement team is ready to stand up for you at any time." Once more, Sumai turned to look at the people in the courtyard and retorted, "If I am as kind and just as you say, who would dare to bully me? Who hit you?" Another team member, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Who did this? Tell us, and we will teach them a lesson." Sumai glanced at Xiujin's parents, seeing their anxious expressions. With a chuckle, she touched her face and said, "This slap mark, oh, I did it myself. A mosquito bit my face, and I swatted it dead." The tall team member shook his head in amusement. "Sumai, you are truly something else. I am ruthless to mosquitoes. This time, I merely swatted one, but if they dare come again, I shall eradicate their entire clan and ensure their ancestors find no peace." The tall team member remarked, "Sumai, you truly have a sense of humor." Sumai waved her hand, "All right, I won't interrupt your work any longer. You may return." Of course, Sumai. Goodbye, Sumai. Remember to call on us if you need help. The enforcement team members bid farewell to Su Mai, their words imbued with respect. This scene left Xiao Zhen's parents utterly bewildered. Qian Laoqi and Aunt Qi exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how such a malicious person as Su Mai could be viewed as the epitome of kindness and justice by the enforcement team. She was an expert at disguise and theatrics. Xiao Zhen sighed, silently communicating with Qian Xiaodan. My dear daughter, I feel utterly inept. We have found the evidence, yet we still lost to Su Mai. Now that the evidence is gone, we can no longer bring her to justice. What is most infuriating is that everyone in the enforcement team respects her. It seems we can never bring her down. Qian Xiaodan responded in thought, Mother, it is not that you are inept. Rather, you lack experience in struggle. Your sister-in-law is simply too cunning and skilled at acting. Nevertheless, her triumph will not last long. Once the twins in her womb are born, her misfortune will begin. Let us await the unfolding drama. Xiao Zhen mused, indeed, this woman is far too malicious. Sending her to prison would be too lenient. It would be better to watch her suffer misfortune and endure. The enforcement team knows my character, otherwise, today I would truly be bullied to death. Qian Haolai embraced Su Mai tightly. My dear wife, you have suffered. From now on, I will protect you well and will not allow anyone to bully you. Qian Laoqi and Aunt Qi were equally stunned. They never expected that such a venomous person like Su Mai could be regarded as a benevolent and righteous figure in the eyes of the enforcement team. Su Mai then pushed away Qian Haolai and cleared her throat, addressing Xiao Zhen and the others. If the spectators have all left, why aren't you heading back? Do you wish to continue your performance? Xiao Zhen's mother retorted, who is truly acting here? You speak the truth, everyone has left, so what are you still performing, hypocrite? Xiao Zhen's father quickly pulled Xiao Zhen's mother aside, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Su Mai feigned distress, collapsing into Qian Haolai's embrace. Husband, they still wish to bully me. My stomach hurts terribly. I wonder if it's a sign of a miscarriage. Upon hearing this, Qian Haolai immediately, I will handle the rest. He then closed the door and returned to the courtyard, casting a warning glare at everyone present. My wife is pregnant with twins, and I do not wish for any mishaps during her pregnancy. Henceforth, no one is permitted to bully her in my absence. Father, mother, if you truly wish to care for her, stay in my home. If not, then move out quickly. Do not linger here, causing discomfort for everyone. Aunt Qi, without a second thought, dashed into the side room, gathered the elderly couple's bedding, and pulled Qian Laoqi towards their second son's home. Xiao Zhen's parents and Qian Haolai hastily assisted Xiao Zhen back home. Qian Haolai followed them to the entrance of Qian Haolai's house, watching the elderly couple's retreating figures and saying, it's for the best, you can stay at your younger son's home to care for my sister-in-law during her confinement. My Su Mai needs not your concern, I will hire a nanny for her. What Qian Haolai said was sincere. He genuinely believed this arrangement to be ideal. Little did he know that uttering such words at that moment would only serve to provoke the elderly couple further. In the side room of Qian Haolai's house, Aunt Qi was spreading the bedding when Qian Laoqi coughed heavily, blood spilling forth. Aunt Qi was alarmed. Laoqi, what is wrong? How could you be coughing up blood? Let me take you to the clinic. Chapter 37, The Punishment from Heaven. Old man Qian waved his hand dismissively. Do not make such a fuss, there is no need for alarm. I am quite well, merely agitated and a bit overheated. I shall recover in due time. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian felt considerably reassured. Then you should rest for a while. I will prepare some food. If I delay too long, our in-laws might take Xiao Zhen away. Old man Qian waved his hand again. Hurry along, do not dawdle. Once Aunt Qian entered the kitchen, a frown creased her brow. There was hardly anything to cook. How could she entertain their guests? She promptly instructed Qian Haojin to go to the market and buy some vegetables. No need to venture to the market. Qian Haojin replied leisurely, picking up a basket. He approached the cart and pulled out a wild chicken, its legs bound, from a pile of motherwort, placing it into the basket. Aunt Qian's eyes widened in excitement. Goodness, you caught a wild chicken. Qian Haojin shook off the motherwort and retrieved. Without uttering a word, Qian Haojin continued to rummage through the motherwort, producing 9 wild chicken eggs, 12 wild duck eggs, a handful of water shield, and 4 bulrushes. Aunt Qian was utterly speechless with astonishment, while Qian Haojin continued his search. After some time, he unearthed a grey wild rabbit, also bound at its feet. Oh my goodness, today, we are truly blessed with an abundance of game. This is simply too bounteous. Aunt Qian exclaimed gleefully. Xiuzhen and her parents, hearing the commotion, rushed into the courtyard to witness the spectacle. Although old man Qian felt pain in his chest, curiosity got the better of him, and he stepped out of the side room. Expecting no more than what he had already seen, he was astonished when Qian Haojin returned to the kitchen with a bucket. He continued to sift through the motherwort, extracting a net bag. He then reached into the bag and pulled out a eel, 2 crucian carp, a red carp, 20 or so crayfish, and 3 large crabs. Upon seeing this bounty, Aunt Qian could hardly contain her joy. Old man Qian, too, forgot his discomfort and grabbed the water bucket to assist in the kitchen. Xiuzhen's parents, witnessing such a harvest, were filled with admiration. My son-in-law is truly remarkable. To gather so much wild delicacy in just one morning, these are all nourishing treasures. Indeed, our Xiuzhen is fortunate to have such a husband, never needing to worry about food and drink. As they praised him, they rolled up their sleeves and joined in to help in the kitchen. Xiuzhen looked at Qian Haojin with eyes full of affection. You worked hard to gather all this game today. Qian Haojin replied, it was no trouble at all. You truly do not understand. The crayfish in the river are in abundance, perhaps due to the recent rain. The reeds are ablaze with their red hues, and they are quite slow and clumsy, making them easy to catch. I only regret not bringing a bucket, otherwise, I could have caught even more. Xiuzhen's eyes widened in delight. Really? I will go with you tomorrow to catch some. We could sell the extras. Qian Haojin immediately refused. No, you must rest during your confinement. I shall go alone this afternoon, lest I find that others have already taken all the catch. Now, you hurry to your room and lie down. Do not get up unnecessarily. Reluctant to leave, Xiuzhen wished to assist Qian Haojin in unloading the motherwort. Seeing her disobedience, Qian Haojin scooped her up effortlessly and placed her on the bed. In her heart, Qian Xiaodan mused, Mom, you need not accompany Dad to the river. The red carp he caught today is the legendary 100-year koi. The reason he gathered such a bounty is due to the good fortune brought by the 100-year koi. You and Dad must consume it at noon to conceive a child of destiny, Xiuzhen thought in reply. So, does that mean you will soon have a brother? Qian Xiaodan affirmed, yes, Mom, from today, our family shall walk the path of fortune. You will no longer have to fear the wicked. Whoever opposes you will encounter misfortune. Upon hearing this, Xiuzhen beamed with joy. Qian Haojin, curious, inquired, what is making you so happy? Xiuzhen, unable to disclose the secret, replied, that makes me happy. By the way, I wish to eat fish for lunch. That red carp, can you please prepare fish soup for me? Of course, as long as you lie down obediently. Under the patient guidance of the 4 elders, he crafted an exceptionally delicious red carp soup. In Xiuzhen's room, Qian Haojin presented the soup with confidence, saying, eat up, I guarantee you will love it. She picked up a piece of fish and offered it to Qian Haojin. You eat first. Qian Haojin waved his hand. This is meant to nourish you. How could I eat it first? You must enjoy it. Xiuzhen pouted. No, you must eat first. Once you take a bite, I will follow. Feeling a sudden pang of tenderness, Qian Haojin said, Xiuzhen, you are not worried that I have poisoned it, are you? I am your husband. Xiuzhen shook her head. I feel for you. You have worked so hard and have not had a bite for yourself. Please eat. This fish is too large for me to finish alone. Qian Haojin remained resolute. This fish was caught solely to nourish you. How could I eat first? You must eat, and if you cannot finish it, then I shall. Ultimately, Xiuzhen, finding no other option, picked up the bowl and began to eat heartily, sipping the soup as well. Halfway through, she handed the bowl to Qian Haojin. Your turn. Holding the bowl, Jian Haojin did not eat but instead proposed, "This red carp is quite rare, neither of our parents have ever tasted it. Since you are done, I shall take it to share with the 4 elders, if that is agreeable." "Absolutely not." Xiuzhen sprang from the bed and pushed the bowl toward Jian Haojin's lips. "You must eat every last drop. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again." All right, I will eat." Under Xiuzhen's insistence, Jian Haojin finished off the remaining half of the fish and drank every last drop of the soup. "Are you satisfied now?" "Not a drop left," he declared, turning the bowl upside down. Yes, I am satisfied." Xiuzhen nodded enthusiastically, joyfully returning to bed. Jian Haojin wiped his mouth and returned to the kitchen to assist. In her heart, Xiuzhen wondered, "Daughter, am I pregnant?" Jian Xiaodan replied in thought, "Yes, mother, the spirit of the child of destiny has already been conceived. In 10 months, you shall bear a son, really." Xiuzhen exclaimed, joyfully, yet, upon recalling the debt owed to Sumei, a sense of reluctance washed over her. She thought, "If my sister-in-law is pregnant before me, I will owe her 10,000 yuan. 10,000. How long will it take me to earn that? Just the thought of it makes my heart ache." Jian Xiaodan reassured her, "Mother, do not worry, she will not receive that money. The child of destiny will assist you." As long as you make a wish to the child of destiny, regardless of when your sister-in-law's child is born, the child of destiny will arrive first. At that time, your sister-in-law will have no power over you. Moreover, the more she schemes against you, the more misfortune she will encounter. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, startling Xiuzhen. Suddenly, Jian Xiaodan began to convulse and cried out loudly. "Daughter, what is the matter?" "Xiaodan, please do not frighten your mother," Xiuzhen cried out in concern. Hearing the child's cries, Jian Haojin and the 4 elders rushed in without delay. "What is happening? Why is the child crying?" "Tell your mother." Jian Xiaodan responded, "It hurts. My heart aches. Heaven is punishing me. Mother, you and father shared the red carp, and heaven has seen that I leaked the secret. This child of destiny should not have descended upon your household, but now that the spirit of the child of destiny has formed within you, the Wu family's son will become a fool." Xiuzhen gasped, "Oh no, what do we do now? I have already eaten the fish, and I cannot regurgitate it." The thunder rumbled once more, and Jian Xiaodan's convulsions intensified, her cries growing louder. "Mother, my telepathic abilities are being reclaimed by heaven. Once the thunder ceases, I will be just like any ordinary child, losing all my memories and unable to assist you any longer." A flash of lightning struck the window with a crack. Jian Xiaodan screamed in agony, enduring the pain as she conveyed her final thoughts. "Mother, I can say no more. Please take care of yourself. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, seek out my sister. She is right there in our Chapter 38. The joy of the wealthy. With a thunderous clap of lightning, Jian Xiaodan fainted, her cries abruptly ceasing. The child has gone silent. She hasn't lost consciousness, has she? Xiaodan, wake up. Xiaodan, what is happening to my granddaughter?" The family was in a flurry. Jian Haojin quickly scooped up the child, declaring, "You all eat first. I will take her to the hospital." "At a time like this, who can think of eating? We should all go to the hospital," said Qian Laoqi. Just as they were about to leave, Jian Xiaodan suddenly regained consciousness. Her little hands flailed in the air, her eyes clear yet bewildered, with glistening tears clinging to her lashes. "Oh, the child has awakened. Is she all right?" exclaimed Lao Qi. "It seems she truly is fine," replied Aunt Lao Qi. "But what was that earlier? Could it have been epilepsy?" questioned Xiuzhen's father. "I don't know, but it certainly resembled it," Xiuzhen's mother replied. "On the day of her birth, I took her to the clinic, and the doctor assured me that aside from her limb deformities, she had no other ailments," said Jian Haojin. "The clinic's medical capabilities are limited. They can't examine her thoroughly. We should take her to a larger hospital in the city," Xiuzhen's mother insisted. All right, let's eat first, and in a couple of days, we will take the child to the big hospital, Jian Haojin decided. Xiaozhen's mother, dissatisfied, protested, "Why wait a couple of days? Such matters cannot be delayed. The sooner we go, the better." Feeling ashamed, Jian Haojin scratched his head. "We don't have much money left. I plan to catch some fish and shrimp by the riverbank to sell for the hospital visit." "You should have told us you were short on money." Xiaozhen's mother immediately pulled out a roll of cash, counting it without hesitation and stuffing it into Jian Haojin's hands. Aunt Lao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. It must be several hundred. Seeing such a substantial amount, Jian Haojin felt a bit frightened and quickly declined. "How can I accept this, so much money? I cannot take it. I can earn my own to take her to the doctor." "Here, take it," Xiaozhen's mother insisted, forcefully pushing the money into Jian Haojin's pocket. "This is for my granddaughter's medical expenses, not for you." "Here. Then I shall accept it for now, and when I have the means, I will surely repay you," he conceded, realizing he truly needed the funds and no longer feeling polite towards his mother-in-law. "Repay. This money is for my granddaughter's treatment. There's no need for you to keep track of it. From now on, as long as you treat my daughter and granddaughter well, that will suffice," Xiaozhen's mother affirmed. Deeply touched, Jian Haojin promised, "Rest assured, I will certainly take good care of them." Eager to know how her child was faring, Xiaozhen extended her hands. "Haojin, give me the baby. You all go eat." "Okay." Jian Haojin handed the child over to Xiaozhen, whispering, "Your parents are truly wonderful." Xiaozhen waved her hand, urging him to hurry along. As the others went to eat, Xiaozhen immediately took hold of the infant's hand. "Xiaodan, are you all right? Can you hear your mother's heart?" The baby showed no reaction, her eyes fixed vacantly on her mother. "Xiaodan, can you truly not hear me?" "Xiaodan." Tears welled up in Xiaozhen's eyes. The infant remained unresponsive, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. Like any other newborn, racked with guilt, Xiaozhen cradled her baby. "It's all my fault. I was too obvious in my distress, allowing the heavens to perceive my flaws. I'm so sorry, my dear child. I'm so sorry. You've only just arrived in this world and have already assisted your mother so much, even bringing forth a child of good. I owe you so much. From this day forward, I promise to protect you diligently." Jian Haojin entered the room with a bowl of rice, only to find Xiaozhen sobbing while holding the child. He quickly consoled her. Don't cry, the child will be fine. I will take her to the big hospital for a checkup as soon as possible." Xiaozhen shook her head. "No need for a checkup. She is perfectly healthy. She was just frightened by the thunder. Is that truly the case?" Jian Haojin asked, somewhat skeptical. Xiaozhen, wishing to say no more, nodded. "Yes, I will cover her ears next time it thunders. If she cannot hear the thunder, she won't react this way." Jian Haojin felt Xiaozhen's reasoning made sense and, upon discussing it with the four elders at the dining table, they too supported this course of action. Since a medical visit was not immediately necessary, the substantial sum of money at home began to feel somewhat superfluous. Jian Haojin conferred with his mother-in-law, proposing to use the funds to purchase a rice cooker and television for the household, ensuring Xiaozhen could enjoy better meals and have entertainment during her confinement, alleviating her boredom. When he went out fishing and shrimping, he would also feel more at ease. Xiaozhen's mother, pleased to see her son-in-law so dedicated to her daughter, readily agreed. Concerned about whether the funds would suffice, Xiaozhen's father even contributed over 200 of his own money, urging Jian Haojin to buy higher quality appliances and avoid cheap products. Jian Haojin counted the cash, a total of 720 yuan, excitement bubbling within him. Setting down his bowl, he slung on a canvas bag and rode his bicycle towards the department store in the city. Upon entering the store, he headed straight for the kitchenware section. The salesperson, just like last time, was enthusiastically explaining the benefits of rice cookers to onlookers. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Haojin purchased the most expensive rice cooker at 150 yuan, drawing envious glances from the crowd. Such a significant expenditure, made without a second thought, was a first for him. The salesperson was overjoyed, never having encountered such a decisive customer before. In addition to the standard compliment, Upon learning that Qian Haojin intended to buy a television, Zhen Xiang immediately recommended his friend Guodong, urging him to provide additional gifts. Guodong, a newcomer at the department store, had yet to sell a single television in his month of employment. Seeing Qian Haojin's honest demeanor, he attentively explained the options, striving to recommend the most cost-effective choices, ensuring Qian Haojin would not be at a disadvantage. The cheapest black and white television was 300 yuan, while the least expensive color. Following Guodong's advice, Qian Haojin purchased a 12-inch black and white television for 300 yuan. Guodong then provided a protective glass screen for the television, which not only shielded the screen but also enhanced the image size. Additionally, he included colored films in red, blue, and green, allowing the black and white television to produce a color effect. This arrangement saved Qian Haojin a significant sum of money, as opting for a color television would have required an additional 400. Beyond that, Guodong gifted him a multi-socket power strip and a small radio, agreeing to deliver everything, including the rice cooker, to his doorstep. After paying and noting down his address, Qian Haojin pedaled his bicycle straight to the market. This trip to the department store allowed him to fully experience the joy of the affluent. With wealth, one could not only acquire quality goods but also enjoy superior service, numerous complimentary items, and even make friends in the city. He realized he must leverage these connections and opportunities to earn well, aspiring to become a businessman free from financial worries, just like his in Laws.at the market. Qian Haojin located a hole. What exactly do you want to buy? How much do you intend to purchase? If it's only a small amount, go elsewhere. I deal with larger transactions here. Embarrassed, Qian Haojin scratched his head. Actually, I'm not looking to buy. I wish to sell. I have a surplus of fish, shrimp, and crabs at home. Do you purchase them here? The seafood shop owner perked up immediately. Of course, I supply dozens of restaurants. Not only fish and shrimp, but also soft-shelled turtles and clams. We are particularly in need of crayfish right now. How much do you have? Bring it all to me. Chapter 39. A silver belt by the river. Qian Haojin initially intended to say, all my goods are in the river, yet to be caught, and he also refrained from mentioning that the goods were at his home, lest the proprietor demand them directly. Rubbing his head, he finally said, I have several relatives who specialize in fishing and shrimping, and I cannot ascertain the exact amount at present. How about you leave me your phone number, and I will tally it up and call you once I return home. The seafood merchant promptly took out a pen and paper, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers, along with a 10 yuan note, which he handed to Qian Haojin. This is a deposit. Once you have everything counted, call me immediately. No matter the quantity, I will purchase it. If you have a vehicle, deliver it to me. If not, I shall drive over to fetch it. Just make sure not to sell to anyone else, understood? Qian Haojin was astonished to discover how scarce aquatic products like fish, shrimp, and crabs had become. The merchant, fearing he might miss out on the purchase, had even provided him with a deposit in advance. Qian Haojin replied, I have a tractor and can deliver the goods, but will you be able to pay on the spot? My relatives are not fond of credit. The seafood vendor responded, I have already given you the deposit. What credit are you talking about? With supply so tight, who would dare extend credit? I ask you to tally everything up and call me, so I can settle the accounts and pay you. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Money in hand for goods received. I will not owe you a single penny. All right, I will return home to count. Qian Haojin agreed. Wait. The seafood merchant, slightly apprehensive, inquired, what is your name? Where do you reside? Qian Haojin wrote 6 characters in the merchant's notebook, Xinghua Village, Qian Haojin. And your home telephone number? The merchant gestured for Qian Haojin to continue writing. Just as Qian Haojin was about to jot it down, he hesitated. After marrying, he had not installed a telephone and had been using his brother's phone. If he provided his brother's number to the merchant and his sister-in-law answered, it could lead to complications. My home does not have a telephone at the moment. I am in the process of getting one installed. If you are concerned, I can return the 10 yuan deposit to you. The seafood vendor waved his hands. No, keep it. I trust you. Just give me a call once you've sorted everything out. All right. After leaving the market, Chen Haojin made a beeline for the post office. To his astonishment, he discovered that the installation fee for a telephone, combined with the materials, amounted to a staggering 4,500 yuan, with an addition. This sum felt astronomical to Chen Haojin at that moment. He was perplexed about how his brother had managed to afford such an expense for a telephone. If his sister-in-law had not quarrelled with Xiaojun, they could have simply used his brother's phone. However, given their strained relationship, it was awkward to do so. Though there was a telephone in the village, it belonged to Wu Jianren, the village secretary, who happened to be the father of his old classmate Wu Zun, who had often bullied him. The year of the college entrance examination, when the government had cancelled the exams and implemented a recommendation system for university admission, Wu Zun had promised to rally the whole village to vote for him. When the results were announced, Chen Haojin had received 0 votes, as the entire village and school had voted for Wu Zun. Despite Chen Haojin's exceptional academic performance, particularly in English, where he could articulate fluently, he ended up with no votes at all. At that time, it was nothing short of a joke. Everyone in the village remarked that good grades were of no use, connections were what truly mattered. Wu Zun looked down upon him, and Wu Jianren often wielded his authority to bully him. During the land distribution, Wu Jianren had deliberately placed Chen Haojin's name last, allocating him a small, triangular plot of land that was neither fertile nor easily irrigated. Consequently, during harvest season, he was always the most exhausted in the village, yielding the least. Given the oppression he faced from the Wu family, Chen Haojin felt it unlikely he would ever use the village's telephone. Even if he could, he would not want to. After much contemplation, he concluded that installing a telephone himself was the most sensible option. Determined, Chen Haojin decided to return home to see if he could borrow money from his in-laws. If successful, he would use the funds to install a telephone. If not, he would ride to his mother-in-law's house in town to make a call or find a public phone on the street. With this plan in mind, he hurriedly rode back home. Unfortunately, upon arriving, he found that his in-laws had already left. His father was in the yard weaving baskets, and his mother had begun preparing dinner. As for the rice cooker and television, they had already been delivered by the department store, and Xiaojun was engrossed in watching the television in the room. Chen Haojin did not wish to disturb her. Instead, he gathered all the buckets in the house, planning to head to the wild river after dinner to catch fish and shrimp. With only 4 buckets available, he worried it might not be sufficient, so he also brought along several snakeskin bags. Knowing that Chen Haojin planned to fish that evening, Chen Laochi promptly offered him 2 distinct fish baskets. Good Jin, these 2 are samples. I have placed an equal amount of pig liver inside each. Take them tonight and see which one catches more fish. I will make more of that type, he said. Thank you, father. Chen Haojin felt a surge of gratitude. After washing his hands, he entered Xiaojun's room. He intended to discuss the possibility of borrowing money from his in-laws to install the telephone. However, before he could speak, Xiaojun excitedly pointed to the bedside table. Haojin, come quick, look at this. Chen Haojin glanced over to see a bright red telephone, a delightful sight indeed. He immediately asked, where did this come from? The installation fee is quite expensive. Xiaojun proudly replied, my parents had it installed for me. They said that if I ever needed anything, I should call them. They also mentioned that if I faced any trouble, I should inform them at once. Your parents are truly wonderful. No, our parents are truly wonderful, Chen Haojin exclaimed joyfully, cupping Xiaojun's face and showering her with affectionate kisses. After dinner, while the sky was still light, Chen Haojin pushed the cart toward the wild river. No sooner had he left than his home became a hub of activity. News of Chen Haojin's acquisition of a black and white television spread throughout the village, and villagers flocked to his home to see it. After all, this was the first television in Xinghua village. Initially, they planned to watch for a short while before departing, but the drama proved captivating, and they found it hard to tear themselves away. Xiaojun's room soon became crowded with onlookers. Those who arrived late and found no place to stand resorted to peering through the windows to catch a glimpse of the television. Chen Laochi, concerned that this might disturb Xiaojun during her confinement, wished to ask everyone to leave but felt too shy to do so. Xiaojun, also uncomfortable with the large crowd in the room, suggested to Chen Laochi, Father, why not move the television outside for them to watch? I don't wish to see it anyway. Reluctantly, Jin Laoqi moved the television to the center of the courtyard, allowing everyone to sit on long benches to watch. Upon learning of this event, Wu Jianren, the village secretary, also came to join the crowd. Unfortunately, he arrived too late to secure a seat and had to stand outside the courtyard, straining to see over the heads of the villagers. Some complained, Jin Laoqi's yard is too small. There's hardly any room for us to stand. Wu Jianren suddenly had a brilliant idea. He shouted, let us move the television to the village committee for a screening. There's plenty of space there for everyone in the village to sit. Despite his reluctance, Jin Laoqi dared not oppose the village secretary, nor did he wish to offend the entire village. He could only watch helplessly as Wu Jianren orchestrated the removal of the television, along with the antenna and multi-socket outlet. Meanwhile, Jian Haojin diligently worked in the river, completely unaware that the television he bought for Xiaoshen had barely warmed up in their home before being appropriated as a communal possession of the village. When he eventually discovered this, he would undoubtedly confront certain individuals. The river was teeming with small crayfish, and Jian Haojin tirelessly scooped them up with his net, filling all 4 buckets to the brim, yet still not finished. He poured the crayfish from the buckets into the snakeskin bags and continued to fish until all 5 bags were filled and the 4 buckets were once again brimming. Only then did he reluctantly cease his efforts. As he prepared to leave, he picked up 2 heavy fish baskets resting by the riverbank, each one laden with a substantial catch. Just as he was about to head home, he unexpectedly noticed a long. It resembled a silver belt, and it appeared to be quite valuable. Chapter 40. On your daughter, Xiaoshuang. By the riverside, a magnificent white snake basked in the moonlight, exhaling a radiant green pearl. This luminous orb was no ordinary object. It was the inner elixir bestowed by Xiaoshen, the spirit of the wild black cat. The great white snake relied upon this inner elixir to absorb the. Within just a few days, its vision and sense of smell had remarkably improved, and it had grown significantly in size, becoming both longer and thicker than before. This great white snake was none other than the second daughter of Xiaoshen and Jian Haojin, Jian Xiaoshuang. Oblivious to this transformation, Jian Haojin merely thought a silver ribbon floated in the water. As he approached, he noticed the silver ribbon was adorned with a luminous green pearl, which filled him with delight. His belt had worn out, and he had hesitated to purchase a new one. Thus, he thought it would be splendid to take this silver ribbon home as a replacement. As his fingers brushed against one end of the silver ribbon, the icy, supple sensation startled him. What he thought was a silver ribbon was, in fact, a great snake. The recently rejuvenated white snake, having consumed the inner elixir, sensed someone touching its tail. With a cautious lift of its head, it scrutinized Jian Haojin with keen eyes. Recognizing the familiar and dear face before it, it became excited, hissing, SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. Translation of snake language, it's father, have you come to see me? Jian Haojin screamed, collapsing onto the ground. The great white snake swam closer, hissing again, SSSS. SSSS, SSSS. Father, please don't be afraid, I am your daughter, Xiaoshuang. My sister is Xiaodan. Father, do you not remember me? Jian Haojin could not comprehend the snake's language. The sight of the great white snake flicking its tongue sent him into a panic. Scrambling to his cart, he grabbed a net and brandished the bamboo pole towards the great white snake, nervously warning, Don't come any closer. If you do, I shall strike you down. The great white snake felt wronged, hissing, SSSS, 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 SSSS. Father, I am your biological daughter, how could you harm me? The last time, grandfather struck me unconscious, and you buried me alive. I never held it against you. Now you wish to strike me down again? Do you not care for your daughter at all? The great white snake continued to flick its tongue, while Jian Haojin, gripped by fear, clutched the bamboo pole tightly, trembling. This snake was thicker than a carrying pole. If it opened its mouth wide, it could surely swallow a person whole. Would he meet his demise this very night? After a moment of standoff, Jian Haojin realized that the great white snake bore him no ill will. He relaxed somewhat and examined the great white snake closely. It looked somewhat familiar. The great white snake hissed, SSS. SSS, father, do you truly not recognize me? A little soft-shelled turtle poked its head out, gurgling, "E glub glub," a translation, "A boss, humans cannot comprehend our language." The great white snake tilted its head in contemplation, realizing the truth in this statement. Recalling its previous underwater communication with its mother, who had reacted similarly, it confirmed a fact: its parents indeed could not understand its words. It silently vowed, "I must seize the time to cultivate diligently, mastering human language so that my parents may comprehend my speech." The little turtle interjected, "Boss, do not harbor illusions about humans. They will not regard us as kin, they will only capture us, consume our flesh, drink our blood, and exploit us for profit. Look at your father, not only does he not recognize you, but he also wishes to strike you. There is no need to acknowledge him, return to your den and rest." The great white snake retorted, "He will recognize me, I am his biological daughter." The turtle scoffed, "Humans see only their own gain. I have lived for over a century, surely, I know this. Beware lest he captures you and sells you to the city's wealthy, flaying your skin and extracting your tendons, crafting your hide into bags and your flesh into dishes or soups." The great white snake snapped back, "Nonsense. Do not sow discord here. My father is not that kind of person. Return to your den and sleep." The turtle huffed, "HMPH, disregard the advice of elders, and you shall suffer the consequences. I am leaving now, farewell, and I hope to see you again upon awakening." The great white snake remained silent. Qian Haojin observed for quite some time, unable to discern that the snake was his second daughter. However, he was certain that it meant him no harm. In this day and age, there are indeed many white snakes, he muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow and placing the net back on the cart, preparing to leave. Farther. The great white snake suddenly lunged forward, raising its head high and flicking its tongue again. Farther. When shall you visit again?" Realizing that humans could not comprehend snake language, the great white snake lowered its head in disappointment. "Forget it. You cannot understand, so I shall say nothing. Woe is me." Feeling disheartened, the great white snake swam towards the water's edge. Just as it was about to submerge, it straightened its body and nodded thrice at Qian Haojin. Witnessing this, Qian Haojin was taken aback. The snake seemed to be bowing to him. Why, he had never helped it. Suddenly, Xiaoshen's words echoed in his mind. "Xiaoshuang did not die, she swam away. Even if the dream I had was false, in reality, Xiaoshuang indeed swam away. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I went to the back room and unearthed a wild cat and a snake. I did not lie. Everything I said is true. Xiaoshuang is not dead. She has swum away." At that moment, Qian Haojin suddenly believed Xiaoshen's words. What she had said was not a dream, but a reality. Gazing intently at the great white snake, it bore a striking resemblance to the one born of his wife, only this one was longer and thicker. A few days had passed, so it was possible for it to grow. Tentatively, he asked, "Xiaoshuang, is that you? Are you my daughter Qian Xiaoshuang?" The great white snake, poised to enter the water, turned sharply at the sound of his voice. "SSSSSSSS, father." Qian Haojin's excitement grew. "You really can understand, then nod your head 7 more times." The great white snake promptly stood upright and obediently nodded 7 times, counting until 7. Qian Haojin realized with certainty that the snake was indeed his biological daughter. "Xiaoshuang. So you did not die, you are alive, you are so understanding." Tears streamed down Qian Haojin's face as he stepped forward to embrace the great white snake's head. "Xiaoshuang, I am sorry. Grandfather did not intend to strike you, he meant to hit the wild black cat. I thought you had died, so I buried you. Please do not hold it against me and grandfather, all right?" The great white snake nodded, nuzzling her head against Qian. "I know you did not mean it." Now that he recognized the great white snake as his daughter, Qian Haojin felt no fear. Gently cradling the snake's head, he inquired, "Was it your mother who unearthed you? She said she saw you swim away with her own eyes." The great white snake nodded. "Yes, mother also gave me an inner elixir." After flicking its tongue a few times, the great white snake produced the green inner elixir. Qian Haojin, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is this? Did you find a treasure? Are you giving this treasure to your father?" The pearl appeared to be worth a fortune. Jin Haojin assumed the great white snake intended to gift it to him and reached out to take it. Not a chan, this is a gift from mother for my cultivation. The great white snake hastily swallowed the pearl, hissing, SSSSSSSS, humph. With a proud tilt of her head, she turned away. Chapter 41, The Large Head Atop the Small Vest. It turns out this bead was merely for my viewing pleasure, and not a gift for me, Tian Haoyin remarked, slightly embarrassed. Well, you should keep your treasure safe. Do not easily reveal it in case it attracts the attention of nefarious individuals, understand? I understand, The great white snake nodded. At that moment, bubbles suddenly erupted on the surface of the river, producing a gurgling sound that was somewhat unsettling. Tian Haoyin gazed at the bubbling water, feeling an uncanny sense that extraordinary creatures lurked beneath. What if it were a crocodile or some other large beast? His daughter would be utterly defenseless. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he anxiously said, Xiao Shuang, I cannot bear to leave you here alone. Come home with me. Once we return, I will find a large water tank. No, I shall construct a grand pond for you to reside in. It will undoubtedly be safer than here. Zizi. I don't want to. The great white snake shook its head vehemently, akin to a rattle. How large could the pond at home possibly be? At most, it would be a few meters wide, and when it desired to swim, it would feel utterly constrained. This wild river spanned several dozen meters in width and stretched for miles, connecting one end to the small river behind Tian Haoyin's house and the other to the great river. When it missed home, it could swim back for a visit. When it yearned for a refreshing swim, it could traverse freely in this wild river. When it aspired to achieve greatness, it could venture into the great river. This wild river was the optimal training ground. It had deliberated over extensively. The bubbles in the river multiplied, and Tian Haoyin, increasingly anxious, pointed at them. Xiao Shuang, look, bubbles are rising over there. There must be a formidable creature nearby. It is truly unsafe for you to remain here. Hurry, come home with me. If you do not wish to stay in the pond, there is a river behind our house that is a dozen meters wide. It will certainly not confine you. The great white snake continued to shake its head. Zizi, snake language, I will not go, I shall stay here. Boss, this is bad. A small turtle surfaced in a panic. A massive black fish just arrived from who knows where and has claimed your lair. You have nowhere to rest tonight. The great white snake tilted its head. A big black fish, how large? The small turtle replied, well, to put it simply, it is many times larger than you, capable of swallowing your father whole. If we were to compare it to a watermelon, you would be a mere sesame seed. The great white snake responded, is it really that exaggerated? The small turtle nodded vigorously. One of its eyes is larger than my shell, just imagine how enormous it is. The great white snake mused, it seems to be a practitioner as well, likely drawn here from my inner Dan. Any creature that comprehended cultivation possessed remarkable abilities. Especially black fish, which could navigate various water layers, adapt to different aquatic environments, and exhibited formidable strength with a fierce temperament. This black fish was so large that it was likely over 100 years old. Its explosive power and endurance were certainly not to be underestimated. Legend spoke of numerous incidents where black fish devoured humans. Concerned for Tian Haoyin's safety, the great white snake hastily hissed, urging him to depart. Father, you are the pillar of our family. You must not come to harm. Hurry home, mother and sister are waiting for you. The small turtle added, alas, it is futile to speak further, he cannot comprehend snake language. The great white snake exclaimed, oh no, I forgot about that. Immediately, it swept its tail against Tian Haoyin's feet, again and again. Seeing his daughter persistently shaking her head and using her tail to urge him away, Tian Haoyin sighed helplessly. All right, since you enjoy it here, I shall not force you, but you must promise to take good care of yourself. Do not wander about in front of large creatures, understood? The great white snake nodded, its heart secretly declaring, I am the reincarnation of a celestial dragon princess. What does a mere mortal blackfish signify? If it covets my inner Dan, I too covet its inner Dan. Once I acquire the black fish's inner Dan, my cultivation speed will accelerate, and I shall soon be able to speak human language. Then I shall take my leave. You must truly protect yourself. Tien Houyin reluctantly stood up. Just as he was about to push the cart, he noticed a small turtle bobbing on the water's surface, weighing approximately. In the market, the price of a pound of wild turtle exceeded that of dozens of pounds of small crayfish. With this thought, Tien Houyin swiftly grabbed a net and, with a quick motion, ensnared the turtle. Why are you capturing me? I am your daughter's little brother. Boss, save me. I do not wish to be eaten by humans. The small turtle struggled incessantly in the net, though its words could only be understood by aquatic creatures. What a feisty little thing. Countless pincers snapped in all directions, frightening the small turtle. Our help, do not pinch my neck. Boss, save me. Cough, I can't breathe. Upon witnessing this commotion, the crayfish, startled by the powerful disturbance, retracted their bodies and released their grips. The rescued small turtle promptly withdrew its neck into its shell, muffled sounds emanating from within. Boss, hurry and take me to the river. I do not want to stay here, it is utterly terrifying. The great white snake replied, all right, I shall take you away immediately. Tien Houyin, unable to comprehend the language of small creatures, assumed the great white snake desired to eat the crayfish. He cautioned, Xiao Shuang, do not eat them raw. Raw ones harbor parasites and are not as delicious as cooked ones. Be good and come home with me. I have recently been learning to prepare culinary delights, and tomorrow I shall make you garlic crayfish that you will surely adore. I cannot let my daughter catch a chill. Let us go home now. Tien Houyin cheerfully pushed the cart homeward, illuminated by the moonlight. The great white snake, genuinely reluctant to return, felt a pang of sympathy for its father's evident happiness and could not bear to dampen his spirits. Very well, it would return home, if only to visit mother and sister. As for that large black fish, it could be dealt with upon their return. The large serpent's head, adorned with its father's small vest, swayed gently until it soon dozed off on the cart. The small turtle lamented, Hey, are you really going to go home with your father? Aren't you afraid he will sell us? I do not wish to be made into soup. The boss has fallen asleep. Sob. Well, I suppose it is merely a familial visit, and as its little brother, it shall not abandon me. I shall not perish. Before long, the small turtle too succumbed to slumber. Tien Houyin arrived home at 2 in the morning, unable to contact the fishmonger. He simply washed up and went to bed, intending to address matters at dawn. Xiuzhen and Tian Laoqi, initially wishing to inform Tien Houyin about the television being taken by the village chief, ultimately could not bear to disturb him upon witnessing his exhaustion. That night, many found themselves restless. Tian Laoqi and Aunt Qi, seething with anger over the television incident, were unable to find peace. Xiuzhen, filled with regret over Tian Xiaodan losing her mind-reading abilities, felt as though she had caused it all. On the other side of the wall, Sumai lay awake, plagued by jealousy and unable to find slumber. 83 in the morning, she roused the slumbering Tien Houyin, indignantly exclaiming, I want to watch television too. Buy me a television. Tien Houyin was at a loss. We have barely a few dozen coins at home, how can we afford one? Sumai produced the 400 yuan she had acquired from Aunt Qi and slapped it on the bed. I have money. You must buy one first thing in the morning. Tien Houyin was taken aback. How do you possess such a large sum? Where did it come from? Sumai, unwilling to disclose that it was a gift from Aunt Qi, stated, Mother gave it to me. She said the folk remedy for a pregnant daughter-in-law is worth 400 yuan. Now that I am pregnant and do not wish to consume the remedy, she directly gave me the money to purchase it. After all, I can feel that she does not genuinely like me. When Xiuzhen was pregnant, she attended to her for a full 10 months. Now that I am pregnant, she has only served me for a day before leaving. How biased can she be? Tien Houyin pondered this carefully and realized that his parents did indeed show favoritism. It was evident that they had never quite accepted. Even when she offered to send Xiuzhen stewed eggs, she received no gratitude. Instead, they conspired with Xiuzhen to slander Sumai, claiming she had poisoned the eggs. Would they have acted so unjustly if they were not biased? With a sigh, he embraced his wife and comforted her. Let us not dwell on them. We shall focus on living our own lives. Tomorrow morning, I will buy a television and also purchase a rice cooker for you. Millimeter, thank you, husband. Tian Haolai replied, what thanks, you are carrying twins for the Tian family, you are a great benefactor, our entire family should be grateful to you. Chapter 42, the most pathetic thieves in history. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, two shadowy figures swiftly scaled the wall into the... They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, pressing against the wall and communicating in hushed tones. Thief A, it's almost dawn, is it truly wise to come at this hour? Thief B, the later it gets, the deeper people sleep. Even thunder wouldn't rouse them. Thief A, but this house looks exceedingly ordinary, how could it possibly harbor wealth? Thief B rolled his eyes dramatically, if they had no money, how could they splurge 450 on a rice cooker and a television? Spare me the chatter. Thief A, but if they've already spent all that money, could they still have any left? Thief A, foolish, if they can spend so liberally, they must have savings. Thief B, well, that makes sense, so where do we start? Perhaps the kitchen first. I happen to be... Thief B fretted, the kitchen, nonsense, we should head to the bedroom, where else would people keep their money? Please, speak more swiftly. Thief A hastily quickened his pace, the bedroom is difficult to access. The living room has a door, and the bedroom has another, I despise picking locks. Thief B, forget about that, in rural homes, living rooms are secured with wooden bolts, while bedrooms use cowhead locks. A knife slipped through the crack will do the trick. Thief A, but we don't have a knife. Thief B, didn't I tell you to bring one, why didn't you? Thief A, you insisted I wear all black. I went through great lengths to find this outfit. Thief B, exasperated, shouted, what does wearing black have to do with bringing a knife? Thief A, this black outfit has no pockets. It's impractical for carrying a knife. Thief B, furious, raised his fist, I'll beat you senseless, you fool. Stop, stop, stop. Thief A quickly shielded his head, there must be a knife in the kitchen. Thief B retracted his fists, let us head to the kitchen. Thief A, is this the kitchen? It doesn't look like much. Thief B pressed his ear against the door, hearing the rhythmic sounds of snoring, indicating at least 2 people inside. Thief B, this is a side room, it might be occupied by the elderly or perhaps relatives. Thief A, that's even better, the elderly would have saved up a lifetime, surely they have more money. Let's go in and search. Thief B, search, what if they are relatives? How much money can relatives bring when visiting? If we wake them, it would be a disaster. They continued to sneak around until they discovered a room without a door. Thief A, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, this must be the kitchen, it's an open kitchen. Thief B, open kitchen, nonsense, this is a machine room, can't you see the tractor parked inside? Thief A, the tractor's bin gleams. It looks like there might be treasures inside, let me take a peek. Thief B, who keeps valuable treasures in a tractor, just as he was about to reprimand his fanciful partner, Thief A suddenly shrieked and bolted out. Do you want to die? Thief A struggled to contain his terror, there's a snake, a huge one. Thief B, a snake, nonsense, how could there possibly be a snake in the tractor? As he spoke, he approached the tractor bin to investigate. I am not stealing anymore. I am going home. Thief A, envisioning the snake, was paralyzed with fear, desperately trying to climb towards the exit. You fool, you're not allowed to leave early. Thief B yanked him back. His voice thundered, what a spineless coward, even if it is a snake, so what? Watch closely, I will deal with it right now. Thief A, trembling in the corner, heightened his voice, you won't be. Stumbling towards the courtyard gate, he tried to climb out but found his legs weak and unresponsive. The giant white snake, having never encountered such insecurity in its home, rose swiftly to the door, rearing up with piercing eyes fixed on the 2 thieves. Hiss, 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 the snake's voice echoed, bold little thieves, do you dare to steal from my home? Have you a death wish? The 2 thieves were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to scale the wall. Just as they were about to make it over, the giant white snake swiftly coiled around the top of the wall. They screamed and turned to flee, attempting to scale the main gate instead. After much effort, they finally reached the top of the gate. The white snake, with a swift motion, leaped up beside them. Its head swayed rhythmically, its tongue flickering in a taunting manner. come now, continue, after all, there is plenty of time. Thief A, good heavens, this snake has become sentient, blocking our escape. Thief B, sentient. Nonsense, it's merely a bit smarter than an ordinary snake. No sooner had he spoken than the great white snake lunged at him, its body wrapping around him, its head facing his, continuing to hiss. Thief B instantly lost control, his pants and shoes soaked. Hearing the commotion, the residents began to rise and investigate. Old Man Qian clutched a stick, while Aunt Qian cowered behind him. Tian Haojin held a broom and flashlight. Xiao Zhen cautiously followed in a trench coat. Upon seeing the two intruders, Aunt Qian recognized them as thieves without hesitation. Just as she was about to reprimand them, her gaze fell upon the giant white snake, causing her legs to buckle. Old Man Qian, realizing something, shouted excitedly, "Xiao Shuang, is that you? Are you my Xiao Shuang?" The white snake retracted its tongue and nodded. Old Man Qian beamed with joy. "It's Xiao Shuang Haojin, Xiaozhen. Xiao Shuang is alive. It has been guarding our home and even helped us catch thieves." "I saw it. Xiao Shuang is amazing," Tian Haojin said proudly, grateful that he had brought Xiao Shuang home tonight. Otherwise, their house would have been ransacked. Xiaozhen opened her arms, gently calling, "Xiao Shuang, come to Mama." The white snake hissed, "I haven't finished dealing with the bad guys yet." As it spoke, it opened its massive mouth, aiming to swallow Thief B. Thief B, feeling the chill of impending doom, thought he was surely about to meet his end. "Xiao Shuang, don't eat him, come to Mama." Xiaozhen shouted urgently. The white snake hissed, "Don't worry, Mama, I won't eat him. Besides, their moral character is lacking. Consuming them would detract from my virtue. It was merely a scare tactic." The white snake, somewhat discontented, descended directly into Xiaozhen's embrace, resting its head upon her shoulder. "I envy my sister for having warm milk to drink." Shiver, it felt cold. Xiaozhen realized the white snake must be chilly. She hurried inside to fetch a blanket and draped it over the white snake. Chapter 43. Sleeping in Mother S' embrace. Tian Lao Qi wished to keep the origin of the great white snake a secret from outsiders, so he addressed the two thieves, saying, "This magnificent white snake has been a part of our family since the time of my grandfather. It shares a particularly close bond with us, and my daughter-in-law dotes on it, treating it as her child, thus she refers to herself as the mother of the great white snake." Thief B inquired, "If it's been here since your Thief A bowed his head repeatedly, pleading, "E-O, divine snake, spare us. I shall never thieve again. Please, have mercy, have mercy." Thief B echoed the sentiment, "E-O, divine snake, we have stolen nothing. We beseech you to let us go. We vow to mend our ways and become better people. Please spare us, spare us." Tian Lao Qi turned to the great white snake, adopting a respectful demeanor. "Oh, divine snake, look, these two have already would you kindly refrain from devouring them?" The great white snake tilted its head, displaying a haughty demeanor. Tian Lao Qi stated, "The Divine One has reluctantly agreed." "Thank you, Divine One, for your mercy." The two men bowed several more times in gratitude. Tian Haojin interjected, "Father, they are thieves, we cannot let them go so easily, we should hand them over to the authorities." Thief B, Thief A, the two men were momentarily stunned, then immediately knelt again, pleading for their lives. "Please don't send us to jail. I swear I will never steal again. If I do, let the divine snake consume me. I swear, if I ever steal again, let the divine snake devour me. Please, do not send us to the authorities." Tian Lao Qi replied, "Since you have both sworn, we shall let you off this time. However, you must remember this, the existence of the divine snake in our home must remain a secret. If its whereabouts are disclosed, it will indeed consume you." "Understood, understood." Tian Lao Qi opened the gate to the courtyard, saying, "Go now, and do not climb over walls or sneak into yards. Live honorably and enter through the front door." Thank you, the two men withdrew, bowing deeply. However, Tian Haojin still felt that wrongdoers should be sent to the authorities, expressing his reluctance. "Is it truly all right to let them go like this? What if they steal from someone? They have already been thoroughly frightened by Xiao Shuang today." Xiaozhen whispered, "Are you foolish? Father is protecting our family. If we send them to the authorities, Xiao Shuang's identity will be exposed. It may not matter for us, but if Xiao Shuang gets captured for research, we would regret it too late. Right, I nearly lost my senses. Qian Haojin suddenly understood. Qian Laoqi specifically reminded his wife, the incident with the thieves must not be spoken of outside. Understood. Rest assured, I will not say a word. Aunt Laoqi promised repeatedly. Initially fearful of the great white snake, she gradually developed a fondness for it, especially after it helped capture 2 thieves. With newfound courage, she approached and asked, Xiao Shuang, are you hungry? Grandma will make you something to eat. The great white snake shook its head, coiling up in Xiaojin's arms. It was not hungry, it longed for a bath and to sleep in Mother's embrace. I will hold it while it sleeps. Qian Haojin responded with an okay and promptly went to fetch water. The largest bucket they had still proved inadequate for the great white snake's writhing. After cleansing it, Qian Haojin wrapped it in a blanket and carried it into the house, placing it beside Qian Xiaodan. Qian Xiaodan lay between her parents, while the great white snake, Qian Xiao Shuang, nestled between mother and sister. The family of 4 blissfully drifted into slumber. Qian Haolai arrived home just as dawn broke. He rode his bicycle into the city. He purchased a black and white television of the same size as that of Qian Haojin's family. However, he did not receive as many free gifts, and after acquiring these 2 items, the family savings were nearly depleted, leaving them in a tight financial spot. Fortunately, he had a stable job. The agricultural machinery repair factory provided him with a monthly salary of over 20 yuan, which increased annually, ensuring he would not worry about food and drink. On his way home, Qian Haolai encountered Chun Lan, who had lost her way. He felt inexplicably excited. Chun Lan, you've arrived so soon, have you resolved matters at home? Chun Lan nodded, a hint of sadness in her voice. My daughter has been laid to rest, my mother-in-law has been taken away, and I have divorced my husband. From now on, I am unburdened. Since I have no place to stay, I came here early. Qian Haolai consoled her, do not be disheartened, everything will turn out fine. Come, I will take you to my home. Chun Lan followed nervously. Upon reaching the gate, she pointed to the adjacent yard. Is that your brother's house? Qian Haolai nodded, yes, but you need not go there. My parents are taking care of my sister-in-law. Chun Lan's face fell with disappointment. So, you no longer want me to be a maid? Qian Haolai clarified, that is not. We have decided to keep you at my house to help take care of my wife. What do you think? That would be wonderful. Chun Lan was pleased with the arrangement. This way, I can be with Sister Sumai every day. Qian Haolai glanced at the door of Qian Haojin's house and whispered, my wife and sister-in-law have had some disagreements lately. The villagers are siding with my sister-in-law, which has caused my wife considerable distress. I hope that when you come to my house, you will wholeheartedly care for her and prevent her from being bullied by outsiders. Chun Lan furrowed her brow. How could she be bullied by your sister-in-law and the villagers? It must be that your sister-in-law is being too unreasonable. Qian Haolai sighed, saying, my sister-in-law has her own difficulties. She couldn't bear the shock and has been rambling ever since, convinced that my wife caused this with some sort of potion. Chun Lan exclaimed, oh, is that true? How could a normal person give birth to a snake? My poor sister Sumai, so kind and just, has been misunderstood. Alas. Qian Haolai sighed again, this is how things stand. I tell you this in confidence, do not speak of it outside. When you see my sister-in-law, try to avoid her and focus on protecting my wife. Chun Lan patted her chest in assurance, Brother Qian, rest easy, Sister Sumai has been kind to me. I will protect her well and ensure she is not bullied by your sister-in-law or the villagers. Qian Haolai replied, that is good, as long as you do well at my home, I will not mistreat you. Besides providing for your food and shelter, I will give you an extra 10 yuan a month, what do you think? Chun Lan protested, no, 10 yuan is too much, just give me 5. Qian Haolai widened his eyes in disbelief. How can 5 yuan suffice? It won't even cover your living expenses. Chun Lan felt satisfied. It's enough. Before my divorce, I had to care for my mother-in-law and children, and my husband only gave me 2 yuan a month, which sufficed. Now that I am alone, how can I ask you for 10 yuan? 5 is plenty, just give me 5, and if you give me more, I will be upset. Qian Haolai Sumai had not slept well that night and was still asleep. Qian Haolai dared not disturb her and led Chunlan to the side room where his parents had stayed, softly saying, "Please tidy this place up, this will be your room from now on." Chunlan was taken aback. "You're giving me such a nice room." Qian Haolai was surprised. "Is this considered nice?" "To be honest, this is the worst room in our house. It has only a bed and a study desk with no other furniture. I happen to be on leave today. I will find a carpenter to build you a wardrobe so you can hang your clothes." "You can arrange it as you wish, and just let me know if you need anything." Chunlan was both touched and slightly embarrassed. "Brother Qian, you are too kind to me. You re-giving me such a nice room and even offering to build me a wardrobe. In my entire life, nobody has cared for me like this. I truly don't know how to thank you. I will go prepare breakfast for you now." Qian Haolai thought to himself, this Chunlan is truly easy to please. Her ex-husband's family was so ungrateful. Chapter 44. I support this child. Additional update. Thanks for your support. Qian Haojin returned home. At the break of dawn, Aunt Shisha rose early to busy herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Qian Haojin and Shuzhen were still lost in slumber. Qian Xiaodan, lying in between them, awakened, roused by hunger. Bereft of all memories, she was like any newborn, utterly bewildered and instinctively yearning for milk. Her small head turned first to the left, then to the right, desperately searching for a source of nourishment. After a fruitless search, she became frantic and began to wail. The sound of her cries startled Shuzhen awake, who immediately sat up to nurse the child. The great white snake propped itself up, gazing blankly at the scene before it. How blissful it was for a sister to partake of their mother's milk. Qian Xiaodan, cradled in Shuzhen's arms, was indeed ravenous, gulping down the milk greedily, her tiny hands protectively clutching as though fearing someone might snatch it away. The great white snake, following the rhythm of its sister's nursing, gulped audibly, swallowing a large wave of saliva. "It appears to be quite delicious. If only I could have a taste," it mused. Shuzhen, engrossed in feeding, focused entirely on Qian Xiaodan, oblivious to the great white snake's longing gaze. However, Qian Haojin, newly awake, keenly observed this interaction. He promptly rose and went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl. Addressing Shuzhen, he said, "Dear, do not solely attend to your sister. Your younger sister also wishes to drink. Please express some into a bowl for Xiaoshuang." It was only then that Shuzhen noticed the great white snake, its eager expression. After satiating Qian Xiaodan, she took a bowl and began to express milk into it. Before long, a warm half-bowl of milk was placed before the great white snake. "Is this truly the milk of a human mother?" "How remarkably white!" exclaimed the great white snake, its eyes widening in astonishment. Tentatively, it flicked its tongue, sampling the flavor, which it found quite agreeable. It then plunged its head into the bowl and began to drink eagerly, its cheeks adorably bobbing. Once the half-bowl was emptied, it looked longingly at Shuzhen, still craving more. Shuzhen, feeling a bit anxious, covered herself, saying, "There's none left. If you're still hungry, let your father make you some milk." The great white snake simply stared, wide-eyed. Very well, it thought, gazing foolishly at Qian Haojin, who mistook its look for a plea for affection and affectionately patted its head. "Our little Xiaoshuang is truly beautiful." The great white snake, however, was displeased and turned its head sulkily. Qian Haojin, bewildered, asked, "What is it? Why is this child upset? I merely complimented its beauty." Shuzhen interjected, "Xiaoshuang isn't he full yet? You should prepare some milk for it. And the nutritional supplies we bought. There are 2 cans of powdered milk. Ensure it has enough to eat and drink. If it's still insufficient, you can buy more from the market." "All right." Qian Haojin replied, understanding the urgency, and hurried off to prepare the milk powder. To prevent shortage, he took a large bowl this time. The great white snake gulped down every last drop, leaving not a single drop behind. Qian Haojin inquired. Qian Haojin tucked a small blanket around it and returned the bowl to the kitchen. Seeing Qian Laoji weaving baskets in the yard, Qian Haojin remarked, "Father, have you not yet had breakfast? Why are you already busy? It's not too late to weave after eating." Qian Laoji replied, "The market day is in 2 days. If I work a bit harder now, I can craft a few more baskets to sell. With the proceeds, I can buy more milk powder for Xiedan and Xiershuang to drink their fill." Qian Haojin felt a wave of emotion swell within him. Observing the grey hairs at his father's temples, he felt a pang of sadness, unwilling to see his father toil so hard. "Father, you need not work so tirelessly. Take your time weaving. It's all right if you don't finish. From now on, I will provide for this family." Qian Laoji, unaware of Qian Haojin's nighttime efforts, scoffed, "What will you provide for? Relying on staying up late to fish and catch shrimp? I've done my research. Among all aquatic products, only soft-shelled turtles and crucian carp hold any value. Small shrimp and crabs are worth merely a few dimes per pound. I sell a basket for 90 cents. If you catch a pound of shrimp or crabs, it's not worth as much as I can earn from weaving one basket. Just wait and see." Qian Haojin declared, seeking out a scale to weigh the aquatic harvest from the night before. The small shrimp weighed 360 pounds, while the 2 baskets of fish totaled 28 pounds, mostly crucian carp. Finally, he weighed the small soft-shelled turtle, which came to 4 pounds 1 ounce. The turtle, just awakening, thought, "Indeed, he intends to sell me. Big brother, where are you? Come quickly to save me." After weighing everything, Qian Haojin rushed to the bedroom to make a phone call. The shop owner, thrilled to hear of such a bounty, eagerly quoted prices. "Market price for shrimp is 60 to 80 cents. I'll give you 80 cents. Crucian carp is 3 to 5 yuan. I'll give you 5 yuan. As for the soft-shelled turtle, if it's farm-raised, it's worth over 10 yuan a pound. Wild ones can fetch 3 to 500. If yours is indeed wild, I'll give you 500 a pound. Bring it over, and I'll assess the goods." After hanging up, Qian Haojin quickly calculated the totals. Shrimp at 80 cents per pound for 360 pounds amounted to 288 yuan. Crucian carp at 5 yuan per pound for 28 pounds totaled 140 yuan. The soft-shelled turtle at 500 yuan per pound for 4 pounds 1 ounce came to 2,050 yuan. Altogether, that amounted to 2,478 yuan. He could hardly contain his excitement and shared with Xiuzhen, "Xiuzhen, we are about to become wealthy. The aquatic products we caught last night could sell for over 400, and just one soft-shelled turtle could fetch 2,050. Really?" Xiuzhen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "That's an incredible amount." "Yes, indeed. The soft-shelled turtle is particularly valuable. I need to catch more of them in the future." At the mention of the soft-shelled turtle, the great white snake, having just drifted into slumber, abruptly awakened. It straightened its body, eyes fixed on Qian Haojin, hissing, "SSSS. SSSS." Translation of the snake's words, "You must not sell my little soft-shelled turtle, it is my newly recognized little brother. If you sell it, I shall no longer consider you my father." Qian Haojin, puzzled by the great white snake's unfriendly gaze, wondered aloud, what has come over it? It seems quite angry. Remembering his promise to prepare garlic shrimp for the great white snake, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Fear not, Xiershuang. I will not sell all the shrimp. I will certainly keep some for you to enjoy as garlic shrimp." "What garlic shrimp? I, the princess, do not consume such things." Just then, the soft-shelled turtle's plaintive cries reached their ears. "Big brother, where are you? Come quickly to save me. Your father intends to sell me to the city, to be made into soup for wealthy patrons." In an instant, the great white snake sprang from the bed, swiftly swimming to the side of the soft-shelled turtle. It clutched the turtle in its mouth, glaring angrily at Qian Haojin. Qian Haojin remarked, So you do not wish to eat shrimp but prefer soft-shelled turtles. The great white snake remained silent. Qian Haojin felt a pang of reluctance. Xie, the soft-shelled turtle is quite valuable. It could fetch over 2,000 yuan. Do you not enjoy milk? If I sell it, I could buy a great deal of milk powder. Realizing that her father, however, it recognized that the soft-shelled turtle was its sole little brother and could not be sold. If her father truly desired to earn money, she could return to the wild river and catch that formidable blackfish for him to sell. Moreover, the inner core of the blackfish was a treasure that must be acquired before other creatures took notice. Thus, it was decided. The great white snake lifted the soft-shelled turtle and swished, making its way towards the riverbank behind the house. Qian Haojin chased after it, calling, Xie, where are you taking it? Xie, Qian Laoqi and Xiuzhen, unaware of the great white snake's intentions, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the riverbank, the great white, do not wander anywhere. I shall go deal with that blackfish. The soft-shelled turtle replied, Big brother, that blackfish is too fierce. Can you truly contend with it alone? Allow me to protect. You possess no magic whatsoever. You would only cause trouble and hinder me. Stay here and wait for my return. The soft-shelled turtle acquiesced. Very well, Big brother. I shall defeat it and bring it back for father to sell. With that, the great white snake dove into the water, its white body darting swiftly out of sight. Qian Haojin felt a pang of heartache. What has come over Xie? Why did it let the soft-shelled turtle go? 2,050 yuan, just like that, gone. Qian Laoqi furrowed his brow in thought. Could it be that the soft-shelled turtle is a friend of Xie? Xiuzhen nodded in agreement. That certainly makes sense. Xie is solely concerned for our family's well-being and would not hinder our prosperity. The soft-shelled turtle must be its dear friend, and it must protect its friend. Qian Laoqi concluded, if that is the case, I suppose. In a lifetime, how many true friends can one make? Although Xie is a snake, it possesses human-like sensibility, distinguishing right from wrong, and will surely achieve great things in the future. Chapter 45. A call to Auntie Qian Haojin recalled the events of the previous night, suddenly enlightened. No wonder, at first, Xie was unwilling to return with me. After I caught the little turtle, it followed me back, and I thought it was just after the crayfish. Little did I know, it was to protect its dear friend. Unfortunately, this realization came too late for him as a father. Now that his daughter was upset and had swum off towards the wild river, how could he possibly appease her? The little turtle shouldn't he have gone too far? With this thought, Qian Haojin hurriedly shouted towards the riverbank, Little turtle, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were my daughter's friend. I promise I won't sell you again. Please tell Xie not to be angry. This home will always welcome her back. The little turtle gurgled in response, Our eldest isn't angry. She's gone to catch blackfish to sell for you. Unfortunately, Qian Haojin couldn't hear its words, and even if he could, he wouldn't understand. Mealtime, where is everyone? It is always the same. As soon as it's mealtime, no one can be found. Aunt Chichi, having prepared breakfast, searched the yard for everyone. Qian Laoqi said, let us go, hurry back home for a meal. We'll deal with Xie after she cools down. Thinking of his delivery, Qian Haojin had no choice but to return home, hastily finishing his breakfast before placing the fish, shrimp, and crabs into the tractor basket and heading into town. Aunt Chichi had been meaning to tell Qian Haojin that the television had been taken away by the village secretary, but fearing it might interfere with his business in the city, she ultimately held her tongue. Qian Haolai arrived home. After Su Mai woke up, she found Qian Haolai fiddling with the television, twisting the knobs, and with each turn, a new program appeared. Sitting up with a face full of joy, she exclaimed, You bought a television. Yes, Jian Haolai replied, not only did I buy a television, but I also got you a rice cooker. From now on, you won't have to light a fire to cook, and it won't burn anymore. Really? Sumai joyfully embraced Jian Haolai and gave him a hearty kiss. Just then, Chunlan appeared at the door, curious to see if Sumai was awake. She had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Chunlan, Jian Haolai felt a bit shy and quickly pushed Sumai aside. Be mindful. There are others in the house. Who? Sumai, alert, jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. Upon seeing it was Chunlan, a radiant smile spread across her face. Sister Chunlan, it's you. You came so quickly. Chunlan nodded. Yes, with my daughter gone, you are my only remaining kin.so. Sister, I will take good care of you from now on and won't let anyone bully you. Feeling gratified, she said, just knowing you think this way makes me so happy. In life, one cannot always be weak or continually endure, otherwise, your enemies will take advantage, even trampling over you. Chunlan replied, from now on, I'll stand with my sister. No matter how formidable the enemy, we shall fight to the end, never yielding. Jian Haolai chuckled and shook his head. It's not a war. Where are the enemies? Hurry and wash up for breakfast. Chunlan quickly went to serve the rice, while Sumai went to freshen up. When Jian Haolai and Sumai sat down at the table, they realized Chunlan's culinary skills were remarkable. The main dish was red date and peanut porridge, accompanied by garlic sauteed cucumbers, scallion stir-fried radish, pan-fried tofu, and fried eggs. This spread was already quite lavish, but Chunlan had also prepared 2 kinds of snacks, spring rolls and fried dumplings. Such a feast, did you make all this? Jian Haolai was genuinely surprised. This gaze made Chunlan's heart race uncontrollably, and feeling a bit shy, she said, these are just simple home dishes. If you like them, I can vary the menu for you every day. Jian Haolai was delighted. That's great. I've just realized that having you stay with us was the wisest choice. If you had gone to my brother's house, we would have missed out on this delicious fortune. Sumai looked at the table full of dishes, equally pleased, but somewhat puzzled. Where did the red dates and peanuts come from? Haolai, did you buy them on the street? Jian Haolai replied, no, I only bought tofu and pork ribs today. I didn't think to buy these. Chunlan, you didn't bring those from home, did you? Chunlan shyly nodded. I brought them. When I divorced Wang Duqiang, I didn't take any property. He just gave me 7 yuan. On my way here, I bought all these dried goods with that money. Are you foolish? You should have saved it. How could you spend it all? Since you bought dried goods, you should keep them for yourself and not give them to us. That's too extravagant. Chunlan said, Sumai is my sister, and you are my brother. You are all my family. Sharing food with family isn't wasteful. Besides, I will be eating and living in your house from now on. You spend more on me than I do. Jian Haolai replied, that's different. Providing food and shelter is a benefit you deserve for working in our house. You can't be too polite with us, otherwise, it feels too distant. Exactly, you shouldn't be too polite with me either. Otherwise, it truly feels distant. Chunlan winked. Jian Haolai was momentarily speechless. Sumai heartily drank her porridge and enjoyed her favorite dishes and snacks. After nearly finishing, she finally reminded the two, we all family here, there's no need for such politeness. Chunlan, come, sit down and eat with us. Chunlan, being perceptive, quickly declined, no, you all eat, I'll eat later. In modern society, everyone is equal. Jian Haojin insisted, pulling Chunlan to sit at the table. Chunlan glanced at Sumai. Seeing she didn't object, she cautiously took a seat, after Sumai finished her meal and wiped her mouth. However, there's something I must tell you. When you divorced, you didn't take any property. How can Wang Duqiang give you so little? The wages at the kill factory are only a few dozen yuan a month. You should demand more from him. Let us go together this afternoon to ask for it. Chunlan took a sip of porridge and sighed. I won't ask for it. He's not having an easy time either. His daughter is dead, his mother is arrested, and now his wife has left him. Beyond money and property, he has nothing left. I can't push him to the brink. Oh, you are just too kind. Qian Haolai shook his head and sighed. Sumai lamented, silly sister, have you not considered that you have it even harder than him? Your daughter is gone, you're divorced, you've lost your house and home, the only thing you can hold onto is money. Such opportunities are rare in a lifetime, you should seize the chance and ask for more. Chunlan shook her head, I don't want to profit from my daughter's death. I can earn a living for myself. Chunlan's resoluteness left Sumai at a loss for words. The three were in the midst of their meal when a small child, stumbling, walked out of the room, leaving them all astonished. Xiaohua, you can walk now. Qian Haolai exclaimed with excitement, lifting his daughter, I didn't even teach you, and you can walk. This is truly miraculous. Sumai was equally surprised but didn't show it in her heart. She mused, it seems you truly are a genius, whether it's speaking or walking, you've taught yourself everything. What a pity, being a girl. Chunlan, having just lost her daughter, was still grappling with her grief. Upon seeing the child before her, she immediately thought of her own daughter. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward, tears welling in her eyes. She is so adorable, may I hold her? Of course. Qian Haolai generously handed the child over, introducing her. Xiaohua, this is your mother's younger sister. From now on, you will call her auntie, understand? Xiaohua nodded. Chunlan held the child, her heart stirred. Can she speak? Xiaohua, call out to auntie for me. Seeing that just at that moment, Sumai suddenly shouted, Xiaohua can't speak yet, don't put her on the spot. Chapter 46, You are not qualified to feel wronged. Springlan was somewhat skeptical. The child had just opened her mouth with an air of confidence. Qian Hao sighed. She was once capable of speaking, but after a certain incident, she became mute. Springlan gasped, oh, really, what happened? Sumai replied, it was all because of my sister-in-law. She gave birth. When the baby was born, a wildcat bit her on the leg. When I took Xiaohua to see her, Xiaohua saw her sister's bleeding wound and thought there was poison, so she attempted to suck the venom from the wound. After that, she became mute. Is that so? Oh dear, sister, Xiaohua truly takes after you, so kind-hearted and warm. Springlan felt both sympathy and sorrow. We must keep our distance from her in the future. Sumai replied, that isn't necessary. I haven't done anything wrong, why should I avoid her? With my sister around, I fear no one. You're right, sister. If she dares to bully you again, I will stand by your side to confront her, Springlan declared. The more she looked at Qian Xiaohua, the more she liked her, treating her as if she were her own daughter, carefully feeding her porridge. Qian Hao shook his head in amusement. You women. After finishing breakfast, Springlan went to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. Meanwhile, Qian Hao visited the carpenter Wang in the village to request. Sumai felt a surge of anger thinking of how Qian Xiaohua had almost spoken. Forcefully carrying her into the room, she said fiercely, did I not tell you not to speak? How could you forget? If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have called out for your aunt, wouldn't you? Qian Xiaohua was terrified, tears glistening in her eyes. You feel wronged. You little troublemaker, even if you are a genius, so what? In this era that favors sons over daughters, you have no right to feel wronged. Your talents must be hidden, and you are forbidden to expose them. Qian Xiaohua did not understand why her mother was so cruel to her. Her misty eyes held both resentment and anger. Do you dare to defy me? I will strangle you, you disobedient child. Sumai harshly pinched Qian Xiaohua's arm, and when that did not satisfy her, she continued pinching, moving from her arm to her thigh, making Qian Xiaohua cry out in pain. Worried about being overheard, Sumai lowered her voice to warn, do not scream, if you do, I will pour hot oil down your throat, and you will remain mute for life. After tidying up the kitchen, Springlan returned to her small room. The sight of Qian Xiaohua's face reminded her of her own daughter. She thought to herself, Sumai's daughter resembles my daughter so much. Since Sumai has treated me so well, I must repay her kindness. From now on, I will treat her daughter as my own. A child just over 9 months old should be able to eat cake, right? Remembering there were sponge cakes in the package, she immediately took out 2, preparing to give them to Chen Xiaohua. However, upon reaching Sumai's room, she heard her scolding the child. I have never poured hot oil down anyone's throat, but if you do well, you will become mute. If you do poorly, you will be scolded to death. Do not expect me to show mercy. I truly do not know how to be merciful. Do you know how the children of Auntie's family died? It was because they were disobedient and were scolded to death by their grandmother pouring hot oil down their throats. If you do not obey me, I will do the same to you. Hearing these words, Springlan felt utterly horrified. How could the Sumai she respected so much be such a person? Chen Xiaohua was merely a baby of 9 months. What kind of mistakes could she possibly make? How could she threaten a child in such a manner? Was this the same kind, just, and warm sister she knew? As she contemplated this, Chen Xiaohua could not help but let out a whimper. Slap. Sumai struck her hard. If you dare to make another sound, I will beat you to death. The whimpering ceased abruptly, and Chen Xiaohua sobbed quietly. Sumai continued, if you truly cannot control your mouth, fine, I will not make you mute, I will make you a cripple instead. I will break your legs, and it will be easier for you to obtain a disability certificate than to remain. It turned out Sumai did not meet the requirements for having a second child and was doing everything possible to turn Chen Xiaohua into a disabled person. How could she do such a thing? If a child was born with a disability, that would be one thing, but to force a healthy child into such a state, that was simply terrifying. Wasn't this a crime? Inside the room, Chen Xiaohua was so frightened she became utterly silent. Sumai lowered her voice and interrogated, will you obey me from now on? I will, Chen Xiaohua blurted out. Slap. Another strike from Sumai. You spoke again. Why did you speak? If you can, nod your head. If you can't, shake your head. Who told you to answer back? Since you insist on speaking, I will break your legs right now. As she spoke, she grabbed a broom and swung it to Springlan could no longer endure it and prepared to push the door open to protect the child. Just as she was about to do so, Chen Xiaohua spoke up. Mother, please don't hit me. I promise I won't speak again. After this, I won't say another word. Please don't break my legs. I will quietly pretend to be mute. I will do it right now. After saying this, she fell silent. Springlan was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. My goodness, this child is only 9 months old and speaks so fluently. Moreover, just this morning, without anyone teaching her, she had learned to walk on her own. She was truly a rare prodigy. If she had such a smart child, she would sell everything to raise her well, ensuring she suffered no grievances. But how could Sister Sumai treat her child this way? What kind of injustice was this? Did Qianhao know what kind of person his wife was? If he didn't know, it meant Sumai was exceptionally good at acting. If he did know, it indicated that the entire family was hypocritical. She needed to leave as soon as possible. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Qianhao sneeze behind her. Archio, Springlan jumped in fright and hurriedly walked out. As she reached the center of the courtyard, Qianhao saw her and stopped in his tracks. Nervously, he said, Brother Qian, you're back. Qianhao replied, yes, the carpenter Wang is already at home making the wardrobe. He will bring it over once it's done. Why are you standing in the courtyard? Were you looking for your sister to chat? Hearing Qianhao's voice, Sumai quickly came out, casting a wary glance at Springlan. I have some sponge cakes and wanted to give them to Xiaohua. I was just about to find you when Brother Qian called me. Seeing that she indeed held 2 sponge cakes, Sumai relaxed her guard but still wore a concerned expression as she asked, when did you come over? What's wrong, sister? Sumai confirmed that Springlan hadn't overheard anything and smiled. The child didn't sleep well at night and just fell asleep again. Hand me the cakes. I'll give them to her when she wakes up. Oh, okay. Springlan handed over the sponge cakes and quickly returned to her room. Though she was extremely tense, she retreated to her room to hide. However, in Qianhao's eyes, she appeared shy and timid. Qianhao remarked, Springlan has just arrived at our home, and she is unfamiliar with many things. You must be patient with her and not show her a cold shoulder. Sumai replied, he was giving her a cold shoulder. She is my younger sister, I am treating her well. Jianhao responded, you just wore a stern face when you asked her when she arrived, that looked quite frightening. I was genuinely worried that Springlan would be scared away by you. Is that so? Sumai suddenly broke into laughter, I was just pretending to be stern to tease her. Jianhao said, you really have no sense of propriety. You don't even look like an elder sister. Sumai retorted, who says I don't, I was just playing with her. All right, I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going to watch television. Jianhao interjected, wait, is Xiaohua really asleep? Yes, why do you ask? Sumai felt a bit uneasy, fearing Jianhao would enter the room and see Xiaohua covered in injuries. Chapter 47, The Great White Snake Swits Against the Mighty Black Fish. Additional update, thank you for your support, Jianhao remarked. What can I do? I mentioned that my little flower can walk now, but when the carpenter doesn't he believe me and insists that I bring her over to show him. Sumai quickly waved her hands, saying, no, that little flower has just learned to walk, her legs are still unsteady. When the carpenter's house is filled with machinery, what if she bumps into something? Who will take responsibility for that? Jianhao reassured her, I'll be there. How could I possibly let her get hurt? With her hands on her hips, Sumai retorted, I say no, and that means no. Little flower is already asleep, you must not disturb her. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Reluctantly, Jianhao conceded, all right, I won't disturb her, let her sleep. You are simply too indulgent with the child, unwilling to let her face even the slightest hardship. Of course, she is my own flesh and blood, Sumai replied before retreating to the Chunlan, who resided in the adjoining room, overheard their conversation and instantly realized a crucial truth. Jianhao was utterly oblivious to Sumai's true nature. Sumai was no ordinary actress. Compared to Wang Deqiang's mother, she was decidedly more adept. Chunlan felt a twinge of regret. Had she known Sumai was such a person, she would never have accepted the position of a maid in her household. Yet now that she was here, it would not do to leave immediately. It would be akin to openly opposing Sister Sumai. After all, Sister Sumai had connections. The head of the enforcement team was her old classmate. Setting aside that point, Sister Sumai had done her a kindness. When Chunlan was falsely accused by her mother-in-law, it was Sumai's word that cleared her name. She had yet to repay that favor and could not simply walk away. However, the plight of little Chen Xiaohua was too pitiful. Such a good child, reduced to silence. Should she inform Brother Chen of this? If she did, would the couple end up quarreling? And if they did, it would only earn her sister Sumai's ire. Chunlan was in a state of inner turmoil. At the county market, Chen Haojin drove his tractor and finally arrived at the entrance, only to be barred entry by the city management. The owner of the aquatic shop had to negotiate on his behalf to grant him access. After unloading the goods, the aquatic shop owner frowned upon inspection. What happened here? Half of them are dead. You should have lined the tractor's basket with plastic, filled it with water, and placed the fish and shrimp inside. This way, even with some bumps, they would remain safe, he scolded. But you just left them in the bucket and snakeskin bag, tossing them around. Of course, they'd perish. Chen Haojin, inexperienced in transporting fish and shrimp, felt embarrassed. It's all my fault. What should we do now? How about you keep the live ones, and let me take the dead ones home? The aquatic shop owner sighed. Well, it's not easy to gather so many goods, and you didn't take care of them. Fine, you're having a hard time too. Let us keep them all. The live ones will have their price, and the dead ones will have theirs. For the crayfish, I initially said 80 cents per pound, but now with the losses, I'll give you 50. The crucian carp also has some dead ones, so I can't give you 5 yuan. I can only offer you 3. And what about the soft-shelled turtle, where is it? Jian Haojin hesitated to reveal the truth, scratching his head and fabricating an excuse. It crawled away in the night. What? The most valuable one, and you let it crawl away. I had a buyer lined up for it, and now you tell me it just crawled off. The aquatic shop owner was furious. Feeling sheepish, Jian Haojin rubbed the back of his neck. Didn't he know it would crawl away? I want to make money too. Please don't be angry. I'll ask my relatives to go catch some more. Perhaps we can even catch a bigger one. Hearing this, the aquatic shop owner's mood lightened slightly. He softened his tone, saying that new restaurant is eager to boost its reputation, focusing on health dishes and nourishing soups. They heard I had wild soft-shelled turtles and are desperate to buy them. If you can catch some, you must bring them to me. If not, then at least get me some eels or blackfish to help me out. Jian Haojin replied, all right, no problem. I'll have my relatives go catch them right away, and I'll ensure you receive a satisfactory delivery. After calculating the costs, the aquatic shop owner handed Jian Haojin 265 yuan, being generous. As Jian Haojin looked at the money, he felt a pang of sorrow. Originally worth over 400, it had dwindled to just over 200. Who could he blame? Himself for lacking experience. Yet, making over 200 on his first transaction was still a commendable start. After all, his brother earned only 20-some yuan a month at the factory. With that thought, his joy outweighed his disappointment. Having earned some money, his first instinct was to spend it. He wandered around the market, purchasing various dried goods he usually refrained from indulging in, along with some premium seasonings. He also bought several pounds of pork belly and ribs. Next, he headed to the department store, buying a few cans and infant formula, and picked up several pounds of fresh fruit. In the clothing section, he spotted a trendy outfit that was on sale for 20% off, originally priced at 50 yuan. It was now only 40. He decisively made the purchase, envisioning how beautiful Xiuzhen would look in it. Noticing that the elderly clothing was also on promotion, with such sturdy fabric at only 5 yuan apiece, he bought one for each of his parents. Finally, he picked up 2 small quilts and 2 blankets, 1 quilt for Xiaodan and 1 blanket for Xiaoshuang. As he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of his older brother, who had done all the heavy lifting during their school days. During the busy farming season, when his share of the land was difficult to cultivate, it was his brother who helped him keep up. Now that he had some money, he couldn't forget about his brother. Thus, he bought a pair of trousers for his brother and casually picked up a pair for himself. Now, only his sister-in-law remained. Having bought something for everyone, it would seem remiss not to get something for her. But what should he buy for her? Trousers seemed inappropriate, and the cost of women's clothing was exorbitant. Just then, a salesperson shouted, "Bags for sale, buy one, get one free on beautiful bags." Jian Haojin's eyes lit up. How much for each bag? The Jian Haojin promptly bought 2, one for Xiuzhen and one for his sister-in-law. After purchasing gifts for everyone, he counted his remaining money, 150 yuan. With a spring in his step, he joyfully made his way home. At that moment, by the wild river bank, the great white snake, Jian Xiaoshuang, was engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic blackfish, several times her size. Jian Xiaoshuang wrapped herself tightly around the blackfish's body, attempting to restrict its movements, while the blackfish thrashed its tail violently, trying to break free from her grasp. The river water churned into a murky froth, splashing everywhere. In the midst of this stalemate, Jian Xiaoshuang suddenly had a brilliant idea. She gathered her strength and lunged fiercely toward the blackfish's eyes. The blackfish, feeling the pain, jerked its head violently, flinging Jian Xiaoshuang aside. She crashed heavily against the stones by the riverbank, losing several scales in the process. However, unyielding, Jian Xiaoshuang charged at the blackfish once more, this time aiming for its gills. The blackfish thrashed wildly, causing enormous waves to rise upon the river's surface. Chapter 48. The great white snake can see in the dark and speak human language. After a fierce and intense struggle, the giant blackfish gradually exhausted its strength. Qian Xiushuang was also utterly fatigued, yet she understood that it was precisely in such moments that one must not let their guard down. Seizing the opportunity, she surged forward, burrowing directly into the black fish. Guided by instinct, she located the fish's inner dan and swallowed it whole. In an instant, she felt her power multiply exponentially, an inexhaustible energy coursing through her veins. Her injured body healed rapidly, and the scales she had lost began to regenerate. Even more astonishingly, her eyes acquired the ability to see in the dark, sparkling within the belly of the giant fish. At that moment, Qian Xiushuang discovered that the black fish's belly harbored numerous treasures. A gold ring adorned with rubies, a grape-sized black pearl, an oval jade bracelet, and a small iron box the size of a fist, which was locked, leaving its contents a mystery. It was only after uttering those words that she realized she could speak human language. Could this be the result of the blackfish's inner dan? If that were the case, the giant blackfish should have been able to speak long ago. No, it must be that the blackfish's inner dan had fused with that of the wild black cat, creating a new inner dan. This fusion unleashed a powerful energy that elevated her cultivation level significantly, granting her the ability to speak. It turned out that there were shortcuts in cultivation. To slowly cultivate on one's own would take an extensive period, ranging from months to decades, yet, to seize another's inner dan required only a grueling battle. No wonder the giant blackfish traveled thousands of miles to provoke her. Unfortunately, the blackfish was no match for her. At that moment, Qian Xiushuang possessed astonishing energy. If she so desired, she could obliterate the blackfish's body at any time. However, the thought of her father needing to earn money to buy her milk powder made her reluctant to destroy the giant fish. Just look at its massive frame. It must weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds and could fetch a handsome sum. With this in mind, Qian Xiushuang remained inside the belly of the blackfish, directing it with her thoughts to swim towards the small river behind Qian Haojin's house, Qian Haojin's home. After driving the tractor into the shed, Qian Laji and Aunt Shi rushed to greet him. "Son, how much did you sell it for?" 265. Qian Haojin replied. "What, didn't you say over 400? "Yes, how did it drop to 200? Did someone swindle you?" The elderly couple felt somewhat unsettled. "No, it's just that I didn't take good care of the fish and shrimp. Half of them died by the time I got there. It's already commendable that they agreed to take what I had left," Qian Haojin explained while unloading the items from the tractor basket. "Dad, Mom, here are the clothes I bought for you. Try them on and see if they fit. If not, I'll exchange them tomorrow." He then rushed to Xiuzhen's room. "Wife, I bought you a dress and a bag. Let me know if you like them. The small blanket is for Sirdan, and the little throw is for Xiushuang. What do you think of the colors? If you're not satisfied, I can exchange them tomorrow. I also bought canned goods, milk powder, and fruits. Feel free to eat whatever you want. I'm going to send the condiments and dried goods to the kitchen." "Oh, and I bought meat and ribs. Let's have Mom make braised pork and sweet and sour ribs for lunch. Her cooking is better than mine." Qian Haojin's incessant chatter left the entire family astonished. Xiuzhen exclaimed, "These clothes are so fashionable, with buttons made of pearls. They must have cost a fortune. Why did you spend so much on clothes?" Qian Laoji interjected, "I have clothes to wear, why buy me more? I'm practically in the ground already. What do I need to look good for? Isn't that a waste of money?" Aunt Chi was quite pleased with her new clothes, but upon hearing Qian Laoji's words, she immediately grew displeased. "Are you talking about me? What's wrong with wanting to look good just because I'm getting older? After being with you for decades, you never bought me a new outfit, yet my son buys me one, and you dare speak derisively. I was talking about myself. What does an old man like me need to look good for? You're different. As the matriarch, you should dress beautifully. I'll buy you a nice dress after the market next time." And she replied, "That sounds more like it, but I think I'll pass on the dress. Just get me a bottle of snowflower cream. I'll buy it, I promise." Qian Laoji assured her repeatedly. Qian Haojin added, "Dad, no need for you to buy it. I'm going fishing later. After selling the catch tomorrow, I'll buy a bottle of." Wiping her tears, she said, "You're much more considerate than your brother. He's been working for years and never thought to buy us clothes, but on your very first business venture, you spend so much money on us. That's true filial piety, but this is rather extravagant. You shouldn't spend like this again." Qian Laoji inquired, "Did you spend a lot on all these things? How much do you have?" "I'll be selling again tomorrow." Qian Laoji's eyes widened in disbelief. "What, you spent 115 in just one morning? That's equivalent to your brother's half-year salary." "You're really wasteful," Qian Haojin retorted. "I didn't spend it all. Besides, this isn't the first time I've made money. I'm just happy. Tomorrow, if you ask me to buy something, I want to save money to buy a house in the future." Only then did Qian Laoji feel reassured. That's the right mindset. You need to save money for a house. Don't forget, the house you're living in now belongs to your fourth uncle, and you'll have to return it eventually. The tractor also belongs to someone else. If they ask for it back, you need to have your own money to buy one, so you can use it freely. "Yes," Qian Haojin replied decisively. He then took his bag and pants and headed to his brother's house. Upon entering, he didn't find his brother and sister-in-law but noticed a strange woman sweeping in the yard. Thinking he had taken a wrong turn, he stepped back to confirm before re-entering. Chunlan paused her work. "Excuse me, are you?" Qian Haojin replied, "I'm Qian Haojin, this is my brother's home." "Who are you?" Chunlan scrutinized him for a moment, surprised, as the brothers bore little resemblance. Previously, she thought Qian Haolai was quite handsome, far surpassing her ex-husband, but now it seemed Qian Haojin was. They were clearly blood brothers, yet the disparity was striking. Could it be that one inherited from the mother while the other took after the father? Chunlan greeted him politely. "Hello, I'm the housekeeper for your brother." "What?" Qian Haojin asked, taken aback. "My brother hired a housekeeper." Does he have enough to pay her?" Chunlan smiled slightly. "His monthly salary is over 20, and I only require 5, so it's certainly sufficient." Qian Haojin exclaimed, You can hire a housekeeper for just $5, that's incredibly economical." Chunlan smiled again. "Your elder brother intended to pay me 10, but I wouldn't accept that. If you have any matters to discuss, you can tell me, and I'll relay it." "My brother's family bought a television." Qian Haojin was astonished. A television costs several $100, equivalent to his brother's 2 years' wages. His brother had always been frugal. Why was he so willing to spend this time? However, the cost of the television wasn't the biggest expense. The installation fee for a telephone was the real burden. Previously, he had no idea it would cost $4,500. Now that he knew the price, he couldn't help but wonder where his brother got so much money. Seeing Qian Haojin lost in thought, Chunlan asked, "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to discuss with me? If so, you can find your brother at Wang the carpenter's house." Chapter 49. Is it true that fools have more money than sense? Qian Haojin scratched his head and said, "I went to town today, bought a pair of trousers for my brother, and a bag for my sister-in-law. Could you please pass them on to them later?" Upon receiving the trousers and the bag, Chunlan momentarily fell into a daze. Qian Dai's younger brother was truly remarkable. Not only did he purchase clothing for his elder brother, but he also bought a bag for his sister. In these times, how many younger brothers would willingly spend money on their sisters-in-law? After Qian Haojin left, Chunlan held the trousers and the bag and approached Sumai's door. She contemplated knocking but hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. Since Sumai had injured Qian Xiaohe that morning, she surely wouldn't want outsiders to find out. Thus, she placed the items on the coffee table and continued sweeping the courtyard. Little did she know, Sumai had already heard Qian Haojin's voice from inside the house, and she quietly opened the window, hiding behind the curtain to listen to their conversation. Upon learning that Qian Haojin had bought a bag for her, she felt an overwhelming curiosity. she quickly exited her room and picked up the bag, examining it closely. Chunlan said, "Sister, these items were brought by your little brother-in-law. He said they are gifts for you." Sumai scrutinized the bag inside and out, murmuring, "This bag is of good quality and stylish. It must cost at least $3 or $4. How could he be so generous?" Chunlan replied, "Could it be that he made a fortune in business?" "Business?" Sumai scoffed, "He's just a bookworm, unable to compete in farming, and now he wants to run a business. Don't he make me laugh?" Recalling that yesterday, Xiuzhen's parents had visited, she suddenly slapped her thigh. "I see now, it's the money from his mother-in-law. Her parents are in business and quite..." When they came to see Xiaohui yesterday, they handed over $5 right away. $5. Chunlan was taken aback. As a nanny, her monthly wage was... The key point was that Qian Haojin's mother-in-law was none other than Sumai's sister-in-law's own mother. How could her sister-in-law's mother be so kind to Qian Xiaohui? Yet Sumai still claimed her sister-in-law was wicked. It was utterly perplexing. Sumai sensed Chunlan's thoughts and quickly said, "Do you really think Xiuzhen's mother would give my family such a large sum out of genuine affection for my child?" "Absolutely not. It's because Xiuzhen has wronged me, and her mother is merely apologizing on her behalf. That $5 is an attempt to seek my forgiveness." "Oh." Chunlan reluctantly accepted this explanation. "I must finish sweeping the yard and prepare lunch." "All right, off you go." Sumai took the bag into her room, closed the door, and tried it on, admiring her reflection in the mirror. Upon returning home, Qian Haojin was met with a stern expression from Aunt Shichi. "What were you just doing?" Qian Haojin replied, "I bought a pair of trousers for my brother and a bag for my sister-in-law. I just delivered them." "Are you a fool with too much money?" Aunt Shichi's temper flared instantly. "Who told you to buy them gifts? Did they think of you when they had money? And it was because she put something in the egg stew that your child ended up like that." "Mom, don't say such things. Even if my sister-in-law is bad, she wouldn't do..." "Let's not bring it up again. I don't want my brother to hear and let it affect our brotherly bond." Qian Haojin, having not witnessed the incident himself, was unwilling to believe such claims. Aunt Shichi, hands on her hips, retorted, "You don't believe your own mother. If you don't trust me, at least trust your wife. Go ask Xiuzhen if it's true." Qian Haojin quickly lowered him. "She has mentioned more than once that someone has drugged her. How can we trust her words? Just let it go in one ear and out the other. You truly are. If your wife finds out about this, she'll be furious." Aunt Shichi said helplessly. Just then, Xiuzhen, dressed in new clothes and carrying a bag, entered the courtyard. She intended to show off her outfit to Qian Haojin. Instantly serious, she demanded, "What are you two hiding from me?" Nothing. I'm going to cook." Aunt Shichi quickly retreated. The more Xiuzhen observed their expressions, the more she felt some. Pointing at Qian Haojin, she said, "When we got married, your family had no house, and you lied about your age. I overlooked all that, but you promised never to hide anything from me again. If you deceive me once more, I will return to my parents' home and never live with you again." Qian Haojin quickly replied, "I never intended to hide anything from you, nor is there anything to hide. I just went to my brother's house to deliver the items I bought for them." "You bought them gifts. What did you buy?" Xiuzhen frowned. Qian Haojin candidly explained, "I bought a pair of trousers for my brother and a bag for my sister-in-law." "On what grounds?" Xiuzhen was immediately filled with rage. "Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? I witnessed the evidence of her drugging me with my own eyes. My parents and your parents saw it too." To evade responsibility, she held a knife to her own neck as a threat, ultimately destroying the evidence. Qian Haojin hastily urged, "Calm down, don't be impulsive, that incident is in the past. Let us not revisit it. Besides, the bag I got for her didn't cost anything. It was part of a buy one get one free promotion. Yours is worth $3. Hers was just a freebie in the past." "Qian Haojin, you are truly magnanimous." Xiuzhen completely disregarded his explanation about the bag. With a furious expression, she said, "Our children, Xiaodan and Xiaoshuang, should have been beautiful and whole girls, but because she drugged the egg stew, they ended up like this. Jian Haojin quickly covered Xiuzhen's mouth. Keep your voice down. Don't let outsiders hear, even if what you say is true. We have no evidence now. You can't shout it out in broad daylight. If my brother hears, Xiuzhen shoved him away and deliberately shouted towards the wall of Jian Haojin's house. So what? She is a venomous woman, a heartless murderer. She will eventually pay for her actions. In the courtyard of Jian Haojin's home, Junlan was sweeping near the wall when she overheard the entire exchange between Xiuzhen and Jian Haojin. Remembering Zumai's account of how Xiuzhen had bullied her with the support of the entire village, her anger flared, and she dropped her broom, ready to confront Xiuzhen with harsh words. However, just as she was about to step out, she recalled Zumai's warning to Chen Xiaohua. Do you know how the children from Auntie's house died? They were scalded to death by hot oil poured down their throats for being disobedient. If you continue to ignore my words, I will do the same to you. If you truly cannot control your mouth, fine, I won't make you mute, I'll just make you a cripple. I'll break your legs, and it will be much easier to obtain a disability certificate. Zumai could be so ruthless even to her own child. How could she not be worse to others' children? Perhaps what Xiuzhen said had some truth to it. If that were the case, she couldn't support Zumai in confronting Xiuzhen. That would be aiding and abetting. With this thought, Junlan returned to the courtyard and resumed sweeping. In Jian Haojin's courtyard, after Xiuzhen let out a loud shout, she felt much better. She shot a fierce glare at Jian Haojin, took off the bag, and walked into the kitchen, handing it to Aunt Chichi. Aunt Chichi, feeling uneasy, asked, "What is this?" Chapter 50, Moving the Television to the Village Committee, Additional Chapter, Thanks for your support, Xiuzhen remarked, It's a gift for you. I dislike carrying the same bag as others. Then I shall accept it, Aunt Qi said, taking the bag without hesitation. She coaxed further, Do not be angry, dear. Admittedly, this time he has indeed acted inappropriately, but I shall have a stern word with him. Tomorrow, when he returns to the city, I will ensure he buys you a new bag, one that is truly unique. Xiuzhen felt a flicker of warmth, albeit momentarily. The memory of the day Qian Xiaodan was born resurfaced, when Aunt Qi nearly harmed the infant. Her expression turned cold once more. Mother, will you treat Xiaodan and Xiaoshuang kindly in the future? If you can be good to them, when I have a son, I shall allow you to hold him. If you do not treat them well, then my son shall not come into your arms. At this, Aunt Qi grew anxious. Of course, I will be kind to them. Though these two children may appear somewhat unusual, their hearts are pure. Especially Xiaoshuang, who selflessly looks out for our family and even helped catch 2 thieves. Surely, I cannot forget such kindness, even in my desire for a grandson. She patted her chest in assurance. Rest assured, Xiuzhen, I will treat Xiaodan and Xiaoshuang well. Anyone who dares to bully them shall face my wrath. Then it's settled, Xiuzhen said, stroking her belly. To speak frankly, I am already pregnant, and I can guarantee you, it is a son. Really? Aunt Qi's delight was evident, her smile spreading wide. Yet, a moment of doubt crossed her mind. Wait a moment, you just gave birth and haven't even completed your confinement. How could you possibly be pregnant again? It doesn't make sense. Xiuzhen replied, In this vast world, there are countless wonders. Before Xiaoshuang was born, would you have believed a person could give birth to a snake? Aunt Qi shook her head vigorously. Xiuzhen continued, So what does that tell you? As long as you treat Xiaodan and Xiaoshuang well, you can look forward to holding a grandson in 10 months. Aunt Qi's face was alight with joy. In the courtyard, Jian Laoqi, overhearing their conversation, felt a swell of happiness. The thought of welcoming a grandson in 10 months stirred his emotions, causing him to weave baskets with renewed vigor. After Xiaojun retreated to her room, Jian Haojin entered the kitchen and quietly asked, "Mother, if a great white snake can help our family catch thieves, what is there that is unbelievable?" Jian Haojin responded, "Snakes are inherently mystical beings, especially one born of Xiaojun. It is not surprising it could catch thieves, however, for Xiaojun to claim she is pregnant again so soon after giving birth is simply absurd." Just then, Xiaojun entered the kitchen to fetch some water and overheard Jian Haojin's words, becoming irritated. In this day and age, absurdities abound. Just like our television, which was clearly purchased by my parents, yet now lies in the village committee, becoming public property, who is there to seek justice from? What? Not only was the television missing, but even the outdoor antenna had vanished, leaving him in a state of panic. Farther, where has the television gone? It couldn't possibly have ended up at the village committee. Jian Lao Qi set aside his work. As soon as the television arrived home, the villagers flocked to see it. With insufficient space, the village had decided to move it to the village committee. By what right? That is my family's television. How dare he take it for his own benefit? I shall retrieve it at once. Jian Haojin stormed out in anger, worried that his son might create conflict with the village officials. Jian Lao Qi hurried after him. At the village committee, village head Wu Jianren lounged. The television rested on the desk, accompanied by a teacup, fruits, and snacks. Whenever he felt thirsty, he sipped tea. When hungry, he indulged in pastries and fruits, and when neither, he cracked seeds to pass the time. The atmosphere was as comfortable as one could imagine. The other officials, having finished their tasks, gathered to watch television, exchanging flattering remarks. We are simply ahead of our time. Everyone praises our secretary as the living Buddha of Xinghua village. Wu Jianren sneered dismissively. What is so impressive about that? I shall take another stroll soon and secure. That bookish Jian Haojin, though lacking in ability, has wealthy in-laws. I shall pay him a visit and persuade him to donate some good things to the village. The village committee director interjected, even if he is simple-minded, would they consent to such a thing? Wu Jianren replied, a little incentive will suffice. Isn't there a need for a women's director in the village? Let him take that position. Once his in-laws learn he has become a village official, they will be overjoyed. At that point, wouldn't he just bring a television? He'd gladly provide a refrigerator. The committee director added, if he is willing to provide, let us not settle for a refrigerator, let us ask for a tractor. Nothing under 20,000 will do. We want the best, the kind that costs 28,000. Wu Jianren retorted, look at your ambitions, can't you desire both a tractor and a refrigerator? Right you are. Har har har, laughter erupted among the officials. Just then, Jian Haojin barged into the office. Without a word, he yanked the television's plug from the socket, taking both the multisocket and the television with him. Hey! What do you think you're doing? This is robbery. Wu Jianren exclaimed, springing to his feet. Jian Haojin scoffed, the real robbery is on your part, isn't it? That television is mine. The receipt is at my home, registered in my name. By what right do you claim it? Wu Jianren felt somewhat embarrassed, softening his tone. Now, let us not get carried away. Yes, the television is yours, but you are a member of our village, and we are the village officials. Moving your television here for a few days for the villagers to enjoy cannot be termed robbery. This is for the greater good. Jian Haojin retorted, if you truly wish to benefit the villagers, then use public resources for that purpose. Don't use the guise of benefit to seize my personal property. Who has seized your property? We were merely borrowing it for a few days. Wu Jianren countered. Whether it's borrowing or not, you know in your heart. Jian Haojin pointed at Wu Jianren without reservation. Back in high school, how many materials weren't written by me? I assisted you all greatly. Yet when it came time to vote, I received not a single vote, while your uneducated son was accepted into university. When land was redistributed, you pretended to care for me, deliberately leaving me for last, only to assign me the least desirable plot of land, forcing me to toil twice as hard during harvest season, yet reaping little reward. There are countless instances of such deceit. Would you like me to recount them all one by one? The officials in the office were rendered speechless, however, knowing they were in the wrong, they were not afraid of being confronted. Wu Jianren patiently replied, Jian Haojin, I understand your resentment towards my son due to the university matter, but you cannot hold us accountable for that. The state implements a recommendation system. Those with good connections receive more votes, this is the reality, and you cannot suppress the less fortunate simply because of academic performance. Grades do not define one's worth, it is how one navigates life that truly matters. Chapter 51 His brother's house also possesses a television. The village committee director hastily concurred, the secretary is right, academic performance does not truly signify anything, the ability to navigate social interactions is paramount. His academic achievements were rather unimpressive, yet he was well liked, villagers and students alike voted for him, and he effortlessly gained admission to university. The village accountant added, that's right, even before graduating, he caught the eye of a prominent. Now, not only is he married to the boss's daughter, but they also have a pair of twin sons. Tomorrow, they are returning to the village to host a banquet. Wu Jianren summarized, thus, academic performance in school truly does not it is the ability to manage relationships that determines success. Qian Haojin, whether you accept it or not, my son is now a big boss, and many are eager to align themselves with him. If you share this ambition, I suggest you do not take the television away, Qian Haojin retorted, I have never used academic results as a point of contention, what I am addressing is your lack of integrity. In any case, you are in the wrong today, no amount of lofty rhetoric will sway me, the television belongs to my family, and I shall remove it regardless, anyone who dares to obstruct me will face my wrath. Our village is in need of a women's director, and I see potential in you. I am willing to nurture your talents, if you are willing to take on the role, I will provide you with a fixed monthly. Noticing Qian Haojin's lack of response, he added another, making it a total of 3 fingers. Qian Haojin scoffed, 300, sorry, even 3,000 would not suffice, I want my family's television. 3,000. Dream on, the village director exclaimed, our village officials earn barely over 300 a year, offering you 30 per month is already a significant favor, you expect 3,000, how absurd. So your salaries are that meager. What is there to boast about? Qian Haojin declared, pushing past the village secretary, excuse me, my television is going home. Qian Haojin, do you really wish to oppose the village? Do you understand what happens to those who stand against us? Wu Jianren was infuriated. Ignoring him, Qian Haojin instructed Qian Laoqi, father, grab the antenna. R.O. Qian Laoqi hoisted the external antenna and followed closely behind Qian Haojin. On the way, Qian Laoqi expressed his unease. Haojin, you could have waited a few days to in a couple of days, we will harvest the wheat, and after that, we must pay taxes and public grain. Offending them now could lead to trouble. Qian Haojin replied, what is there to fear? If they dare to act against me, I will go to the city newspaper and expose them. Qian Laoqi fell silent at that. In the village committee, Wu Jianren felt quite uncomfortable without the television. He had no desire for tea or sunflower seeds, he was restless and agitated. To appease Wu Jianren, the village director remarked, Secretary Wu, our village is not the only household with a television. Qian Haojin's brother, Qian Haolai, just purchased one this morning. Oh. Wu Jianren perked up, what windfall has the Lao Qian family encountered recently? 2 brothers consecutively buying televisions, they are not cheap, one cannot acquire one with. Last night, I overheard my wife mention that Sumei and Xiuzhen had a falling out, with Sumei even threatening suicide. I must go offer my condolences. With that, he picked up the fruits and snacks from his desk and headed straight to Sumei. After Qian Haojin brought the television home, he immediately placed it in Xiuzhen's room. He adjusted the antenna's direction, found the clearest channel, and turned it on for her. Xiuzhen disregarded him, laying Qian Xiaodan down on the bed, turning her back to him, and pretending to sleep. It was quite disheartening when his wife ignored him. Qian Haojin coaxed, "Darling, please do not be upset. I admit that my actions today were indeed inappropriate. I swear I will never again buy anything from my sister-in-law. Anyone who does so in the future shall be called a little dog." Xiuzhen could not help but chuckle. Hearing her laughter eased Qian Haojin's heart. "Then I will go gather motherwort, you watch the television." The motherwort in the yard had dried. Qian Haojin bundled it up, stacking it onto the cart. Originally, there were 2 carts worth of motherwort, but after drying, only 1 cart remained. Finding these worthless herbs amusing, Qian Haojin thought to himself, had he known, he would have opted. Now that he had cut and dried them, leaving them unprocessed would merely take up space. He planned to sell the motherwort at the herbal market after dinner and focus solely on fishing. While he was busy, several unfamiliar young men appeared at the gate, seemingly fresh from school and stepping into society. Qian Haojin immediately became apprehensive. "What do you want?" One of them, smiling, offered a cigarette. "Hello, big brother. Is this Xinghua village? We are looking to find out where there are wild rivers nearby. We want to go fishing." Qian Haojin thought quickly, realizing that word of his visit to the aquatic market had spread. He promptly replied, "I do not know, my family never fishes. Put the cigarette away, I do not smoke." The young man put the cigarette away, reluctantly asking, "Do you know anyone named Qian Haojin? We are looking for him." Qian Haojin inquired, "Why are you looking for him?" The young man responded, "We want to My cousin said he is quite remarkable, able to catch hundreds of pounds of fish and shrimp in a day, and could earn 2,000 to 3,000 if not for the turtles escaping at night." Qian Haojin waved his hand dismissively, "That is not true. He cannot catch that much fish alone. It is all the relatives who fish together, and he simply collects them and sells them at the market." The young man was skeptical. "How do you know? Do you know him?" Qian Haojin pointed to himself. "I am Qian Haojin, how could I not know?" The young man, noticing the fish baskets, pointed and exclaimed, "You have 2 fish baskets, how can you say you do not fish?" Qian Haojin, "These 2 fish baskets are samples brought by relatives for him to make some, they want to buy them." "So you are saying these baskets can catch fish?" The young man boldly entered, inspecting the baskets with excitement. "There are fish scales inside. This means they can indeed catch fish. How much for one of these baskets? We want them." Qian Haojin was reluctant to sell, so he quoted a high price, 10 yuan each. "They are quite expensive. If you do not know how to fish, it is best not to buy them." The young man, fired up, declared, 10 yuan is fine, I want 2. How many do you want? Chapter 52. Taking on 5 apprentices, the individuals behind him pondered for a moment and unanimously decided they each wanted 2. With a total of 5 people, that amounted to 10 in total. At 10 yuan each, that equated to 100 yuan, Qian Laoqi was momentarily taken aback. He crafted a basket that sold for merely 90 cents. A fish trap, being somewhat more intricate, required the time to weave 2 baskets in the span it took to create one. When it came to pricing, he would charge at most $1.80 for a fish trap, yet, his son boldly demanded 10 yuan. The remarkable part was that they agreed, and they wanted 10 at once. Qian Laoqi's interest was piqued. "These fish traps are quite challenging to weave. If you are truly determined, each of you must pay a 5 yuan deposit first, and I will craft them for you this afternoon." "All right." One individual presented 25 yuan in deposits to Qian Laoqi and inquired, "When can we collect the goods?" Qian Laoqi replied, "For baskets, I can at least weave 2 a day. However, due to the complexity of the fish trap, I can only complete 1 each day. Fortunately, I have 2 apprentices who can assist, enabling us to produce 3 traps daily. It will take 3.5 days. You can come back in 4 days to collect them." 4 days. The leader appeared somewhat anxious. Qian Haojin interjected, "If you can't wait even 4 days, what's the point of fishing? To be honest, I am also planning to join this trade. Tomorrow, I will be learning fishing techniques from my relatives." "Really, take us along." The young man exclaimed with excitement, "I had to plead extensively to secure this opportunity. I can manage on my own, bringing along 5 additional people would surely upset them." Young man A remarked, "That is true, it's their livelihood, and they are unlikely to share their skills easily." Young man B suggested, "How about this? You learn from your relatives first, and once you have mastered it, we can come to you as apprentices." Young man C added, "But if he masters it, it becomes his livelihood." How could he possibly teach us then? Qian Haojin reflected. Today, 5 individuals had approached him, and more might come tomorrow or the day after. As more people sought to fish, the fish in the wild rivers would dwindle, and eventually, there would be nothing left to catch. A career change was necessary. Since he had resolved to switch professions, he wouldn't mind taking on a few apprentices. Thus, he said, "If it were someone else, I would be reluctant to teach, but you 5 young men are earnest and also customers of my father. Having purchased fish traps from him, it would be rather unreasonable of me not to teach you." Young man A exclaimed, "So you are willing to teach us?" Qian Haojin replied, "I am willing, but I am not yet proficient myself. Here is the plan. I will learn from my relatives for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, you can come to learn from me. I promise to teach you all." 2 days would provide ample time for him to earn a considerable sum before switching careers. All right, you are truly..." They discreetly conferred and each pooled together 10 yuan, handing 100 yuan to Qian Haojin. Qian Haojin asked, "What is this? Why so much money? Are you looking to order more fish traps?" Young man A clarified, "No, this money is our collective contribution to treat the master to tea. The master can also use it to invite your relatives for tea." Qian Haojin was utterly astonished. Is money really so easy to earn these days? Just a few words and 100 yuan falls into one's hands. These young men must have recently graduated, for they certainly do not value money as they should. The sudden influx of cash was indeed tempting, but he hesitated to accept. "I cannot take this money. You should keep it for yourselves," Qian Haojin insisted, returning the sum. The young men were immediately distressed. Young man B exclaimed, "How can you refuse? This is our heartfelt intention. It's our... If you do, we can gather more." Young man C whispered, "It is definitely insufficient. 2 days ago, I inquired about learning to make tofu, and the person asked for 5,000 yuan in tuition." Young man D affirmed, "Indeed, it is too little. Yesterday, I wanted to learn how to sprout beans, and that person quoted me 3,000 yuan. Young man E lamented, "Alas, these days, skills are hard to acquire, tuition fees across various trades are exorbitant." Even if we pooled all our money, we would only have 200 or 300. It seems we cannot become apprentices after all. Upon hearing this, Qian Haojin realized that he was not the only one aspiring to start a business. Those with skills were seizing this opportunity to demand exorbitant tuition fees, profiting immensely. Since others were charging thousands, then 100 yuan was indeed a modest sum. Qian Laoqi considered that his son had offended the village committee, which could lead to significant trouble in the future. It would be beneficial to cultivate friendships, especially with apprentices. He then said, "Haojin, since they sincerely wish to become your apprentices, you should accept them. 100 yuan is 100 yuan. It is their heartfelt offering." The young men, hearing this glimmer of hope, promptly returned the 100 yuan to Qian Haojin. This time, he accepted it without hesitation. "Very well, I shall accept it, lest you feel uneasy. Let us agree on this. I will learn from my relatives for 2 days, and then you will learn from me for 2 days. It will perfectly align with the 4 days, and after that, you will be equipped with fish traps too. We will return in 2 days. Please ensure you learn diligently and teach us well." Qian Haojin promised, "I shall impart all my knowledge." Apprentice B inquired, "By the way, do you have a telephone at home? If so, please provide us with your number." "Of course." Qian Haojin promptly recited his phone number. Apprentice C remarked, "No wonder you are the master, you have the knack for making money. Just yesterday, I inquired, when will my family ever be able to install a telephone?" Apprentice E added, "My family also lacks a telephone, But my uncle has 1.my parents. Your uncle charges your parents? Apprentice replied, oh, what is wrong with that? They have to pay for their own calls. It's 50 cents per minute, the same rate nationwide. They can't expect to call for free. Upon hearing this, Chen Haojin felt a surge of confidence. Don't worry. Once you earn money from fishing, your families can install telephones as well. Master is right, we shall return in a couple of days. The group respectfully bid farewell. Weaving baskets can also be quite profitable. The young men immediately waved their hands in refusal. No, thank you, weaving baskets is too labor-intensive. It requires cutting and splitting bamboo, and it takes half a day to make just one. Exactly. It is far quicker to fish and catch shrimp. Indeed, if we happen to catch a wild soft-shelled turtle, it can sell for 2,000 or 3,000. The young men laughed and chatted as they ran off. Chen Haojin was concerned they might find the wild river and thought it wise to catch as many fish as possible in the next couple of days. Since there was motherwort on the cart, he abandoned the idea of pushing it. Instead, he loaded the fish traps, nets, buckets, and other fishing tools into the tractor basket, along with a sickle. He grasped the handle, started the tractor, and drove it directly to the wild river's edge. Chapter 53 I will be your advocate. Bonus update. At the entrance of the village, a few elderly women, busy foraging for vegetables, observed with curiosity as Chen Haojin drove his tractor. It is so noisy, it's unbearable. Who knows, I saw a sickle in the basket, perhaps he is off to harvest motherwort. Motherwort is worth mere pennies a pound, no matter how much he collects, it won't he fetch much. Maybe he just wants to take his tractor for a leisurely spin. These days, how many can afford a tractor? Isn't it permissible to show off a little? But it's not even his own, what is there to flaunt? Strangely enough, his uncle is quite generous, not only lending him the house to live in but also the tractor to use. Truly, he must be feeling on top of the world. Do you think his wife, Xiaojun, is aware of all this? If she knew that both the house and the tractor belonged to his uncle, would she have married him? At Qianhao's home, the courtyard gate stood ajar. Chunlan was drawing water from the well in the yard. Without knocking, Wu Jianren pushed the door open, startling Chunlan. Who are you? And who might you be? A relative of Xu Mei. I'm Xu Mei's. Chunlan initially intended to claim she was Xu Mei's sworn sister. However, upon recalling Xu Mei's mistreatment of Qian Xiaohua, she hesitated and quickly changed her statement to I am the maid from her family. Wu Jianren looked astonished. A maid? Their family can afford a maid. Chunlan hurriedly responded, my services are quite inexpensive. Aren't you earning to support yourself? Are you truly content with so little? Wu Jianren's interest piqued. Chunlan replied, I'm an orphan, living alone. 5 yuan suffices to sustain me. Oh, you're an orphan. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianren's thoughts shifted. He scrutinized Chunlan closely, finding her quite attractive and possessing an honest demeanor, likely easy to manipulate. Grasping her arm, he inquired, where is your household registered? Would you consider moving to our village? Why are you being so forward? Chunlan quickly recoiled. Wu Jianren chuckled heartily, what are you so anxious about? I merely wish to assist you. I am the village secretary of Xinghua village. You are the secretary? Chunlan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Yet, recalling this man's inappropriate advances, she felt a tinge of fear. Village secretary, you must be here for a reason concerning brother Qian. He is at Wang the carpenter's house. Please wait, I will fetch him. She began to run towards Wang the carpenter's home. No, there is no need. Wu Jianren gripped Chunlan firmly, I came to pay a visit to Xu Mei. As long as she is home, that will suffice. Then I will go call Sister Xu Mei. Chunlan retreated a few steps and hurriedly dashed towards Xu Mei's door, knocking anxiously. Sister, come out quickly, the village secretary. Fortunately, there were no open wounds, only some bruises. However, should anyone see those bruises, it could lead to considerable trouble. A way to conceal them must be devised. Upon hearing Chunlan's voice, she quickly adjusted Qian Xiaohua's clothing to hide the bruises thoroughly. Opening the door, she inquired, "Who did you say has come?" "The village secretary." Wu Jianren had already approached Xiuzhen's door. "Indeed, I came to pay my respects. I heard about what happened yesterday." He glanced at Xu Mei's neck, noticing a mark of blood. With genuine concern, he remarked, "Oh dear, how could you be so harsh on yourself? You must not do this again. If you have grievances, speak to me, and I shall advocate for you." As he spoke, he placed the fruits and snacks he had brought on the bedside table. Since entering Qian's household, Chunlan had not noticed the injury on Xu Mei's neck, but upon seeing it now, she felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, the words she had overheard by the courtyard wall echoed in her mind. "Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? I witnessed the evidence of her drugging me with my own eyes. My parents and yours saw it too." In a bid to escape her guilt, she held a knife to her own throat to threaten me, ultimately destroying the evidence. If what Xiuzhen said was true, then Xu Mei's injury was not deserving of pity. Seeing the village secretary bring so many gifts and offering to advocate for her warmed Xu Mei's heart. Overwhelmed with injustice, she began to recount her troubles. "Secretary Wu, you have no idea. My sister-in-law Xiuzhen colluded with the entire village to force me to admit to drugging her, yet I have never done such a thing. How could I confess?" In desperation, I held a knife to my neck to prove my innocence. But the words spoken by Xiuzhen lingered in her mind. Who was telling the truth, and who was deceiving? If Xu Mei had never mistreated Qian Xiaohua, she would wholeheartedly believe Xu Mei's words. Yet, the thought of Qian Xiaohua being forced into silence due to abuse made her doubt Xu Mei. Noticing the uncertainty in Chunlan's gaze, Xu Mei felt uneasy. Aware that the bruises on Qian Xiaohua could not be hidden for long, she decided to find someone to take the blame. Immediately, she entrusted Qian Xiaohua to Chunlan, handing her a nearly expired can of food. "I need to speak with the village secretary. Take this can to Xiuzhen and tell her it's a gift from Brother Qian to her younger brother. But I am in the middle of fetching water to cook. If I don't, Brother Qian will go hungry when he returns." Xu Mei's face darkened. "Brother Qian won't he be back for he's drinking at when the carpenter take the can first, then return to cook. Hurry." Reluctantly, Chunlan took Qian Xiaohua in her arms and went to Qian Haojin's courtyard with the can. As soon as she left, Wu Jianren approached Xu Mei, his hand reaching for her neck. "Let me take a look." "Oh, the wound is quite serious. You mustn't treat yourself this way again. It is truly heartbreaking." Xu Mei knew that Wu Jianren had lost his wife years ago and was easily distracted by women. Rumor had it that a certain widow Zhang, not at all attractive, was involved with Wu Jian. Because of her connection with him, she had received a prime piece of land during the land distribution. Each festival, Wu Jianren would visit her under the guise of offering condolences, bringing with him various gifts. Though widow Zhang had no job or children, she adorned herself in gold and silver, all thanks to the village secretary's kindness. Xu Mei felt a pang of jealousy. How could such an unattractive woman receive such preferential treatment? She, who was much more pleasing to the eye, deserved better. Contemplating this, Xu Mei devised a little scheme. Aware that Wu Jianren was deliberately toying with her neck, she did not resist. Allowing him to caress her for a moment longer, she continued to lament, "Secretary Wu, you have no idea, my sister-in-law truly goes too far, uniting the entire village against me. My in-laws do not believe me. I am so wronged that I feel a weight upon my chest. Is that so? Let me ease your burden." Wu Jianren, sitting beside Xiuzhen, cautiously extended his hand towards Xu Mei's heart. Noticing she did not resist, he boldly sought to comfort her. The direction of his soothing touch should have been downward, yet he began to circle his fingers, his gaze locked onto Xu Mei. She appeared as an innocent girl, oblivious to the implications, and leaned closer to Wu Jianren, continuing to express her grievances. "Secretary, Xiuzhen has conspired with the villagers to bully me. You must advocate for me. My husband is a devoted son, only caring for his parents, and does not seek justice for me." Seeing that Xu Mei showed no resistance, Wu Jianren boldly embraced her, gently patting her back. "It pains the heart of those who weep. You are so virtuous and beautiful. How can you be bullied? Even if I were not the village secretary, I would gladly stand up for you." With tears glistening in her eyes, Xu Mei looked up. "That would be wonderful. Xiuzhen, relying on her wealthy family and for pampered brothers, runs rampant in our village, while I, with no money or power and no brothers to support me, can only suffer her bullying." Her tear-streaked face and glistening eyes were utterly captivating. Wu Jianren's heart raced at the sight, and he quickly assured her, "Fear not, from this day forth, I shall protect you. You may lack wealth and influence, but I will arrange work for you. If you desire a brother, I shall be your brother, ensuring you can hold your head high in the future." Chapter 54. This face is far more attractive than that of the widow, really. Sumai gazed at Wu Jianren with tearful eyes. "Why would I deceive you? How about you call me brother just to see?" Feigning shyness, Sumai lowered her head. "What kind of brother do you mean? I can't just call you that without thinking." Wu Jianren cupped Sumai's face in his hands. "What do you desire?" "I will be whatever kind of brother you wish." In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and an air of mischief filled the room. Noticing Sumai's lack of resistance, Wu Jianren's thoughts began to wander further. Sumai's face was fresh and beautiful, 100 times more appealing than that of the widow. If he could have such a woman by his side, he would feel invigorated every day. His greasy face edged closer to Sumai's. Just as his thick lips were about to brush against her, she suddenly pushed him away, pouting, "So this is the kind of brother you are. What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Wu Jianren said, somewhat disappointed. "I can genuinely arrange a job for you. The village is in need of a women's director, and I was just pondering whom to hire. If you're willing, I'll offer you $30 a month." $30. Sumai's eyes widened in astonishment. Her husband, Qian Haolai, had worked at the machinery repair. If she could secure a salary of $30, and as a village official no less, she would have so much prestige. No one in the Qian household would dare to speak down to her again. "What do you say? Do you want the job? If you're willing, the position of women's director is yours," Wu Jianren said with a double entendre. "If what you say is true, I would certainly be willing." Sumai stood up and retrieved a sheet of white paper and a pen from the drawer. Handing it to Wu Jianren, she urged, "Write it down, and I will believe you." Wu Jianren was puzzled. "What should I write?" Sumai replied, "A letter of appointment, designating me as the women's director, including the salary. As long as you write it down, I will trust that you are telling me the truth. You woman, have you been deceived before?" Wu Jianren chuckled, shaking his head. He then took the pen and paper, drafting a note appointing Sumai as the women's director with a monthly salary of To express his sincerity, he produced a personal seal and stamped it next to his name. Upon receiving the note, Sumai's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Wu Ji, you truly did not deceive me. From now on, you are my brother and I am your sister." That smile was undeniably charming, causing Wu Jianren's heart to flutter. He stared intently at Sumai. "Since your brother has secured you a job and promised to, why don't you teach me, brother?" "All right, since your husband is not home, I will take the time to teach you," Wu Jianren began, reaching to loosen his belt. Sumai quickly interjected, "Brother, I heard from the villagers that you are particularly attentive to the widow Zhang, not only buying her gold and silver jewelry but also regularly sending her money. Is that true? If it is, I can't get too close to you. I wouldn't want to make an enemy of the widow Zhang." Wu Jianren halted his actions. "Are you suggesting that I should keep my distance from her?" Sumai shook her head vigorously. "I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. She is the one you hold dear, and you frequently bring her delicious food and exquisite gifts. I have only just called you brother, how could I possibly make such demands?" Wu Jianren began to grasp the implications of her words. Sumai, much like the widow Zhang, was quite astute, without offering her benefits, she would be reluctant to let go. He recalled the gold earrings he had in his pocket, once worn by his late wife, which he hadn't. He promptly retrieved the gleaming earrings, holding them up. "My dear sister, look at this. Gold." Sumai quickly took them. Just as she was about to bite them, Wu Jinren stopped her. "Don't bite them. They will get deformed. They are 100% real gold, and I have the receipt." As he showed her the receipt, he spoke with a hint of sorrow. "I bought these for my wife just days before she passed away, but alas, she never had the chance to wear them." He gazed deeply into Sumai's eyes. "You know, these gold earrings are the most beautiful and substantial in the entire store. I spent all my savings on them, and I always intended to give them to the most important person in my life. Now that I am giving them to you, you must not forget the kindness of your brother." Sumai was somewhat moved as she held the earrings, which were indeed exquisite and new. It seemed the short-lived wife of the village head had not worn them for long. She placed them, along with the receipt, into the drawer. Then, crossing her arms, she inquired, "If I don't say a word, will these earrings find their way to the widow Zhang's home tonight?" That is indeed a possibility," Wu Jinren admitted awkwardly. "In that case, you must honestly confess how much gold and silver you have bought for the widow since your wife passed away. How much money have you given her?" Wu Jinren pondered for a moment before responding. "I have only bought her a gold ring, a pair of silver bracelets, and half of my salary each month." Sumai was secretly astonished at Wu Jinren's generosity towards women. If she could completely replace the widow Zhang, wouldn't that mean she would receive half of the village head's salary every month? Feigning skepticism, she said, "I refuse to believe you have only bought a gold ring and silver bracelets. The widow Zhang wears a gold necklace around her neck." Wu Jinren insisted, "I swear I have only bought her the gold ring and silver bracelets. The necklace around her neck has nothing to do with me. It was purchased with compensation money from the kill where her husband had an accident." So that was the case. Sumai felt somewhat relieved. The more she looked at Sumai's face, the more fond he became, and he felt a physical reaction stirring within him. Growing anxious, he said, "Sister, dear sister, I have already arranged a job for you and gifted you a pair of gold earrings. Won't you give your brother a little sweetness in return?" "I truly wish to." Sumai understood that she had received considerable benefits from Wu Jinren, and it would be unreasonable to deny him some sweetness. However, if she gave in too easily, she would lose her value. She had been married to Qian Haolai for so long and had never received a gold ring. The widow Zhang, despite losing her husband, could still wear one. The thought filled her with envy. Feigning anger, she replied, "Do you know what gifting a ring signifies? It represents love and commitment. If my brother desires a sweet return from me, yet gifts the ring to the widow Zhang, how could that sit well with me?" Wu Jinren grew flustered. "I can't just take back what I've given." Sumai countered, "What is there that can't be taken back? As long as you cease your relationship with her, you can certainly reclaim it. As for the salary and silver bracelets you've given her, I have no say in that, but the meaning of the ring is exceptionally significant. It symbolizes a lifelong commitment to the wearer, and I cannot overlook this matter." Wu Jinren, "Who knows, others may think that you have questionable taste." Wu Jinren's expression darkened. "What? She is spreading rumors about our relationship." Sumai replied, "Otherwise, how would I? If the widow Zhang did not take the initiative to boast, how could I have possibly found out? This widow Zhang is utterly ungrateful. I will go retrieve the ring this afternoon." Wu Jinren was genuinely furious. As a village official, how could he allow his association with such an unattractive woman to become common knowledge? That would be utterly humiliating. If anyone were to boast, it should be about his relationship with Sumai. Sumai's beauty far surpassed that of the widow Zhang, and it would bring him pride to speak of her. In Xiuzhen's room, Chunlan had just delivered a can of food and was preparing to take her leave. However, Jian Xiaohua was reluctant to go, climbing onto Xiuzhen's bed to untie the swaddling of Jian Xiaodan, eager to see how her sister's leg was healing. Chapter 55. It seems they are looking for someone to blame. However, Xiuzhen was not upset at all. With a tender smile, she said, "Xiaohua, do you wish to see your sister's leg injury?" As she spoke, she carefully unwrapped the swaddling cloth, revealing Jian Xiaodan's little legs. Gently caressing Jian Xiaohua, she continued, "Xiaohua, you are so kind to your sister. always thinking of her whenever you visit. Last time, you helped her expel toxins, which left you unable to speak. Auntie has felt quite distressed about it. Qian Xiaohua longed to express that she was not truly unable to speak, but fearing her mother's admonitions, she held her tongue. Chunlan was curious to see the freak that Sumei had mentioned, and peered over. On the bed lay a small baby, fair and delicate, with only some deformities in her hands and feet, and a wound on her right leg. Otherwise, she appeared perfectly normal. She thought to herself, isn't it merely a slight defect? This hardly qualifies as a freak. Qian Xiaohua examined her sister's injury closely, noting the deep indentation where a wild cat had bitten her, leaving behind an unsightly scar. What a poor sister! Qian Xiaohua extended her small hand and gently touched the scar on her sister's leg, softly blowing on it. Qian Xiaodan seemed to sense this affectionate care, beginning to wiggle and hum with delight. Mistaking her sister's movements for fear of pain, Qian Xiaohua quickly reassured her, "It doesn't hurt, sister. Sister will blow on it." Xiaojun was taken aback by these words, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Xiaohua, you can speak now." Chunlan, feeling anxious, added, "Xiaohua, how is it that you suddenly spoke?" It was not that she forbade Qian Xiaohua from speaking. She merely feared that Sumei might find out, leading to Qian Xiaohua being punished again. Qian Xiaohua was terrified and quickly covered her mouth, yet, remembering her mother's threats, she felt compelled to continue speaking. In a pleading tone, she addressed Xiaojun and Chunlan, Auntie, I accidentally let it slip, truly by accident. Please, do not tell my mother, I beg you, for she will break my legs." With that, she once again covered her mouth. Xiaojun was utterly astonished that such a young child, merely over 9 months old, could articulate so much. The core issue was not merely her ability to speak, but rather the heartbreaking understanding that this child, who could speak, refrained from doing so due to Sumei's prohibition. "But why was that?" With a heavy heart, Xiaojun asked, "Xiaohua, can you tell Auntie why your mother forbids you from speaking?" Qian Xiaohua wished to respond but hesitated, casting a wary glance at Chunlan, fearful that she might inform Sumei upon their return home. Chunlan was equally concerned that lingering here too long might arouse Sumei's suspicions. She quickly scooped up Qian Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, let us return home." "All right, Auntie will not divulge what happened just now to your mother." "Really?" Qian Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with gratitude. She extended her small hand to wave goodbye to Xiaojun. "Xiaohua, wait a moment." Xiaojun opened the bedside cabinet and retrieved 2 soft pieces of bread, handing them to Qian Xiaohua. She admonished, "Xiaohua, these are delicious breads bought by your uncle. If there are things you do not wish to share with Auntie, I will not press you. However, if someone bullies you, you must tell Uncle and Auntie, for we will protect you, understand?" "Thank you, Auntie." Qian Xiaohua accepted the bread, her clear eyes overflowing with tears of gratitude. Fearing that her swollen eyes might raise her mother's suspicions, she quickly lifted her small hand to wipe away the tears, yet, in that fleeting moment, Xiaojun caught sight of the injury on her wrist. She swiftly grasped Qian Xiaohua's hand, exclaiming, "Oh, what happened here? Let me see." "I'm fine," Qian Xiaohua protested, desperately trying to withdraw her hand. However, Xiaojun had already rolled up her sleeve. To her shock, Qian Xiaohua's arm was covered with numerous bruises, a truly alarming sight. "Child, what has happened to you? How could this be?" Without hesitation, Xiaojun lifted Qian Xiaohua onto their bed and began to carefully examine her from head to toe. Chunlan had initially intended to intervene but found herself equally curious about the child's injuries, so she allowed Xiaojun to proceed. Apart from her arms, Qian Xiaohua's legs and bottom were also covered in bruises, resembling a downpour, densely clustered. Upon witnessing these injuries, Chunlan couldn't help but think of her own daughter. Whenever she briefly left her child, her mother-in-law would take out her frustrations on her daughter, leaving her battered. The last incident had been the most severe, where her daughter had been scalded with hot oil, resulting in her tragic demise. "Such a small child, Xiaohua, does it hurt?" Chunlan inquired, tears brimming in her eyes. Of course, it hurt, yet the most painful moments had already passed. Qian Xiaohua shook her head, whispering, "It only hurts if you touch it." What could have caused this? Is she ill?" Xiuzhen could not fathom that these injuries were inflicted by the child's own mother. She suspected it. I will fetch my mother-in-law. She has extensive experience and can discern what illness this might be. Don't. Both Qian Xiaohou and Chunlan spoke simultaneously. Xiuzhen was taken aback, her gaze shifting suspicious. Chunlan's face contorted with anguish as she replied, Xiuzhen, these bruises are not due to illness. I know what they are, yet I cannot speak of it. Please do not press me. Let me take the child home. All right. Not an illness. Then, suddenly, Xiuzhen grasped something, pinching her own arm to see if it bore a similar mark. Upon realizing it did, she understood immediately. Is it from someone pinching her, who would treat this child so cruelly? Seeing Chunlan's reluctance to reveal the truth, Xiuzhen grew anxious. Tell me, who has harmed this child so? Chunlan remained silent. Xiuzhen continued, if you refuse to speak, I will assume that you are complicit. Then you may consider me that person, Chunlan replied helplessly, immediately dressing Qian Xiaohou. I know who it is. It's Sumei, isn't it? You are her close friend, and thus you conceal her actions. Believe what you will, I must take the child home now, Chunlan declared, cradling Qian Xiaohou as she attempted to leave. Xiuzhen quickly blocked her path, saying, do you not realize that by doing so, you are enabling her cruelty? This child suffers such treatment in her own home, and as her aunt, knowing the truth, you assist the villain in hiding it. Is that fair to the child? She is so young. What grave transgressions could she have committed to deserve such abuse? Chunlan cried, do you think I wish to protect her? I have lost a child to her grandmother's cruelty. But what can I do? Sumei saved my life. I cannot confront her on my first day here. Xiuzhen was incensed. So, because she saved your life, you condone her actions and allow her to mistreat this child. The child is innocent. Chunlan acknowledged the child's innocence, speaking with resignation. I just arrived today. It is truly difficult for me to involve myself in this matter. However, please, let us not escalate this situation today. Pretend you did not see the child's injuries. All right. Xiuzhen sighed, can I trust you? Chunlan replied, even if you do not trust me, what can you do? Are you willing to confront Sumei over this child? Do not forget, she is Sumei's child. If Sumei were to turn the tables and claim that you inflicted these injuries, what then? At this point, Chunlan abruptly, they were seeking someone to take the blame. Xiuzhen, too, had a moment of clarity. So, my brother is entirely unaware of Sumei's abuse towards the child. Sumei had you bring the child to my home to create an opportunity for us to be alone, hoping I would take the fall. Am I correct? Chapter 56. Is it possible that in your previous life, you were the fairy of the lotus? Even though Chunlan entertained this thought, she still found it hard to believe that Sumei could be so malicious. She gently advised, Sister Xiuzhen, please do not think this way. Perhaps your sister-in-law has actually been rather kind to you. She understands the importance of gratitude. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent me with canned goods as a gesture of reciprocity. Canned goods are quite expensive these days, you know. Canned goods? Xiuzhen scoffed, pointing to the production date for Chunlan. Unfortunately, before I could even warm the 2 yuan in my hands, she claimed my husband owed her 2 yuan and took it back. At that time, I had intended to return the can to her, but she insisted I keep it, saying if I truly wished to repay her, my husband should go out and buy her a different flavor. HMPH, she wouldn't eat something about to expire herself, yet she expects a new mother to consume it. This kindness. Chunlan shook her head in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the image of her beloved sister Sumei with that of a calculating individual. Xiuzhen continued, Chunlan, I know that familial disgrace should remain private, but since you have entered this household and become a part of this large family, there are certain matters I must disclose to you. Whether you believe me or not, my child was born with physical deficiencies due to medications that should not have been taken during pregnancy. Apart from the meals my mother-in-law prepared, the only nourishment I consumed was the stewed egg provided by my sister-in-law. Since my pregnancy began, she has frequently brought me stewed eggs, and I was genuinely grateful, resolved to treat her as my own sister. Little did I know, she had laced those eggs with drugs. To be candid, we had a fierce argument over this just yesterday. The medication remains, and I even saw the name on the box and read the instructions, which clearly stated that it is contraindicated for pregnant women and could adversely affect fetal development. Tell me, why would a perfectly decent person have such drugs in her home? If she harbored no ill intentions, why would she hold a figurative knife to our throats, coercing us to stay away, and then burn the medications in the stove? Chunlan had not witnessed the events Xiuzhen described and could not ascertain their absolute truth. Yet, the marks on Sumei's neck and the fact that she indeed gifted Xiuzhen with near-expiry canned goods, alongside the maltreatment of Qian Xiaohe, painted a troubling picture. Nevertheless, Sumei had genuinely aided her, leaving Chunlan in a quandary. All she could offer was sympathetic words. Sister Xiuzhen, I understand you have suffered greatly, but without evidence, discussing these matters is futile. Although I work as a nanny in your sister-in-law's home, I am merely a caretaker and cannot involve myself too deeply. I can only assure you that I will protect Qian Xiaohe moving forward, preventing her from being bullied again. Evidence, actually, there is more. Qian Xiaohe's sudden interjection left both Xiuzhen and Chunlan momentarily speechless. Chunlan, incredulous, asked, Do you realize the implications of what you just said? Qian Xiaohe replied, I understand, it may lead to my mother's imprisonment. However, my second aunt is innocent, and my sister is my mother should not harm them. Wrongdoing must be met with due consequences. Chunlan was astonished. This child possessed such profound understanding. Xiuzhen, moved to tears, remarked, even a 9-month-old child recognizes right from wrong, while some adults fall short of such clarity. Chunlan blushed at the remark, feeling a wave of shame. Qian Xiaohe then said, Aunt, I wish to speak with my second aunt privately. Chunlan nodded, Go ahead, but keep your voice down. I will stand guard outside. Once Chunlan exited, respecting the child's wish for privacy, she refrained from eavesdropping. Inside, Xiuzhen quietly inquired, Xiaohe, is what you said true? Is there really evidence? Qian Xiaohe nodded, softly responding, Yesterday, my mother hid evidence in a basin. Besides the medication box, there was also a receipt for the purchase of the drugs. Before Grandma took the basin away, I hid the receipt in a place no one would think to look. If my second aunt needs it, I will find an opportunity to present it to you. Really? Xiuzhen's face lit up with joy. After a moment's reflection, she expressed hesitation. But if my second aunt hands the evidence over to the authorities, your mother might be arrested. One day, you might regret your decision today. Qian Xiaohe shook her head, I will not regret it. I also believe that my second aunt will not hand over the evidence to the authorities right away. She will keep it until my mother's actions become intolerable. How do you know all of this? Xiuzhen was astonished. How could such a young child perceive adult motivations? Qian Xiaohe lowered her voice further, Second aunt, I not only know this, but I also understand that no matter when you present the evidence to the authorities, you will not receive a favorable outcome. The head of the enforcement team is an old classmate of my mother, and their connection is more complicated than it seems. That old classmate harbors a secret affection for my mother. What? You comprehend such matters? How could you possibly know so much? Xiuzhen was utterly astonished. How could a 9-month-old child grasp the concept of unrequited love? Qian Xiaohe continued, I cannot explain why I know all this. It simply comes to me. I was speaking at 7 months, and although my mother discouraged it, by 8 months, I could recognize many characters and inexplicably understood numerous principles. What? You can already recognize many characters? Xiuzhen, although I cannot recall many details, I believe that everything I understand now stems from the knowledge I acquired in my previous existence. Xiuzhen's eyes widened. In your past life, could it be that you were also reincarnation? Qian Xiaohe frowned. Why did her second aunt say also? She mulled over this statement several times, casting a suspicious glance at Qian Xiaodan. In a hushed tone, she asked, Does second aunt mean my sister? In a whisper, she confessed, To be frank, your sister was born with memories of her past life and possesses telepathy, allowing her to communicate with me through thoughts. The reason I learned about your mother drugging me was because your sister informed me. However, because she revealed the secret, the heavenly laws erased her memories. Qian Xiaohua's eyes lit up with realization. So it turns out people truly do have past lives. Sure. If the heavens hear us, they may erase your memories. Qian Xiaohua replied, that is not erasure, it is sealing. As long as the seal is lifted, memories can be restored. Xiuzhen inquired, how do you know all this? Qian Xiaohua responded, I cannot explain how I know, the knowledge in my mind leads me to believe it is a seal. Xiuzhen's heart soared with hope, wishing for her daughter, Qian Xiaodan. Qian Xiaohua had entrusted her with such a significant secret, and she felt compelled to assist Xiaohua in some way. Xiaohua, now that you've begun to recall the knowledge from your past life, you must also remember your identity. Have you unearthed any clues? Let me help you investigate, perhaps we can uncover something. Qian Xiaohua said, an image often appears in my mind of a woman in pink, dancing gracefully amidst a lotus pond, with petals swirling through the air. Xiuzhen pondered, is it possible that, why are you standing alone? Chapter 57, She is testing us. Chunlan spoke nervously, I am playing hide and seek with Xiaohua. As she said this, she opened the door, feigning a search for Qian Xiaohua. Xiaohua, your aunt is looking for you. Where are you? Oh dear, there you are behind the door. I see you. Suddenly, Qian Xiaohua, who had been hiding behind the door, let out a loud scream, bursting into laughter. Aunt Shichi, by the way, have you cooked at your place yet? Oh, I'll head home to cook now, Chunlan quickly replied, scooping up Qian Xiaohua and hurrying out of the courtyard. Aunt Shichi kept her gaze fixed on Chunlan, and once she saw her exit the gate, she lowered her voice to inquire of Xiuzhen, what do you think of the nanny your elder brother hired? How is she? Xiuzhen responded, she is quite good, and treats the child well. Aunt Shichi replied, that is wonderful, I heard your brother is only paying her $5 a month, if you say she is good, then she must be. Just then, Jianhao entered the courtyard, Chunlan, cradling Qian Xiaohua, prepared to take her into Xiuzhen's room. However, at the doorway, she overheard the village secretary's voice, which instantly filled her with foreboding thoughts. Could Sister Sumei be engaging in some clandestine activities behind Brother Qian's back? She contemplated knocking to investigate, but felt it was not her place to do so. After all, she was merely a nanny. What business did she have meddling in the affairs of the household? Moreover, Sister Sumei had been her benefactor. Had it not been for her assistance, it would not be Wang Daqiang's mother currently imprisoned, but herself, wrongfully accused. With this thought, Chunlan decided to dismiss her concerns about Sumei, feeling rather sorry for Brother Qian. Instead, she set Qian Xiaohua down on a stool in the kitchen, handed her a leaf to play with, and began rinsing rice to cook in the electric rice cooker, her mind burdened. In the room, Sumei had indeed heard Chunlan's return and did not send Wu Jianren away, as she wished to test whether Chunlan would fully side with her. At that moment, she was sitting on Wu Jianren's lap, her arms draped around his neck, saying, brother, once you retrieve the ring, make sure to keep it safe and don't give it. If you choose to gift it, let it be to the one you cherish most. Wu Jianren replied, isn't the person I cherish most right now? You wait for me. Once I get the ring back, I'll present. I wish I could be with you right now, but my nanny has returned, and I mustn't let her find out. Wu Jianren said, that nanny doesn't seem too hard to handle. Just slip her some money to keep her quiet. You're only paying her $5 a month, which is far too little. I give Zhang the widow $30 every month. What? You give her that much? Sumei exclaimed in surprise. Wu Jianren reassured her, oh, don't be alarmed, sister, that $30 is merely half of my salary. Besides, it will all go to you. As long as you remain devoted to me, I'll give you half of my salary each month. Really? Sumei's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze sparkled with the prospect of wealth, imagining Wu Jianren's. The women's director earns $30 a month, and if Wu Jianren were to add an extra 30, that would amount to 60 in a year, that would total 720, and that was not all. Wu Jianren had just gifted her a pair of gold earrings, and it wouldn't be long before he presented her with a gold ring. Looking at the fruits and snacks on the bedside table, Sumei felt a surge of excitement. If she stayed with Wu Jianren, more benefits would surely follow in the near future. Brother, is what you said true? You will really split your salary with me every month? I hadn't had the chance to give it to Zhang the widow yet, so now it's yours. Su Mei accepted the money with trembling hands. This man was so easy to please. As she contemplated the fact that she was carrying twins, a bold plan formed in her mind. Why not give herself to Wu Jianren today and later reveal to him that these children were his? At that point, he would be even more devoted to her. Not only would he share half of his salary, but she would also have a claim on his entire income, even on the Wu family's estate. With this thought, Su Mei leaned in and kissed Wu Jianren, shyly saying, "Brother, I can see that you truly care for me." Wu Jianren responded, "Of course, Wu Jianren, have nothing but affection for women. Sister, I've already invested so much in you, are you still reluctant to let me have my way? Hurry, let me savor you. I'm almost going mad with desire." Su Mei tucked the money into a drawer, peered out the window to check the situation outside, and saw Chunlan busy with. Feeling reassured, she tightly closed the window, secured the latch, and locked the door. Then, she willingly removed her outer garment. "Brother, I'm going all in this time, you must be responsible for me." "Of course. I will take full responsibility for you," Wu Jianren exclaimed, filled with excitement. In a few swift motions, he loosened his belt and pushed Su Mei onto the bed. In the kitchen, Chunlan heard unusual sounds and involuntarily shuddered. Surely, Sister Su Mei could not be so bold as to, during broad daylight, anxiously glancing at Qian Xiaohua. She hoped the child hadn't heard anything. However, just as she was folding the vegetable leaves into little boats, "She has forfeited her right to be my mother." Chunlan's eyes widened in shock. This child was truly extraordinary, understanding far more than her years should allow. She quickly scooped up Qian Xiaohua and carried her behind the stove, whispering, "You mustn't tell your mother is quite the actress. Your father will only believe her and not us. If this gets out, the bond between you two will be irreparably broken. She will hate you and make your life a living hell." Qian Xiaohua smiled faintly. "Auntie, do you really think if I keep quiet, she will spare me? As long as I remain able-bodied, she will never obtain the birth certificate for a second child. In 10 months, she will do everything in her power to make me disabled or even make me disappear from this world." Chunlan quickly covered Qian Xiaohua's mouth. "Don't say such things, child. She is your mother. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. How could you harbor such thoughts? Surely, your second aunt hasn't filled your head with such ideas?" Qian Xiaohua pushed Chunlan's hand away, saying, "No, my second aunt isn't as bad as you think. Even if I had evidence of my mother's wrongdoing, I wouldn't dream of using it against her. The truly wicked one is inside, committing adultery with a wild man." Chunlan was horrified. "Child, stop speaking. We mustn't let your mother hear." Qian Xiaohua, undeterred, continued, "She knows full well that you and I are in the kitchen and yet makes such a ruckus. Can't you see? She is testing us to see if we will speak about this." Chunlan felt a surge of anxiety. What if we do say something? Chapter 58, The Procession with the Television. Qian Xiaohua spoke leisurely. "I am now a mute. It is unlikely that I will speak easily. If I do, she will cripple me. Until I possess enough strength for self-preservation, I shall remain silent. If words are to be spoken, let it be by you." Chunlan replied, "What would happen if I were to speak?" "She would drive me away, wouldn't she?" Qian Xiaohua countered. "Given her nature, she would not expel you, but she would slander you, telling father that the injuries on my body were inflicted by you, and then she would keep you at home to torment you." "Surely not." Chunlan felt that this child's thoughts were far too intricate. Qian Xiaohua continued, "If you remain silent, she will assume you are her ally, and her audacity will only grow. She will perpetually use you as a shield, while I will bear the brunt of her accusations, with the blame for my injuries shifted onto my second aunt, all the while compelling you to assist her in this deceit. Impossible." Xiaohua, how can you harbor such thoughts? Chunlan was deeply worried. But she is your biological mother, you cannot think so ill of her. Are these notions imparted to you by my second aunt? Qian Xiaohua furrowed her brow. Why do you always presume the worst? She has not wronged you, has she? Chunlan was momentarily speechless. Qian Xiaohua declared, Su Mai is unclean, she no longer deserves to be my mother. From this moment forth, I shall seek a new maternal figure. Auntie, would you be willing to assume that role? Chunlan responded, Me, I am unworthy. Qian Xiaohua insisted, as long as you are willing, you are indeed worthy. Auntie, do you not find my father handsome? He has a stable job and treats his wife well. He is quite suitable for lifelong commitment. Chunlan recalled her first encounter with Qian Haolai, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. She had been smitten from the start. However, at that time, she was still married and dared not entertain such thoughts. Even now, though she was divorced, such notions felt unattainable. Qian Haolai was tall, handsome, and came from a good family, with a stable job, while she was an orphan with nothing to her name. How could Qian Xiaohua probed, Auntie, are you truly unwilling? Chunlan, feeling inferior, replied, Even if I were willing, your father would not be. In his eyes, there is only your mother. My mother has betrayed my father, she no longer has the right to bask in his affection, and I can no longer tolerate her. Chunlan argued, but your parents are not yet divorced. I cannot engage in such underhanded dealings. Qian Xiaohua reassured her, You need not act overtly, simply be kind to my father. With time, he will discern who is genuinely sincere. Moreover, it won't be long before father finds out. Just as Qian Xiaohua spoke, Su Mai's door swung open, the village secretary tightened his belt and strode out with an air of confidence. Su Mai deliberately raised her voice to bid him farewell. Secretary Wu, please take care. I am immensely grateful for your visit today and for bringing so many gifts. Wu Jianren replied, No need for thanks. It is our duty as village officials. Please take care of yourself, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to help. She unconsciously increased her force, chopping the knife down onto the bone, as if this were the only way to vent her frustration. Wu Jianren, hearing the sound, felt as if it were aimed at him. He hurried to the kitchen, pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket, and stuffed it into Chunlan's apron pocket, saying, Little maid, 5 yuan is too little for your wages, here's a little extra for you. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Just as Chunlan was about to return the money, Su Mai entered the kitchen with a smile, saying, Our village secretary is quite the benevolent man. Sister, just accept it, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Chunlan suddenly realized that this was yet another of Su Mai's tests. If she returned the money to the secretary, it would indicate. After much deliberation, Chunlan decided to keep the money, feigning solidarity with them. That's the spirit. Work diligently at my sister's home, and I shall ensure you are treated well, Su Mai declared, escorting Wu Jianren to the gate. As Wu Jianren was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the true purpose of his visit. Originally, he had come for the television, but now that he hadn't secured it, he had also given away a pair of gold earrings and 30 yuan. How would he return empty-handed? What would the office lackeys think of him? He immediately turned back, saying, Su Mai, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Su Mai inquired, What is it? Wu Jianren explained, Recently, there have been leaders coming down for inspections, and our village. I heard that you purchased a television. I would like to borrow it for a few days to display in the office. Rest assured, I will return it shortly. Su Mai rolled her eyes. Secretary, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you. If someone were to take the television away, I would be quite upset. However, my sister-in-law has a television as well. Why not borrow from her? Wu Jianren instantly became displeased. This woman was truly ungrateful. After providing her with so many benefits, she wouldn't even lend him a television. He had been a village official for many years, and it wasn't he for naught. With a frown, he devised a plan. Normally, village official selections require community recommendations. If I were to take Xiaozhen's television home, she would become a revered figure in everyone's eyes. When it comes time to vote, it could prove detrimental. Didn't you already decide? You've even given me a note. Wu Jianren replied, even if I provided you with a note, the voting process must still be followed. If you do not render any substantial assistance to the village, how can I persuade everyone? You yourself mentioned that Xiaozhen can unite the villagers against you. This indicates her strong management abilities. If I were to take her television to the village, do you believe you would still have a chance? Well, Su Mai found. With determination, she pointed to the doorway. Go ahead and take it. Wu Jianren promptly entered the room to retrieve the television. However, the antenna was tied to a bamboo pole, making it difficult for one person to carry. Wu Jianren instructed, you carry the antenna and deliver it to the village committee. What, me? I can't do that. Su Mai, fearing that others would discern her relationship with Wu Jianren, quickly shook her head. Then I cannot carry it alone. Someone must assist. Wu Jianren glanced at the kitchen. What if we ask your little maid to help carry the antenna? Su Mai instantly recognized Wu Jianren's intentions. Having already taken advantage of her, he now sought to exploit her maid as well. Jealousy surged within her, and she retorted, I'll carry the antenna, I'll deliver it to you myself. Wu Jianren raised an eyebrow. Now that's the spirit, a perfect opportunity to let everyone see how much you contribute to the village. When it comes time for the Women's Director elections, I can also manipulate it, right? Su Mai found this reasoning compelling and felt emboldened. Thus, Wu Jianren carried the television ahead. After circling the village, the two made their way to the village committee. At Wang's carpenter's home. Qian Haolai and Wang were drinking. Wang's 12-year-old son ran over, exclaiming, Dad, I just saw the village secretary parading around with a television. Wang chuckled and shook his head. What parade? Surely, the secretary is returning the television. Qian Haolai, unaware of the situation, inquired, What do you mean, whose television, who is it being returned to? Wang replied, Your brother's family, of course. Didn't you know, they bought a television, and everyone rushed over to watch. The courtyard was too crowded, so the village secretary took the television to the committee for everyone to enjoy. He must be returning it now. Wang's son interjected, That's not true, I saw Uncle Hao Jin carrying the television back earlier. This time, it was the village secretary who took someone else's television to the committee, and Aunt Su Mai was behind him carrying the antenna. Qian Haolai felt uneasy. Which Aunt Su Mai? Wang's son whispered. When the village secretary and Aunt Su Mai were parading with the television, many people said that Aunt Su Mai was receiving special attention from the village secretary. They were saying, Aunt Su Mai had many hickeys on her neck, and they even said she was the second Zhang widow. Chapter 59, Capturing a Large Soft-Shelled Turtle. Utter nonsense. Qian Haolai exclaimed angrily, rising to his feet. When the carpenter quickly covered his son's mouth, saying, Child, you know nothing, refrain from spreading baseless rumors, Uncle Haolai is upset. Qian Haolai retorted, The child knows nothing, do not blame him. It must be. Just yesterday, my sister-in-law conspired with a group of village women and elderly to bully my wife while I was away, driving her to the brink of suicide. When the carpenter wished to interject, asserting that Xiaozhen did not bully Su Mei, as both of them had witnessed the evidence of Su Mei drugging Xiaozhen. Before he could speak, Qian Haolai went on, Today's rumors must have originated from my sister-in-law. She appears harmless, yet her actions are truly despicable. I will certainly find an opportunity to ensure my brother. Your brother and sister-in-law, you need not advise me, I know what to do, such matters cannot be rushed. Come, let us drink. Qian Haolai resumed his seat, when the carpenter asked, Are you not going home to check? Qian Haolai replied, It is all mere gossip. What is there to see? We have a nanny at home, she will take good care of my wife. Come, let us toast. By the riverside, Qian Haolai found a secluded spot to park his tractor. After placing the fish basket in the water, he made a mark. He then grabbed a net and bucket, tirelessly scooping for shrimp. This time, the little crayfish had become quite clever, no longer as easily captured as before. When he had caught them previously, the net would ensnare them effortlessly. Their slow-wittedness made them oblivious to escape. Now, to catch them required speed, precision, and decisiveness. A moment's inattention, and they would dart away. Qian Haolai immersed himself in the task, and after 2 hours, he filled 4 buckets. He had initially intended to catch more, but remembering the morning's transportation in snakeskin bags, which resulted in the deaths of many fish and shrimp, he abandoned that thought. Quality over quantity was his motto. Such a reputation would fetch a higher price. As he retrieved the fish basket, he unexpectedly discovered a small hole by the riverbank. Filled with delight, he suspected it might harbor a turtle and boldly reached in to investigate. Upon touching something slippery, he was startled and quickly retracted his hand. After a moment, he deduced it was likely an eel, remembering the fishmonger's suggestion to substitute turtles with eels or blackfish if turtles were unavailable. His courage returned. He reached into the hole once more, but the creature was quite strong. Just as he nearly grasped it, it forcefully wriggled away, burrowing to the left. Relying on instinct, he thrust his left hand into the mud. Pulling it from the mud, he discovered it was plump and sizable, certain to command a good price. He immediately stuffed it into a snakeskin bag, tying it securely to prevent escape. Concerned that the eel might rupture the bag, he quickly transferred the crayfish from one bucket to another snakeskin bag and placed the eel into the bucket, ensuring it could not flee before continuing his catch. With newfound experience, he focused on capturing eels. After securing a dozen, he unexpectedly netted a soft-shelled turtle, significantly larger than the previous one, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, clearly not the friend of Qian Xiushuang. Since it was not, he felt no need for hesitation, placing the turtle into the bucket, perfectly concluding his endeavor. To conceal his fishing secret from prying eyes, Qian Haolai gathered a significant amount of motherwort to obscure the fish and shrimp before returning home. As the tractor rumbled towards the village, the elderly women at the entrance engaged in lively chatter. "Look, I told you so, he truly went to harvest motherwort, this bookish fool, with so many. This generation will not achieve greatness. Not just this generation, the next will also amount to nothing. Qian Haolai's daughter, Qian Xiaodan, that hand of hers, she has only 5 fingers in total, missing 3 on one hand and 6 in total, leaving only her thumbs. What can she possibly do? Indeed, with such a hand, she cannot plant rice, hold a pen, or use chopsticks. It will be a struggle for her to support herself. How can we expect her to succeed? How pitiful." Upon arriving home, Qian Haolai immediately called the fishmonger. "You mentioned last time that you could come to pick up the goods, correct?" The fishmonger replied, "Yes, but if I come to collect, the price will be slightly lower." Qian Haolai inquired, "By how much?" "The goods I have this time are all fresh, live crayfish and crucian carp, none dead." He refrained from mentioning the eels and turtle, wanting to gauge how low the price might drop if the fishmonger came to him. Transporting them himself was too cumbersome, time-consuming, and risky for mortality. The key was that driving the tractor around was too conspicuous. Although he did not hear clearly what the elderly women had said at the village entrance, their disapproving glances were unmistakable. It was better to remain low-key, the fishmonger stated. "For crayfish, you will receive 80 cents if you bring them, but only 60 cents if I come to collect. As for crucian carp, if you guarantee they are fresh, I can offer $4.80 per pound." Qian Haolai understood that this meant a deduction of 20 cents per pound, which was not excessive. He promptly replied, "I also have a dozen eels and a 5 to 6 pound soft-shelled turtle, all wild caught. If you want them, bring enough money to my doorstep." The fishmonger exclaimed, "Really, you are my savior." "Wait, I will go right now." Qian Haolai cautioned, "Do not inform too many people. 5 or 6 have already come looking for me today." What do they want?" the fishmonger asked. Qian Haolai, not wanting to reveal the matter of recruiting apprentices, replied, "What else could it be?" "They want goods, their offered prices are not low, but considering how many of the morning's catch were damaged, and your willingness to take them, you are truly a good person. I must reserve these fine goods for you, so I sent them away." The fishmonger responded, "You are quite a decent fellow. Wait, do not sell to anyone else, I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Qian Haolai let out a long sigh of relief. Xiuzhen asked, "Did you really catch a turtle? This one is not a friend of Xiaoshuang, is it?" Qian Haolai patted his chest, "Absolutely not, this one is much larger than Xiaoshuang's friend." Xiuzhen replied, "Do not starve yourself while working. Next time, if you miss a meal, take some provisions with you." "I understand, thank you, Mom." Qian Haolai devoured the food heartily, nearly choking. Xiuzhen quickly handed him a can, saying, "Eat this. Your brother sent it as a return gift." Qian Haolai turned the can upside down and tapped it, easily twisting off the lid. Rather than eating first, he offered it to Xiuzhen, saying, "Wife, you should take a few bites first." Xiuzhen waved her hands, "No, my stomach is not strong enough for this. It will expire in a couple of days." Qian Haolai glanced at the production date and chuckled. I wondered why she was so generous. Fortunately, his stomach was resilient, and he did not mind. He opened the can and took a hearty sip, thinking of how Qian Xiaohua had been beaten by Su Mei. Xiuzhen felt a strong urge to tell Qian Haolai about it. However, recalling Chunlan's words, she hesitated. Chunlan had advised her not to speak of it, to pretend she had not seen anything. Yet, if she remained silent while Su Mei slandered her, and Chunlan assisted in the false testimony, would she not be left helpless? Observing Xiuzhen's hesitation, Aunt Chichi remarked, "Do you have something private to discuss with Haolai? If so, I shall take my leave now." Chapter 60. Every flawed child is a favored one of heaven. Xiuzhen hurriedly grasped Aunt Chi's arm, saying, "Do not leave, Mother. You should hear this. Call Father over. I wish for us all to listen together." Aunt Chi sensed the gravity of the matter and swiftly summoned Qian Laoqi. Once everyone had gathered, Qian Haojin appeared somewhat uneasy. "Xiuzhen, what on earth has transpired?" Xiuzhen, while eating, he remarked, "She is a nanny. She came to my elder brother's house to cook and look after the children." Xiuzhen countered, "Let us set that aside for now. I must inform you of something significant. Qian Xiaohua is remarkably articulate. Today, she spoke to me at length and revealed that Su Mei concealed a receipt when purchasing medicine, just before Mother entered the room with the porcelain basin. She told me that I could take the receipt whenever I needed." Qian Haojin exclaimed, "Is that true? That child is barely 9 months old and can articulate so much." Both Qian Laoqi and Aunt Chi found this hard to believe. Aunt Chi pondered, "When I went into the room with the porcelain basin, Xiaohua was indeed leaning by the bed, extending her hand towards beneath it, clearly wanting to assist me. Yet, I cannot fathom why, if she can speak, she did not simply say so." Xiuzhen explained, "Su Mei forbade her from speaking. She wants her to feign muteness in order to obtain a disability certificate, thus giving herself a chance to have a second child." Qian Haojin was astounded. "What? My sister-in-law would stoop so low? I have always believed that Qian Xiaohua became mute due to the toxins she absorbed from Xiaodan. I have felt guilty, thinking that once I earned a fortune, I would take Xiaohua to the city for treatment, yet I never imagined," Xiuzhen interjected. "Qian Xiaohua is covered in bruises, on her arms, legs, and backside, all marked by Su Mei's grasp," Xiaohua cried, saying if anyone learned she could speak, Su Mei would break her legs. How could Su Mei be so malicious? I must confront her. Qian Laoqi fumed, ready to leave. Xiuzhen urged, "Father, you must not go." Chunlan pleaded with me repeatedly not to disclose this matter. How can we heed the words of a nanny in such a dire situation? Xiuzhen replied, "Even if you go now, it would be futile. Su Mei instructed Chunlan to bring Xiaohua to my home under the pretense of delivering canned goods, solely to create an opportunity for me and Xiaohua to be alone, then falsely accuse me of causing her injuries. She dares." Qian Haojin clenched his fists in anger. Xiuzhen continued, "She would not hesitate to poison me. What else would she shy away from? The pressing issue is that Xiaohua indeed visited my home. If Chunlan corroborates Su Mei's claims, stating those injuries are my doing, what recourse do we have? I possess no evidence to prove my innocence." Aunt Chi interjected, "How can there be no evidence? Qian Xiaohua can speak." Xiuzhen conceded, "That is true, but Su Mei is her biological mother." I cannot be certain she would speak on my behalf. Furthermore, she also mentioned that the captain of the enforcement team is infatuated with Sumai. Even if I present the receipt for the medicine Sumai purchased, I doubt I would receive a fair resolution. This, a 9-month-old child said this. Xiaojun whispered, indeed, moreover, I must share another revelation. Xiao Hou, like our Xiao Dan and Xiao Shuang, possesses memories from her previous life. She might even be a reincarnated celestial being. What? Jian Laoji suddenly grew animated. What merit does our family possess to have so many celestial beings reincarnated among us? And she immediately knelt at the door. Whatever course you choose, your husband will support you. Xiaojun replied, you need only to believe in me, do not take the initiative. We shall pretend to know nothing, and I am eager to see if Sumai will truly go so far as to accuse her. Qian Haojin, upon seeing Qian Xiaoshuang return, was ecstatic. Xiaoshuang, you are back, are you no longer angry with your father? Would you care for a meal? I shall serve you some. I do not wish to eat. Jian Xiaoshuang's, with a crash, Jian Haojin's bowl shattered on the floor. A snake could speak, who would believe such a thing? Jian Xiaoshuang continued, father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, come with me, I have caught a large black fish. The family remained frozen in place. Jian Xiaoshuang urged, oh dear, do not be astonished, I am not an ordinary snake. I am proficient in cultivation, and that large black fish is also adept. I killed it, seized its inner dan, and when its inner dan— Xiaojun, filled with joy, remarked, I always knew this day would come, I simply did not anticipate you would speak so soon. Xiaoshuang, well done, once you cultivate into human form, I shall buy you beautiful clothes to wear. What? It can transform into human form. Jian Haojin was astounded. Xiaojun nodded, indeed, because it possesses an inner dan. Mother is correct. Jian Xiaoshuang chimed in, without an inner dan, one cannot cultivate. When I was born, I lacked an inner dan, and after being knocked unconscious, it turned out that on the day Xiaojun gave birth, she indeed visited the back room and released the large white snake. Thankfully, she did, or Qian Xiaoshuang would have suffocated to death, leaving the Qian family without a granddaughter. Xiaojun, you are the great benefactor of the Qian family. Jian Laoji expressed with deep emotion. And she was equally moved, albeit tinged with guilt. Xiaojun is indeed a great benefactor. Had she not awakened in time, Jian Xiaodan would have been choked to death by me. She single-handedly saved the lives of 2 children. Jian Haojin wiped away tears of excitement. Xiaojun, did you hear that? Father and mother both say you are our family's great benefactor. From now on, you shall hold the highest status in our family. Xiaojun smiled gently, I do not care for titles or status, what matters to me is that my 2 daughters must thrive. Regardless of their appearances, they are my daughters. Casting a glance at Jian Xiaodan, she added, I believe that every child born with flaws is a favored child of heaven, destined for special care from above. In order to ensure they are not overlooked, heaven marks them in unique ways, so that when the time comes to bestow its blessings, it can easily identify them amidst the crowd. Indeed, Xiaojun, you are absolutely right. Heaven indeed watches over our family. Jian Haojin embraced Xiaojun tenderly. Jian Xiaoshuang grew anxious. Oh dear, cease your sentimentalities, quickly follow me to the riverbank to retrieve the carcass of the large black fish. If others discover it first, they will seize the opportunity. Jian Haojin wiped his tears. All right, I shall go with you now. Jian Xiaoshuang insisted, you cannot go alone, grandfather and grandmother must join, and mother must come too. Jian Haojin replied, we can go. Your mother needs to rest and recuperate. Jian Xiaoshuang shook its head, mother does not need to rest, she is very healthy, healthier than any of you. What? The 3 were incredulous. Xiaojun nodded, indeed. Let us go, that fish is enormous, at least 300 to 400 pounds, and could fetch a handsome price. If someone else claims it, you will regret it. What, 300 to 400 pounds? The family dashed to the riverbank behind the house and gasped in awe. The fish was indeed enormous, its girth comparable to that of a sow, measuring at least 2 meters in length. Chapter 61. This thing is quite expensive. Upon encountering such a colossal blackfish, Xiaozhen's heart ached for Qian Xiaoshuang. How did you manage to triumph over it? Did you sustain any injuries? Qian Xiaoshuang replied, of course, I did. However, after consuming its inner core, all my wounds healed. Only then did Xiaozhen feel relieved. The family of 4 worked together with great effort to haul the fish ashore. Nonetheless, its immense size and slippery surface made it challenging for everyone to lift. Qian Haojin dashed into the yard, unloaded the entire medicinal herb from the cart, and returned with a rope, pushing the cart to the back of the house. With the rope threaded through the gills and mouth of the great blackfish, he, alongside Qian Lao Qi, dragged the fish onto the cart. They then effortlessly transported it back home. To prevent outsiders from noticing, Qian Lao Qi deliberately closed the courtyard gate. Just as they were about to take a breather, Qian Xiaoshuang spoke in a soft voice, let us pause later. There are treasures in the fish's belly, you all wait by its mouth while I go inside to retrieve them. As she spoke, the great white snake slithered into the belly of the blackfish. After emerging with a ruby gold ring, a black pearl, and an emerald bracelet, she also produced an iron box. Reporting back, she said, that's all, just these 4 items. The family was left in stunned silence. Qian Lao Qi exclaimed, 4 items are already quite a lot, how could there be so many treasures in the fish's belly? Qian Xiaoshuang replied, who knows, perhaps it consumed humans, or it may have intentionally hoarded them. After all, this great blackfish is also a female. Once it cultivates into a human form, it too would wish to adorn itself. Xiaozhen inquired, if you had lost to it today, it would have seized you. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed from outside the courtyard. Is this Qian Haojin's home? Qian Haojin, I have arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Qian Haojin recognized it was the owner of the aquatic products store. Fearing that outsiders might see the great white snake, he quickly whispered to Qian Xiaoshuang, Xiaoshuang, quickly lie down on the bed. Xiaozhen, you should also rest in the room and take good care of the 2 children. Xiaozhen, Aunt Lao Qi promptly picked up the 4 treasures and followed her into the room, whispering, Xiaozhen, these 4 treasures should be quite valuable, you must keep them safe, for they may fetch a high price in the future. Thank you, mother, Xiaozhen replied, opening the nightstand to Qian Haojin did not want the aquatic store owner to see the great blackfish immediately, intending to discuss the price last, so he grabbed an old quilt and covered the fish. At the courtyard entrance, the aquatic store owner grew impatient, assuming no one was home. He quickly got out of his vehicle and peered through the door crack into the courtyard. Seeing nothing, Qian Haojin opened the courtyard gate. Boss, you're here, please, come inside. The aquatic store owner replied, no need for formality, let me see the goods first. Qian Haojin hurriedly led him to the side of the tractor basket. Everything is here. Take a look. I assure you, there is absolutely no damage this time. The aquatic store owner inspected each item, his smile widening. Qian Haojin, you've outdone yourself, not only did you catch eels, but you also managed to catch such a large turtle. We've struck it rich, wait here, I'll go grab the scale. As he spoke, the aquatic store owner exited the courtyard, turned his small truck around, and backed it into the yard. He then retrieved his scale, along with a pen and notebook, before stepping out of the vehicle. While he was busy maneuvering, the astute Qian Lao Qi quickly took out his own scale and measured the turtle first. He whispered to his son, this thing is quite expensive, every tail is worth dozens of dollars. If he plays tricks with the scale, we'll incur significant losses. The aquatic store owner just happened to overhear this and chuckled, don't worry, uncle. My scale is trustworthy, you won't lose a single cent. Qian Lao Qi, unfazed, concluded weighing the turtle and stated, my scale shows 5 jin and 8 liang, you can weigh it with yours to compare. It should be the same. The weight was a full 6 jin. Was it Qian Haojin's scale that was faulty, or was it his own? What is going on? How heavy is it? What is the number? Seeing the aquatic store owner silent, Qian Lao Qi quickly approached to inspect his scale. The aquatic store owner, not wanting him to see, quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushed, saying, "Let me check where the issue lies." The scale beam was the same, the weights were unchanged, and the pan was identical. However, when he flipped the pan over, he was startled to discover a large magnet stuck to the bottom. Remembering that his 8-year-old son had been playing with magnets at home before he left, he immediately connected the dots. This must have something to do with him. Had he not noticed the magnet, he would have incurred substantial losses today. Enraged, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Qian Haojin, let me borrow your phone." Qian Haojin generously extended. Just the device costs over 20,000. The initial network installation fee is 6,000, and the monthly rental is also high. Its way charge, $1 per minute for both calling and receiving. I've never been able to afford one. Assuming Qian Haojin was concerned about the phone bill, he quickly added, "Don't worry, I want to use your phone for free, I'll pay for the call." Qian Haojin estimated that Xiaoshan had likely hidden the great. "I was just asking casually, you, just wait a moment, I'll see if my wife is awake." Xiaoshan had already heard the conversation outside, knowing Qian Haojin was deliberately speaking loudly to remind her. She quickly covered the great white snake with a quilt, then turned on the television, half reclining and pretending to watch. Qian Haojin cracked the door slightly and, not seeing the great white snake, felt relieved and opened the door. "My wife is watching TV. Go ahead and make your call." After exchanging pleasantries with Xiaoshan, the aquatic store owner immediately dialed the number. Once the call connected, he erupted in anger, whereas Xiaojie asked him if he has the one. "I put the magnet under the scale so we could sell the goods for more money. Am I clever?" "Clever, indeed. Who taught you to do such a dishonest thing? I'll deal with you when I get home." After hanging up the phone, the aquatic store owner exchanged another greeting with Xiaoshan before returning to the courtyard. He removed the magnet from the scale and reweighed the turtle, confirming, "Indeed, it is 5 jin and 8 liang. That child is infuriating. Just wait until I get home to teach him a lesson." After weighing all the aquatic products, the aquatic store owner began calculating the accounts on his paper. Chapter 62, Do you also have mind-reading abilities? The crayfish is 60 cents per pound, and we have 160 pounds here. 160 multiplied by 0.6 is 96. I shall simply charge you 100. Upon hearing this, Jian Laoqi and Qian Haojin burst into laughter, clearly pleased with the proprietor's generosity. The owner continued, "The Crucian carp is $4.80 per pound, and we have 23 pounds here. 23 multiplied by $4.80 amounts to $110.40. Qian Haojin suggested, "Just write 101, let's disregard the 40 cents. "Very well, that makes the accounting simpler," the owner replied without hesitation, proceeding. "Since your batch consists of quite a few sizable ones, I will give you 80 cents. We have 28.5 pounds, which totals $22.80. The owner is truly kind." Qian Laoqi chuckled, "Write down 23. It makes the math easier." However, Qian Haojin countered, "Let us write down 22, after all, he has already given us a little extra." "Foolish child." Qian Laoqi shot his son a reproachful glare. The seafood shop owner reassured, "Rest assured, uncle, I would never allow your family to suffer a loss. I am counting on establishing a long-term partnership with you." He then began calculating the price for the soft-shelled turtle. "For this wild soft-shelled turtle, since I am collecting it myself, I will give you 480.5 pounds and 8 ounces multiplied by 480 amounts to 2,784. "What?" Qian Laoqi was immediately dissatisfied. "You said 500 for delivery, yet you're offering 480 for... The price difference is simply outrageous." Qian Haojin also felt the discrepancy was excessive, especially since the prices for crayfish and Crucian carp differed by only 20 cents per pound, whereas the soft-shelled turtle's price varied by $20, which was indeed alarming. Nevertheless, considering that the owner had consistently offered fair prices, it was understandable that he wished to negotiate on the turtle. given its high cost. Since the turtle was caught by them with no associated expenses, they could afford to sell it at a lower price. Qian Haojin remarked to Qian Laoqi, "Father, let us agree on 480, the owner has his difficulties too." Qian Laoqi firmly disagreed. "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? How many times can you expect to profit from such a catch? How many of these large turtles can you catch?" He then turned to the seafood shop owner and said, "Didn't you say 500 for collection? Do not calculate the price for this turtle. I will deliver it to you tomorrow at 500 per pound, 5 pounds and 8 ounces, totaling 2,900. You shall not take a penny less." The seafood shop owner asked, "Aren't you worried it might escape during the night?" Qian Laoqi was momentarily speechless. If that turtle were to slip away at night, they would end up with nothing. Inside the house, Xiaojun was watching television when the white snake, Qian Xiaoshuang, slithered onto her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Mom, go tell Dad not to calculate the turtle by weight. Just set a flat price of 3,000, take it or leave it." Xiaojun replied, "Why, what if they really don't want it?" Qian Xiaoshuang assured her, "They won't refuse, the big boss at the restaurant has already offered 5,000. Even if he buys it for 3,000, he still stands to profit 2,000. Xiaojun, intrigued, asked, "How do you know about this?" Qian Xiaoshuang replied, "I read his thoughts, 3,000 is his bottom line." "Oh my, how wonderful!" Xiaojun exclaimed, embracing the white snake and planting a kiss on it. "Who else has mind-reading skills?" "Your sister." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiaojun quickly covered her mouth. "Oh no, I mustn't reveal such secrets." She glanced out the window and whispered to Qian Xiaoshuang, "Simply convey it to me through your thoughts, otherwise, if the heavens discover your secret, they will seal your mind-reading abilities." Qian Xiaoshuang shook her head vigorously. "Do not worry, the heavens will not seal my powers." Xiaojun, "Do not fret, Mom, tonight, during the full moon, I will take her to the rooftop to cultivate a bit, absorbing some moonlight essence, and the seal will be lifted." Xiaojun recalled, "I shall head to the courtyard now." Xiaojun joyfully leapt off the bed. Upon reaching the courtyard, she did not speak to Qian Haojin but directly addressed the seafood shop owner, "I am not selling this turtle. I intend to keep it for myself." "What?" The people in the courtyard were taken aback. The seafood shop owner protested, "Surely, even if your family is well off, you cannot be so extravagant. This turtle is worth nearly 3,000, you would rather consume it than sell it." "Indeed, that is correct. I wish to keep it for myself, having just given birth, my body requires nourishment." The seafood shop owner grew anxious. "What else could you possibly use for nourishment? Why must it be this turtle? I have already made arrangements with the restaurant owner, you cannot leave me in a position of dishonor." Xiaojun replied, "Since you have already made arrangements, why must? If you truly desire it, I won't weigh it, I will sell it for a flat price of 3,000. If you want it, take it, if not, I'll stew it in the kitchen." The seafood, a wild turtle typically ranges from 300 to 500, I have already offered you the highest price. Qian Laoqi interjected, "Where is the highest price? You only offered 480. The seafood shop owner defended, "Typically, the collection price is discounted by 20%, which should be 400. I offered you 480, which is indeed the best price." Qian Haojin found the seafood shop owner's reasoning somewhat valid, stating, "Very well then, let us proceed with your previous calculation." He then tried to persuade Xiaojun, "Let us sell the turtle first. The owner has already made arrangements with his clients. If you wish to eat turtle, I can go catch one again this afternoon." "Absolutely not." Xiaojun quickly cradled the turtle. "How often can you catch such a large turtle? I am making my stance clear, anyone who wishes to buy must pay 3,000. If not, I shall take it to the kitchen." With her declaration, both Qian Laoqi and Qian Haojin grew anxious. Could it be that Xiaozhen genuinely intended to eat the turtle, as father and son prepared to convince Xiaozhen? The seafood shop owner interjected, "Wait, let us negotiate further." Father and son exchanged glances. Xiaozhen reiterated, "There is no room for negotiation. 3,000 is my lowest price. If you are unwilling, I shall seek out the owner of the big restaurant. Perhaps I can sell it for 5,000. The restaurant owner was determined to procure a large turtle as the centerpiece of his establishment, offering 5,000. If this woman were to pursue it, he would lose out on the 2,000 he was hoping to earn. With a decisive clap, he conceded, All right, 3,000 it is. I will buy it." Tian Haojin and his son were left speechless. The seafood shop owner then calculated the total, stating, "If the turtle is 3,000, the yellow eel 22, the crucian carp 110, and the crayfish 100, totaling 3,232. He retrieved the money from his bag, counted it meticulously, and handed it to Xiaozhen, 3,232. "Please count it." Xiaozhen counted and confirmed it was all there. Joyfully rushing into the house, she closed the door and placed the money in a drawer. Embracing Qian Xiao Shuang, she exclaimed, "Little Shuang, thanks to you, we wouldn't have earned nearly as much otherwise." Imagine how delighted your grandparents would be to know your father caught fish that sold for over 3,000. Qian Xiao Shuang replied, "That's not all, we still have the large black fish to sell." Xiaozhen inquired, "Oh right, how much do you think that blackfish will sell for?" Qian Xiao Shuang advised, "Don't rush. Let Dad talk to him first, and I'll read his thoughts to tell you." "All right." Xiaozhen adjusted the television volume lower, attentively listening to the conversation outside. She overheard Tian Haojin say, "I have another large blackfish here. Let us see how much you can offer for it." As the blanket was pulled back, the seafood shop owner was visibly startled. "Goodness, what a massive fish, how did you catch so?" "I will not sell this big fish." The fishmonger circled the enormous blackfish and remarked, "The market price for blackfish is around 60 to 70 cents per pound. This particular specimen is exceptionally large. I can definitely fetch a higher price. Just wait a moment while I consult the restaurant owner to see what he is willing to offer." He then retreated to a room to make a phone call. Once connected, he politely inquired, "Boss Zhang, are you interested in purchasing a blackfish? It's a gigantic one." The other party responded, "Did you not mention that you were going to procure a soft-shelled turtle for me?" The fishmonger replied, "I have indeed secured a soft-shelled turtle for you. I have the turtle now, why would I need anything else?" The fishmonger continued, "Since it is a prized possession, it should not be consumed, rather, it should be kept for guests to admire, correct?" "However, your restaurant needs to serve dishes, does it not? This blackfish would suffice for your culinary needs for several years." The other party scoffed, "Are you joking? How could a single blackfish last for years?" The fishmonger prodded, "Can you guess its weight?" The other party replied, "For the typical blackfish used in soups, the weight ranges from 1.5 to 2 pounds. Even if this one is larger, how much bigger can it possibly be? Perhaps 10 pounds. The fishmonger exclaimed, 10 pounds, that's nothing, it could easily weigh an extra 0. The other party gasped, "What, are you suggesting that this blackfish weighs 100 pounds? The fishmonger, "Its length exceeds 2 meters, if it were to open its mouth, it could swallow a person whole. It is simply too large for me to weigh accurately, but I estimate it to be no less than 400 pounds. That single fish would indeed last for years." The other party suddenly became intrigued, "Send it over immediately. I intend to create a sensational story that will attract reporters from all over to promote our restaurant." The fishmonger, "Furthermore, the fisherman is eager to profit from it, so the pricing," the other party interrupted, "Logically, a blackfish is not worth as much as a soft-shelled turtle, but this one is extraordinarily large and rare, warranting a higher price." However, Xiaozhen was entirely engrossed in the television. The other party continued, "Let us do this, I'll offer 5,000, I don't care how much profit you make, just secure the fish for me within that price and deliver it as soon as possible." The fishmonger replied eagerly, "Oh." He informed Tian Haojin, "The restaurant owner has decided to buy. He is offering $1 per pound. However, Given the fish's size, it's not easy to weigh. Perhaps you could estimate its weight, and if you think it's acceptable, we can calculate the price based on your assessment. We'll go with £500, and I shall give you an additional 500. The fishmonger, anxious that the Chen family might change their mind, immediately began counting the money. Inside the house, the big white snake urged Xiuzhen, "Mother, you must set a price, ask for 3,000 just as before." Xiuzhen questioned, "Is that too much? Can he really pay that?" The big white snake replied confidently, "He can certainly afford it." The restaurant owner quoted him 5,000. "Besides, I nearly risked my life to catch this fish, and it's a considerable effort to have it brought to our courtyard. Earning 2,000 without any work on his part is already quite generous." "My daughter is correct." Xiuzhen prompted. At that moment, the fishmonger had finished counting the money and was about to hand it to Chen Haojin. Xiuzhen plopped down on the cart, embracing the large black fish, declaring, "I will not sell. I plan to make soup with it." Chen Haojin and his father were left speechless. The fishmonger recognized Xiuzhen's intentions. But the typical price for blackfish is merely a few cents per pound. "I am offering $1 per pound. This fish cannot weigh 500 pounds. I've given you $500, which should be more than satisfactory." Xiuzhen countered, "This fish is not being sold by weight, but by its grandeur. Look at it, so large and beautiful, its shiny black exterior gleaming. Can you find another like it in the world?" The fishmonger conceded, "Indeed, it is one of a kind, but its size renders it unaffordable for most. Moreover, this fish is already dead, and your family lacks the means to preserve it. If you do not sell it now, it will spoil in a few days and lose all value." Xiuzhen assured him, "You need not worry. I won't let it rot. This afternoon, I'll have Haojin drive it into the city. We can find a restaurant owner you know, and whether we sell it for 5,000 or 6,000, it will be all ours. None of it will go to you." Could this woman have overheard his phone call? Typically, second-hand traders like him earn a 40% profit, which is already quite substantial, just like the previous soft-shelled turtle, for which the restaurant owner offered 5,000, he pocketed 3,000, netting a profit of 2,000. Logically, he should be able to offer 3,000 for this black fish, yet its size and the challenges of transport made him reluctant to settle for a lesser amount. Meanwhile, in the room, Chen Xiushuang, having heard the fishmonger's thoughts, immediately communicated telepathically with Xiuzhen, "Mother, his maximum offer is 3,000, but he feels a bit dissatisfied due to the fish's size and the transport difficulty. You should have Dad assist him with the loading." Xiuzhen, astonished and delighted, realized that even from such a distance, she could hear her daughter's thoughts. In a corner, Chen Laoqi and Chen Haojin were quietly discussing how much more to ask from the fishmonger. Chen Haojin suggested an additional 100, while Chen Laoqi believed it could go up to 150. Hearing this, Aunt Laoqi interjected, "At least at 200. Upon hearing this, Chen Laoqi decisively responded, "Let us have him at 200. 700 is a fair price, considering that this fish is already dead." Both Chen Haojin and Aunt Laoqi agreed that this was the most reasonable approach and urged Chen Laoqi to negotiate. Before Chen Laoqi could speak, the fishmonger interjected, "How about this? I'll add 500 and offer you 1,000. Does that work? If so, I can pay right now." The trio was momentarily stunned. Is this fish truly worth that much? They thought it was merely a dead fish. Asking for 700 seemed excessive, yet the owner was outright offering 1,000. All three nodded in agreement. Then it settled. Xiuzhen quickly exclaimed, "Do not count it just yet. I cannot agree." The soft-shelled turtle, though small, was sold for 3,000. This colossal blackfish must surely exceed that amount. Is she not concerned that the fishmonger might simply walk away in anger? The fishmonger's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young lady, this is a dead fish. How could it possibly sell for such a price? Restaurant owners must consider their costs." Xiuzhen waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of your excuses. Let me be frank with you. I overheard your conversation with Boss Zhang, and he offered you 5,000. No, you must have misunderstood. This blackfish is dead. How could it possibly be worth 5,000? Xiuzhen then inquired of the big white snake, Xie, can you listen again and tell me the name of that restaurant? What is the owner's name? The big white snake, Jian Xie, replied, the restaurant is called Health Pavilion, the owner is Zhang Huaid, and you can easily reach him by dial. With her hands clasped behind her back, she approached the fishmonger, stating, if you decline, we shall take it ourselves to the Health Pavilion. I am certain that upon seeing this fish, if I lower the price from 5,000 to 4,005, Zhang Huaid will undoubtedly come personally to collect it. Chapter 64. Take the time to discipline your sister-in-law. Upon hearing these words, the owner of when he had spoken with Mr. Zhang over the phone, he had neither mentioned Mr. Zhang's name nor the name of the restaurant, yet this woman was able to articulate it. This indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Xiuzhen pronounced with conviction, 3,000, do you want it? If not, I shall call Zhang Huaid. Yes, yes. The seafood owner quickly fished out the money. Qian Laoqi and his wife were utterly astonished. They never imagined that their second daughter-in-law possessed such prowess. Merely by wielding her words, she had managed to earn over 2,000 for the family. Qian Haojin was so elated that he lifted his wife and twirled her around the elderly men and women chatting at the village entrance, upon seeing a small truck parked in Qian Haojin's yard, grew curious and flocked over to witness the commotion. Just as the seafood owner, Aunt Pang, exclaimed, goodness, that's a lot of money. What do they sell? How could they sell 3,000 all at once? Old Granny Zhao chimed in, fish, big black fish, look, it's lying on the cart. Old John added, my word, such a large fish could swallow a live person. When the carpenter's wife inquired, who went to catch it? Oh, not just the big black fish, there's also a giant soft-shelled turtle. No wonder they could sell for so much. There are also fish, shrimp, and eels. Upon hearing the chatter, Xiuzhen sensed impending trouble and was eager to retreat immediately. However, she knew that without counting the money in front of them, if a few bills were missing, it would be difficult to explain later. After diligently counting the money and confirming that not a single cent was amiss, she finally stepped inside the house, shut the door, and secured it. The villagers, eager to converse with Xiuzhen, found themselves thwarted as she had closed the door, leaving them no choice but to disperse. Those unwilling to relent pursued Aunt Laoqi with questions. Where did your family catch all this seafood? Do share with us, we could all prosper together. Where are they selling the fish? How could they fetch such a high price? Don't keep it to yourselves, tell us. Aunt Laoqi replied, you all needn't ask so many questions. My son caught these fish in the river. He went out with the tractor at noon, didn't you see? She thought to herself, thankful that the earlier sum of 3,232 had gone unnoticed. Otherwise, these people would have been even more envious. Qian Haolai had just returned from Wang the carpenter's house when he noticed a small truck parked at his brother's doorstep, surrounded by curious villagers. What is going on? What happened? Aunt Pang replied, oh, you don't know, your brother caught a truckload of fish and shrimp, selling it for a whopping 3,000. 3,000. Qian Haolai's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly grabbed Qian Haojin. Is it true, brother? Did you really sell for that much? Qian Haojin had intended to say, it's not just that much, there's more. However, seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance, he decided. Qian Haolai exclaimed, my goodness, how could you sell for so much? When did you go fishing? How come I didn't know? Old Granny Zhao remarked, he went this afternoon. Took the tractor. We thought he was out cutting motherwort. Who would have guessed he caught so many valuable fish? Aunt Pang added, a Qian Haolai, aren't you two brothers? Why didn't you help him? If you had gone with him, you could have shared over 1,000. Old Zhang interjected, why would one complicate matters? If it's something one can manage alone, why bring another along? If it were you, would you willingly part with over 1,000 to share with someone else? Aunt Pang retorted, of course I wouldn't he, but Qian Haolai is the elder brother of Qian Haojin. Isn't he it a bit unreasonable for him to profit without including his brother? Qian Haojin's expression darkened as he replied, stop trying to sow discord. My brother has a stable job and works every day. Had I known he was off today, I certainly would have called him. After all, catching that big black fish is no easy feat. It nearly cost me my life. Qian Haolai could discern the provocation and angrily declared, if you're feeling envious, why not go catch fish? Whoever has the skill will earn the money. Don't come here stirring trouble and jeopardizing our brotherly bond. Qian Laoji added, my second son doesn't he have a house? Everyone knows this. He is working hard to earn money to buy one, so what is there to be envious of? Aunt Laoji pointed at the big black fish, only my son could have brought back such a catch. You didn't see the hardships he endured. Now that he has sold a little, you're all green with envy. Enough of this, go home. One by one, the villagers departed, each nursing a sense of discontent. This bookworm truly knows how to put on a show. He was clearly cutting motherwort, yet beneath it hid a big fish. He clearly doesn't want us to share in the fortune. This is too much. The river is a public resource. For him to catch so many fish and not share a dime is simply unacceptable. We ought to report this to the village chief. That's right, let us go find the village chief right now. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qian Haolai said, you shouldn't let outsiders know how much you sold for. Now, how many will be green with envy? Qian Haojin replied, I sold the fish in my own yard. How was I to know they would come rushing over? Had I known, I certainly would have concealed it. Qian Haolai urged, quickly, deposit the money in the bank. It's unsafe to keep it at home. Understood, big brother, Qian Haojin replied, recalling how much his elder brother had looked after him in their youth. He felt a strong desire to go inside and retrieve some money for him. However, upon remembering the incident involving his sister-in-law Xiaojin, he hesitated. Instead, he politely offered, big brother, if you ever, as long as I have it, I will share it with you. Qian Haolai smiled appreciatively, all right, I'll remember that. Seeing Qian Laoji and Qian Haojin struggling to load the big black fish onto the small truck, Qian Haolai quickly lent a hand. After seeing off the seafood owner, he patted Qian Haojin on the shoulder. Next time you encounter a big fish you can't handle, remember to call me. Don't try to manage it alone. After all, you're my only brother, and with our father getting older, we cannot risk injuring him. I understand, big brother. Qian Haojin replied, contemplating how well his brother treated him. He thought that when the opportunity arose, he could take his brother fishing so he could earn some extra money during his time off. Just as he was about to ask Qian Haolai when his next day off would be, Qian Haolai suddenly lowered his voice and said, brother, don't let her conspire with the villagers against your wife. Your wife has been truly kind to her. Remember how many eggs she stewed for her during her pregnancy. It's unconscionable for her to repay such kindness with malice. She has colluded with a group of village women to spread rumors that your wife is having an affair with the village chief, spinning tales so vivid that they even claimed she had hickeys on her neck. When I heard that, I was nearly beside myself with rage. If it weren't for the fact that she is my sister-in-law, I would have dragged her out and given her a good thrashing. Chapter 65. The brothers quarrel upon overhearing the conversation, and she had an unsettling premonition. This troublesome daughter-in-law of hers wouldn't truly be having an affair with the village party secretary, would she? She resolved to inquire at the village entrance to uncover the source of this rumor. Qian Haojin's expression grew even colder as he listened to Qian Haolai. Brother, who has fed you such nonsense? My dear Xiaojin has remained at home all day, not even stepping outside the courtyard. Qian Haolai was unconvinced. How could that be? She was at my home yesterday. Qian Haojin retorted, that was out of necessity. She went to your courtyard to find her parents. Qian Haolai chuckled derisively. If her parents were well, why would they venture to my courtyard? It was clearly a scheme concocted by the three of them. They first sow discord, then draw the villagers' attention, only to conspire against your wife, eldest brother. If you insist on such accusations, our brotherhood is at an end. Qian Haojin's face hardened immediately. The reason my in-laws visited your home was specifically to see my niece. My mother-in-law even gave Xiaohua 5 yuan, yet instead of being grateful, your wife pressured our parents into signing an IOU for 10,000 yuan, demanding my in-laws sign it too. And that is not all. There is evidence of your wife drugging Xiuzhen, which everyone witnessed. And did you witness it yourself? Have you seen the IOU, or the evidence? Qian Haolai asked sharply. Qian Haojin replied, I was out collecting motherwort yesterday, and upon my return, the evidence had been destroyed by your wife, and the IOU was hidden away. Enough? Qian Haolai shouted in anger, do not speak of things you have not seen as if they were. However, one must adhere to facts, even if there is slander. There ought to be evidence. I have neither seen the IOU nor the alleged drugging evidence, and I cannot possibly believe your baseless accusations. And she felt a pang of distress as she urged Qian Haolai, Haolai, even if you do not trust your brother, surely our parents must believe him. These matters are as I and your father have witnessed. Sumai indeed coerced us into writing the IOU. Your father even read the contents of the instructions to me, but later, those boxes were burned by Sumai. Qian Laoji declared, your mother and I would never lie. If you still doubt, go home and search thoroughly. She went to great lengths to have us write that IOU. She would not simply toss it aside. Qian Haolai remained unconvinced, and upon seeing his parents siding with his brother, he shook his head sadly. Father, mother, I never anticipated that you would all support Haojin and Xiuzhen simply because Haojin has made some money. Has wealth blinded you? He pointed to his own chest, adding, though my earnings are modest, I am still your Sumai's family, though lacking in wealth and influence, is my legitimate wife. Why do you wish to sow discord between us? Do you not desire us to live in peace? Qian Laoji, gripped by anger, felt a pain in his chest and chose not to engage further with his eldest son, covering his heart and angrily going off to weave a basket. And she, still unwilling to concede, spoke earnestly, Haolai, your parents are those who raised you. How could they not wish for your happiness? What kind of person your wife is, I cannot dictate. You will surely discern the truth. A person, no matter how skilled in deception, will eventually reveal their flaws. Enough, I shall not permit you to speak of her any further. Qian Haolai furiously pointed at Qian Haojin. Brother, how harmonious our family was before you married. Ever since your wedding, our household has descended into chaos. Can you not see who has instigated this turmoil? Qian Haojin coldly replied, I declare here and now that the past is bygone. I will not concern myself with it. However, should Xiuzhen dare to conspire with the villagers to slander and bully your wife again, I assure you I shall no longer tolerate it. Your wife, Xiuzhen, is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. If you do not manage her properly, I will take it upon myself to do so. Qian Haojin was taken aback by his brother. Angrily, he opened the courtyard door, his face set in stone. Enough, I will not have a brother such as you. From this day forth, let us part ways. Qian Haolai, equally incensed, shot back, if that is how you feel, then our brotherhood is truly at an end. You will take your path, and I shall tread mine. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something and extended his hand towards Qian Haojin. Since you are so well off now, return the 10 yuan you owe me. Qian Haojin remembered how, on the day of his child's birth, he had needed money for the hospital, and his brother had lent him 10 yuan. He quickly dashed inside to retrieve the amount. After handing it to his brother, he added, by the way, on that day before going to the hospital, your wife borrowed 7 yuan from Xiuzhen. You said that the 10 yuan you provided was to repay us 7, while the remaining 3 were your gesture as an uncle to your niece. Qian Haolai felt a flush of embarrassment. He had indeed said that, but in the heat of the moment, he had forgotten. He pondered what had come over him. Why was he discussing money at the door? Was it because his brother had earned 3,000 yuan from fish? Suddenly, he recalled Aunt Fat's words. I say, Qian Haolai, are you not brothers? Your brother is fishing. Why do you not lend him a hand? If you had gone along, you could have shared in the profits. It was true. If his brother had called upon him for assistance, they ought to have split the proceeds from the sale of the fish. Half of 3,000 yuan would be 1,500, equivalent to several years of his own wages. But why had his brother not asked for his help? Was he afraid of the money being divided? Catching such a large fish must have been quite an endeavor. One misstep could prove fatal. Was his brother willing to risk his life alone rather than ask his own brother for aid? It made no sense. Surely it was his sister-in-law who had discouraged him from reaching out. Xiuzhen, that heartless woman, cared not for her husband's life, fixated only on making money. He must ensure his brother sees her true nature. Though he lacked evidence regarding the rumors surrounding Sumai, there were still other matters that could not be overlooked. With this in mind, Qian Haolai spoke up. On the day your daughter was born, your wife gave Xiuzhen 2 yuan and a can of food. Did you know about this? Qian Haojin, taken aback, replied he was aware but had not expected his brother to bring it up. Seeing his brother's silence, Qian Haolai assumed he was unaware and scoffed. It seems my dear sister-in-law has concealed many things from you. She generously gave Xiuzhen 2 yuan and a can of food, which Xiuzhen accepted without even mentioning. Qian Haolai then glanced toward Xiuzhen's door and raised his voice deliberately. And there is another matter. Perhaps you are unaware, the midwife who assisted during your child's birth was not given a red envelope. I covered that too, 2 yuan and a can of food, your wife informed Xiuzhen, but Xiuzhen neglected to tell you, did she not? He pointed to his own chest, a sense of grievance evident. As your brother, I have quietly contributed so much behind the scenes. Have you felt even a hint of gratitude? Yes, your academic performance is commendable, but so was mine. In order to allow you to focus on your studies, I dropped out early, and what have I gained in return? Qian Haolai struck himself across the face in frustration. What have I received? Nothing. I have sacrificed so much for you. Qian Haojin was bewildered. What did his brother seek? Since acquiring wealth, he had not forgotten his roots, always thinking of his family. Besides providing for their parents and wife, he had also bought trousers for his brother and a bag for his sister-in-law. As a younger brother, he felt he had done nothing wrong. Was it possible that today, having earned a few thousand yuan from fishing, he had upset his brother? That did not align with the image he had of him. Furthermore, he had intended to share his earnings. He had merely expressed concern that his sister-in-law might become greedy, assuring his brother that he could ask for help whenever needed. Surely his brother would not begrudge. Qian Haolai continued to lament, you may disrespect me, and I can overlook it, being your elder brother, but your wife, who came to our family alone, taking on the burdens of cooking, cleaning, honoring our parents, and continuing the family line, how much effort must that entail? However, the great white snake, Qian Xishuang, interjected, Mother, do not go out, it will only create more chaos, allow father to handle this. Chapter 66, My family's Sumai is not that kind of person. Qian Haojin was taken aback by the enormity of his brother's resentment. Pointing at Qian Hao, he declared, Fine, I'll take charge of this matter, just wait for me. He immediately dashed into the bedroom, fuming and looking around. Xiuzhen felt a bit uneasy and asked, What are you looking for? Qian Haojin retorted, Tell me, where did the money go? You're not planning to give it to your brother, are you? I'm only taking 100. Qian Haojin opened the drawer and retrieved 100 yuan. Returning to the courtyard, he shoved the bill into Qian Haolai's hand. This is my explanation to you. This 100 yuan is my and Xiuzhen's way of repaying you, and from now on, we owe you nothing. Are you using money to humiliate me? Is this how you flaunt your wealth? Qian Haolai shouted angrily, tossing the 100 yuan aside. Qian Haojin retorted loudly, Then what do you want? You claim I owe you 10 yuan. I'm returning it tenfold now. What more do you desire? Qian Haolai yelled back, Is it about money? I've never counted pennies with you. I only seek justice, a stance, and for you to recognize who is truly responsible for the rift in our brotherly bond. As he spoke, Qian Haolai threw the 10 yuan he had received. I demand an explanation. This is my explanation. Qian Haojin shouted back, I would rather give you money and disown you as my brother than allow you to mistreat my wife. Qian Haolai pointed an accusatory finger at Qian Haojin. How could you treat your own brother this way? Can you not live without a woman? Qian Haojin shot back, it is you who cannot live without a woman, your eyes are solely for Su Mai, unable to distinguish right from wrong. You are the one unable to differentiate. Your gaze is fixated only on Xiuzhen. Elder brother Qian Laoqi, unable to endure the brothers' quarrel any longer, slammed down the basket and bellowed, enough, what grudges or grievances could possibly warrant this endless bickering? Are we merely providing entertainment for outsiders? Qian Haojin, wishing to spare his father further anger and to cease the argument, promptly helped Qian Haolai to You two are exceedingly biased, solely advocating for the younger brother, you never utter a word in support of me or Su Mai. Son, how can you say such ungrateful things? Qian Laoqi retorted, his heart aching in frustration. Qian Haolai persisted, how am I ungrateful? Have I spoken wrongly? From the moment my younger brother was born, you both favored him, prioritizing his needs for food and drink, even more so during his schooling, claiming that he needed to bolster his intellect. But I am your son too. Have you ever shown me even a modicum of affection? Qian Haolai, you are truly… Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Qian Laoqi was so incensed he broke into a fit of coughing, prompting Qian Haojin and Aunt Laoqi to rush to his aid. Once he felt a bit better, he firmly chastised, your mother and I have always treated you both equally, everything your younger brother enjoyed at birth was identical to what you experienced, and in truth, he had even less than you. You are 3 years his senior, and the nourishment and affection you received far surpassed his. Let us not dwell on that. During your schooling, whatever food was prepared at home was first offered to you, and it was only because of your considerate nature, stating that you did not require it, that we then provided for your younger brother. Since you willingly relinquished your share back then, why must you now begrudge him? These are trivial matters. You claim we are biased, yet when you married, your mother and I gave you our only home. Now we live in a makeshift house by the river. And when your younger brother wed, we provided him with no such assistance. The house they currently reside in was lent by your fourth uncle. Did you not know this? Your uncle's house was borrowed on the understanding that it could be reclaimed at any moment, leaving your brother without a home. Just from this point alone, your brother has received far less from us than you. Aunt Laoqi patiently interjected, Haolai, your father speaks the truth. Our sacrifices for you have been exceedingly greater than for your brother. Just consider the house you have won, while your brother does not. We originally pooled together 5,000 yuan to purchase your uncle's house for him, but your uncle unexpectedly withdrew the offer, allowing only a temporary lease. Glancing towards Xiuzhen's door, she continued, initially, Xiuzhen was unaware of the truth. We concealed it when we welcomed her into our family. Now that she knows, she has not held us accountable. Where else could we find such a virtuous daughter-in-law? Why do you persist in sowing discord between your brother and sister-in-law? Qian Laoqi scoffed, if Su Mai were aware that you had no… Do not speak such nonsense. Su Mai has never entertained such thoughts. Father, mother, I truly cannot comprehend why, in your eyes, Xiuzhen alone is the ideal daughter-in-law. What has Su Mai ever done to wrong you? Qian Laoqi clutched his chest. What has she done to deserve our respect? She constantly demands money. Whenever you are absent, she finds ways to extract funds from us. If we refuse to comply, she threatens to divorce you. In our attempts to preserve your marriage, your mother and I have depleted our life savings. Qian Haolai countered, nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Su Mai is not that kind of person. You clearly squandered all your savings on Xiuzhen. From the moment she entered our home, mother has devoted herself to caring for her, spending all the money on her remedies and delicacies. Do not think I am oblivious. Qian Laoqi pointed angrily at Qian Haolai, then tell me, what do you know? I wish to see how much your wife has confided in you. Qian Haolai responded, I do not wish to dwell on this. I only know that you are exceedingly biased towards your second son and daughter-in-law. Regardless of how much you earn, you always subsidize them, while we, as the elder brother and sister-in-law, must swallow our grievances. Qian Laoqi, once again coughing in fury, exclaimed, this is all Su Mai's doing, isn't it? Did she tell you how much she has taken from me? Time and again, she claims there is no money, asserting that your salary is insufficient. Half of the money I earn from selling baskets at the market goes to your mother, and the other half has been taken by Sumai over the years, amounting to no less than 300 yuan. Jian Haolai shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Sumai has never been reckless with money. I hand over my entire salary to her, and she could never be without funds. Qian Laoji replied, do you know how you acquired that telephone? Do not tell me Sumai has concealed the truth from you. Jian Haolai inquired, what truth? What could it possibly be? Installing a telephone costs only 450 yuan, not an exorbitant sum. It is all my earnings, saved through frugality with Sumai. What, is this what Sumai has conveyed to you? Aunt Lao Chi's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to her chest, exclaiming, this is our money. The two of us contributed. Qian Haolai, go out and inquire, which household can install a telephone for merely a few hundred yuan. Qian Haojin was astonished to learn that the money. How could you possibly save 4,500 yuan on a monthly salary of only 20-some yuan? Qian Haolai insisted, who said it was 4,005, it was merely 450. Moreover, to save this amount, Sumai had to scrimp and save for quite some time, and I witnessed it all. Qian Laoji retorted, nonsense, the money for the telephone was clearly ours. The installer demanded 4,500. She asked us for a full 5,000, claiming that the remaining 500 would cover the monthly bills and call charges. Qian Haolai continued to shake his head, I do not believe. Father, you merely weave baskets for a living, and mother has no job. Where could you possibly have found 5,000 yuan to give her? Qian Laoji snapped, that was the money we borrowed to purchase a house for your brother. Initially, your mother and I scoured everywhere for funds to afford your brother's marriage. We finally managed to scrape together 5,000, only for your fourth uncle to refuse to sell, allowing him only to borrow the house. With a sigh, he continued, since that money was no longer useful, we intended to repay the debts. However, your wife, Sumai, took advantage of your absence and caused a scene, insisting on having a telephone installed. If we refused, she threatened to divorce you. Aunt Laoji added, yes, at that time, we feared that this uproar would jeopardize your brother's marriage, so we had no choice but to hand over the 5,000 yuan to Sumai. Little did we expect that less than a year later, she would come asking for more money, first demanding 400, then pressuring your father to sign a 10,000 yuan IOU, and even forcing Xiaoshan and her parents to. No way, my Sumai is absolutely not that kind of person. I refuse to listen to your slander. You are constantly seeking to malign Sumai. Chapter 67, Grandfather has become. In order to safeguard your marriage, we have nearly exhausted our entire fortune, and we still owe over 3,000 in debts. If you cannot even express gratitude towards us, it is outrageous for you to argue with your brother over that wicked daughter-in-law and to chastise your sister-in-law. This is simply unacceptable. Cough, 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 cough. He was seized by another fit of coughing, even spitting out blood. Father, why are you coughing up blood? Qian Laoji replied, it's nothing, just a habit, it's all due to anger. Aunt Laoji, with tears glistening in her eyes, added, this is not the first time your father has coughed up blood. Each time Sumai causes a scene, he ends up like this. Whenever I want to take him to the clinic, he refuses, fearing they might discover some ailment that would cost a fortune. Jian Haojin attempted to comfort him, saying, Father, do not be upset. I will help you repay the debts. As for going to the hospital, it's too late today. By the time we get there, the doctors will have left for the day. First thing tomorrow morning, I will take you to the large hospital in the county for a thorough examination. Qian Laoji did not respond. Jian Haolai, seeing his father spitting blood, was also deeply concerned and was about to step forward to assess the situation when Qian Laoji spoke again. Jian Haolai, your mother and I have toiled for over. Yet, it seems you view us as partial to your brother. If we were indeed biased, your brother would not have been bullied by the village secretary's family, leading him to contemplate despair on multiple occasions. Yet, in his view, he bears the weight of the family's expectations, striving desperately in his studies, only to find himself without the chance to attend university. Do you understand how much he has suffered and how crushed he feels? When the villagers were gossiping about him, you were in the factory, when he endured various humiliations, you remained in the factory. Do you have any idea how much has transpired at home, how many people have mocked us? Jian Haolai remained silent. Aunt Lao Chi continued, you always believe that your parents do not care for you. Have you ever shown concern for your parents? Have you ever cared for your brother? The village secretary's son stole your brother's opportunity for higher education, and the secretary deliberately oppressed him by assigning he has no house, no job, and when he finally managed to earn some money from fishing, he generously bought gifts for everyone in the family, including you and your wife. And what about you, the elder brother? Ever since you began receiving a salary, you have handed over all your earnings to your wife. Have you ever considered buying your parents a piece of clothing? Have you thought of gifting something to your brother? Your income is quite stable, yet Sumai continues to demand money from us, 5,000, 320, 400, and even a future 10,000. Have you considered whether your elderly parents can bear this burden? If this continues, your father and I may be left with no choice but to take drastic measures. Jian Haolai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, seemingly on the verge of returning to chastise his wife. Jian Lao Chi let out a long breath, relieved that his eldest son was finally beginning to understand. However, to his surprise, Jian Haolai spoke, I still cannot believe that Sumai would treat you this way. She has always been dutiful towards you. Moreover, it has always been you who incited me to reprimand her. She has always endured for your sake. Jian Lao Chi spat out another mouthful of blood. If you linger any longer, you will surely drive me to my grave. Aunt Lao Chi wiped her tears and retorted, Jian Haolai, I have truly had my fill of you too. One is a master of theatrics, while the other is willfully blind. Each time, it is due to your actions that I am left seething with rage, causing your father to cough up blood. Leave, I do not wish to see you again. Do not step through this door. Then I shall leave. I have no desire to remain here. Take care of yourselves. Jian Haolai clenched his fists and returned to his own courtyard. You cough, 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 cough. Jian Lao Chi struggled to speak, unable to form a complete sentence. Inside the house, Xiaojun, hearing the coughs, immediately poured a cup of tea, preparing to bring it to her father-in-law. The great white snake, Jian Xiaoshuang, remarked, Mother, grandfather is gravely ill. If not treated promptly, he may not survive the night. Quickly, bring him into the room. I can heal him with my inner elixir. Really? Xiaojun quickly set down the cup and assisted Jian Lao Chi into her room, instructing Jian Hao, hurry and lock the courtyard door to prevent outsiders from entering. Understood. Jian Hao Jin promptly secured the courtyard door and bolted it. In the room, Jian Lao Chi sat respectfully in a chair, flanked by Jian Hao Jin and Aunt Lao Chi. The great white snake, Jian Xiaoshuang, stood tall and released a glowing green inner elixir, urging Jian Lao Chi to open his mouth. Jian Lao Chi, filled with anticipation, opened his mouth, and the inner elixir, guided by Jian Xiaoshuang's will, automatically entered his body. After circulating within him, it eradicated all ailments and repaired all damaged cells. Upon completing its task, it emerged once again, returning to Jian Xiaoshuang's mouth. In a mere moment, Jian Lao Chi underwent a remarkable transformation. The age spots on his face vanished, his wrinkles diminished significantly, his white hair turned black, and his complexion improved dramatically. He stood up straighter, exuding vitality. Aunt Lao Chi, it seems you have rejuvenated significantly. How do you feel now? Is there still pain in your chest? Jian Xiaoshuang replied, there will be no more pain, all ailments within grandfather have been eradicated. He is now at least 20 years younger and can confront anyone without fear. He will be the one to make others angry, not the other way around. How wonderful, I no longer need to worry about his health. Aunt Lao Chi smiled with relief. Xiaojun and Jian Haojin gazed at Jian Lao Chi in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, Jian Lao Chi felt a surge of energy and immediately sprang to his feet, jumping up and down. He felt invigorated, brimming with boundless strength. He dashed into the courtyard and began stretching. After completing his routine, he boldly performed a somersault, feeling light as a feather, and then executed 6 consecutive somersaults. With a beaming face, he declared, "Indeed, I have become 20 years younger. My physical abilities are extraordinary. It's not just boasting. I can weave 10 baskets in one breath, those 10 fish trap orders." "I won't need to call my apprentice. I can complete them all in a single day." Everyone else was left speechless. Upon returning home, Jian Haolai felt a tumult of emotions. Firstly, the words of his parents were difficult to accept and even harder to believe. The woman he loved deeply could be such a person. Secondly, he had not anticipated that fishing could be so lucrative. His brother had gone out for just a short while and sold 3,000 worth of fish. Meanwhile, he toiled in the factory, earning a mere 21 a month, just over 200 a year. His brother's earnings in a single afternoon surpassed what he had made in over a decade. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. He resolved to quit his job and pursue fishing instead. Just as he was about to discuss this with his wife, he found the house eerily quiet, unable to locate anyone. Not only was his wife missing, but his child was nowhere to be found either. He had no choice but to knock on the door of the side room. "Chunlan, are you there?" Chunlan opened the door. "Jian Dage, you're back, sure, keep your voice down. Xiaohua is asleep." Jian Haolai was surprised to find Qian Xiaohua asleep there. "Where is Su Mai?" Chunlan, recalling Su Mai's betrayal of Jian Haolai, felt a knot in her heart and desperately wanted to voice her thoughts. Stammering, she replied, "Su Mai went to the village with the village secretary." "To the village for what?" Jian Haolai inquired. "The village secretary took your family's television to the village committee. The antenna was difficult to carry, so Su Mai went along to help with it." Upon hearing this, Jian Haolai could not help but recall what the carpenter's son had said. Many people claim that Su Mai has received special attention from the village secretary, and there are many hickeys on her neck. "Su Mai is like the second Zhang widow." His expression darkened considerably. "That foolish woman, does she not realize that people are trying every means to slander her? How can she dare to go to the village committee?" Chunlan, puzzled, asked, "Jian Dage, who is spreading rumors?" Sighing, Jian Haojin replied, "Forget it, I have already severed ties with them." "Who have you severed ties with? It cannot be your brother and the others, can it?" "Yes, them." The mere mention of it made Jian Haolai seethe with anger, and he could not help but the carpenter's 8-year-old son claimed that your sister Su Mai is having an affair with the village secretary, and he described it vividly, which infuriated me. Chunlan blinked her wide eyes in disbelief. "Jian Dage, are you saying that the carpenter's 8-year-old son is spreading rumors?" "Of course, it's all nonsense. You and I both know your sister Su Mai's character. She is so upright and kind-hearted. How could she possibly engage in such disgraceful behavior?" Chapter 68. I have come to settle the score. Chunlan found herself at a loss for words for quite some time. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved that she should reveal the truth to Jian Haolai. Just as she was about to speak, Jian Haolai interjected, "Let me tell you, this matter is undoubtedly the doing of my sister-in-law. I just visited my brother's house and urged him to discipline her properly. Can you guess what my brother said? He wants to sever ties with me. We're no longer brothers. Even my parents are pushing me away, declaring they never wish to see me again." Chunlan replied, "Brother Jian." "Actually," Jian Haolai continued, "what infuriates? How could such a thing possibly be true?" Chunlan interjected, "Brother Jian." Jian Haolai went on, "The slander and the rumors are simply unbearable. I never expected that outsiders would bully your sister. If Su Mai were to hear such fabrications, how heartbroken she would be." "Chunlan, don't you think they are being excessively cruel to your sister?" Chunlan attempted several times to convey the truth, but ultimately refrained. How could Jian Haolai, who did not even believe his own parents or brother, possibly trust an outsider like her? With a resigned sigh, she said, "Brother Jian, as an outsider, it is not my place to comment on your family's affairs. However, there is a saying, a paper cannot contain a fire. The truth will eventually come to light. If you observe closely, you will surely uncover the reality. Jian Haolai retorted, observe what? I already know the truth. It is all the scheme of Xiuzhen. Ever since she gave birth to those abnormal children, she has been deeply troubled, constantly suspecting that the unhealthy condition of her offspring is the result of your sister Su Mei's meddling. Thus, she is determined to make life difficult for your sister, Chunlan, well aware of the kind of person Su Mei was, had no desire to hear Jian Haolai speak ill of her. She interrupted, I'm sorry, Brother Jian, but I almost forgot. Su Mei mentioned that we are to have dumplings for dinner. I must hurry and prepare the dough. However, Jian Haolai was not yet finished. He longed to continue his discourse with Chunlan, guessing that she was uninterested in his tedious complaints. He switched to another topic. Chunlan, do you know why the village secretary moved my television? Chunlan shook her head, I'm not sure. You could ask Su Mei directly about these matters. With that, she entered the side room, shutting the door behind her, and tied an apron around her waist. Jian Haolai felt quite disheartened. Jian Xiaohua had long been awakened by their conversation and peeked through the window to see Jian Haolai, quietly asking Chunlan, why don't you just tell him the truth? Chunlan replied softly, it would be pointless. He doesn't even believe his own parents, so how could he trust me, an outsider? Then I will tell him. Jian Xiaohua declared, rolling out of bed and marching her little legs into the courtyard. Seeing his daughter approach, Jian Haolai's mood lightened, and a fatherly smile spread across his face. He spoke gently, Xiaohua, you're awake, how about I take you out to play? Just as Jian Xiaohua was about to respond, Xiuzhen appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Brother, do you have any evidence that I am the one spreading rumors? Jian Haolai rose to his feet, who else could it be but you? I advise you to back off quickly. If this escalates, I will not let you off easily. Xiuzhen was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jian Haolai would accuse her without a shred of evidence. Defiantly, she replied, I have never spread rumors. If you continue to falsely accuse me, I will sue you for defamation. Moreover, regarding the money you claim I owe, I would like to clarify how much I actually owe you. Jian Haolai, aware that he was in the wrong regarding the 10 yuan incident, chose to ignore it. I was referring to the money for the red envelope. The fee for the midwife was 2 yuan, which I provided, but I don't intend to claim it. Xiuzhen retorted, even if you don't want it, I must inform you that I have already repaid that money. When my sister-in-law visited after my child was born, she mentioned it, and I paid her back right then. Jian Haolai was quite surprised. Why hadn't Su Mei mentioned this to him? After pondering, he added, when you gave birth, Su Mei did give you 2 yuan. That much is true, right? Yes, Xiuzhen confirmed. I was reluctant to accept it, but she insisted. After giving it to me, she explained that the midwife's fee was 2 yuan, and then I returned the money. If you believe I still owe you 2 yuan, I can repay you right now. She began to retrieve the money. Jian Haolai, feeling quite annoyed, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough, I don't want the money. But I must tell you, do not think that we have treated Xiaodan poorly. While in the hospital, I also gave Xiaodan 3 yuan, and I have returned the 7 yuan your sister borrowed. Xiuzhen responded, then I will return that 3 yuan as well. Now, think carefully about what else we owe you. Jian Haolai felt a flush of embarrassment. I know your family is not short on money, but don't act so high and mighty in front of me. I had no intention of asking for that money, it was just that he was being unreasonable, and I was provoked into saying it. Xiuzhen chuckled, your casual remarks let us know just how much we owe you in terms of favors. With that, she returned home, fetching a 5 yuan note and 2 jars of canned. These 2 jars of canned goods are also repayment, although you provided us with nearing expiration items, I won't stoop to your level, after all, if the child consumes expired goods, it could lead to diarrhea. What nonsense are you spouting? Who asked you for money or canned goods? Qian Haolai was infuriated. He pointed toward the gate, saying, leave, since our parents have forbidden me from going to your courtyard, you shouldn't come to mine either. From now on, let us keep our distance. Xiuzhen placed the jars and money at the gate, stepping back and saying, do you think I want to enter a house filled with scheming makes even a glance feel ominous? You're the ominous one. Just look at the child you bore. Qian Haolai retorted, grabbing a broom and throwing it at Xiuzhen. You ominous spirit, get away from me. The broom struck Xiuzhen squarely in the abdomen. Xiuzhen, are you all right? Qian Haolai rushed to protect her belly. He then turned to Qian Haolai, my wife is pregnant, please do not harm her, or I will not let this go. Pregnant? Qian Haolai laughed in anger, you just had a baby a few days ago, and the postpartum period isn't even over. How could you possibly be pregnant again? You truly are a fool, whatever she says, you believe without question. I say she is pregnant, therefore she is. Qian Haolai's face was filled with rage. Xiuzhen quickly interjected, all right, don't be angry, I'm fine. Qian Haolai, feeling exasperated, said, why did you have to come here? It's already a mess, there's no need to argue over right and it is impossible to reason with such a person that I simply came to settle a score. Qian Haolai asked, what score? Who wants to settle a score with you? It's just a few coins. Do you think I can't afford it? Xiuzhen scoffed, you can't afford it, how could that be? When my mother came, she gave your daughter 5 yuan. We returned what we owed for Xiaodan, and we didn't take the 5 yuan your mother gave Xiaohe. Your family has profited 5 yuan, however, the score I intend to settle is not merely about these few coins, it is about the 5,000. What 5,000? Qian Haolai glared furiously, no one owes you 5,000, stop spewing nonsense here. Apologies, but you truly owe me. Xiuzhen stated firmly, initially, I was unaware of this, now that I know, I must return. Before Haojin and I got married, since fourth uncle refused the house money, it was borrowed by my sister-in-law to install a phone. Now that I have decided to buy a house, I kindly ask you to return the 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Qian Haolai was infuriated, who owes you 5,000? Have you lost your mind over money? The total cost for our phone installation was only 450, how could we possibly have borrowed 5,000 from you? Qian Haolai pulled Xiuzhen along, all right, let us go home. He is completely unreasonable, arguing with him is pointless. Xiuzhen replied, do you think I am genuinely trying to reason with him? I merely want him to know that I do not owe him anything. It is he who owes us 5,000. Qian Haolai retorted, what you say won't matter, he will never acknowledge it, let us go home, don't let this unworthy matter ruin your health. After all, my husband can earn money, we are not concerned about such trivial amounts. With that, Qian Haolai picked up Xiuzhen and returned to their own courtyard. Qian Haolai, still seething with anger, muttered at his brothers, it is this woman who has turned our family upside down. Chapter 69, Cultured and Kind-Hearted Women. Chunlan shook her head, saying, Brother Qian, do you truly not know how much it costs to install a telephone? My family has installed a telephone, how could I not know, it's clearly 450. Chunlan responded, my ex-husband also contemplated installing a telephone and specifically inquired at the post office. The initial installation fee, along with the materials, amounts to 4,500 yuan. After installation, the monthly rental fee is 15 yuan. Receiving calls is free, while making calls costs 50 cents per minute. Qian Haolai exclaimed incredulously, so expensive. How is that possible? If it were that costly, how could anyone afford it? Chunlan replied, if you don't believe me, You can inquire at the post office yourself. Many matters are best understood through personal observation. One cannot solely rely on hearsay, don't you think? Tian Haolai acknowledged. You are correct. I cannot heed the nonsensical ramblings of others. I only listen to your sister Sumei. In this world, anyone might deceive me, but your sister Su Mei would never lie to me. Chun Lan said. Eh? I shall go and make dumplings now. Qian Xiaohua, unable to bear the situation any longer, resolved to immediately reveal the truth to Tian Haolai. She tugged at his sleeve and was about to call out, "Daddy," when Su Mei returned home humming a tune. Upon seeing Tian Haolai, her face lit up with excitement. "Darling, you are back." Su Mei leaped into Tian Haolai's embrace. Qian Xiaohua felt that it was not the right time to report, sighed, and walked into the kitchen, where Chun Lan was. Chun Lan whispered, "Do you want to play with the dough? Auntie will make you a big one later." In the yard, Tian Haolai, recalling the rumors, could not help but check Su Mei's neck. He noticed unusual red marks and furrowed his brow, asking, "What happened to your neck? Why are there so many red marks?" Su Mei exclaimed, I don't know, let me check." She hurried back to the room, and upon looking in the mirror, realized what had caused them. Remembering her earlier stroll around the village with the antenna, her face flushed with embarrassment. Everyone in the village saw it, but what of it? As long as she did not admit to anything, no one could do anything about it. Glancing at the bed, she noticed clear signs of a struggle. She quickly stripped the sheets and pillowcases, replacing them with fresh ones. Then, nonchalantly, she took a bottle of floral water and walked back to Tian Haolai's side. While applying the floral water, she said, "I just discovered that I am covered in bites. It must be from the mosquitoes in the village committee. The environment is just too poor." "Is that so?" Tian Haolai looked at Su Mei with skepticism. Su Mei, sensing his doubt, suddenly jumped up and declared, "Tian Haolai, I am wholeheartedly devoted to you. You wouldn't think I would betray you, would you?" Upon hearing this, Tian Haolai immediately ceased his doubts. If she were truly guilty of such actions, Su Mei would only feel guilty and would not be able to speak so confidently. Nevertheless, he still felt a tinge of unhappiness. "Su Mei, why did you lend our television to the village committee?" Su Mei elongated her voice, saying, "The village secretary he will return it in a few days." Tian Haolai asked, "Really, he will return it in a few days?" Su Mei replied, "Of course, would I deceive you?" Thinking of her impending role as the women's director, she became "I have something to tell you." Tian Haolai stood disinterestedly in place. "You can say it here, there are no outsiders in the yard." Su Mei sensed a shift in Tian Haolai's attitude towards her. Looking suspiciously at Chun Lan and Tian Xiaohua, she asked, "Darling, what's wrong? Did someone say something to you?" Tian Haolai remained uninterested. "No one said anything. The television was newly yet you moved it to the village committee without asking for my consent." Su Mei remarked, "Oh, it's just a small matter. Didn't I mention that they will return it? Let me tell you, the village is in urgent need of a women's director, and the village secretary has decided to appoint me." "The appointment letter has already been written." Tian Haolai was taken aback. "Really?" "Of course." Su Mei dashed into the room and pulled out a slip of paper from the drawer. "Look, he wrote it himself, and his personal seal is stamped on it." Tian Haolai examined the appointment letter, feeling that something was amiss. "Shouldn't an appointment letter be stamped with an official seal? Isn't this paper from our home? Did he write it here temporarily?" Su Mei affirmed, "Indeed, it was written on the spot. I mentioned I wanted to find a job, and he replied that the village needed a women's director and could let me take the position. I thought he was joking, so I said, if you write it down, I will believe you, and he actually did." Tian Haolai, "I have attended school, after all. Go take a look at the women in the village. How many of them can read? Naturally, they need to find a cultured and kind-hearted woman for the position. If he doesn't choose me, who will he choose? Perhaps that unscrupulous Shushan." Tian Haolai pondered for a moment and found her reasoning quite sound. Su Mei quickly added, "Darling, do you know how much? A full 30 yuan. Expecting Tian Haolai to feel envious and excited, she was surprised when he responded calmly, "Is that even a lot?" Su Mei retorted, "How I will resign and go fishing. Sumay instantly became displeased. Resign, fish, do you think those fish are easy to catch? Jian Haolai countered, that bookworm can catch fish, so why can't I? Sumay responded, he catches fish. After just one day, he is suddenly skilled. Even if he catches fish, how much can he sell them for? Don't follow his example, it's better to have a stable job. Jian Haolai took a deep breath. He went out fishing for just one midday and sold them for 3,000 yuan. I saw it with my own eyes. Sumay was astonished. What? 3,000 yuan? How could that bookworm manage that? Jian Haolai insisted. I am your husband. Would I deceive you? 3,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan, a Sumay. So, it wouldn't be long before the 10,000 yuan debt would be settled. Jian Haolai also recalled the debt and promptly pulled Sumay into the room. You must tell me honestly, did you ever have mom and dad write a debt note for 10,000 yuan? How could I possibly do such a thing? Jian Haolai continued, then let me ask you again, how much did it cost to install the telephone in our home? Sumay replied, 450 yuan. Didn't I tell you that already? Internally, she thought, it must be that father-in-law and mother-in-law reported me to Haolai. Once he returns to work tomorrow, I will deal with them properly. Fearing that Jian Haolai might believe his parents' words, she immediately put on a pitiful expression. Darling, do your parents see me unfavorably again? Are they looking for it? You promised me you wouldn't hit me again, especially since I am now carrying twins. Upon hearing about the twins, Jian Haolai's heart softened instantly. He embraced Sumay and reassured her, rest assured, I promised I would not hit you again, and I shall keep that promise. You are doing such a remarkable job bearing children for the Lao Qian family. It is truly not easy. How can they conspire against you like this? I was truly blinded by ignorance, listening to their instigation day in and day out. Sumay, feeling wronged, wiped away non-existent tears. You finally understand my suffering. I didn't tell you earlier because I was afraid it would disrupt the harmony of your family. You have no idea. Every time you leave for work, they team up to bully me, simply because my family lacks money and power. I have no way to resist them and can only succumb to their bullying. Jian Haolai, feeling pained, tightened his embrace. Do not be sad. I will not allow them to bully you in the future. Since the mask has been torn off, father and mother cannot prevent us from visiting the good Jin's courtyard, and I shall not permit them to come to my courtyard either. From now on, our paths shall not cross. Sumay asked, is it that serious? What caused such a commotion? Jian Haolai had initially intended to mention the rumors but worried that his wife might not withstand such slander, so he chose to speak of something inconsequential instead. They probably have no other options and actually told me that installing a telephone costs 4,500 yuan. They even claimed that you borrowed 5,000 yuan from your brother to buy a house. Xiuzhen even came to my house earlier, demanding repayment. It's just laughable. If a telephone truly cost thousands, how could anyone afford to install one? Sumay ground her teeth in anger. That Xiuzhen. I didn't ask her for money, yet she dares to demand money from me. Just wait. Chapter 70, If I can rescue you, I can also consign you to your fate. Jian Haolai cast a glance toward the kitchen and lowered his voice, saying, do you know what Chunlan told me? Her ex-husband wants to install a telephone, and the Telecommunications Bureau is demanding 4,500. Why is it so expensive to install a telephone? Chunlan actually said that. Sumay immediately felt could this woman be scheming against her? She quickly replied, actually, the installation does indeed cost 4,500, but I know someone at the Telecommunications Bureau who helped me apply for an internal rate. It's only a tenth of the price. Jian Haolai was incredulous. Is that true? Sumay, have you forgotten that my old classmate is the captain of the enforcement team? He is quite familiar with the leaders at the bureau. Initially, they intended to install the telephone for free, but I didn't want to owe them such a significant favor, so I let them charge me something. After some deliberation, they decided on a tenth of the price, just 450, a token amount. Feigning mystery, she added, you must not tell anyone about this in the future, or they will know that the bureau is giving our family special treatment. Oh, I understand, Qian Haolai. His wife was truly capable. Thanks to our old classmate's position, they saved over 4,000 on the telephone installation. In a surge of excitement, he couldn't help but kiss Sumai's cheek. Though she initially hesitated, guilt compelled her to reciprocate. In the kitchen, Chunlan was wrapping dumplings when she heard an unexpected sound, leaving her utterly bewildered. Is Sumai truly this capable? Isn't she already pregnant? How can she still attend to two men in just one afternoon? Meanwhile, Qian Xiaohua, who was playing with dough, instinctively clenched her small fists, pounding them repeatedly. As dusk approached, Sumai went to close the gate of the yard, spotting a can and 5 yuan at the entrance. She was curious, where did the can and money come from? Qian Haolai replied, Xiuzhen gave them to me, saying it was a repayment, and that we no longer— No way. Grabbing the can and the money, she prepared to hurl them at Xiuzhen's door, but upon noticing that the can contained her favorite flavor and was newly dated, she hesitated to throw it away. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't bear to part with something delicious, especially not with money. Stuffing the money into her pocket and taking the can into the bedroom, she pulled Qian Haolai along, saying, I found a great job today, and my mood is good. I won't hold it against her. Come, let's wrap dumplings with Chunlan. At that moment, Chunlan was distractedly wrapping dumplings, her mind lingering on Qian Xiaohua's earlier words. Auntie, your mother wouldn't do that, just hide your injury well and don't let your father see. Qian Xiaohua insisted, it won't stay hidden. She will roll up my sleeves to show my father on purpose and then frame second aunt. If you don't help her frame second aunt, she will frame you. She had replied, Xiaohua, you mustn't speak of your mother like that. Qian Xiaohua pressed, if I'm right, will you agree to be my mom? At this moment, Qian Xiaohua was joyfully playing with dough, her eyes brimming with innocence, resembling an average 9-month-old child. Qian Haolai washed his hands and approached his daughter. Let daddy see what kind of dumplings you're making. Accidentally noticing the injury on Qian Xiaohua's wrist, he immediately grew anxious. What happened here? Qian Xiaohua quickly hid her hand behind her back, casting a testing glance at Sumai. Sumai hurried forward, rolling up Qian Xiaohua's sleeves until all the injuries on her arms were revealed, feigning surprise. What happened? You did this to my little flower. Chunlan pretended to be confused. I have no idea, sister. If you hadn't rolled up her sleeves, I wouldn't have known the child was hurt. Sumai, undeterred, lifted Qian Xiaohua's top and pulled down her pants, pretending to conduct a full body examination. Qian Haolai, witnessing the child's multitude of bruises, was filled with both fury and shock. Who did this to my daughter, Chunlan? How could you not know the child was hurt? I don't know, Qian Dage. I just arrived today. I have no idea what happened. Perhaps she had this injury before I came. Chunlan looked at Sumai with a sense of grievance. Qian Haolai retorted, that's impossible. When I bathed Xiaohua yesterday, she didn't have a single bruise. Sumai pretended to ponder, then suddenly said, could it be that second aunt did this? Xiaohua went to her house today and didn't go anywhere else. Qian Xiaohua had indeed been correct. Sumai was truly intent on framing Xiuzhen. As soon as Sumai's words left her lips, she covered her mouth, then quietly added, I must be overthinking. Even if second aunt is unpleasant and harbors grievances against me, she wouldn't harm a child. She's only 9 months old. Qian Haolai gritted his teeth and asked Chunlan, did Xiaohua really go to her second aunt's house today? If you were with the child the entire time, I have reason to suspect that you might have caused the injuries. Chunlan was taken aback. How could Sister Sumai be this kind of person? Unable to frame Xiuzhen, she was now attempting to frame her own god-sister. Everything had unfolded just as Qian Xiaohua had predicted. Chunlan quickly explained, Sister, you saved my life. How could I repay kindness with malice? I came to your house to repay a debt of gratitude and didn't even dare to ask for a higher salary. Sumai glared at Chunlan, if you claim it wasn't you, then think carefully. When Xiaohua visited her second aunt, did she spend any time alone with her? Chunlan glanced at Qian Xiaohua, who slightly nodded. I was outside, and she was inside with her second aunt. Hide and seek. Qian Haolai's anger flared. Who suggested playing this game? Was it her second aunt? Xiaojun shook her head, but Sumai immediately shot her a murderous. Sumai leisurely clapped her hands, rising to go watch the spectacle. She eagerly anticipated the uproar Qian Haolai would create, for that would provide her the opportunity to claim the 3,000 yuan he had spent on fish today. Chunlan hurriedly grasped Sumai's arm. Sister, must you do this? Xiaojun has not harmed Qian Xiaohua. This is unfair to her. Slap. Can't I hit you? Don't forget, I saved your life. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been imprisoned by the enforcement team, possibly even sentenced to death. Chunlan's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Sumai, if I had known you were this kind of person, this slap is my way of repaying your kindness. At dawn, I will leave and never again be your maid. Do you dare? Sumai pointed an accusatory finger at Chunlan. I can rescue you, and I can also send you back to prison. Don't you forget the captain of the enforcement team, and I have a connection. To be honest, he has always pursued me during our school days, but I never took a liking to him. To this day, he remains unmarried. With just a word from me, he would be at my beck and call. Chunlan gasped. How can you say such a thing? Do you want me to stay in your house forever? Sumai slammed her hand on the table. Exactly, that is precisely what I intend. To tell you the truth, I cannot stand that Xiaojun. Sooner or later, I will drive her out of the Jian family. As long as you obediently listen to me, the moment Xiaojun leaves, will be the moment you truly enter the Jian family. Chunlan, I genuinely wish for you to be my sister-in-law, so don't be ungrateful. Chapter 71, Little Hoa is the apple of our families. Chunlan shook her head vehemently. I have no desire to remarry, let alone destroy someone else's family. Smack. Sumai delivered another slap. You have no say in this, Chunlan. I had intended to treat you well, but since you are so ungrateful, I shall resort to more forceful measures. Chunlan covered her face, seething with anger. You dare strike? Do you believe I want to run out and expose your misdeeds to everyone? Sumai pointed towards the doorway. Go ahead, see who will believe your words. The village secretary is on my side, the head of the enforcement. As for the villagers, even if they dislike me, they would never oppose the village secretary. Once I firmly assert that you seduced the village secretary in my home and mistreated my child, just watch how many will come to your aid. You are truly wicked. Chunlan shook her head in tears. Silence. You have no right to speak to me like that. Sumai shoved Chunlan into a chair. You will stay here and make dumplings, and you are forbidden from going anywhere. She then exited the kitchen, locked the door, and secured it with a key. Chunlan, feeling both anxious and furious, sprang up and pounded on the door. Sumai, how can you lock me in? Open the door, this is illegal. Sumai stuffed the key into her pocket and arrogantly replied, I shall do as I please. If you're unhappy, go ahead and file a complaint. With that, she swaggered off to Qian Haojin's home to enjoy the spectacle. With no other option, Chunlan returned to her seat and resumed making dumplings. After all, there was no escaping tonight. Even if she could, she had nowhere to go. It was better to wait until dawn to reconsider her situation. In Qian Haojin's courtyard, Qian Haolai held Qian Xiaohua in his arms, filled with grief. Xiaojun had already witnessed the injuries and understood that this was Sumai's scheme against her, so she was mentally prepared. Qian Haojin and his parents had never seen such wounds. Upon witnessing their child endure such torment, they were both furious and heartbroken. Aunt Shichi exclaimed, Qian Haolai, whoever harmed that child, go find them, don't come here to unleash your rage. This is not the place for your outbursts. Qian Haolai pointed at Xiaojun, it was her doing, I have every right to confront her. Qian Haojin accused Qian Haolai, don't slander, do you have any evidence that Xiaojun caused these injuries? Xiaohua was perfectly fine yesterday, but after spending a brief moment alone with Xiaojun, she returned covered in wounds. What further proof do you need? These injuries are evidence, and can that truly prove I am the culprit? Why not ask your child? She might very well tell you who inflicted these wounds. Jian Haolai replied, if you hadn't brought that up, I wouldn't be so enraged. Ever since Xiaohua took the virus from your family Xiaodan, she has been mute, unable to speak until now. I haven't even held you accountable for that. Xiaojun glanced at Qian Xiaohua, who quietly put her finger to her lips in a shush gesture. At once, Xiaojun understood that the child wished to keep her secret until her mother arrived. Xiaojun moved a chair and sat in the center of the courtyard. Jian Haolai, since you believe Xiaohua's silence is our fault, let us take responsibility. What do you expect us to do? Before Jian Haolai could respond, Su Mai stormed in with an imposing presence. And how do you expect us to take responsibility? Of course, you should pay. Su Mai lifted Jian Xiaohua's clothing. Xiaojun, take a look at these injuries. Xiaohua is so young, what kind of mistakes could she have made for you to be so heartlessly cruel? Xiaojun scoffed, how can you be so certain that I am the one responsible for these injuries? Su Mai fumed, if not you, then who? Our nanny has already informed us that during your little game of hide-and-seek, there was a period when Xiaohua was alone with you, and it was then that you struck her. Jian Haojin wanted to defend Xiaojun, but she stopped him. She resolved to face this head-on. Glaring at Jian Haolai, she stated, isn't it possible that this child was abused at home, and someone, fearing their own misdeeds would be revealed, seized the opportunity to frame me? Xiaohua is the apple of our family si, no one in our home would ever mistreat her. Xiaojun countered, so, are you implying that you two conspired to frame me? No, wait, with your nanny, that makes 3 of you. You 3 have gone to such great lengths to set me up, presumably for monetary gain. So, how much do you want? Jian Haolai, furious, exclaimed, who is framing you? Who said anything about money? I am merely here to seek justice for the child. Step aside, I will speak. Su Mai pushed Jian Haolai aside and addressed Xiaojun, since you have confessed, let us settle this with money. I've heard your family sold fish for 3,000, I won't ask for more, just 3,000. What, you are far too bold, framing and slandering, and you dare to demand such a sum. Qian Lezhi, you've seen it for yourself. Aunt Chichu retorted, unimpressed. Jian Haolai was incredulous, never expecting his wife to be so audacious in her demands. The total income from his brother's fish sales was merely 3,000. It would be unreasonable for Su Mai to take it all, at least leave something for his brother's family. Just as Jian Haolai was about to persuade Su Mai to ask for less, Jian Haojin, filled with don't you fear I'll report you for extortion? Jian Haolai's expression darkened. Jian Haojin, have you lost your mind? Your wife has injured your own niece to this extent, and you still have the gall to talk about extortion. Don't you forget, Xiaohua is your blood relative, Xiaojun is merely an outsider. You cannot disregard your own niece's life for the sake of an outsider. Before Jian Haojin could respond, Su Mai interjected, let him report me. The head of the enforcement team is my classmate, and the entire team holds me in high regard. They are even planning to present me with a banner tomorrow. If he wants to report me, let him. I am eager to see whether the enforcement team will support me, the victim, or him, the aggressor. Jian Haojin replied, fine, I will report this now and have the enforcement team investigate clearly. Xiaojun, it will be futile. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Xiaohua will assist me. She will testify to my innocence. Jian Haojin recalled that the head of the enforcement team was an old classmate of Xiaojun's, and suddenly felt that even if he called, it would be more effective to wait for Jian Xiaohua to speak up. Seeing the situation unfold, Jian Haolai became increasingly convinced that Xiaozhen was guilty. The fact that she wouldn't dare report it only reinforced his belief that the injuries on Xiaohua were indeed her doing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he thus aligned himself with Sumai's intentions, saying, "Since you want them to pay, let us discuss it right now." With newfound confidence, Sumai became utterly unrestrained. She extended her hand, demanding, 3,000, not a penny less, hand it over. Do you truly dare to ask for that? Xiaozhen scoffed, Sumai, do you honestly believe that no one witnessed you brutally beating that child? Sumai's face turned to one of shock. What do you mean? Did you see? No, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever beat my own child? Xiaozhen declared, whether you admit it or not, the fact remains that you savagely attacked Qianxi. I have witnesses who can attest to your actions. Do you believe I want to call them to testify right now? Who is this so-called witness you speak of? Sumai asked, her demeanor shifting to one of panic. Could it be that Xiaozhen truly had a witness? Jian Haolai reassured Sumai, don't worry, no matter who her witness is, they are surely just hired help. I will never believe them, and neither will the enforcement team. At that moment, a group of villagers, led by the village secretary Wu Jianren, arrived at Jian Haojin's home. Wu Jianren opened his mouth to inquire, Jian Haojin, I have heard that you caught a considerable number of fish and shrimp in our Xinghua village's river and sold them for 3,000. Chapter 72. Envy among all. Upon hearing these words, Jian Haojin immediately recognized that Wu Jianren had come to stir up trouble. He retorted, the river in question does not belong to our village. It is a wild river situated 20 miles away, and thus, it does not fall under our jurisdiction. How absurd! Who claims it is not our village's concern? Wu Jianren angrily pointed out, they are fundamentally the same. The fish you catch in the wild river are no different from those caught in the Xinghua village river. Jian Haojin replied, even if that is the case, what do you intend to do? Wu Jianren declared, what else? Collect taxes. According to national regulations, any individual with a substantial income is required to pay 30% in income tax. 3,000 yuan, 30% amounts to 900 yuan, hand over the money. Jian Haojin countered, I do not have a stable job. I merely caught a few fish. Why should I be liable for taxes? Furthermore, to my knowledge, the government has issued documents stating that if taxes are to be paid, it is only 5% of one's salary. Where do you derive the 30% from? Do you believe I want to go to the city's newspaper tomorrow and expose you? Wu Jianren was taken aback by Jian Haojin's knowledge. It was indeed challenging to deceive him. After some contemplation, he responded, there are regulations from above, and there are regulations specific to our village, particularly in our Xinghua village, which boasts a long history and numerous ancient trees. It is designated as a key protected village by the Great Xia Nation, and naturally, there are certain special regulations. I am the village head of Xinghua village. If I say you must pay taxes, then you must pay, unless you no longer wish to be a part of our village. Jian Haojin questioned, can you guarantee that the money I give you will be delivered in full to the state? Wu Jianren's the taxes collected by our village are naturally used for local public construction and the welfare of our villagers. If you wish to remain in our village, you must pay this sum. Having said that, Wu Jianren exchanged glances with the villagers, who immediately began to stir up a commotion. Pay the tax. Pay the tax. If you don't, get out of our village. Elder Qian and his wife, Aunt Chichi, were at a loss as to how to respond to this situation. Jian Haolai and Xiaozhen were equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Sumai pulled Wu Jianren aside, must we really pay taxes, and 30% at that? Is there any possibility of reducing it? She pondered that Jian Haojin had only sold fish for 3,000 yuan, and if he... Wu Jianren seized the opportunity, whispering, are you foolish? I am doing this for your own good. Rest assured, no matter how much we collect, you will receive half. As he spoke, he slipped a gold ring into Sumai's hand, coaxing her, I have already obtained. It is yours now, cherish it well. Sumai was overjoyed at receiving the gold ring, and had there not been others present, she would have kissed Wu Jianren fervently. Qian Haolai, perplexed by Sumai's actions, hurriedly approached her. What did you say to the village secretary? Sumai replied, I asked him to collect a lesser tax. Qian Haolai felt a surge of emotion, about to commend her for her unwavering kindness towards his brother and sister-in-law. However, Sumai continued, they only made 3,000 yuan. If the tax is too high, we shall receive less. Qian Haolai could only remain silent. The chorus of voices persisted, pay the tax, pay the tax. If you don't, get out of our village. Qian Haojin waved his hand. Enough of this shouting, I will pay. However, let me make it clear, today, I am paying such a hefty tax for catching fish. Henceforth, everyone else who catches fish must pay the same amount. Are you sure you want me to pay this much? Qian Haolai, who was contemplating resigning to fish, quickly interjected on his brother's behalf. Secretary Wu, the 30% tax rate. Qian Haojin has yet to purchase a house. It is burdensome for him to pay such a sum all at once. How about we settle on 10% instead? Wu Jianren shot a fierce glare at Qian Haolai. Am I the village secretary, or are you? Qian Haolai immediately fell silent. Sumai, unwilling to see Qian Haojin pay an exorbitant tax, hastily supported him. 10% is sufficient. After all, according to national regulations, it is merely 5%. Wu Jianren frowned. How dare you oppose your future superior? I shall say no more. Is that agreeable? Sumai quickly capitulated. That was more like it. Wu Jianren turned to Qian Haojin. Hand over the money. Qian Haojin inquired, are you certain you want to collect 30%? I plan to visit the city tomorrow. A friend of mine has a relative working at the newspaper. Wu Jianren, incensed, gritted his teeth. If you insist on saying such things, I cannot guarantee you will leave this village tomorrow. The fish, shrimp, and crabs within belong to the people. It is utterly unacceptable for you to prioritize your own wealth without regard for others. How can you face the journalists? Moreover, the 30% tax I collect is for the village, and will be utilized for the village's benefit, essentially representing your personal contribution to our community. If you refuse to contribute to our village, then you should no longer consider yourself a villager. Do not pay the tax, and leave our village at once. Pay the tax, pay the tax. If you don't, get out of our village. The villagers shouted once more. Qian Haojin finally comprehended that his modest earnings from fishing had incited envy among the villagers. If he did not comply today, both the village secretary and the villagers would make his life miserable. As the saying goes, a loss of wealth averts disaster. If this money were meant to be lost today, it would be wiser to invest it in something more meaningful. The road from the village to the town was nothing but dirt, muddy and treacherous after rain. 900 yuan was the equivalent of 5 or 6 years' wages for an ordinary person, which should suffice for road repairs. If it were insufficient, Wu Jianren's son, Wu Zun, could cover the difference. After all, wasn't he a prosperous businessman in the city? If taxes were to be paid, let it be a shared burden. Wu Zun would return tomorrow. The grievances Qian Haojin faced today would undoubtedly be meted out to Wu Zun as well. 30% tax, is it? Very well, I will pay, but I require you to provide me with a written note, confirming that I have paid this amount. Otherwise, should you come asking for more later, I will have no means to comply. That is a must. Wu Jianren's face lit up as he promptly took out paper and pen to write a note. Xinghua Village acknowledges the receipt of 900 yuan from Qian Haojin as a personal sponsorship fee. Upon seeing this note, Qian Haojin realized that this tax was fundamentally unjust, for Wu Jianren did not even dare to write the truth. He tore it up on the spot. Rewrite it. If this is a tax, please specify that it is a tax and indicate the percentage of income one have paid. If it is a sponsorship fee, please clarify the intended use of these funds. Otherwise, I shall not part with my hard-earned money. Wu Jianren was furious but restrained himself, fearing that if he angered Qian Haojin, he would receive nothing at all. After much consideration, Xinghua Village acknowledges the receipt of 900 yuan from Qian Haojin as a personal sponsorship fee, which constitutes 30% of Qian Haojin's income, and this money will be allocated for the public construction of Xinghua Village and the welfare of all villagers. Is this satisfactory? Wu Jian. Qian Haojin did not rush to take it. Let me ask first, if I catch fish again in the future and sell them for profit, will I still be liable for 30% tax? Wu Jianren replied, that is a certainty, unless you. However, if you relocate and later return to fish here, you will owe 50% tax. Qian Haojin inquired further, and if I do not move, but pursue another occupation, am I still required to pay taxes to our village? Wu Jianren affirmed, as long as. This was precisely the statement Qian Haojin had been waiting for. Everyone, did you hear that? Our secretary has declared that as long as one is a villager of Xinghua, no matter where one becomes. I am a villager of Xinghua, and I will adhere strictly to Secretary Wu's regulations. Can you all comply? Yes, came the unanimous response from the crowd. Qian Haojin then asked Wu Jianren, will this regulation be upheld indefinitely? Wu Jianren answered, as long as I remain the village head of Xinghua, this regulation will remain in force. Qian Haojin said, very well. Then I request that you add a clause to the note stating that all villagers of Xinghua will be treated equally, otherwise, a refund will be issued to Qian Haojin. After careful consideration, Wu Jianren found no fault in this request and added the statement at the end. He then signed his name and affixed his personal seal. Xinghua Village acknowledges the receipt of 900 yuan from Qian Haojin as a personal sponsorship fee, which constitutes 30% of Qian Haojin's income, and this money will be allocated for the public construction of Xinghua Village and the welfare of all villagers. All villagers of Xinghua will be treated equally, otherwise, a refund will be issued to Qian Haojin. Satisfied with the content, Qian Haojin returned home, placed the note in a drawer, and collected the 900 yuan. Chapter 73. You two are the living bodhisattvas of our village in the courtyard. The villagers were all agitated upon seeing the 900 yuan in Qian Haojin's hands, each of them wishing they could partake in a portion. Xiuzhen and Qian Laoqi, the couple, felt a pang in their hearts at the sight of such a sum. However, given the circumstances of the day, there was no alternative but to resolve the matter with money. They sighed, resigning themselves to the situation, considering it a case of misfortune leading to fortune. Su Mai, observing the money, also felt a twinge of regret, for in her eyes, the funds Qian Haojin had contributed were, in essence, her own. Nevertheless, the thought that Wu Jianren had promised to share half of that money with her brought her some solace. Wu Jianren felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the substantial amount of money. As the village secretary, his monthly salary was a mere 60 yuan, and this 900 yuan was equivalent to over a year's wages. Just as he reached out to grasp the money, Qian Haojin interjected, Secretary Wu, this sum is intended for the village's development, correct? Wu Jianren replied, indeed. Qian Haojin glanced at the foreman, Li Sikhun, and said, in that case, I will hand this money directly to Li Sikhun. He has several skilled masons under his supervision, and with this funding, they can construct a concrete road from Xinghua village to the town. This way, when it rains in the future, the villagers will not struggle to reach the market. Li Sikhun, who had been lamenting the lack of work lately, brightened at this suggestion. What a splendid idea! To become prosperous, one must first build roads. I thank Qian Haojin for leading us toward shared prosperity. The villagers echoed this sentiment, applauding the proposal enthusiastically. Just as Li Sikhun was about to take the money, Wu Jianren intercepted him, his expression stern. What can 900 yuan do for road construction? The distance from our village to the town is several miles. It will take at least a few thousand yuan. If we genuinely wish to build a road, I will submit a request to the higher authorities. We can secure at least 10,000 yuan, and we can construct the road then. As for this 900 yuan, it must be entrusted to me for management. Qian Haojin countered, entrusted to you? You don't mean to keep this money? He left the sentence hanging, intentionally allowing the others to speculate. It was evident to all that Wu Jianren intended to pocket the funds for himself, stirring discontent among the villagers. Wu Jianren insisted, regardless, 900 yuan is insufficient for road construction. I will submit the application, and rest assured, I will ensure this road is built for everyone, just wait and see. He then extended his hand toward Qian Haojin. Quickly hand over the money, I need to record it in the village accounts. Qian Haojin did not comply, holding the money aloft. Secretary Wu is correct. 900 yuan is indeed far too little for road construction. Since that is the case, let us use it to assist the villagers instead. He was determined that this money should not fall solely into the hands of the village secretary. If it was to be utilized, let it benefit everyone collectively. Fearing he might not obtain the money, Wu Jianren reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but you must first give me the money so I can properly assess which families are in need of assistance. Qian Haojin replied, the conditions of all families in our village are quite similar. If we are to provide aid, it must be extended to all. You wouldn't only assist those with whom you have a good rapport, would you? Wu Jianren felt a flush of embarrassment. He had initially planned to split the money with Sumai, but there were 90 households in the village, and not every family was destitute. If each received a share, what would be left for him? Just as he was about to tell Qian Haojin that he would only allocate a portion to a select few in dire need, Qian Haojin suddenly declared, Dear fellow villagers, I have long been unaware that in our Xinghua village, those who earn money through their own efforts must share 30% of their income. However, it is never too late to realize this. I believe Secretary Wu's regulation is quite reasonable, as some lucrative jobs are not accessible to everyone. It is a commendable decision to have those capable of earning contribute 30% of their income to assist those less fortunate. I wholeheartedly support this. I not only support it, but I will also take the initiative to distribute the funds, ensuring that every family in our village receives an equal amount of assistance. Now, please inform me of the total number of households in our village. Li Sikhun shouted, 90 households, correct, 90 households. The villagers chorused. Qian Haojin continued, what a splendid number. 900 divided by 90 equals 10, meaning each family can receive 10 yuan in aid. Now, I ask that each household send a representative to line up to collect their 10 yuan. Those who do not line up may stand aside. He then turned to Xiuzhen, please fetch me some paper. Without hesitation, Xiuzhen promptly complied. As Li Sikhun grasped the pen, his hand trembled slightly. He felt as though he were participating in something monumental and honorable. Among the 90 households, many could write, and it was evident that Qian Haojin had entrusted this significant. Resolutely, he vowed to follow Qian Haojin, a person of integrity who not only knew how to make money but also how to govern. Those wishing to receive money, please line up orderly. Those not lining up will not receive anything. Upon Qian Haojin's command, everyone obediently formed a long queue. 10 yuan was the equivalent of half a month's wages for an ordinary person. Who would refuse such an offer? With each household sending one person to line up, the queue of 90 stretched out into the courtyard. Sumai was initially irate, feeling that Qian Haojin had squandered her money to play the benefactor. However, upon witnessing everyone lining up, she could not bear the thought of missing out and instinctively joined the queue. Wu Jianren, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of despair. At this rate, his prestige as village secretary would be overshadowed by that of a mere bookworm. In a fit of anger, he bellowed, Qian Haojin, you are being utterly brazen. Who authorized you to distribute tax funds to the villagers? This 900 yuan is meant for the village, not for your charitable deeds. Qian Haojin replied calmly, if I recall correctly, Secretary Wu, the note you just gave me contained these two sentences. Xinghua village received a personal sponsorship of 900 yuan from Qian Haojin. This money will be used for public construction in Xinghua village and for poverty alleviation among all villagers. I initially intended to use this money to build a road. Since you claim it is insufficient, I shall redirect it toward poverty alleviation instead. As Wu Jianren began to retort, Xiuzhen interjected, Secretary Wu, these tasks were originally your responsibility, and my husband has taken it upon himself to complete them for you. You should be grateful, not resentful. Fellow villagers, do you believe my husband has acted rightly? Indeed. Everyone shouted in unison. Those who received money even expressed their excitement. Qian Haojin, thank you for the 10 yuan. You are the living bodhisattva of our village. Qian Haojin, my child has always wanted to eat an apple, but I couldn't bear to buy it. Now, with this 10 yuan, I can finally afford to buy him one. Thank you, Qian Haojin. I also wish to express my gratitude. I speak on behalf of my entire family. We must not only thank Qian Haojin, but also express our appreciation for Xiaoshen. How many women can be as generous as she is? Indeed, we must thank Xiaoshen as well. Thank you. You two are the living bodhisattvas of our village. The crowd showered their thanks upon Qian Haojin and Xiaoshen, much to the chagrin of Wu Jianren and Sumai. Sumai, worried that she might lose her position as the women's director, quickly urged Qian Haojin to line up for the money, pulling Wu Jianren aside. Secretary Wu, Xiaoshen's popularity is soaring. You cannot conduct a voting election for the women's director. If it comes to that, I will surely lose to her. Wu Jianren retorted irritably. What can I do about it? Who told you to be so ineffective? Sumai countered. Who says I am ineffective? I am quite formidable. In fact, let me be frank with you. Just the other day, I assisted the law enforcement team in solving a major homicide case. Everyone on the team holds me in high esteem and intends to present me with a banner. They have already begun its production, and it might very well arrive at my home tomorrow. Wu Jianren asked, Is what you say true? Sumai affirmed, Of course it is true. The captain of the law enforcement team is my old classmate. Would I dare to joke about such matters? Even if the law enforcement team does not come tomorrow, I will call them to ensure they do. At that time, you can contact a reporter to publicize my heroic deeds. My popularity will surely rise. Chapter 74, The Scoundrel. I shall sweep you away. Upon hearing those words, Wu Jianren's eye sparkled with excitement. If tomorrow you truly manage to have the enforcement, I would simply draft an appointment letter, affix the official seal, and ceremoniously deliver it to your home in front of the reporters, formally inviting you to become the women's director of our village. At that point, even if there are those who are dissatisfied, they would be left with no recourse. Sumai replied, Very well, I shall call my old classmate this evening. Seeing Sumai's unwavering confidence, Wu Jianren felt assured that this endeavor would surely succeed. He couldn't help but admire her further. Not only was this woman strikingly beautiful, but she was also capable and possessed an extensive network of connections. Winning her favor would undoubtedly be beneficial for his future. Within the ranks, hushed whispers began to circulate. Did you see that? Sumai has truly entangled herself with the village secretary. The rumors we overheard at noon were not without basis. Such audacity! With so many people present, they dare to conspire together. But isn't the village secretary fond of Widow Zhang? How is it that he is now with Sumai? Need it be said? Compared to Widow Zhang, Sumai is nothing short of a celestial being. Any man would choose her. Have you heard? Just before dinner, the village secretary had a quarrel with Widow Zhang and even reclaimed the gold ring he had gifted her. Is that true? If so, then Widow Zhang has suffered a great loss, having been taken advantage of for so long. I wonder whose hand the gold ring will adorn upon its return. Qian Haolai could no longer bear to listen and shouted, Cease your baseless rumors. Spreading slander carries legal consequences. My wife is pure and innocent. If anyone dares to speak ill, I shall ensure they regret it. The crowd fell silent, obediently lining up. Despite his declarations, Qian Haolai felt a lingering discomfort within. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Sumai. Seeing her engaged in a casual conversation with Wu Jianren eased his mind momentarily. With the thought that his wife would soon become the women's director, he reassured him. Unbeknownst to him, while he held Qian Xiaohua and stood in line for his money, Sumai had been pulled out of the yard by Wu Jianren, and they were now engaged in a game of intimacy amid the haystack behind Qian Haolai's home. Sumai exclaimed, Wu Ji, you're incredibly bold. Here, aren't you afraid of being seen? Wu Jianren replied, Silly girl, the most dangerous place is actually the safest. No one is paying attention to us. Sumai remarked, How can you be so audacious, just after noon, and now again in the evening? Wu Jianren countered, You are already mine. Why, if I do not satisfy you, I fear you may turn to Qian Haolai. everyone was too engrossed in lining up for their money to notice Sumai's actions. However, Qian Laoqi and his wife, Lao Qishan, had seen everything stealthily. They followed and arrived behind the haystack. Upon hearing the unspeakable sounds, their heads buzzed with disbelief. The rumors were indeed true. Sumai was having an affair with the village secretary. What a shameless harlot! Qian Laoqi exclaimed, ready to expose their scandal, but Lao Qishan quickly restrained him, whispering, "Do not disrupt them. Go fetch Qian Haolai so he can see for himself what kind of woman his wife is. Hurry, I will keep watch here." The old woman was right, such matters must be brought to their eldest son's attention. Qian Laoqi turned and dashed back towards the courtyard. At that moment, Qian Haolai had reached the front of the line, just about to collect his money when Qian Laoqi yanked him away. "Father, what are you doing?" "Everyone is entitled to their share, why should I not receive mine?" Qian Haolai protested, clutching the child, unwilling to relent. "Sure." Qian Laoqi silenced him, forcibly dragging him towards the haystack. Unbeknownst to Qian Laoqi, the moment he and Lao Qishan discovered their daughter-in-law's secret, the two had As soon as Qian Laoqi departed, Wu Jinren and Sumai hastily dressed, preparing to flee the haystack. Lao Qishan, seeing their attempt to escape, quickly spread her arms to block their path, shouting, "You shall not run. If you're capable, then do not leave, let everyone witness how you have deceived Qian Haolai." The village secretary, not wishing for his affair to be revealed, immediately grasped Lao. Lowering his voice, he warned, "If you dare to speak out, I will strangle you right here." Lao Qishan, filled with terror, struggled desperately but found herself trapped and unable to move. Sumai gritted her teeth, saying, "Do not show her mercy, I have long found her intolerable, just eliminate her." Wu Jinren showed no hesitation, squeezing tightly until Lao Qishan fell silent. "You quickly strip her of her pants to create the appearance of an assault. When others arrive, claim that your mother was violated by an outsider from another village, and that I, the village secretary, drove off the assailant." What a splendid idea! Not only will it disgrace that old hag, but it will also make you a hero. As Sumai spoke, she began tugging at Lao Qishan's trousers. Unfortunately, Lao Qishan was a conservative woman, wearing pants with a buttoned fly and a cloth belt. After struggling for some time, Sumai ended up tying the belt into a knot instead. Wu Jinren, nearly exasperated, exclaimed, "You are utterly useless, what are you fiddling with buttons for? Just yank them off. Whoever assaults gently." Just then, a chill ran down his spine as he felt something cold against his neck, causing him to freeze in terror. The large white snake, Qian Xishuang, was perched on his shoulder, flicking its bright red forked tongue. Zzz. At the sight, Wu Jinren screamed and fled in a panic. Meanwhile, Sumai continued to tug at Lao Qishan's belt, oblivious to the commotion. "You vile woman, I shall sweep you away." Qian Xishuang's tail lashed out, sending Sumai flying several feet away, where she landed at the Dazed, Sumai had yet to regain her senses when she suddenly fell into the water with a splash. In a state of panic, she flailed, crying out, "Help, help me!" At that moment, both Qian Haolai and Qian Laoqi arrived at the back of the house. Hearing Sumai's cries for help, Qian Haolai hastily set down Qian Xiaohua and leapt into the river without a second thought. Qian Laoqi, sensing that his wife was in peril, dashed towards the haystack at breakneck speed. Upon discovering his wife lying beside the haystack, he panicked. "Wife, what has happened to you? Wake up." The large white snake, Qian Xishuang, remarked, "She has been choked by the village secretary and has lost consciousness. Quickly, carry her into the house, I will use my internal elixir to revive her." Saying this, it swam away, slipping through the back window into the house. "That beast, Wu Jinren!" Qian Laoqi cursed vehemently, immediately picking up Lao. As he passed the riverbank, he saw Qian Haolai just managing to rescue Sumai. Noticing Qian Laoqi carrying the unconscious Lao Qishan, Qian Haolai's face filled with concern. "Father, it was the village secretary and I who saved her. That scoundrel pushed me into the river in retaliation, and the village secretary has gone after him." Qian Haolai clenched his fists in anger, which wretch is it is clear that you and the village secretary were caught in the act by your mother, and you resorted to murder to silence her. You wretched woman, wait until I deal with you. Jian Laoji was eager to teach Sumai a lesson, but with thoughts of her precarious state, he could not afford to delay. He hurriedly took the unconscious Lao Qishan towards Jian Haolai's home. As he left, he warned Jian Haolai, you keep a close watch on her. Once your mother is revived, I shall settle this score. Jian Haolai was left in a state of confusion, uncertain of whom to trust. Sumai had genuinely been a victim, having fallen in. Could she be lying yet? His mother was unconscious and also a victim. His father would not fabricate lies in this situation, would he? Reflecting on how Chen Laoqi had desperately pulled him to the back room, he began to suspect that there might indeed be a hidden truth. He cast a dubious glance at Sumai, contemplating whether this woman truly was entangled with the village secretary. As Qian Xiahua observed the suspicion in her father's eyes, she felt a sense of relief. How wonderful it would be if her father finally recognized her mother's disgrace. Just as she thought this, Sumai pointed at Qian Laoqi's retreating figure, bursting into tears. Look, Jian Haolai. Do you see, it was I and the village secretary who saved your mother, yet your father accuses me of infidelity. If I were truly unfaithful, would I choose such a public space as the back room of your home? Your home is filled with people, am I really that foolish? Chapter 75. She is remarkably attentive and considerate. Jian Haolai pondered deeply and found Sumai's words. With no choice but to follow, Qian Xiahua trailed behind them. After just a few steps, her little foot accidentally trod upon something illuminated by the moonlight. She bent down to discover a gold ring. Unbeknownst to her, this very ring was a gift from the village secretary, Wu Jianren, to Sumai, having slipped from her pocket as Jian Haolai carried her. Finding the ring to be quite exquisite, Qian Xiahua resolved to take it home as a gift for her aunt. Meanwhile, nestled in Jian Haolai's embrace, Sumai, in a delicate tone, asked, Darling, do you believe me, or do you trust your father? Without hesitation, Jian Haolai replied, I believe you. Jian Xiahua remained silent. Sumai bit her lip, but what if your father continues to slander me? With so many people at home, if he were to speak nonsensically, where would I put my face? Jian Haolai reassured her, do not worry, he wouldn't dare. He understands that family matters should not be aired in public. Besides, it is clear that it was mother who was wronged by a villain, and you saved her. Once she regains consciousness, she will reveal the truth to father. Qian Xiahua, trailing behind, thought, this father is beyond saving, isn't he? Should I consider replacing him? Sumai shook her head in tears. Your mother, she may not awaken. I just listened to her breath, and it has ceased. What? Jian Haolai was about to set Sumai down. I am terrified. If mother dies just like this, no one will vouch for my innocence. If your father insists I am having an affair with the village secretary, I would never be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. After all, she has lived a long life, but poor Sumai, so young, and her reputation ruined in an instant. Once her name is tarnished, she cannot even hold the position of women's director, and she will have to endure the ridicule and gossip of the villagers. How am I to live? I wish I could just die. Hearing these words, Jian Haolai's heart ached immensely. Sumai, so youthful and carrying twins, if she were to lose hope, it would mean the loss of 3 lives. He tightened his embrace around her and comforted, do not fear, I will not abandon you. I shall take you home for a bath. But are you not anxious to see your mother? She may already be dead. I will take you home first, and then I will go. Are you not afraid that if you delay, your father will become angry? When he gets angry, he tends to say reckless things. Rest assured, he will not speak carelessly. Should he dare, I will reveal what transpired with mother tonight. Regarding your mother's situation, aside from me and the village secretary, no one else was present. Even if we speak of it, I fear no one would believe us. They will believe it. My mother was once a woman of ill repute in her youth, and many in the village are aware of this fact. However, she is a shrew, and thus, few dare to speak ill of her. Is that truly the case? Sumai asked. At that time, there was a severe crackdown, and that man was executed on the spot. Is that possible? What happened to the child she carried? That child must have been aborted. How could a criminal's offspring be allowed to live? My father would never accept it. I never imagined that your mother, that shrew, could attract such attention. Even after all this time, there are still those who harbor thoughts about her. I find myself questioning whether the fault lies with others or with her. As the saying goes, a fly does not bite an egg without cracks. Qian Haolai sighed. Let it be. There is no need to speak of her. She is gone, and the dead must be respected. Upon returning home, Qian Haolai ushered Sumai directly into a room. Quickly, remove your wet clothes. Do not catch a chill. I shall fetch you hot water for a bath. Understood. Qian Haolai took a basin and headed to the kitchen, only to find the door locked. Chunlan had already prepared dumplings, and Qian Haolai, who also possessed a key, unlocked the kitchen door and asked in astonishment, Chunlan, how did you end up locked in? Chunlan touched her swollen face and replied, it was Sister Sumai. Before she could finish, Qian Haolai realized, I understand now. Since we were all away from home, Sister Sumai was concerned for your safety and locked the door. She truly is considerate, treating you like her own sister. Chunlan managed a bitter smile. Since you have returned, I shall cook the dumplings now. I must first prepare hot water for Sister Sumai to bathe. She was just pushed into the water by a villain. Qian Haolai placed the basin on the counter, lifted the pot lid, and used a ladle to fill the basin with hot water. After filling it halfway, he added some cold water. Chunlan, contemplating his words, expressed her skepticism. Sister Sumai encountered a villain. Qian Haolai nodded, lowering his voice. A rogue arrived in our village and committed acts of violence against women. Your sister Sumai and the village secretary witnessed it, and in retaliation, the rogue pushed her into the river. The village secretary has gone to pursue him. Chunlan thought deeply, feeling that there were many inconsistencies. What has become of the woman who was victimized? Qian Haolai paused in his ladling, his expression complex. She has likely perished. Is that true? She is dead. Did her family not report it? Qian Haolai shook his head, covering his face. This woman was violated in her youth, and now, having encountered such an incident, it is far too humiliating for her family to publicize it. But this is clearly the fault of the villain. How can one blame the woman? A life has been lost just like that, and her family cannot simply disregard it. Qian Haolai inhaled deeply and sighed. I believe that, after experiencing such a trauma, it is better for this woman to... It is a release. Chunlan remained silent. As Qian Haolai finished filling the basin, he prepared to leave. Chunlan glanced around, realizing the children were absent, and promptly asked, where is Xiaohua? Just as he was about to step out to find her, Qian Xiaohua returned on her own, clutching the ring tightly in her palm. She tucked it into her pocket, hiding it securely. Xiaohua, you are remarkable. You were able to return all by yourself. Qian Haolai praised her with delight and instructed Chunlan to prepare dumplings for Qian Xiaohua. He then carried the water to the bedroom. After removing her clothes, Sumai gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing her body, which bore numerous marks left by Wu Zhenren. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Compared to Qian Haolai, Wu Zhenren was fierce and domineering, and such sensations captivated her. Even more exhilarating was the thrill of the affair, granting her a joy she had never known before. Recalling the passionate encounter by the haystack, her cheeks grew warmer. It had almost been a complete union, were it not for that meddlesome mother-in-law, who had interrupted her bliss. Now, with lingering desires, she longed to see Wu Zhenren once more. In that fleeting moment, a bold thought crossed her mind. Why not drain the Qian family's wealth and then divorce Qian Haolai to marry Wu Zhenren? Although he was somewhat older, he was caring, easily swayed by money, and held a position in the village. In every regard, life with him would undoubtedly be better than what she currently endured. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Qian Haolai entered the room, setting down the water. He gently said, "Hurry and wash, do not catch a chill. I must visit the next courtyard, as she is my mother." Upon hearing this, Sumai grew anxious. If she were to leave the scene, Qian Haolai, with his soft heart, would surely heed the words of Qian Laoqi. "Could you wait until I finish my bath? After all, she has already passed. Whether I go early or late, it makes no difference. Furthermore, given the magnitude of this incident, as a daughter-in-law, I should be the first to arrive. If you go first, I will surely be the subject of gossip." Very accidentally noticing the many marks on Sumai's body, he was taken aback. "What is this? How did you acquire so many bruises?" "They are from mosquito bites," Sumai replied. "That does not seem quite right." Qian Haolai stepped closer, examining her closely. Chapter 76. What a grand scheme has been laid out. "Oh dear, how foolish." Sumai playfully pressed her index finger against Qian Haolai's forehead, feigning shyness as she remarked, "Isn't this all you're doing from this afternoon?" Qian Haolai meticulously recalled the events of the afternoon, suddenly enlightened. The couple's intimate moments had been markedly different this time, with Sumai making numerous small requests throughout. He found it rather novel and had acquiesced to all of them, thus these little traces were indeed left by him. A pang of regret washed over him as he exclaimed, "I'm sorry, my dear wife, I must have been too rough." Sumai placed her hand around Qian Haolai's waist. "It's quite all right, I rather enjoy it. I've discovered for the first time just how remarkable my husband truly is. Don't tease me like that, or I might lose control." Qian Haolai warned. "Really, I wouldn't mind at all." Sumai tilted his chin upward. "Do you know, I've already had my awakening." Qian Haolai quickly grasped the implication behind her words and, disregarding everything else, lunged toward her. In the kitchen, Chunlan, who was preparing dumplings, once again heard an unusual sound, her hands trembling slightly. How could Sumai possibly endure 3 times in one afternoon? Was she even pregnant? Just then, Jian Xiaohua whispered, "Aunt, do you know why my mom fell into the river?" Chunlan replied, "Wasn't she pushed in by a bad person?" Jian Xiaohua shook her head. "No, Grandpa said that Mom was having an affair with the village secretary in the haystack, and when Grandma discovered them, Mom and the secretary killed her to silence her." Are the dumpling Chunlan was holding slipped from her fingers and fell to the floor. This Sumai dared to conspire with the village secretary to murder her mother-in-law. The woman Qian Haolai referred to as being abused, couldn't he possibly be his own mother, could it? Hadn't he Sumai and the village secretary just been sneaking around together at noon? And now again in the evening, so that meant Sumai had indulged 4 times in one afternoon? Or was it 2 men taking turns? This overwhelming information was utterly beyond her imagination. Nevertheless, this was someone else's private matter and had nothing to do with her. Chunlan picked up the fallen dumpling and tossed it into the pig trough. She stirred the dumplings in the pot and covered it. Turning to Jian Xiaohua, she suggested, "I wonder how your grandmother is doing. Why don't we take this opportunity to check on her?" Jian Xiaohua pondered for a moment. "I have a feeling Grandma will be fine. Let us not go just yet. Let us wait until later so we can go together. We must not forget, my mom is still awaiting her compensation. Until this matter is resolved, she won't rest." Chunlan asked, "When the time comes, will you support your mother or your second aunt?" Jian Xiaohua rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" Chunlan chuckled. "You're a kind-hearted child. You will surely support your second aunt. However, after tonight, you will completely fall out with your mother. From now on, your mother will make your life miserable, so you must prepare yourself." Jian Xiaohua declared, "She no longer deserves to be my mother, aunt. Don't forget the bet we made. As long as I win, you will be my mother. So now, in my heart, you are my mother. As a mother, aren't you supposed to protect me?" Chunlan was moved to tears. "Yes, Aunt will protect you, with all her might, since you are so kind to me." Jian Xiaohua presented a gold ring. "Here, this is for you." Upon seeing the gold ring, Chunlan recognized it as genuine and quickly inquired, "Where did you get this? How did you come by such a thing?" Jian Xiaohua replied, "I found it on the road." "If you don't mind, please accept it," Chunlan insisted. things found on the ground should not be given away, they must be returned to their rightful owner. I'll keep it for you for now, and tomorrow I'll ask around to see who has lost a gold ring. Qian Xiaohua acquiesced. All right, do as you wish. Once the dumplings were cooked, Chunlan served one into a bowl, using chopsticks to break it into smaller pieces. She asked Qian Xiaohua, "Is this edible? If not, Aunt will make you some porridge. After all, you are just over 9 months old." Qian Xiaohua's eyes glistened with tears. "Aunt, you are so thoughtful, even breaking the dumplings for me." "My mother would never do this. She simply gives me whatever she cooks without asking if I like it or if I can eat it." Chunlan looked upon her with sympathy. "My dear child, you have suffered. If only I could take you away from this home. Do you know, your mother hit me today and locked me in the kitchen. She wants to confine me to your house for the rest of my life." Ivy truly had enough of her. What? She actually dared to lay a hand on you? Qian Xiaohua clenched her tiny fists. Seeing the child's distress, Chunlan quickly wiped her tears. Aunt spoke out of turn. "I shouldn't he have shared this with you? You mustn't he tell your father? He wouldn't he believe us and would only trust your mother?" Qian Xiaohua sighed. "To be honest, I don't want that father anymore." "I don't think he deserves you," Chunlan urged. "Hurry and eat your dumplings while they are hot." Qian Xiaohua picked up a small spoon and thoughtfully sampled a bit of dumpling. After distributing money to everyone, Jian Haojin found that it was already past midnight. The villagers who received their share were no longer envious of him. Instead, they were filled with gratitude, hoping he would catch more fish and shrimp next time to earn more. Li Sai-chun, having completed his tasks, handed Jian Haojin a pen and paper. "Brother Jian, you truly know how to handle things. May I follow your lead from now on?" Jian Haojin replied, "Of course. However, as you've seen, as long as our household registration remains in this village, regardless of what business we pursue, the village secretary will extort 30%. If we truly wish to prosper, we must either leave this village or bring down the village secretary. What do you propose?" Li Sai-chun declared. "I'm open to anything. After all, my parents are no longer here. I am all alone. If you decide to leave, I'll go with you. If you choose to stay, I'll assist you in toppling the village secretary. Nevertheless, I believe that even if we leave, we should bring down the village secretary first. He is greedy and lecherous, unworthy of being a village leader," Qian Haojin remarked. "While that sounds good, it's not so easy. He has built up a reputation in the village for many years. Everyone fears him. Furthermore, his son is now a wealthy businessman in the city, powerful and affluent. Li Sai-chun had a sudden spark of inspiration. "Speaking of his son, doesn't he also have household registration in our village? According to today's regulations, shouldn't he also share 30% of his income with everyone?" Qian Haojin smiled slightly, patting Li Sai-chun on the shoulder. "Don't rush. His son, Wu Zun, is returning tomorrow. I've heard that his wife just gave birth to twins, and he plans to host a grand banquet. You should go door to door tomorrow morning and inform everyone that there's a large sum of money to be distributed." Li Sai-chun suddenly understood. "Now I see why you were so decisive in distributing money today. You've really set a grand trap. Just for this, I'm determined to stick by your side." Jian Haojin replied, "Head home now, and I'll see you tomorrow." "Hey," as Li Sai-chun was about to leave, he recalled the incident of Aunt Qi fainting and being carried home by Qian Laoqi, feeling a "Brother Qian, you must take good care of Aunt. My mother used to faint often, and I thought it was just anemia, but later it turned out to be a serious illness that was already too late to treat. If you have time, please take Aunt to the big hospital in the city for a checkup." Jian Haojin was deeply touched. "Tonight, I distributed money to a total of 90 households. Everyone witnessed my mother fainting and being carried home by my father, yet, when everyone left, none thought to inquire about my mother, except for you. With your concern, I will surely help you prosper. Thank you, Brother Qian." Li Sai-chun expressed heartfelt gratitude as he departed. After sending everyone off, Xiaojun and Qian Haojin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After closing the courtyard gate, they returned to the bedroom to check on the two children and Aunt Qia.at that moment. Aunt Qi had been completely healed by the inner elixir of the great white snake, Qian Xiaoshuang. Not only was she free from any ailments, but she also appeared significantly younger. A woman who was in her 50s now looked as though she were in her 30s, like Qian Laoqi. Both of them now radiated vitality, not a single strand of white hair in sight. Qian Haojin, witnessing this scene, joyfully exclaimed, "Father, Mother, you both look so youthful now. If one didn't know better, they might think you were my older siblings." Qian Laoqi retorted, "Stop talking nonsense." Aunt Qi chimed in, "I love hearing it." Qian Laoqi fell silent, while Aunt Qi had already lost track of how many times she looked in the mirror, growing increasingly pleased with her reflection. Cradling the great white snake in her arms, she would steal a kiss every now and then. The fear she once had of snakes had vanished entirely, and she now held Qian Xiaoshuang as if it were her lifeline. Chapter 77, The Square-Spiked Monster. Xiaojun remarked, "Mother, you shouldn't always hold onto Xiaoshuang. Place her on the bed to lie down." Aunt Laoqi replied, "No, if Grandma doesn't mind the fatigue, let her hold me." Qian Laoqi felt a twinge of jealousy, saying, "Granddaughter, come here for a hug." The great white serpent glided over, "Hiss, more. Come here. Good granddaughter, so wonderful." Qian Laoqi cradled the great white serpent in his arms, tenderly patting her as one would a cherished infant. As Qian Haojin contemplated the distribution of money, he noticed that Qian Laoqi had deliberately pulled his elder brother aside, thinking that Qian Laoqi did not want his brother to receive the funds. "Father, why won't you let my elder brother collect the money? Even if we have our differences, it is unjust to treat him this way." We agreed that each household would receive their share. He is also a member of our village, and there is no reason to exclude him. Qian Laoqi's expression immediately darkened. "Do you believe I pulled him aside to save that 10 yuan? I wanted him to see the true nature of that harlot." Qian Haojin's anxiety surged. "Father, what exactly happened?" Qian Laoqi explained, "Sumai and Wu Jianren were caught in the grass pile behind your house, and your mother and I witnessed it. I intended to punish them, but your mother insisted that I fetch your elder brother so he could witness it with his own eyes. To my dismay, as soon as I left, Wu Jianren noticed your mother, seized her by the throat, and nearly harmed her. So my mother was choked unconscious." Qian Haojin clenched his fists in fury, "That Wu Jianren shall not have an easy time tomorrow." Aunt Laoqi interjected, "It is not just Wu Jianren. Sumai is equally vile. It was she who urged Wu Jianren to strangle me. That shameless harlot could commit murder. If your brother continues to associate with her, it is only a matter of time before he meets a grim fate at her hands." Qian Haojin rose indignantly, "That wicked woman. I will confront her this very moment." Qian Laoqi quickly restrained him, "Do not go, she will come to you of her own accord. Do not forget, she intends to exploit Xiao Hua's injury to extort 3,000 yuan from you. Most importantly, she is adept at twisting the truth. As a grown man, if you were to storm into her home at this hour, she could easily manipulate the situation. But my elder brother is at home. Even if she were to distort the truth, she would not dare to spread rumors in front of him." Qian Haojin countered. Qian Laoqi scoffed, "Why wouldn't she? Just a moment ago, behind the house, she told your brother, right in front of me, that your mother was assaulted by Your brother actually believed her. How could my brother be so foolish? How could he believe such nonsense?" Qian Xiaoshuang piped up, "There is something else you may not know. After the village secretary choked Grandma unconscious, Sumai tried to strip Grandma of her pants to fabricate the appearance of assault. Had I not intervened in time, Grandma's reputation would have been irreparably tarnished." The others were enraged upon hearing this. Qian Laoqi muttered in indignation, "That Qian Haolai truly lacks conscience. He has known that your mother has fainted yet has not come to check on her. He must be entangled with that woman again. Meanwhile, that troublemaker is likely spinning her web of lies at home." Aunt Laoqi declared, "Let her twist the truth as she likes. When troops come, we will meet with soldiers. When water flows, we will bury it in earth." Qian Laoqi asked, "Then let me pose this question. If your eldest son, fully aware of Sumai's culpability, remain steadfastly loyal to her. What will you do? Aunt Lao Ji responded without hesitation, I shall sever all ties. We shall not have dealings with one another until the end of our days. Your words suffice. I shall no longer extend politeness to him. All these years, I have treated him as my own, merely out of respect for you. Unaware of the underlying truth, Jian Haojin exchanged bewildered glances with Xiaojun. What is going on? From this tone, it seems as if my elder brother is not the biological child of my father. At this point, Aunt Lao Ji no longer concealed the truth, sighing, your grandmother was exceeding. She was taken advantage of by a man from another village and became pregnant with your brother. Ultimately, that man was executed, and your grandmother married your father along with your brother. This is the way of things. Jian Haojin and Xiaojun were taken aback by this revelation from Aunt Lao Ji. They were about to offer her some words of comfort when Aunt Lao Ji brushed off the past. It is all behind me. I have long since come to terms with it. Moreover, your father has treated me so well that I feel my life has been worthwhile. At that moment, Qian Xiaodan on the bed suddenly burst into loud wails. Xiaodan is hungry. Xiaojun quickly picked up Qian Xiaodan, exclaiming, I nearly forgot. We haven't had dinner yet. Aunt Lao Ji added, indeed, we've been so preoccupied that I shall go prepare a meal now. Qian Lao Ji offered, I will help. After the elderly couple departed, the great white serpent, Jian Xiaoshuang, glided towards Xiaojun. It flicked its tongue and drooled in anticipation. The sound of its sister drinking milk was simply enchanting. It transformed from a formidable serpent to one that craved milk rather than flesh. Mama, I am hungry too. Xiaojun smiled gently and said to Jian Haojin, fetch a bowl. I shall express a little for Xiaoshuang. Jian Haojin responded, that small amount you express will hardly suffice for Xiaoshuang. Let it all go to Xiaodan instead. Xiaoshuang, Daddy will prepare milk for you. He then took the milk powder to the kitchen and filled a large basin with milk. Upon his return, Jian Xiaoshuang was already in a frenzy, diving headfirst into the basin before he could even set it down. After quenching her thirst, her belly was round, and she let out several satisfied burps. Jian Xiaodan, too, had eaten her fill, her bright eyes fixated on her mother, her little mouth moving as she babbled in adorable infant sounds. Baby talk translation. Mama is so beautiful, the milk is so delicious, I hope Mama will hold me forever. Is that so? Xiaojun laughed joyfully. Jian Haojin felt a tinge of jealousy. Did your sister only praise Mama? Did she not compliment Daddy? Jian Xiaoshuang replied, but you didn't let her see you, how could she praise you? That was indeed true. Jian Haojin lifted Qian Xiaodan and gave her a hearty kiss, bringing her close to his face. Xiaodan, don't you think Daddy is handsome? Concerned about the newborn's vision, he leaned in. Jian Xiaodan struggled to focus on his enlarged square face, her eyes wide as saucers, her nostrils flaring with warm breaths, and her mouth twisted in a wail as she revealed her tiny, sharp spines. It was those very spines that had pricked her face earlier. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and began to cry. War, help, let me go, you square-spiked monster. Jian Haojin, speech. Hearing her sister's thoughts, Jian Xiaoshuang buried her head in the blanket, her entire body trembling with laughter. Xiaojun cradled Qian Xiaodan, soothing her, and once the child ceased crying, she lifted the blanket, asking, Xiaoshuang, what is the matter? Why did sister cry, and you followed suit? The great white serpent, Jian Xiaoshuang, replied, I was not crying, I was laughing. I was worried that laughing outright would embarrass Daddy, so I hid under the covers. The sisters practicing on the rooftop. Jian Haojin, somewhat bewildered, failed to comprehend what Jian Xiaoshuang had just said. Xiaojun, infected by the laughter of the great white snake, inquired with a smile, what did you just say? What, square-bearded monster, what does that mean? The great white snake couldn't help but chuckle. Father's face is square, and his beard pricks sister, hence, sister calls him the square-bearded monster. Har, I find it quite vivid. Xiaojun glanced at Jian Haojin and burst into laughter alongside the great white snake. It is indeed quite vivid. Har, a square face with a beard like thorns, square-bearded monster, har. Jian Haojin stroked his chin, realizing it was indeed a bit prickly. No wonder his daughter had cried. Enough of the laughter, I'm off to shave. He dashed away in a flash. Their mother and daughter continued to laugh heartily for a while. Qian Xiaoshuang then declared, "Mom, since sister has eaten her fill, I will take her to the rooftop to practice." Xiaozhen expressed her concern. "Must you go so high? Isn't he too dangerous, the great white snake?" Qian Xiaoshuang reassured her, "Do not worry, I will take good care of sister." The rooftop is closer to the moon, allowing us to better absorb its essence. If possible, practicing on the mountaintop would be ideal. One session there is equivalent to 10 sessions on. As she spoke, she opened her mouth to gently grasp Qian Xiaodan swaddling and swiftly leaped out the window. Xiaozhen, still uneasy, hurried to the yard to look up at the rooftop. The great white snake, Qian Xiaoshuang, quickly reached the rooftop, selecting the flattest spot to encircle herself and sister Qian Xiaodan in a protective embrace. She then expelled her inner Dan, allowing it to absorb the moon's essence along with her. In truth, Qian Xiaodan was also her inner Dan, a remnant from her past life as a dragon princess. Thus, even if Qian Xiaodan had lost her memory, it mattered not. As long as she lay quietly in the moonlight, she would automatically absorb the moon's essence and cultivate, her cultivation level naturally advancing. Seeing that Qian Xiaodan was well protected by Qian Xiaoshuang, Xiaozhen finally felt at ease. Reflecting on Qian Xiaoshuang's words about the mountaintop, she promptly sought out Qian Haojin, who was shaving, to discuss, "When we have the chance, shall we take the children to climb the mountain?" Qian Haojin replied, "Climb the mountain." Considering his intention to change careers soon, he readily agreed, "Sure, I've heard there are many valuable herbs on the mountain. If we can find some Ganoderma or ginseng, we could make a fortune." After finishing his shave, he wished to hold his daughter but couldn't he find her anywhere. Panicking, "Where is Xiaodan? Where is Xiaoshuang? Why are both children missing?" Xiaozhen pulled Qian Haojin to the yard, pointing to the rooftop. "Do you see? Xiaoshuang has taken Xiaodan to practice." Qian Haojin was taken aback. "Practicing at such heights? Isn't he that too unsafe?" Xiaozhen reassured him, "Do not worry, Xiaoshuang is taking very good care of her sister." Xiaoshuang stated that the higher the place, the closer to the moon, allowing for better absorption of its essence. If we could practice on the mountaintop, one session there would equal 10 on flat ground. Oh, Qian Haojin pondered, if that is indeed the case, we should leave Xinghua village and reside directly on the mountaintop, perfect for the children to cultivate there while we gather herbs. Xiaozhen nodded in agreement. "Let us bring your parents along, they can help with the children and cooking, while we gather herbs. Once the children are ready for school, we can buy a house in the city for their education." Qian Haojin asked, "Can Xiaoshuang go to school?" Xiaozhen replied, "If she practices on the mountaintop, one day there equals 10 days on flat ground. After 3 to 5 years of cultivation, she should be able to transform into human form. We can discuss it then. If she truly cannot transform, we can let Xiaodan attend school while Xiaoshuang studies at home. Once she becomes human, we will send her to school." Qian Haojin considered this plan favorably. "That sounds excellent. In a few days, I will scout the mountains for a suitable place to settle. Noodles are ready, come eat," Aunt Qianchichi called, bringing steaming bowls of noodles to the table. Xiaozhen and Qian Haojin hurried to serve themselves. Old man Qian specifically prepared a bowl for Qian Xiaoshuang and headed towards Xiaozhen's room. "Xiaoshuang, Grandpa has brought you noodles, come eat." Not seeing any sign of the snake, he wondered, "Where are they? Where is the snake? Why are both children missing?" Xiaozhen hushed him, pointing to the rooftop and whispering, "The sisters are practicing up there. Let us not disturb them." Upon hearing this, Old Man Qian and Aunt Qianchichi rushed to the yard to gaze up at the rooftop. Aunt Qianchichi expressed concern, "Will the children be cold?" "We should cover them with a blanket," Old Man Qian replied. "I'll go fetch a blanket for them right now." Xiaozhen interjected, "I'll get it. You wouldn't know which one to take." Qian Haojin chimed in, "Then I'll find a ladder." Qian Xiaoshuang, noticing her family's worry for her, quickly conveyed through her thoughts, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, please don't fuss over us. While we are practicing, We need to expose our skin as much as possible to receive the universe's blessings. We absorb the essence of the sun during the day and the moon at night. In simpler terms, our practice consists of sunbathing by day and moonbathing by night. It is best to be completely unclothed. How can we practice if we're covered with a blanket? The entire family fell silent. Aunt Qianqiqi still felt reluctant, but the rooftop is quite chilly. Won't you be cold? Qian Xiaoshuang replied. Even if it's cold, we must endure. Is there any practice that doesn't require hardship? One must endure the bitterness to rise above others. Xiaozhen affirmed. The child speaks wisely. There can be no cultivation without hardship. Let us not interfere with them. Let us go inside and eat. Aunt Qianqiqi agreed. Yes, the noodles are getting soggy. At the dining table, when Qian Haojin shared his suggestion of relocating the family to the mountains, both elders wholeheartedly supported the idea. Old Man Qian remarked, living on the mountain is wonderful, the air is fresh and suitable for retirement. If it weren't for you two, your mother and I would have moved there long ago. Aunt Qianqiqi added, indeed, the mountain is devoid of idle chatter, there's no need to listen to gossip or engage in scheming. Life becomes simpler, with both parents' support. Qian Haojin felt unburdened. Once he taught his fishing skills to his 5 apprentices, the entire family would move to the mountain. Just as they finished their meal, a loud knock resonated at the yard door. Old Man Qian announced, did you hear that? The debt collector has arrived. I'll go open the door. Aunt Qianqiqi hurriedly tidied up the bowls. Xiaozhen and Qian Haojin busied themselves, one wiping the table while the other swept the floor. After Old Man Qian opened the door, Qian Haolai and Su Mai entered hand in hand. Chunlan followed closely behind, cradling Qian Xiaohua. Upon seeing Qian Haojin sweeping, Qian Haolai, can't it wait until dawn? Qian Haojin retorted, and what brings you here at such an hour? Can't you wait until morning? Qian Haolai was left speechless. Su Mai plopped down into a chair, tapping her feet assertively. Enough, stop sweeping. Doesn't he understand your intentions? You just want us to leave, right? Once we pay you, we'll be out of here. Qian Haojin feigned confusion. What money? Do we owe you anything? Xiaozhen clarified, dear, you misunderstood. Sister means they owe us 5,000. They are here to repay the debt. Once the money is given, they will leave. Chunlan couldn't help but chuckle at this. Qian Xiaohua quietly admired her second aunt's cleverness. Su Mai, hearing this, became furious. Who owes you 5,000? Do you have any proof? Xiaozhen replied, we do, our parents are the proof. They said you borrowed 5,000 from them during your phone installation, which was our house money. Since it was a loan, it must be repaid. Su Mai stubbornly retorted, who said it was a loan? I demanded it. How could money that was demanded possibly be repaid? Xiaozhen countered, so you admit to taking 5,000 from our parents. Su Mai was left utterly speechless. Chapter 79, From now on, only money matters, not people. Qian Haolai gazed incredulously at Su Mai. You truly took 5,000 yuan from our parents. That money was borrowed by them. It's my brother's down payment for a house. How could you have the heart to take it? Su Mai replied, I only used it to install a telephone at home. Didn't you like our telephone? You even praised me for choosing a good number. Qian Haolai can't. How could they possibly grant such a favor? That is a state-run institution. If they charged you less, they must have covered the difference themselves. Qian Haolai pondered this and realized his brother was right, casting a scrutinizing. With the truth no longer concealable, Su Mai confessed, in this day and age, 4,500 is already the cheapest for installing a telephone. In the provincial capital, it costs 6 or 7,000. In the capital city, it's over 10,000. 4,500 is indeed a bargain. Qian Haolai felt a surge of anger. Su Mai, why did you lie to me? Our parents told me about this yesterday, and I simply couldn't believe it. 5,000 yuan is a substantial sum, and you took it behind my back just to install a phone. Sumei felt wronged. Jian Haolai, how can you blame me for the sake of outsiders? I installed the phone for the family, I haven't squandered it elsewhere, and besides, I'm carrying twins, how can you treat me this way, don't you want this pair of children? At the mention of the twins, Jian Haolai's resolve softened. With a deep sigh, he turned to Chen Haojin. Haojin, now that I know about this, I will not deny it. I will repay this 5,000 yuan, however, I need you to give me some time. His words surprised both Chen Haojin and Xu Zhen. Their elder brother was not as foolish as they had thought. Just then, Jian Haolai added, however, since Xu Zhen has harmed Xiao Hua so severely, inflicting injuries all over her body, I cannot overlook this. Didn't you agree to compensate 3,000? Let's deduct that from the 5,000. I will repay you 2,000 later. Xu Zhen and Chen Haojin were left speechless. Just as Chen Laoji was about to defend his daughter-in-law, Sumei interjected, why should I? That 5,000 yuan was given by your parents to preserve our marriage, so why should it be repaid? If you dare to repay it, I will divorce you. Jian Haolai, now exasperated, retorted, how can you refuse to repay it? That money was borrowed from relatives to help Haojin buy a house. You demand 3,000 for Xiao Hua, and they agreed without hesitation. What more do you want? Sumei fell silent. Yet, Jian Haojin protested, I never agreed. He turned to Xu Zhen, did you agree? Xu Zhen replied, I did not agree either. Jian Haolai, Sumei, listen closely, we cannot you have harmed my Xiao Hua so badly, and I have not sent you to prison, I am only asking for 3,000 as compensation, which is already quite merciful. Xu Zhen scoffed, merciful? If you were truly merciful, you would have investigated the matter thoroughly before speaking. Aunt Laoji, who was washing dishes, felt enraged upon hearing Jian Haolai's words. She marched over and threw a rag at his face. Jian Haolai, you are attempting to extort money from others to settle your debts. If you're so clever, why not simply make her pay 5,000? That way, you wouldn't owe a single cent. Jian Haolai was taken aback. Mother, you're alive. How could this old woman, who had seemingly been suffocated, now appear vibrant and even younger than before? Aunt Laoji retorted angrily, if you suspected I was dead, why was your first concern not for my well-being, but rather to extort? Is this how a brother and sister-in-law should behave? Jian Haolai felt a twinge of guilt. Mother, I knew you would be fine, which is why I didn't ask. Remember, if this gets out, our family will become a laughingstock. Aunt Laoji inquired, which incident are you referring to? Is it the affair between Sumei and the village secretary, or their plot to silence me? Jian Haolai was displeased. Mother, how could you collaborate with father to slander Sumei? It was you who was bullied, and Sumei and the secretary rescued you. It is ungrateful to accuse them of infidelity. Aunt Laoji snapped, if you insist on saying that, then consider me to have no son. From now on, we shall sever all ties. Mother, how can you be this way? Why must you frame Sumei? Do you want to tear us apart so badly? Jian Haolai exclaimed in anger. Sumei interjected, enough. Don't be angry, I have long told you that the two of them are in cahoots. If we are not welcome here, let's settle our accounts and leave. Jian Haolai declared, fine, since you are so biased, we need not. From this moment forward, we shall only recognize money, not people. Indeed, only money matters. Sumei stood up, advancing toward Xu Zhen. You heard what your mother said, she insisted you compensate me 5,000. Therefore, you shall pay 5,000, and we shall offset the 5,000 I borrowed from you. From now on, no one owes anyone anything. Aunt Laoji exclaimed, when did I ever say they should pay 5,000? That was meant to humiliate you, can't you tell? Sumei insisted, I don't care if it was meant as a jest or not. If I find it reasonable, I shall accept it. Aunt Laoji was rendered speechless by anger. Jian Laoji questioned Jian Haolai, are you truly following your wife into this madness? Jian Haolai replied, I am not the one being foolish. It is you regardless, the one I will spend my life with is her, not you. I must stand by her. I'll beat you, you ungrateful wretch. Jian Laoji raised his hand, ready to strike. Xiaozhen quickly intervened, "Father, don't, otherwise, they will demand more money." She then turned to Qian Xiaohua, "Child, why aren't you speaking? If you don't speak up, your uncle and aunt may be driven to their deaths by your mother." Qian Xiaohua took a deep breath, preparing to reveal the whole truth to her father. However, Qian Haolai stepped in front of her. "Xiaozhen, stop frightening the child, my Xiaohua cannot speak." "Yes, she cannot speak." Su Mei, sensing an opportunity to extract more money, suddenly became emboldened. "Speaking of this matter, I haven't settled the score with you yet. The reason Xiaohua became mute is that she helped Xiaodan absorb the virus from her leg. A healthy child turned mute. You must take responsibility. I won't ask for much, just 2,001. Qian Haolai countered, "She only has 2,001 left. If you take it all, how will she survive? Just take 2,000 and leave her 100. Xiaozhen and Qian Haojin were left speechless. Chunlan and Qian Xiaohua exchanged glances. Aunt Laochi retorted, "Qian Haolai, have you learned bad behavior from your wife? Even if Xiaohua had truly become mute, how can you blame Haojin and Xiaozhen? They didn't force her to absorb the virus, it was entirely her choice." Qian Xiaohua nodded vigorously, with Chunlan following suit. Su Mei asserted, "Regardless of whether it was voluntary or not, the virus from Xiaodan's leg was absorbed by my daughter. Your family should be held accountable. My husband suggested 2,000, so it shall be 2,000. Qian Haojin looked at Qian Haolai, "Are you truly asking me for 2,000? Qian Haolai replied, "Haojin, do not blame your brother for being heartless. My daughter became mute because of your Xiaodan. You must take responsibility for Xiaohua. After all, 2,000 is not a significant amount for you. You sell 3,000 worth of fish and shrimp in one catch." Qian Haojin sighed in relief, "Now I finally understand. The two of you are causing this commotion purely for the money, regardless of whether this situation involves our Xiaozhen, as long as money can resolve it, right?" Before Qian Haolai and Su Mei could respond, Qian Haojin continued, "Your hearts are indeed uncommonly cruel. In a village of 90 households and over 600 people, you extort 900 from me, yet you two are demanding over 10,000, you refuse to repay the 5,000 owed and now, altogether, that amounts to 12,000, what kind of brotherhood is this?" Indeed, they were not of the same bloodline, there was no genuine affection. Very well, this elder brother was better off without. Chapter 80, Qian Xiaohua speaks. Qian Haojin was on the verge of uttering harsh words to sever ties when Xiaozhen interjected, "What do you mean it's only 12,000, it's clearly 22,000. Don't forget, Su Mei coerced our parents into signing a 10,000 yuan IOU, and she forced me to sign it as well." Su Mei vehemently denied it, "I did not, stop slandering me." Xiaozhen scoffed, "Are you absolutely certain? Since your husband is here today, let us clarify things. If you insist that it isn't true, then even if we present the IOU in the future, we will refuse to acknowledge it." Su Mei hesitated, contemplating whether to retrieve the IOU from home. Qian Haolai angrily pointed at Xiaozhen and erupted, "If you dare to slander my wife again, don't blame me for taking action." Qian Haojin quickly shielded Xiaozhen, "Qian Haolai, if you lay a finger on my wife, I will not hold back. Qian Haojin, I don't expect your respect anymore, our relationship is irreparably damaged. If you could just pay the 2,000, we can go our separate ways peacefully." Embraced by Chunlan, Qian Xiaohua pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, about to speak. Qian Laoji slapped Qian Haolai across the face, "Qian Haolai, after raising you for so many years, you'd better get lost. From now on, the old Qian family has no connection to you. Dad, you actually hit me. You re-severing ties with me." Qian Haolai pointed angrily at Qian Haojin, "It's clearly their fault, what gives you the right to strike me?" Aunt Laochi retorted furiously, "You are the unreasonable one. Of course, you deserve to be punished. Bias, totally unfair." Qian Haolai glared at the two of them. In the past, Qian Laochi would have clutched his heart in such a I have the right to favor him, he is my own son, anyone who dares to bully my son will face my wrath. Aunt Laochi shook her head with a sigh, "Qian Haolai, you are utterly unreasonable. I cannot protect you any longer. Qian Haolai failed to grasp the meaning behind Qian Laoji's words, staring incredulously at the increasingly youthful couple, sensing something amiss, observing Qian Laoji's thick black hair, smooth skin, and near absence of wrinkles, and then glancing at Aunt Laoji, who appeared significantly younger without a trace of white hair, he pointed at them. "Look at you too. What do you look like now, at your age, still dyeing your hair black? Your skin is so fair. How much snow cream have you applied? It's clear that your youngest son has money and has pampered you, which is why you are so biased." Upon hearing this, Sumai began to scrutinize the couple carefully. What kind of miraculous snow cream have they used? The effects are astonishing. Not only has their skin whitened, but there are also no spots or wrinkles. Though she longed to ask, she ultimately refrained, thinking to herself that with money, one could acquire any brand of snow cream, just buy the most expensive one. With tomorrow's accolades from the law enforcement team and a press interview on the horizon, she silently vowed to obtain such snow cream at any cost, to present herself beautifully before the camera. Thus, she extended her hand over the money. "Quickly, I have no time to waste. I need to sleep early as I have a press interview tomorrow." "A press interview, you?" Qian Haojin and Xiuzhen couldn't help but laugh. Sumai pointed to her own nose. Yes, me. What? Do you look down on me? I helped the law enforcement team crack a major murder case. They are presenting me with a banner tomorrow. Such a significant event, of course, the press will come to interview me. Not only that, the village secretary will present me with an appointment letter in front of the reporters, allowing me to become the women's director of Xinghua village without an election. At this point, Sumai cleared her throat and adopted an official tone. Starting tomorrow, I will be the women's director of our village. Comrade Xiuzhen, if you dare to oppose me again, you are defying the village leadership and the entire village committee, my committee, and I will not tolerate your reckless behavior. So, I advise you to recognize the situation early to avoid future regrets. Qian Haolai joined in, puffing his chest with pride. From tomorrow, Sumai will not only be a heroic figure but also the women's director of Xinghua village. I advise you all not to go against her. Qian Haojin and Xiuzhen exchanged glances, while Qian Laoji and Aunt Laoji looked at each other in astonishment. You would have thought that someone like Sumai could not only become the women's director but also be hailed as a hero and receive accolades and press coverage. Where could they find justice in this? Are you scared? Sumai extended her hand. If you're afraid, hand over the money, 2,000, not a penny less. Qian Haojin and Qian Laoji couldn't help but clench their fists. Seeing the situation escalate, Xiuzhen quickly urged Qian Xiaohua, "Child, you must not just sit and watch. If this continues, your uncle and grandfather will lose control." Fearing that Qian Xiaohua might speak up, Sumai hastily warned her. "Xiaohua, how could she help?" Chunlan held the child tightly, saying, "Xiaohua can speak. Qian Daige, if you truly wish to uncover the truth, let Xiaohua tell it." Sumai panicked and rushed forward to cover Qian Xiaohua's mouth. "No speaking. You remute, you cannot talk." Chunlan pushed Sumai aside. "If you have nothing to hide, what are you afraid of? Xiaohua, speak up. With your aunt here, your mother won't dare hit you." Upon hearing this, Sumai instinctively attempted to flee. Qian Laoji swiftly stepped forward and blocked her path. Aunt Laoji locked the yard gate, preventing Sumai from escaping. With no way out, Sumai shouted at Qian Haolai, "Can't you see?" Chunlan has been bribed, and they are conspiring against us. Hurry and take the child home. Qian Haolai stared incredulously at Chunlan. "I never imagined you would join forces with them against us." Chunlan smiled bitterly. "Qian Daige, you would rather believe Sumai's lies than trust the truth from so many of us." "I have no words left for you, but Qian Xiaohua is your own daughter. Why can't you give her a chance to speak? Jian Haolai pointed at Jian Xiaohua. She can't talk. She can only say a few simple words, and after absorbing the virus from Xiao Dan's leg, she has become mute. How can you expect her to speak? Jian Xiaohua clenched the crumpled paper tightly and shouted, Jian Haolai, you foolish man, who says I can't speak? I could talk when I was 7 months old. It is that wicked woman Sumai who won't allow me to speak. She wants a second child and forces me to remain mute. The moment I open my mouth, she beats me. All the injuries on my body are caused by her.